Yo, what's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content, the link is in the description. 4HW, Chapter 122 Marine's Eternal Shame. It seems, your majesty, you have come to your senses. Aizen said with a serious expression. What? Guu stared at the night sky quietly, then stretched out her hand and shook it gently. He looked at his hand as if it wasn't part of his body. The wind from the desert of Hueco Mundo gently passes through the throne room of the Palace of the Void. Countless thoughts flashed through Guu's mind in an instant. If it's what Aizen said, then the reason why I came to this world can make sense. I am not a traveler who traveled through time, but returned to my own world. In ancient times, 10,000 years ago, I was the Lord of the Void Circle. For some unknown reason, I lost my memory and wandered between worlds. Now, under the call of fate, I am back here again. Back to the world that belongs to me, and sit back on the throne that belongs to me. In the original world, I thought I was just a Hueco Mundo created in the game. Maybe, at that time, I inadvertently used the power of the master of the virtual circle to turn the real Hueco Mundo into the one I created in the game. Yes, I have that ability, because I am the master of the virtual circle. The whole Hueco Mundo is in my body, all the life in Hueco Mundo are my people, every soul in Hueco Mundo belongs to me, power. At this time, Guu's thoughts were conveyed to the minds of every life in Hueco Mundo at the same time. Whether it's the thinking Manos Grande, or the unconscious Killian, the majestic voice of Guu rang in their minds. My people, stop killing each other. Your king has not left, and you have always been in his body. Although you have endured 10,000 years of pain, the days of pain are over. You the king has awakened, and I will lead you to conquer countless worlds. Let you drink the souls of each world, and let you evolve towards the apex of the void. Cheers, Hueco Mundo, the era of prosperity begins today. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In the conference room, Sengoku, Marine 3 admirals, and a group of vice admirals are surrounding the conference table. Everyone looked dignified and did not make a sound. Shame. Akainu slammed his fist on the table. Shame. Marine has never experienced such a shame. More than a dozen ships sailed to Alabasta together, but before halfway there, they all returned with their tails between their legs. Sakazuki, calm down. Sengoku rested his chin and stopped Akainu's rage. And Akainu was also sensible, and sat down obediently. Actually, the real fidgeter is Sengoku. The people in this meeting room almost all had the same expression as Akainu, full of shame and fury. Marshal, we all empathize with Sakazuki's emotions. Aokiji said calmly, with several bandages on his face, so, please give everyone a reasonable explanation. This matter must be spread. Not only Marine I am ashamed, I am afraid that those pirates will also think that Marine is easy to bully, and then attack the headquarters in a fever. This is not just a simple cancellation of the operation. If it is not handled properly, the situation where the three forces on the Grand Line check and balance each other may be serious, will be broken. Aokiji boy, you haven't recovered from your injury, just like Kizaru boy, don't say a few words, just listen quietly to what Sengoku has to say. Garp said. Kizaru spread his hands aside, with a helpless expression as if he was shot while lying down. In fact, on the surface, Garp is trying to dissuade Aokiji from calming down, but in fact, he is eagerly waiting for Sengoku's explanation. The Lord of Hueco Mundo himself is in Alabasta. Sengoku said it word for word. In an instant, the conference room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's expressions were almost the same, and hearing the words, Lord of Hueco Mundo, was almost like hearing the name of Shinigami, making them terrified. There were even a few unknown vice admirals with sweat dripping from their foreheads. Jack, the captain of the 38th Fleet, conveyed the news back before he died. He said that the Lord of the Void Circle himself destroyed several cities in an instant, and all the Marines of the 38th Fleet sacrificed simultaneously in an instant. 0. Ask for flowers. Sengoku's own expression is also very ugly. When I received the news, the reinforcement fleet had already been dispatched. 2 of the 3 admirals who symbolized Marine strength and Vice Admiral Garp were still recuperating at the headquarters. There was only Sakazuki Admiral on the fleet. My judgment at the time was, the rescue fleet was unable to complete the task, and may even be sacrificed. Under this premise, I issued the order to return. Yes, Akainu did go to sea with the fleet at that time. Because of this, he was so furious when he was repatriated halfway. 0. Hearing Sengoku's reasons and being called out for failing to complete the task, Akainu was even more furious. But he couldn't refute. After all, Marine executives almost knew about what happened to him and Garp in Hueco Mundo. He himself could not deny the fact that he was almost killed by one move. Although it was a sneak attack by the enemy, even if he said it, no one would believe his words. Failure is failure, and the loser has no chance to defend himself. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, but he lowered his head helplessly. Garp on the side patted him on the shoulder. This considerate gesture made him even more ashamed. Although the order to strengthen security has been issued before, from this point of view, we still lost the first battle on the Grand Line. No, it should be said that before we reacted, we had already suffered a disastrous defeat already. Sengoku went on to say, Alabasta, this is the first country and the first piece of land that the Lord of the Void Circle occupied on the Grand Line. I'm afraid this will become Marine's eternal shame. Quote, no. Akainu raised his head suddenly and said loudly. Akainu boy, Garp tried to stop him, but he didn't listen at all. I beg, personally lead the team, and retake Alabasta Jong. Chapter 123 Marine Chief Staff Officer, Crane's proposal. Akainu boy, please calm down. Garp stopped Akainu, the land was occupied, and I immediately wanted to take it back. Do you think this is a joke? This is war, a cruel war between two worlds. That's right, Sakazuki, you don't need to be so excited. I will bear the consequences for the failure of this battle, and no one will blame you. Sengoku said, Alabasta is a foregone conclusion, we have to take him back, but definitely not now. Right now, the most important thing is to further strengthen the defense to prevent the same thing from happening again. We must not lose an inch of land again. Akainu's expression was extremely ugly, his two eyebrows almost knit together. No, I think Sakazuki, 960, Admiral's words are not completely unfeasible. A female voice reached everyone's ears, and everyone looked at her, the woman known as Naval Headquarters Chief Staff Officer, Vice Admiral Crane. Suru, what do you mean? Sengoku asked. It's literally, I think Sakazuki's proposal can be tried. Suru said calmly. Xiaohei, what are you planning? Garp also asked. No, the opponent's strength is so strong that they can destroy cities and fleets in just an instant, so no matter what kind of strategy it is, it won't be easy to work, right? Crane said, I just have a question. Since the master of Hueco Mundo is so powerful, conquering a city in an instant, why don't you conquer all the sea in one go and take it as your own? Silence again. Everyone had this question vaguely in their hearts. Since the Lord of the Void Circle is so terrifying, and his subordinate Espada, who ranks in the top 5, is even far stronger than Admiral, why not take over the world in one go? I thought of two answers, he said unhurriedly. One is, maybe there is something in our world that scares them, or something is holding them back so they don't launch continuous attacks. Instead, the war was dragged on for a long time. Hearing this, the first thing that comes to mind in everyone's mind is the same, sea stone. As we all know, people with abilities who eat devil fruit will all be rejected by the sea. When they encounter seawater, they will be completely weak and lose their fighting ability. Sea stone, a mysterious mineral produced in a certain sea area, can be said to be the treasure of the sea. Crystal, it has the same properties as seawater. Once the demon fruit power approaches this stone, it will have the same effect as when it touches seawater. According to the reports sent up, the enemies, those so-called Void or Arankar, also have all kinds of special abilities. So I speculate, whether their abilities are also obtained from things like devil fruit, so they also have the weakness of being afraid of seawater and sea stone. Speaking of this, everyone present at the meeting couldn't hold back their admiration. As expected of Marine's great staff. It's amazing to be able to think of this. So the enemy's weakness has been discovered by us. Then you can seize this weakness and kill them. There was a lively discussion in the conference room, and the voice was full of hope. Cough cough, he covered his mouth and coughed twice. This is just my conjecture, whether it is true or not has yet to be verified. Then, what about the second possibility? As Marine Marshal, Sengoku was much calmer. He knows that too much hope will only lead to failure. The second possibility. Crane's expression became visibly gloomy. The master of Hueco Mundo is a complete war madman. He doesn't want to destroy the world in an instant, but wants to invade bit by bit, playing us with applause, making us live in the shadow of despair. He relishes the process. In another instant, the lively and hopeful discussion came to an abrupt end. Sad clouds climbed up everyone's face again. However, you don't need to be too desperate. Because no matter which of the two possibilities it is beneficial to us. He continued, what is the result of the tortoise and the hare? The arrogance of the master of the virtual circle is our biggest weakness. Chance. That's right, Garp said, we'll either use the sea stone on them, or we'll take advantage of them and kill them when they're slack. Crane Vice Admiral is right, both of these possibilities are in our favor. I hope it's still on the side of justice. Between a few words, the atmosphere was brought up again. So, let's get back to the story. Why do you agree with Sakazuki leading troops to retake Alabasta at this juncture? Sengoku asked. I'm based on the second possibility. Since the master of Hueco Mundo captured Alabasta without any effort, he won't cherish this easy loot too much. I mean, in his slack time here, quickly recapture Alabasta. But what if the master of Hueco Mundo is still in Alabasta? Zondian asked. So, I propose to let Sakazuki lead a small ship and go to Alabasta to investigate first. If the master of Hueco Mundo is still there, return immediately. Although Sakazuki's strength may not be able to defeat the master of the virtual circle, but after all, he is also one of the 3 admirals that we are proud of, and I believe he will do his best to cover the retreat of the entire army. He said, on the contrary, if there are only some ghosts guarding there, then report back immediately. At that time, the headquarters will send a large number of troops to recapture Alabasta in one fell swoop. The strength of Sakazuki Admiral is by no means inferior to Pelusolino Admiral and Kuzan Admiral, can also. Akainu looked at the crane with gratitude in his eyes. Sengoku pondered for a long time, and finally said, Marine Admiral Sakazuki, in 3 days, depart for Alabasta. Chapter 124 False Hope. 3 days later, Marine Headquarters at Marineford Port. Akainu boy, you have to remember that the purpose of this operation is to investigate, and you must not be carried away by anger. Garp spoke earnestly to Akainu who was about to go to sea at the port. Don't worry, I will wash away the shame we had in Hueco Mundo. Akainu was still bitter about his surprise attack at Hueco Mundo. He always felt that in the Battle of Impel Down, 2 of the 3 Marine admirals were sent to the front line to support, and even the Vice Admiral Garp was dispatched, but he was asked to stand by on the spot. This must be the senior management of Sengoku, and even the world government has begun to doubt his own strength. BD. Garp suddenly scolded, "I told you not to get carried away by anger, don't you understand me?" Among the 3 admirals who symbolize Marine's highest combat power, although Kizaru and Aokiji have different personalities, 05 is relatively lazy, but at least you can complete tasks normally and display your combat power in various situations. Only you, Sakazuki, are the most serious and responsible of the 3, and you are also the one who insists on marine justice the most. But you understand that it is this extreme sense of responsibility that will bring you disaster. Catastrophe. Akainu repeated these 2 words. People need to know how to be flexible, especially those who are in high positions like you, they must learn to be flexible. In this regard alone, Kizaru and Aokiji are better than you. Hearing this, Akainu couldn't help frowning. Look, you want to get angry after you say a few words. Garp also shook his head helplessly. No one in Marine doubts your strength, so you don't have to worry about that at all. As for the matter in Hueco Mundo, I also wrote a report to the top, explaining that you were attacked from behind by the enemy and lost your combat power instantly. So, don't have any psychological burden, just do a good job in the current investigation. As for the shame, of course there is a chance to let you wash, but not this time, understand? Akainu was silent for a while, then nodded. I understand. In this operation, I will put detection as the top priority and protect the lives of the 200 Marines on board. Very good. Garp patted Akainu on the shoulder and smiled. He turned around and looked at Sengoku and Crane behind him, and confirmed that there was no one else within 10 steps, so he stretched out his head and said to Akainu in a low voice. While there is a fair amount of sea stone on board, it must not be relied upon too heavily. After speaking, Garp laughed out loud again. Okay, let's see you off here, let's go. Akainu looked at Garp suspiciously, knowing that it was best not to ask anything. So, he turned around and stepped onto the battleship. A few minutes later, the battleship left the port and headed towards Alabasta at high speed. Garp stood at the port and looked at the battleship gradually disappearing on the sea level. Sengoku and Suru also stepped forward. What, you told Sakazuki? Suru laughed. Ah, at least, let Admiral of our army know the truth. Garp closed his eyes and wrote lightly. What kind of medicine are you selling in the gourd? Is the information about seastone accurate? Sengoku asked beside him. I'm afraid, it's just my conjecture. If seastone is really useful, it would be great. He sighed. Sure enough, you're lying, Sengoku said. After all, as the Marine Marshal, also known as the Resourceful General, it is impossible for Sengoku to be unaware of Crane's plan. Although we have not obtained any specimens, Shu's corpse will gradually decompose and disappear after death. However, based on limited information, it is not difficult to see that those monsters called Shu, as well as the strong men called Arankar or Espada, are basically they are creatures from another world. The source of their strength and ability should be completely different from Devil Fruit. Therefore, the idea of using seastone to curb their combat power is too fantastical. Crane said every word said. So, are you trying to deceive the Marine executives on purpose? Sengoku said. How can you say it's deception? Garp laughed. Xiaohei has been emphasizing that it's just her speculation. Hearing this, Sengoku also laughed. There is also an extraordinary tacit understanding among these 3 old comrades who joined Marine at the same time. Speaking of which, once your speculation was released, the Marine executives who attended the meeting 3 days ago were greatly encouraged. I believe this news will soon spread from top to bottom in Marine. Boost the morale of the entire Marine, said Sengoku. Isn't this the purpose of Xiaohei from the beginning? Yes. Crane's expression became dignified. Facing the overwhelming strength of the enemy, we have nothing to rely on. This is not acceptable. No matter what it is, Marine must have someone who can make them see hope. Something. Hope is the only thing that will bring us to victory, even if it is false hope. Then, Garp, why are you telling Sakazuki the truth? Soldiers need hope in order to fight. But Admiral, you must know the truth to lead soldiers to victory. Garp said word by word. On the sea, the warship where Akainu was on was beaten by the waves. Even though they knew they were going to Alabasta, where the enemies gathered, the Marines on the ship didn't have the slightest fear. Is that Alabasta really occupied by monsters? Don't worry, we have a lot of seastone on board. As long as we have these secret weapons, those monsters will lose their power and be slaughtered by us like babies. That's right. Besides, we have Akainu Admiral, one of the 3 Marine admirals, leading us, so nothing will happen. But at this moment, Akainu stood alone at the bow of the boat, looking at the undulating sea ahead. Don't rely too much on seastone. He thought over and over what Garp secretly told him before leaving, and a bad premonition haunted his heart. Sakazuki Admiral, front, what is that? At this time, a panicked voice suddenly came from behind Akainu. Chapter 125 Gideon. Admiral, clouds ahead. Akainu followed the sound and looked in the distance directly in front of the ship, where the sky was pitch black. From a distance, I thought it was a seagull blocking the view. But as the ship continued to sail, everyone discovered that there was no seabird at all, but endless darkness. The space between the sky and the sea is completely swallowed by darkness. Moreover, The dark space is getting bigger and bigger, not only because the ship is heading in that direction, but the darkness is gradually moving towards the ship. It was like a pitch-black monster trying to swallow the ship whole. Strange, it's morning, why did it start to get dark? How could it be dark? Look around, the sea is sunny and sunny today, but only that area is completely dark. Is that a cloud? Is there a storm coming? But I've never seen such a black cloud. The Marines on board began to restless. Could it be that the enemy has appeared? As the Lord of the Void Circle coming, the enemy came to intercept us. The sounds of panic and running were noisy. Although the ship was still some distance away from the darkness in Marine's heart had begun to spread rapidly. Give me peace. Akainu stood at the bow, unmoved by the situation in front of him. Dark clouds, just scare you like this. What a disgrace to Marine. With just a simple reprimand, the hundreds of people on board regained their chances in an instant, and no one dared to say another word. Our Marine is a man on the sea, why do we have to make a fuss when we see dark clouds? Follow my orders and continue to move forward. Immediately, all the flustered Marines returned to their respective posts, those at the helm, those on standby. The whole ship returned to its previous state as if it hadn't seen anything, and sailed towards the dark clouds. That dark cloud is weird, Akainu thought to himself. Although he ordered his subordinates to be calm, that was the attitude a commander should have. Facing this unusual situation, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. I hope the enemy didn't really come to intercept it. However, if it is not the enemy, a dark cloud of this size, could it be the legendary? Admiral, report, a huge ocean current is found ahead. The navigator shouted to Akainu from the mast. I have never observed such a large current. With the size of our ship, I am afraid I will be involved. Akainu looks dignified, looking ahead. No way, at this time, as expected, it's not an ordinary dark cloud, it's the cumulus cloud. Cumulus. Marine on the side heard Akainu say this, and couldn't help asking, then, what is that? It's a cloud piled up high in the sky, Akainu said, folding his arms. No matter how thick the pile is, it won't rain, and it won't generate air currents. It's like a fossil of a cloud. Clouds, fossils of clouds. Marine on the side was dumbfounded. Wow, Marine suddenly screamed, then, what is that? Look at the shadow over there. What kind of monster? Ah, I see it, in that shadow. What a gigantic monster. Monster, bigger than giants. Although the ship approached the cumulus cloud, a shadow suddenly appeared in the shadow of the cloud. The shadow was in the shape of a human, with the silhouette of a pair of wings behind it. The whole figure is with the head above the sky and the feet standing on the sea. Not to mention the giants, even the biggest sea kings can't catch up with such a figure. As a human being, seeing such a horrific sight, even a marine man who was born at sea was so shocked that he couldn't move. Yes, it's Manos Grande. I've heard that Manos Grande is such a gigantic thing. No, I've been to Impel Down, and even Manos Grande isn't that big. This must be another super monster we haven't seen. Scarier than Manos Grande. At this time, the calm sea under the sun had become rough, with huge waves beating on both sides of the ship, and the warship seemed powerless to fight back under the beating of the waves. What's even more strange is that among the waves of this scale, none of the Marines on board felt a single wind blowing, as if the waves were rolled up from the bottom of the sea. I can't do it, Admiral. If we continue to move forward, we will completely enter the huge current, and if we think about it at that time, I'm afraid. Akainu stood at the bow of the boat, and hadn't moved since just now. Compared with the flustered Marines, his heart is actually more turbulent. What should I do? Should I turn the bow and go back? Do I want to shame Marine again? No, I didn't even see the shadow of Alabasta, and I didn't even see the shadow of the enemy, just. However, if you don't return, once you rush into the cumulus clouds and the huge current, the hundreds of Marines on the whole ship may all be buried in the belly of the fish. In fact, if it was someone else, he would have ordered the ship to turn around long ago. But good Li Jiao happened to be Akainu, who was killed in one hit in Hueco Mundo and was eager to prove himself. Yes, as Garp had predicted, he was blinded by hatred. A moment of hesitation, the lives of the Tubai people may be buried in this moment of hesitation. Report Admiral, huge creatures were found in the right front of the ship. They are sea kings. Preliminary observations show that the size is at least 500 meters. The navigator shouted again on the mast. Left full string, turn the sailing angle. Akainu finally issued the order, but he still did not give the order to turn around and retreat, but just turned left. After receiving the order, the ship began to gradually turn to the left. It's bad, Admiral. The navigator's voice brought the bad news again. A wave opposite to the current in front is observed on the left front. It's a giant Uzumaki. Chapter 126 Giant Sea Kings. Damn it, is this forcing me to back down? Akainu gritted his teeth. In the front are cumulus clouds and huge ocean currents. The 500-meter-long Sea Kings was found on the right, and the giant Uzumaki appeared in the front left. It seems that the only safe direction is the rear. There were constant sounds of panic throughout the ship. There was a mess on the deck, and the Marines were running around in a hurry, seemingly performing their duties, but in fact, even they themselves didn't know what they were doing. Originally, although the situation was very dangerous, there were 200 strictly trained Marines on board, so it should be easy to deal with such a situation. But today is different from the past. After experiencing the battle with Shu, all Marines' hearts seemed to be cast with a shadow. The huge figure in the clouds, they suspected to be nothing. There is no wind but the churning waves, they suspect it is false. Even when they observed sea kings, they suspected it was false. In a way, the Lord of Hueco Mundo has invaded the world, has invaded the heart of every marine. The marines, who originally took it as their duty to uphold justice, have all become frightened birds, and they panic at the slightest sign of trouble. Even over the sea, in Marine's home court, they couldn't calm down to deal with what happened. The waves of more than 10 meters high kept beating against the hull of the ship, and the dark cumulus cloud in front was getting closer and closer, and the Poseidon more than 500 meters long on the right was still lying in ambush under the water. What's more, the boat has turned full port, and on the left, a bottomless Uzumaki is waiting for Shigu's first boat, Marine. Listen to me, all soldiers. Immediately, before Akainu finished speaking, the ship suddenly shook violently. A dull sound of dong came from the bottom of the sea, and everyone on the boat fell silent immediately. What? Something hit the bottom of the boat, a marine muttered under his breath. Boom! A huge water column suddenly rose from the stern of the ship, and the seawater poured down on every marine on board like a shower. All the people were soaked and stood there motionless, their gazes all focused on the same point. Sea kings. It's sea kings. The panicked roar immediately exploded. Even Akainu was overwhelmed by what he saw. In the direction of the stern, a huge snake-shaped sea king stuck its head out of the sea. It had a fierce look on its face, its scarlet eyes were staring at the marine ship, and in its wide-open mouth were rows of sharp, gleaming fangs, and 2 rows of sharp fins on both sides of its head, which flapped suddenly, squirming. The part of this head sticking out of the sea alone is bigger than the whole ship. Giant sea kings. The navigator stood at the highest place on the top of the mast, just at the eye level of the sea kings. Every scale of the sea kings could be seen clearly. He and the giant sea king's eyes collided with each other, his legs softened, and he sat down with a puff. There are 800. No, at least 1,000 meters long. 1,000 long Poseidon. Even marines who sail on the sea all year round rarely encounter such huge sea kings. This series of desperate scenes drove them completely into madness. Some of them shouted, some ran around, and some simply sat on the deck, their limbs limp and motionless. Give me peace. Akainu shouted with all his strength, but facing such despair, it was no longer something that could be solved with a single shout. A-hole. Saying that, Akainu raised his right hand. In an instant, fiery heat burst out from his fist, and the huge fist turned into a steaming magma stone. The sea water that slid down from sea kings fell like raindrops, and landed on Akainu's fist, making a sound of poo-way, and white smoke continued to be emitted. Beast, watch me finish you with one punch. And sea kings also seemed to hear Akainu's voice, opened its mouth wide, and roared towards the sky, and several marines on the ship went crazy amidst the roar. 0. Asking for flowers. The sea kings aimed at Akainu, no, it should be said aimed at the entire ship, and rushed over. Facing its bloody mouth, the whole ship was caged under the shadow of the minister. Kai, the flaming magma fist flew out of Akainu's hand, hitting the upper jaw of Sea King's mouth continuously. Sea King's upper jaw was punched with countless holes by the lava fist, and the screams of the giant beast resounded through the sky. However, his body is too large, even if his head is pierced, the huge and complex nerves in his body will keep him active for a period of time. But, hateful, Akainu was convinced that his lava had destroyed the Sea King's brains, but he opened his mouth wide and rushed at the ship from above. The whole ship will undoubtedly be swallowed whole by it. Huge shadows continued to come down from the top of the head, covering the entire ship. The shadows became thicker and thicker, and the surrounding light became less and less. In the end, there was only darkness in front of Akainu and all the crew members. We were swallowed by the Sea Kings. Wait for death, wait for death. The Marines, who were overly frightened, didn't even have the strength to scream, and collapsed on the deck one by one, waiting for their final moments. Is that the end? Akainu couldn't do anything. Although he killed the Sea Kings, he can be taken off the sea by the body of the Sea Kings. As a demon fruit power, he will undoubtedly die at the bottom of the sea. Just when everyone was desperate, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the darkness above their heads, and the range of that light gradually became larger, and the sky reappeared in front of everyone's eyes. We came out, saved. Akainu frowned, carefully analyzing the situation before him. The head of the Sea Kings was chopped off. Our ship passed through his mouth. Who the hell? Chapter 127 Neutra in Uzumaki. The falling head of the giant Sea Kings caused huge waves on the sea. The waves surrounded the battleship like a garland, and the sea current rushed to the surroundings, and at the same time hit the hull together. What happened? Are you saved? Haven't we been swallowed by the Sea Kings? Sea Kings also have the sky in their belly. Or am I dead? All Marine members were in a state of confusion, probably because they were so frightened that they lost their minds, and even lost their basic judgment. Give me calm down. Akainu glared at the sky. At this time, his order finally worked. After the Marines recovered from the shock, they realized that there was something more terrifying than Sea Kings, John Akainu. The Sea King's head was severed, so my ship went in through his mouth and came out through the cut in his throat. You see, the Marines followed the direction pointed by Akainu, and sure enough, there were hundreds of meters of sea rolling with waves 05, and the winding and huge Sea King's body was gradually sinking into the bottom of the sea in the waves. Who on earth can do such a thing? Akainu didn't have time to think about it. Because after turning to the left full string just now, the ship has already sailed towards the huge Uzumaki. And after all the troubles of Sea Kings, the vortex in the ship is getting closer and closer. Admiral, what to do? We have entered Uzumaki's gravitational circle. At this time, I may have turned around. The navigator who regained his senses from the panic quickly reported to Akainu. My god, Uzumaki, Uzumaki, I've never seen such a big Uzumaki. Uzumaki who was bigger than the Sea Kings just now. Marine, who had just regained her sanity, fell into a panic again. At this time, the giant Uzumaki has appeared in front of the crew. Even Akainu was taken aback by the sheer size of Uzumaki. I'm afraid it's more than 2 kilometers in diameter, no, maybe 3 kilometers. Thinking about it carefully, the giant Sea Kings just now may have been attracted by the suction of this giant Uzumaki. Full speed ahead, Akainu roared suddenly. All the terrified eyes on the boat were fixed on him instantly. Full speed ahead, Akainu repeated. But Admiral, the Uzumaki in front, if we go full speed, don't we let us die? What nonsense. It's too late to turn around now. Go full speed, follow Uzumaki's direction, use his rotation force, and pass him over the edge. Hearing Akainu's explanation, the crew all smiled, as if they saw the hope of life again. All of them were thinking in their hearts, Admiral is worthy of it. The entire marine ship slowly increased its speed to the maximum. Facing the giant Uzumaki, although the crew believed in Akainu's order very much, they had to be frightened as tiny humans. The cumulus cloud on the right is getting closer, and the huge figure in the dark and thick clouds is clearly discernible. It's just that facing the Uzumaki marines in front of them, they have no time to match there. Only Akainu, the only one who was not attracted by Uzumaki in front of him, kept thinking about cumulus cloud beside him. Could the legend be true? I have never encountered this series of situations. All these signs are very consistent with the legend I have heard. Please, please, I have to hurry to Alabasta, even if there are countless people in the sea who are eager to go to that legend, but I don't want to run into it at all now. Akainu muttered silently in his heart. Ha, why didn't you just say thank you to your savior and leave? A sharp, mocking cry suddenly reached the ears of every marine. What? This voice. Akainu was all too familiar with this voice. He looked up, and all the marines also raised their heads together. Above their heads, the giant double moon scythe, is the 5th Espada, Neutra Gilga. At this moment, he was floating in the air, with a sickle on his shoulders, his eyes narrowed, and a mocking smile on his face. The dark cumulus clouds in the distance are perfect for his background, and the occasional lightning flashes in the clouds make his chilling smile look even more creepy. At such a time, Akainu frowned. I thought there would be a good prey on a ship sailing in this environment. I didn't expect. Neutra narrowed his eyes. Isn't this the guy who was killed in one move in Hueco Mundo? Ha 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 ha. UBD. Saying that, Akainu raised his fist, and the giant lava fist flew towards Neutra. Akainu also recognized Neutra. He had seen this face when he went to Hueco Mundo with Garp, and it was one of his most humiliating memories. Neutra dodged easily and avoided the oncoming magma. I saw him jumping forward, stepping on it, and stepping on the deck firmly. The marine around has not figured out the situation yet. In the case of Uzumaki 643 before and after the sea current, who was the man standing in the air who suddenly appeared? Puff. Neutra flicked the double moon sickle on his shoulder, drawing a circle. In an instant, the dozens of marines surrounding him fell into a pool of blood. Ah, monster, monster. The crowd broke out in panic again. Don't be noisy. Neutra roared first. If it weren't for me, you would have been swallowed by the monsters in the sea. I just killed you guys out of boredom, what's the fuss about? Hearing Neutra's ridiculous theory, no one in marine resisted. In the face of his terrifying strength, any resistance will only lead to death. Espada, is it? Akainu said. Why is it here? It's just boring. Neutra licked his lips. It was only after I came to this world that I realized that the guys here are all weak waste. I can't prove my strength to His Majesty at all. I just saw it in this strange weather. I wanted to try my luck on this ship, but unfortunately, HMPH, my luck is really bad. You are actually a piece of trash on board. Chapter 128 Magma vs. Double Moon. Showdown in the storm. Base. The huge scythe hit Akainu's lava fist, and sparks flew everywhere in an instant. You and I went back and forth on the two decks, making the sound of blades colliding with rocks. Admiral, we're about to enter Uzumaki. The navigator shouted. The huge Uzumaki has sucked the entire ship tightly, and it is still unknown whether the ship can use Uzumaki's screw force to throw Uzumaki out as Akainu planned. And the pitch-black cumulus cloud has come to the side. The sunny sea and sky have long since disappeared, and all that can be seen are dense dark clouds, churning waves, and water droplets that are constantly falling from the sky, whether it is rain or sea water. Boom boom boom. Thunder and lightning flashed in the dark, and the collision of flames and sickles on the deck was not inferior to the lightning in the sky. Akainu couldn't hear the navigator's report at all, and there was only one person in his eyes at this time, which was Neutra, who was waving a sickle in front of him and was attacking him. This man who brought himself humiliation at Hueco Mundo. Even if Garp warned him before leaving, he must put the completion of the task as the top priority and not be blinded by hatred. But Akainu couldn't help but attack Neutra recklessly. As long as you hit him, as long as you defeat this man, even if you don't go to Alabasta, you can wipe out your own shop. Dark Hound. Suddenly, Akainu's entire arm turned into a lava form, which spewed out quickly. This sudden quick attack surprised Neutra for 1/10 of a second, and during this 1/100th of a second of hesitation, the attack hit his chest. Shout, have the temperature and speed increased. Neutra spat in disdain and flicked his chest. Qian's ashes. What? Hit by my dark hound, it didn't even scratch the skin. Before Akainu had time to be surprised, the huge scythe was already swung at him. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, he had to use shave to quickly retreat dozens of steps. When he stood still, he saw Neutra standing on the spot, carrying a huge double moon sickle, sticking out his unusually long tongue, licking his lips. The weird smile on his face made everyone present feel uncomfortable from the bottom of their hearts, even terrified. What? On this guy's tongue? Akainu saw the number 5 on Neutra's tongue. HMPH, that's right, this is my number in Espada. Neutra smiled evilly. So you're the Espada, Neutra Gilga who defeated Mahawk in Windmill Village. HMPH, did that swordsman still escape? He even passed on the information. This really doesn't look like what a swordsman did. Neutra said disdainfully. This is not surprising. Akainu thought to himself. According to the intelligence, this guy named Neutra killed Mahawk with almost no injuries. Being able to not get hurt by the sword of the world's #1 swordsman must have an extraordinary defensive power, and my dark hound did not scratch the skin, which now seems reasonable. UBD, why did you kill that sea kings and save us? Akainu shouted angrily. Huh, are you an idiot? Neutra showed an incomprehensible expression. If that monster eats you, wouldn't I not be able to enjoy fighting with you? Monster, Akainu murmured. Ha ha ha, people in your world are really interesting. Neutra laughed. It seems that you are all the same, you like to call people who are stronger than you, monsters, right? That swordsman before, and you too. Do you not talk about anything other than monsters? Or are you all cowards, and you will only fight back with your mouth when you see a strong man? Just use your body to find the answer. Akainu roared, raised his flaming fist, and aimed at Neutra. Numerous lava fists flew towards him, and Neutra held up his sickle to block them one by one. But every time he blocked a shot of lava, 2 shots of lava would follow. Hey, are you really an idiot? Neutra blocked Akainu's lava with ease, and said, although I'm a fighting madman, I also know how to observe the surrounding situation before I do it. Can this ship really withstand your intensive indiscriminate attack? As a fist of lava flew out, Akainu also stepped on, shaved, and came to Neutra. Dark Hound. Boom. The fist of lava flew towards Neutra's eyes, and instantly exploded from the inside. All of a sudden, thick smoke rose and sparks scattered. As the water droplets continued to fall, the sound of poo-way can be heard endlessly. Cut. Small tricks. In the thick smoke, Neutra felt murderous aura around him. Countless fiery fists flew more densely towards Neutra amidst the thick smoke, and Neutra had no choice but to dodge passively. I'm really upset. In this weather, with this kind of boat, I don't dare to use my full strength. As long as I slash with force, the boat will probably be split into 2 and fall into the bottom of the sea. Li Jiao, then the opponent I found so hard can no longer please me. Neutra dodged while thinking. Therefore, the movement is much slower, but even if he is hit by a few lava fists, such an attack cannot cause any damage to him. Suddenly, he felt his waist tighten, and looked down. His waist was bound by some kind of chain. When the thick smoke dissipated, he saw that 6 Marines were pulling 3 iron chains and spinning around him continuously, and the 3 chains were firmly around his waist. This kind of thing will work for me. Neutra showed disgust, but to his surprise, smiles appeared on the faces of those 6 unknown soldiers. HMPH, let's taste the taste of seastone chains. Marine laughed. Chapter 129. The attack is invalid. The strongest steel skin. Boom boom boom. Lightning continued to flash across the looming cumulus cloud, and more raindrops fell from the sky. The marine ship has completely driven into the rapidly rotating super-large Uzumaki. Although the horsepower has been fully activated, it still has not broken out of the vortex and continues to rotate inside the Uzumaki. Are people in your world all idiots? Neutra narrowed his eyes, and waved the double moon side lightly in a circle. The sound of the air being split reached the ears of the 6 Marines who were pulling the seastone iron chain, and at the same time, there was the sound of the iron cone shattering and their own bodies being cut in 2. Seastone. How could, useless. The smug smiles froze on their faces, and they didn't understand why the seastone didn't work until the end. Plop, plop, 6 people fell into a pool of blood one after another, and their gurgling blood was quickly washed away by the storm. No. It's useless. Seastone is useless against these monsters. The officers have lied to us. 290. Seeing this scene, the only hope in the hearts of the Marines was also broken along with the seastone iron chain. It's really the same as what Garp said, seastone is more. Akainu couldn't help but turn livid. Will this kind of thing be useful to me? Idiot human. Neutra laughed wildly. Then there is no way. Akainu sighed and lowered his head. His right hand gradually glowed red, and in an instant, his real arm turned into flaming magma. Oh, it seems that your ability is to control magma, right? Then you are also a devil fruit ability user. Neutra said. Akainu ignored it. His right hand continued to burn. And, over time, his lava arms have lost their arm shape. The huge, indescribable shape has lost its proportion to the body, and it looks like a flaming vicious dog from a distance. Arankar, you said that I don't know how to see the surrounding situation, so I launched an attack regardless of this ship. The red AFEB dog whispered, I'm really sorry, the dark hound that entertained you just now is my favorite weak tricks. Ha 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 ha, interesting, human. Neutra laughed, then this move is stronger than before. Don't let me down. Neutra opened his arms and bared his chest, making a provocative gesture to take Akainu's move head on. Will it disappoint you? Just use your body to feel it. Akainu raised his head suddenly, raised his huge lava fist that looked like a vicious dog, stepped on, shaved, and ran towards Neutra. The blazing lava streaked across the air in the raindrops, making the sound of the raindrops being evaporated wherever they went, and billowing white smoke, like the anger of a vicious dog. The dog gnaws the red lotus. The lava dog aimed at Neutra's chest, and hit it straight through with a force of penetration. Too slow, human. Neutra raised the double moon sickle high, aimed at Akainu and chopped it down. In an instant, under the attack of the scythe, Akainu's body was split into two from the left shoulder to the right abdomen, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Is it only to this extent? I saw Akainu's stump fell on the deck, and the rain hit his lava arm, and white smoke came out of, puff puff puff. Strangely, raindrops fell on other parts of his body, and white smoke continued to be emitted. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Akainu's body turned into crimson magma, and quickly solidified, turning into a pool of rocks. Die, Arankar. Before Neutra had time to turn around, the huge lava fist hit his body. Boom. Huge sparks and splashing lava fragments popped out of Neutra's body. Akainu's lava arm seemed to be suddenly ignited when it hit him. A raging fire ignited with a boom, completely igniting his entire body devour. Neutra's slender body was instantly ignited and flew out with white smoke, and was smashed to the deck. So, did this trick let you down? Monster. Akainu panted heavily, the magma on his arm gradually disappeared, and turned back into a human hand again. FK. Kill it. As expected of Sakazuki Admiral. Kill the enemy with one move. The Marines cheered when they saw Neutra lying motionless on the other side of the deck, engulfed in flames. But before they could react, the moment of cheering was terminated. Is this the only level? Human beings. What? Akainu's eyes widened. The flames on Neutra's body were gradually extinguished, and his slender body stood up from the deck. The clothes on his upper body were almost completely burnt, but his bare upper body didn't suffer a single burn. Use the magma clone to distract me, and then attack from behind. Neutra sneered, I'm not against sneak attacks, as long as you can kill the enemy, it's commendable. But, you see, even if I sneak attack you, I won't be able to cause any harm to me. Even the dog gnawed at the red lotus. As expected, it's the same as what the intelligence said, this incident can defeat Mahawk without any injuries. Okay, even if I let you sneak attack you, it's only to this extent, I don't want to fight with you anymore. Neutra raised his scythe and pointed it at Akainu, a beast about to swallow its prey. The next blow, I will give you and this ship together. Before Neutra finished speaking, he suddenly felt something strange. Akainu also had the same feeling almost at the same time. What's going on? The rain stopped. The huge waves also weakened. Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Akainu wondered. Big Admiral Uzumaki stopped suddenly, shouted the navigator standing on the mast. No, Neutra sensed the abnormality with Arankar's probing nerves, something is coming. Chapter 130 Soaring Sea Current. What's going on? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Everyone on board, including Akainu and Neutra, had the same question in their minds. Even though there were strong winds and torrential rain just now, why did the air seem to freeze all of a sudden, and I couldn't feel a trace of airflow? Is it the ability of this monster? Akainu stared at Neutra fiercely. Neutra, on the other hand, rolled her slender eyes quickly, using Arankar's probing nerves to sense the wind and grass around her. What's coming? A huge force is attacking this ship. Neutra suddenly grinned and roared, Ha! There is a stronger guy coming. Come out for me. Don't hide and hide, come and have a good fight with me. No, it doesn't look like this guy did it. Akainu heard Neutra's crazy provocation, and ruled out his suspicion, then, it can't be. The legendary Golden Land, could it be? Admiral, report Admiral. The navigator shouted again from the mast, the giant Uzumaki is gone. In the blink of an eye. We were obviously pulled into the center of Uzumaki by it, but it disappeared in an instant. As the navigator said, the sea is as calm as a mirror now. The sea current disappeared, Uzumaki disappeared, and the violent wind and rain did not know when it would stop. Only the darkness of cumulus clouds enveloped the surrounding area. It's great, I'm finally out of dangerous situation. It's a miracle, Uzumaki that big pulled us in, I didn't think we were dead. Uzumaki disappeared in an instant, there must be something weird. That's right, don't be too happy too early, maybe. I said, did you hear anything? You said that, just now because Uzumaki disappeared suddenly, I felt very quiet. Once my ears got used to the silence, I heard some small voices. Also, I don't know if it's my illusion. It's dark all around, but I feel a little hot. I also feel a little. This moment of tranquility didn't last long, and the Marines on both sides burst into terrified cries again. Hey, Uzumaki didn't disappear, it sank to the bottom of the sea. Following his shout, the calm sea surface suddenly rose rapidly like a balloon, forming a semicircle on the sea surface. And this marine ship just happened to be on this bulging semicircle. It's going to explode. The sea is going to explode. The crew shouted, it really is that one. Akainu said as he stood firm. Ha, it's finally here. My knife is already trembling. Neutra was still screaming madly. Boom. Suddenly, a huge cylindrical column of water rushed up from the bottom of the sea. The loud sound was deafening, and the 200-person marine ship was like a grain of fine sand with invisible outlines in front of the suddenly rising water column. The water column continued to rush towards the sky, and the stamina kept beating against the bottom of the ship, showing no signs of weakening. Soon, the huge water column rising from the sea passed through the pitch-black cumulus clouds, passed through the thick clouds, and reached the sky. It is said that on islands dozens of kilometers away, some people also witnessed this giant water column. And because of the cumulus cloud, the residents on the island couldn't see the internal situation clearly. They saw a long cylindrical shape soaring into the sky, just like a giant dragon rising from the sea and flying up to the sky. The boat on the top of the water column was always just a tiny boat, and under the huge impact, the boat slid from the top to the side of the water column. The whole ship is vertical at 90 degrees, tightly attached to the water column, and keeps rising along with the impact of the water column. But at this time on the boat, because the hull was vertical at 90 degrees, everyone was holding on to whatever they could grab. Even Akainu had to hold on to the cable to keep from being thrown out of the boat. Only Neutra created the footholds of spirit particles on the soles of his feet and stood vertically in the air. Hey, I thought it was an interesting guy, but I didn't expect it to be just an ocean current. Neutra was full of dissatisfaction. However, it's really spectacular. Does this world also have such interesting things? Very good, then go to the sky to see, take a look. Maybe there are stronger guys above the clouds. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. What? The screams continued to reach Akainu's ears, and he was already struggling to hold on to the cable. Looking from a distance, small black spots were thrown out of the boat one after another. Falling from the altitude of several thousand meters, even if it lands on the sea, it is almost the same as falling on the concrete ground. Without exception, those marines that fell would all be smashed to pieces. Admiral, the boat is floating. If this continues, the whole boat will be thrown out of the water column. Just after the report, the navigator was also thrown far away from the ship because he did not hold on to the mast in his hand. What is that? Marine cried. At this critical moment, a huge long object was suddenly thrown out from the water ancestor above the head. Yes, it's Sea Kings. It's the dead Sea Kings just now. My God, it's so big. Facing the 1,000-meter long Sea Kings, even though it had been beheaded to death, its body was thrown directly from the top of its head like this, which still made all the marines on the boat sweat. It's so dangerous. If it hits you head on, even if you don't fall, you will be smashed to pieces. Listen to me, everyone. Akainu yelled loudly. This sea current is produced by the explosion of geothermal heat and steam at the bottom of the sea. You can feel it. There is a scalding wind blowing from below. Hearing Akainu's words, the marines couldn't help feeling with their bare arms. Indeed, there is a heat wave in the air. Song was because they panicked too much and didn't feel that the market was over. It turns out that it's because of this that I feel a little hot down there. All obey my orders. Akainu then yelled, moving man. Go and raise all the sails for me. Chapter 131 Humanity's Greatest Weapon. Hearing Akainu's order, dozens of brave and fearless marines crawled hard on the vertical 90-degree deck. They climbed under the mast, and all of them tried their best together, even using their own weight, to hold on to the cables and raise the giant sail high. Boys, give me more power. Saying that, Akainu let go of his hand, jumped vertically on the deck, and grasped the canvas cable. The lives of the entire crew are in our own hands. Roar. Hearing Akainu's encouragement and seeing Admiral take action, all the marines holding on to the canvas cheered up and dragged the cable down desperately. Full sail. Admiral, the ship is flying to the sky. All of you concentrate on the 430 gods. Don't let anyone go. Akainu tied the cable around his waist and continued to shout, just follow this ocean current and let the wind blowing up from below blow on the sails. We can go anywhere. Roar. Have you heard of the legend of the Golden Land? Little ghosts. Akainu suddenly shouted. The marines grabbed the cables in their hands and looked at Akainu in unison. This soaring sea current is the only way to go to the Golden Land. As long as you get there, the gold everywhere is inexhaustible, and you can take as much as you want. Ha 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 ha. So hold on to the cable for me, one by one go to the Golden Country. Big Admiral, shouted a marine, we don't want any gold. That's right, Admiral, you don't need to use gold to motivate us, we just want to live now, and live with our companions. That's right, gold or no gold, we'll hang on to the cable to the death. Humph, these brats. Akainu lowered his head, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and whispered, it seems that I underestimated your consciousness. There was another burst of cheering on the boat. Seeing this scene, the frightened crew members were also encouraged one after another, and they scrambled to climb towards the cable. Although there were still people being thrown out of the boat, none of them flinched or turned back. There is only one thing in everyone's eyes, and that is the cable. As long as you grab him, you can protect your companions. Call. Neutra looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help taking a sip. A moment ago, everyone on the boat was still terrified in front of him. But at this time, when faced with the soaring ocean current, these weak human beings seemed to be unable to see him. Climb to the cable one after another. Weak human beings, can they survive only by curling up? Dead monster. At this time, a marine holding the cable heard Neutra's words, suddenly glared at him and cursed. You monster doesn't understand anything at all. What qualifications do you have to blame as humans? That's right, you monster. Just take a good look there, we'll go over and knock you down in a while. There were more Marines yelling at Neutra. You are the coward, you, who float in the air with magic, have no right to laugh at us. Neutra's eyes widened suddenly when he heard the insulting words. What did you say? Boom. A false bullet popped out of his hand, and the bodies of the 2 Marines were instantly torn apart and flew out of the ship. Monster, monster. The remaining Marines did not flinch from the death of their companions. They continued to hold the cable in their hands, and cursed at Neutra more fiercely. Dead monster, monster, we humans will not bow to you monsters. The Marine closed his eyes tightly with hot tears streaming from his eyes. That's right, our world will never fall into your hands. Even if the ship flies into the sky, we will knock you down in the sky. Neutra looked incredible. Why? What happened to these human beings? They were so frightened just now, why are they all? Sakazuki Admiral, it's an honor to join Marine. Ah, me too, Admiral, I can die with you. Sakazuki Admiral, the Marines cried and shouted with all their might. Hey, Akainu yelled at Neutra, did you hear that? Monster, the cries of these Marines. You guys, Neutra himself didn't notice, the expression on his face was already extremely ugly. This is the cry of the masters of this world. Akainu continued to roar, it is you ghosts who should be terrified. Hear it, tremble, this is the frightening thing about human beings. They will be defeated by the power of human beings. This is the greatest weapon of human beings. The air seemed to stand still suddenly. Courage, Akainu's voice resounded through the sky, and even the 1,000-meter ocean water column seemed fragile in front of this shout. The greatness of human beings lies in this endless courage. You heartless monsters want to conquer this world and this sea. Stop wishful thinking. Amid Akainu's roar, the surviving Marines on the ship also roared one after another. Neutra's hands began to tremble slightly. He had never experienced such a feeling. It's not fear, it's not anger. It was difficult for him to understand the behavior of the Marines, and it was even more difficult for him to understand his own mood at this time. This feeling of burning with anger, this feeling of blood boiling all over the body, this feeling of beating violently in the place where the heart has been lost. Go back to your world. Tell your master of Hueco Mundo. Sooner or later we will drive you out of our world, sooner or later you monsters will be wiped out. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. All the Marines followed Akainu and laughed heroically. This laughter echoed in the giddy cloud for a long time, and passed directly to the clouds. Chapter 132 7,000 meters high. Reach the White Sea, stupid humans. For some reason, after hearing the cry of 1,000 people in Akainu, Neutra's mood was as calm as a mirror. Speaking like this can only prove that you are ignorant of power. In the face of His Majesty's power, what use is your tiny courage? Enjoy your last hope, human beings. Pulled by the updraft and sea current, the boat was constantly rising, and it was about to rush out of the cumulus clouds and into the clouds that could not be seen by the eyes. Admiral, it's not good. The mast is making a strange sound. Marine, who was holding the mast, reported. Oops, Akainu said secretly in his heart. Such a huge ship now depends on the geothermal wind blowing from below to drive the canvas upwards. Even if the canvas is fine, such a long unconventional voyage way, the mast will not be able to hold up. Admiral, the cable is about to break. The root here is also. It's almost unbearable. One by one, the cables have begun to snag and break. Although 05 Marines are holding on to it, many people's hands have already become bloody. Once the mast and cable are broken, all previous efforts will be lost. Akainu understood all this in his heart, and he kept looking overhead, visually measuring the distance between the clouds and the boat. It's coming soon. It's coming, just hold on. Admiral, the front is blocked by clouds. I can't see the situation clearly. The hull is about to hit the clouds. It is estimated that there are still 10 seconds to make direct contact with the clouds. 8 seconds, 6 seconds, 4 seconds, 3, equals, quote, exclamation mark quote. Boom. With a muffled thought, the hull rushed directly into the clouds. In an instant, everyone felt as if they had fallen into the sea and felt unable to breathe. Marine, who was holding the cable, suddenly lifted his hand less heavily, and a burst of buoyancy pushed them upwards. And the other Marines who were not holding anything were floating around as if they were on the bottom of the sea, dancing and grabbing anything that could be caught around them. As this, the bottom of the sea, or, Akainu also held his breath, watching the surroundings nervously. Neutra on the side stretched out an arm to cover his mouth and nose, using the explosive power of the Lingzi under his feet, he swam straight up like a fish. Ha ha ha, sure enough, there are unknown secrets in this sky. Neutra swam quickly, thinking in his heart, there must be stronger guys here. Wait for me, I'm coming. At this time, everyone on board, including Akainu, was on the verge of losing consciousness. If you don't leave this sea again, your breath will. When the people on board regained consciousness again, the entire ship was already floating on the sea. Akainu struggled to get up, sat on the deck, and pressed his temples hard. He looked around, and almost all the Marines were lying on the deck. The air here is very thin. Even I am a bit reluctant, others are even more. He took a deep breath. Is it true that you have reached the White Sea? Legend has it that the Sea of Clouds at an altitude of 7,000 meters from the ground did not expect to exist for real. Akainu sat down again and waited for a while. After all, he was the only one awake on a ship, and he couldn't do anything. Wow, we're floating on the clouds. The shouts came, and the Marines were blessed one after another. Big Admiral, we're at, don't panic, we're on the White Sea. It's safe now. Although Akainu said so, he was also very uncertain. White Sea, Sky Island, these are legends above the sea. Although he had heard about it, he really didn't know what to do when he was there. Where should I sail now? Is there any land around? How to return to the sea? Countless questions flooded Akainu. And, most importantly, where did the fifth Espada Neutra go? Big Admiral, the sea ahead. No, there are people on the clouds. What? Akainu hurried to the fence. The first thing that came to his mind was Neutra. If Neutra provoked another fight in this place, the ship would be lost. It is even more difficult to return to the world below. He was relieved when the floating man was brought up. It wasn't Neutra. But at the same time, doubts emerged from the bottom of my heart. Who is this bearded old man in armor? Quote. Quote. The old man opened his mouth slightly and let out a groan. Hey, are you awake? Akainu patted his chest and lifted him up. Oh my god, we're really in the sky. We are Marine. The Marine recruit on the side said 277 impatiently. Sky Knight. Everyone looked suspicious. Unknown. What does that guy look like? Akainu felt a little uneasy. I am Gonfall, the Knight of the Sky. The old man sat up with difficulty and coughed twice in pain. Akainu asked seriously. As soon as his voice came out, the noise around suddenly stopped. The guy is dressed in white, has long black hair, and has a giant double moon scythe in his hand. The Marines let out loud exclamations. Who are you, Neutra? That guy really followed. Marine. The old man looked at their faces suspiciously. Are you from Qinghai? Ah. The old man coughed twice. Yes, Qinghai people are the general term for people who live under the clouds. This is Baihai, which is 7,000 meters above Qinghai. Qinghai. Where is this place? Cough cough. Who are you? 7 to 7 kilometers. Why are you floating on the sea? Akainu asked again. The old man was attacked by an unknown guy just now. I'm ashamed to say that it was just a moment. Gonfall lowered his head as he said. Chapter 133. Come on. Sky Island. Mr. Gonfall. Akainu said. Can you tell me where Neutra went? Neutra. Gonfall said tremblingly. Is that the guy with the double moon scythe? Yes, I still don't know what's going on above this sea of clouds, but the guy who attacked you is very dangerous. Wait, Admiral, are you going to chase that monster? Marine on the boat asked hastily. Maybe it's bad to say, but our goal is to go to Alabasta to investigate, not to chase that guy named Neutra. Is this what Marines should say? Akainu let out an angry roar, and all the Marines around stood up in fright. That Neutra, those voids, invaded our entire world. Whether it is Alabasta or the legendary Sky Island, they are all part of our world. The enemy is right in front of us, how can we retreat without a fight? Although Akainu said it righteously, he knew very well in his heart that aside from Marine's justice, he did have a selfish attachment, and he was obsessed with avenging that one arrow. Invasion. This world. Gonfall looked puzzled. Ah, you are a resident of this Sky Island, right? This Sky Island is far away in the sky, and you must not know the situation on the ground. The world below is being invaded by a group of monsters from other worlds. They said they would conquer our entire world. With all due respect, if we don't stop them here, I'm afraid this Sky Island will be discovered by them sooner or later, and sooner or later, the flames of war will spread to this cloud. The flames of war have been burning on Sky Island for more than 400 years. Gonfall muttered under his breath. What did you say? No, nothing. Do you want to know where the guy named Neutra is? Yes, if possible, please tell us the terrain here. Terrain. Hee. As you can see, this Baihai Sea is an endless sea of clouds. And Sky Island is still above this Baihai Sea at an altitude of 3,000 meters. In other words, it is a full 10,000 kilometers away from Qinghai where you live. There is only one passage leading to the Baihai Sea, and that is the direction that Neutra is going. Gonfall said seriously. Where is it? Akainu was impatient. The gates of heaven. Heaven. Sure enough, we are actually dead, already in heaven. This is all an illusion. The Marines erupted into a commotion. Look ahead. Gonfall pointed to the front of the boat, where besides countless cotton candy-like clouds and an endless sea of clouds, there was also a huge white waterfall flowing down from a higher place. It's at the bottom of the waterfall. There is the gate of heaven to Baihai. Is it there? Akainu said solemnly. Okay, let me sail towards that waterfall at full speed. Yes. Although they didn't know the situation, the Marine who survived on the ship still kept the tradition of soldiers and obeyed. After sailing for about 30 minutes, the Marine ship came to the bottom of the Cloud Falls, which is the only entrance to Sky Island in the sky of Gonfall, the gate of heaven. The gate of the kingdom of heaven, is it so dilapidated? Looking from a distance, someone in Marine has already raised doubts. I saw the entrance of the gate of heaven in ruins, like the ruins of ancient Greek stone buildings. But the ruins of the building look quite new, it doesn't look like it was made a long time ago. Heaven, the gate of the kingdom of heaven was. Gonfall opened his eyes wide, the guy with the sickle really came here. Akainu also heard the ins and outs of the matter from Gonfall. Neutra has gone to Sky Island. The boat gradually entered the entrance cautiously from the ruins of the gate of heaven. Looking from the inside, the gate of heaven looks like a station platform or an indoor yard. As soon as the words fell, the whole ship quickly moved towards the luffy of the cloud under the hunchback of the express shrimp. And the speed was getting faster and faster, and everyone on board, including Akainu, had to hold on to the railing. It's a trap, the old lady. In the shadows, a pained and sinister expression appeared on Amazon's scarred face. As he said that, from the clouds below the hull, two huge pincers suddenly stretched out, clamping the hull tightly. Wow, what a monster. Admiral, there's someone there. As he said, Gonfure pointed to the sky, and Akainu and his group looked along, where there was a winding sky path paved by clouds, leading to the clouds above the head, with no end in sight. Although I don't know who you are, but, please hurry up and stop that guy with the scythe. Amazon said, I saw a thin old lady lying on the platform with scars all over her body. That guy has already gone up from here. I don't know what kind of monster he is, but he knows how to fly. #heaven, Sky Knight. Are you guys still alive? Take the sickle, it really is Noitra. Akainu thought to himself. No. Don't panic, said Gumpfall. This is a specialty of the White Sea, the express shrimp. As long as it holds the boat, we'll be crossing Heaven's Gate to the White Sea in no time. Hi Jay, you guys, as well as the monsters just now, will all be turned into barbecue meat under the sanction of heaven. Gonfure didn't answer, and it looked like he wasn't friendly with Amazon. The old lady Amazon lay on the ground, raised her head with difficulty, and said in a weak voice. The boat was caught by a monster. Qian Lihao, the Marines panicked. That's Amazon, the janitor here. Gonfall said, has she been knocked down too? Chapter 134 Win over Sky Island. Crane's idea, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Knock, knock. There was a quick knock on the door of Sengoku's office. Also in the room are Garp and Crane. Come in. A Marine walked into Sengoku's office with a stack of documents. What's the matter? Is it possible that something has been invaded again? After the fall of Alabasta, everyone in Marine, including Marshal Sengoku, was in a panic under the highly tense nerves. No, here is a report about a shipwreck. Marine was a little nervous in the aura of the three Marine executives. Do you need to report the shipwreck to the Marshal? Sengoku, you are really busy. Garp laughed. Stop kidding, Garp. Listen to the report first, Sengoku said. Yes. Marine saluted. At the midpoint of the straight line distance between Naval Headquarters and Alabasta, a rare meteorological phenomenon was observed. Upon hearing Alabasta, everyone present tensed up. That's not Akainu's, Crane muttered beside a 350. According to eyewitness reports from nearby islands, a very rare cumulus cloud phenomenon first appeared near this sea area, and at the same time, huge currents and uzumaki were also generated on the sea surface. The giant sea kings, Gideon. Hearing this, Garp felt that something was wrong. Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Then a giant water column suddenly burst out from the bottom of Uzumaki. It is said that the water column was several kilometers long and rushed directly into the sky of the cumulus cloud. Are there any ships nearby? Sengoku asked in a suddenly raised voice. Yes. Some eyewitnesses said that at that time, in the current, a Marine ship. Marine's voice is getting smaller and smaller. Obviously, this is the focus of this report. Report to me the position of all Marines' ships at that time. Let me sort it out now. Sengoku yelled. It's been sorted out. Marine took out another document from his armpit. According to the sorted information, there was only one Marine ship in that sea area at that time. Needless to say, Sengoku also knew what was next on the document. Silence, a long silence. In this suffocating silence, the reporting Marine even broke out in sweat from his forehead. Okay, is there anything else to report? Sengoku pressed his temple and asked in a weary voice. No more. You go back first. Yes. Hearing this sentence, Marine was relieved and left Sengoku's office in 3 steps. With a bang, the office door was shut. After this sound, there was another suffocating silence. Why is it there? Sengoku stood up suddenly, slammed his hands on the desk, and finally burst out uncontrollably. Ridiculous. Those unrealistic legends are of no help to the justice of our Marine. Sengoku didn't seem to calm down yet. And what does that mean? That's right, in the fairy tales of North Blue, Rolando is a guy who often lies and deceives people, but such a guy, until he was sentenced to death, still insisted that the Golden Country really existed. Don't you think there is something strange about it? He continued. Why is it Akainu's ship? At this juncture, the world is at stake. A ship that is very important to this world, just happened to be shipwrecked at this time. Doesn't even God stand on his side? Is it on the side of justice? Sengoku, calm down, Suru suddenly said. Didn't you listen carefully to the report just now? That's right, what Xiaohei said is right. Garp also said, it is said that when the king's army arrived at Gaia Island, part of the island there disappeared out of thin air as if it had been ripped off from the map, leaving only it has an uneven fracture surface. This has to make people suspicious, right? Before his death, Rolando speculated that part of the island where the Golden Township was located sank to the bottom of the sea due to plate changes. But there is another legend about the Golden Township in the world, brought to the sea of sky by the soaring ocean current. It became Sky Island. What do you mean? Cumulus clouds, and soaring currents. Garp also said, so what? I've also heard this legend a little bit, but when he led the king's army to search for Gaia Island again, he found nothing. Because of this, he was sentenced to death and crowned as the King of Liars. This shame has lasted until 400 years later. So what do you want to tell me when you mention him? Thought. What? That's your fault, Sengoku. even I thought of it, how could you, the resourceful general, from naval headquarters not think of it? Garp said, that's right, the expedition admiral and botanist Umbra Rolando more than 400 years ago. He claimed to have discovered the fabled golden land on Guy Island. This is a well-known legend in North Blue AFDB, Crane said, a legend about the big talker Wendell Rolando. Okay, I'm not arguing with you. Sengoku sat down wearily and kept pressing his temple, even if Sky Island exists, what's the point to us? I only see that we lost 200 a brave Marine soldier, and one of the 3 most powerful admirals in Marine. Whether on the sea or in the air, they are all part of this world. Right now, our world is being invaded. If Akainu can successfully recruit the Protoss on Sky Island to join our team, will the odds of winning against Hueco Mundo increase again? How much is it? He laughed. However, according to the cumulus clouds mentioned in the report, and the soaring current rushing into the sky, these are the necessary conditions for going to Sky Island, which is widely circulated among people who believe that Sky Island does exist. Crane said, you don't mean to talk about the legend of the Golden Land, do you? Sengoku's face was obviously a bit ugly. Chapter 135 Neutra who broke into the Forbidden Land. Sky Island, the island of the gods. Intruder, stop your steps. A voice came from the jungle. Neutra is walking in the jungle of the island of gods, carrying a 2-moon sickle. He who had been walking was very bored, but when he heard this voice, he suddenly regained his energy. He opened his slender eyes excitedly, stretched out his tongue and licked his lips, with a hungry expression like a beast that found a prey. Come out, hit me, ha 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 ha, although I don't know what's going on, there really are people in need on this island. Neutra yelled, monster. A figure suddenly jumped out of the jungle. The man was bald, wearing black sunglasses, and had a long knife on his shoulder. I am Om, one of the 4 priests. Don't go any further, don't even think about stepping into God's territory. Oh, God's territory. Neutra's face burst into excitement again, that is to say, is there another guy in front? Haha, BD, if you disrespect God, you will be punished by God. Om said, I'd like to try the so-called heaven's punishment. God, it sounds very powerful, and I can't wait to fight him. Neutra said as he swung his scythe. Conceited guy. Om laughed suddenly, you can say that, it shows how short-sighted you are. A mortal like you is not even qualified to see God's face. Besides, your luck is also very bad. I chose the most difficult, Iron Trial, among my 4 priest trials, and the survival rate is 0. HMPH, is it 0? It seems to be lower than the 3% winning rate just now. Neutra laughed. What? Om exclaimed in surprise, have you already passed the trial of rope? That useless fellow Shira, I don't care what kind of trial you are. Those guys who played with ropes and balloons just now, oh, and the guy who made a swamp, have all been hacked to death by me. Neutra turned his neck, you guys all the priests are too weak, go away. What? Om was completely shocked, the other 3 priests had already, and it seemed that this guy didn't even suffer any injuries. Hey, let me ask you, that bean sprout over there, Neutra said, pointing to a towering vine behind Om, is that where your so-called God lives? There is a very strong guy on it, are you there? HMPH, wait until you defeat me. I'm not at the same level as the other 3 priests. Oh, Neutra seemed to be interested in Om, then I'll give it a try. At least, let me do a warm-up. HMPH. Om's mouth suddenly showed a strange smirk. Boom. Suddenly, a huge furry claw stretched out from the shadow of the forest, and punched Neutra in the back, knocking him out of the air. Ha 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 ha, I see you continue to be arrogant. Accompanied by Om's laughter, a huge white vicious dog emerged from the forest. It walked out upright, its height was as high as several people, Om jumped and sat on top of its head. I also have an alias, Sky Island Breeder, Om said with a smile. This dog is called Holly, and I taught him to walk upright and box. You can use your slender body to try it out. Ha ha ha, a boring trick, rub. A huge 2-moon-shaped sickle suddenly flew from a distance, Om leapt, jumped off Holly's head, and avoided the attack. The sickle was also pulled back by the iron chain attached to the bottom, and Neutra was slowly walking towards the other end of the iron chain. Is it just a beast that makes you very proud? You don't belong to a circus, do you? If that's the case, I'm not interested in you, so go away. Neutra said, horse, circus. Om's forehead burst into blue veins. Sure enough, he didn't get hurt at all, and his defense power is indeed very high. It seems that I have to ask you to forgive me, I'm awesome. 0. Seeking flowers, 0. Saying that, Neutra picked up the scythe and went straight to Om. As he said that, Om pulled out his giant sword that was as long as a man, and aimed it at Neutra. Neutra laughed wildly, the sickle turned into countless black shadows in his hands, and each knife went straight to Om's vitals. That's right, hand-to-hand combat is the only way I can enjoy fighting. Come on, let's fight, and Om kept defending, even using the scabbard. Rub. The two wrestled together, and sparks were constantly rubbed between the blades. Although Neutra's attack was like a scourge, for some reason, it was all blocked by Uyi's move. No matter how tricky the angle is, Om can always catch it, and even if he avoids his blade, he can block Neutra's slash with the scabbard. An even uglier smile appeared on Om's face. Crap, a cold light flashed, and Neutra suddenly felt that something had attacked his back, and hurriedly pushed away Om's blade, and jumped back a few steps. When the blades collided, a compressed airflow exploded around the two of them, a trace of energy dissipation appeared on the ground, and the surrounding branches were also blown. Your knife, what's the matter? Neutra said with narrowed eyes. Heh heh heh, you who have been defending all the time are not qualified to say that. Neutra laughed. The blades stuck together again, and the two faced each other, their eyes equally sharp, as if they were about to eat each other. Have you been defending all the time? Humph. On the other hand, stood there unhurriedly, raising his strength to prepare for Neutra's advance. It's just a little bit stronger. Shanghai people, your swordsmanship is really full of loopholes. Not bad. Come on. Ha ha ha. Chapter 136 Cloud Blade. Iron Whip. Feeling that Neutra was being cut by something in the back, he hurriedly pushed away Ohm's long knife, jumped back a few steps, and opened the distance. What's the matter with your knife? As soon as Neutra finished speaking, there was a boom, a furry paw clenched into a fist, and it hit him on the back, causing him to fly out again. Your defense is very strong. Ohm put the knife back into the sheath, and walked forward slowly, but your figure is too slender. No matter how good your knife skills are, your body is the foundation. You are too light, the slash will be very light. What's more, Holly the giant dog clenched his fists and stood upright behind Neutra. In the face of such a blow, you will fly out. This is the second time for 537 people from Shanghai. The lighter the weight, the lighter the slash. Neutra got up from the ground, twisted his neck, and made a bouncing sound. Sorry, your rule doesn't seem to work in our world. Stand up again. The eyes under Ohm's sunglasses narrowed. With such a body, no matter how strong the defense is, he was actually hit twice by Holly's fist and stood up unscathed. This is really... I don't know who the Qinghai people you are talking about or referring to, but they are neither from that place called Qinghai, nor, not human beings. A heavy shadow climbed onto Neutra's face. So your law, it doesn't work for me. Your knife can't hurt me even more. Not human. Ohm was taken aback. Then what kind of monster are you? What's your plan to break into this island of gods? I, the fifth Espada under the command of the Lord of Hueco Mundo, Neutra Gilga. Don't care about the number 5, I am the strongest in Espada, just remember this. Neutra swung his sickle and said leisurely, I came here to help His Majesty conquer the world, that's all. The master of Hueco Mundo. Espada. Conquering the world, what do you mean? This series of messages made Ohm confused. I'm so bored. Boom. The sickle was slammed on the ground by Neutra. I'm here to fight with the strong. It's as simple as that. Oh, that's how I understand it. Ohm put my hand on the handle of the knife, stabilized his horse gait, and got ready to draw the knife. That's it. Go ahead and enjoy. Neutra raised his scythe and charged at Ohm. The double moon sickle was shining with golden light, and he had already attached Ryutsu to the blade, and this blow was bound to cut everything it touched in two. And Ohm also saw that this blow was coming, so he stared at the opponent's blade without moving, intending to counter the opponent's attack at a critical moment. Base. In a blink of an eye, Ohm pulled out his knife and took Neutra's sickle head on. Sure enough, just as he felt, this blow contained a force that he couldn't understand. The strength is extraordinary, and the surrounding air also seems to be compressed, shrinking sharply, causing Ohm's blood to spurt. Block. Come down. That's right, but it just blocked the first cut. Neutra smiled at the corner of his mouth. Base. Neutra swung the sickle even more crazily, and thicker Ryutsu was attached to each knife. If it were an ordinary person, even if the knife hadn't been chopped off, the bones of the hand would have been broken. The speed of the blade is getting faster and faster, and the strength is getting stronger and stronger. Although Ohm took every cut, he could feel that Neutra was getting familiar with his movements. In one slash after another, Neutra saw through Ohm's defensive posture and habits. Therefore, the sickle kept attacking Ohm from angles beyond his expectations. Before they knew it, countless cracks had appeared on the ground where the two were standing, and the surrounding trees tens of meters away had also been cut to pieces. All this is caused by Jian-Chi and Ryutsu. Although he used the scabbard to cooperate with the defense, Ohm also felt that if he continued to defend, he would be cut sooner or later, and the thick and sharp blade was attached. As long as he was hit once, he would probably die. Hateful. Base. Ohm has quick eyes and quick hands, and found a flaw in Neutra's watertight attack net. He clenched the long knife in his hand and launched two extremely powerful counterattacks. And Neutra's probing nerves also noticed Ohm's attack, and quickly switched from attack to defense, using the handle of the sickle and the chain to block the two head-on slashes. But to his surprise, the slash was clearly blocked by him, but he once again felt that he had received two heavy attacks on his shoulders and back. Suspicious, Neutra jumped back, putting distance. Hey, BD, he cursed at Ohm, I wanted to ask you just now, what happened to your knife? It was blocked, but it hit my back. Could your knife still turn? No way. Heh, heh, heh. Following Neutra's barrage of attacks, Ohm gasped. Seeing Neutra jumping back, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and stood up straight. That's what happened. I saw the long knife in his hand, which was 5.0 taller than a person, suddenly turned into a cloud and scattered in the air. Of mine in his hand, only the handle of the knife remained. My knife is made of clouds, and clouds are ever changing. Ohm said. Shout. Silly trick. I thought you were different from the previous 3 scumbags, and you were a guy worthy of a serious fight. I didn't expect you to be just a clown playing with cotton. Neutra's face was full of disappointment and displeasure. At this time, Ohm's heart is also very complicated. This monster not only attacked very fiercely, but also was slashed by my Tai-yun from behind several times without any defense, and it didn't even leave a scar. It seems that we can't confront him head-on, can only use that. Chapter 137 Prelude to the Tornado. Iron Cloud. Neutra narrowed his eyes in disdain. That's right, my knife is made of clouds, and its shapes are ever-changing, but it's also as hard and sharp as a steel blade. As he said that, the drifting clouds gathered on the handle of the knife in his hand again, turning into a huge long knife. Ah, what a silly marshmallow trick. I see, it's not a knife, it's a whip, right? Neutra spoke lazily, raised his sickle and pointed it at Ohm. If you think so, you can try it. What? As soon as Ohm finished speaking, Neutra suddenly disappeared from his sight. I don't know if it was a hallucination, but the surrounding scene suddenly trembled, and the compressed Ryutsu breath filled the air. It's just that Ohm doesn't know what Ryutsu is. Base. Neutra suddenly appeared behind Ohm. A huge scythe swung down from above his head, and Ohm's knife was already on his back. Jo5 blocked the attack. So fast. Ohm couldn't help exclaiming, your reaction is not bad. Neutra smiled, and didn't stop attacking because the slash was blocked. Instead, he stayed in the air and slashed at the knife on Ohm's back frantically. Bang bang bang. The sound of metal impacting was non-stop, and it became more and more frequent and dense. The pitch-black sickle swung swiftly in Neutra's hand, and the blade rolled with airflow in Ryutsu, constantly slashing at Ohm's long knife made of iron clouds. And every knife is cut at the same place, the same point. When Ryutsu collided with steel, sparks flew all over the place. The scraps of iron and the scraps of Lingzi flew out together, unknowingly, due to the continuous friction between the blades of the two. The temperature had risen to a terrible level, and even the surrounding air began to become hot. What? The last heavy slash came down, and Ohm bowed his waist to receive the knife. His feet collapsed in an instant, and a big pit appeared. Sand and gravel flew away in all directions, faster than bullets. When it hit the thick tree trunk in the distance, it actually smashed out deep holes. Neutra jumped back and stood firm, his face full of joy. Interesting, interesting. Your knife is indeed interesting. Ohm stood up and received so many attacks. As a human being, his physical strength also consumed a lot. Do you think that if you attack a little bit, cracks will appear in my iron cloud sword? Ohm forced a smile. Again, my sword is made of clouds, yes. Even if there is a crack, the cloud will fill it in no time. Oh, does it mean that it is automatically repairing every moment? Neutra said with a smile, and, after receiving so many attacks from me, it is impossible for your human body to be unscathed. Your knife, should in the ability to absorb shocks. Stupid, how could I tell you? Ohm thought to himself, my judgment of you before seemed inaccurate. You have a slender body, but the strength of the knife is very heavy. Moreover, the speed was astonishingly fast, and once disappeared from my sight. That is not the speed that humans can achieve. What are you? What kind of monster is it? Ohm deliberately changed the subject. Spinning is Arankar's unique movement footwork. But it's useless to say too much, it's just a tool for me to enjoy the fun of fighting. Neutra proudly raised her head, Tien back and forth. Arankar, monster, you're not bad, didn't you block my attack from behind? Could it be a conditioned reflex? After receiving this blow, Ohm felt that his hands were bitten by the teeth of some wild beast, and the severe pain spread all over his body instantly. He couldn't help taking a few steps back, and the iron cloud knife in his hand also turned into a cloud and disappeared. Something's coming. It was pitch black in the tornado, and golden lightning flashed from time to time. That was the Ryutsu overflowing from Neutra's body, even though he was suppressing his own Ryutsu on purpose, but the extreme excitement and the murderous gon that kept rushing to his heart, he could not help but drag Ryutsu into the tornado. The speed of the black whirlwind above Neutra's head became faster and wider, and the range became wider and wider, gradually enveloping his own body, forming a cylindrical tornado. Is it an illusion? There is only one sickle in that guy's hand, and the sickle is constantly rolling up tornadoes. It is impossible to attack me in such a smooth manner. How many sickles does that guy have? Have an arm. Neutra yanked the chain, and the scythe flew back into his hand, back into the black tornado. Base. Ha. It seems that you still have a secret weapon, show it to me. Make me more happy. Strange. The tornado was rolled up by the scythe. It is said that the scythe flew towards me, so the tornado should disappear. Even if he quickly retracted the scythe, it is impossible to roll up that speed again in an instant. This guy doesn't know much about swordsmanship at all, he just slashes randomly. Ohm covered his mouth, but this is also his scary thing. His attacks are chaotic and unpredictable at all. Is this guy really enjoying killing as he said? Ohm thought in his heart, but he didn't dare to relax at all, and quickly repaired the blade with Tai-yun. Because before he could stand still, Neutra's scythe flew out again in the dark tornado. Neutra's attack became faster and faster, so fast that it seemed that countless sickles flew out of the tornado together. Boom, boom, boom. Every time the sickle flew out, it would shatter Ohm's iron cloud knife. And Ohm will quickly repair Tai-yun to meet the next attack. Suddenly, a scythe flew out of the tornado. Ohm opened his eyes, quickly raised the knife, and blocked the attack. Ohm's ability was secretly distressed, but at the same time his nerves were also tense to the extreme. How could it be as simple as a conditioned reflex? Ohm whispered. Saying this, Neutra raised the scythe and threw it high into the sky. He held the iron chain in his hand and kept spinning it. Gradually, the sickle turned into a dark whirlwind above Neutra's head, and the whirlwind rolled up the surrounding dead branches, broken leaves and fine gravel, and spun rapidly. Chapter 138. The Dark Tornado. Double Moon Tornado. Very good, very good, very good. Neutra's voice came out from the tornado. Every attack of mine, you seem to have foreseen it, so take it. You really still have a secret that no one knows. Are you also a devil fruit ability user? Ha 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 ha, hurry up, tell me what kind of ability that is. Let me use this scythe to chop you and your ability into pieces. Has it been discovered? Ohm whispered, this is not some devil fruit. It's the power bestowed on us by the gods, hard web. Shinwang, ha ha ha, sounds interesting. Neutra was already extremely excited. As long as it is a living thing, the body will make all kinds of sounds. I am afraid that even you can't hear the sound, but we priests who have been given the ability of hard net, by God can hear it. After training, when that ability is used to the ultimate level, you can predict the enemy's movements and attacks. Although compared with gods, hard network, our priests, hard network, is very weak, and it is almost worth mentioning. But you who can predict blade attack is still more than enough. Not bad, I haven't been this excited for a long time. Come on, come to predict my attack and see if you can hurt me. Along with Neutra's wild laughter, the speed of his swinging the knife became faster and faster. Blades collide with blades, Ryutsu rubs against sword energy. The environment of this generation has been changed beyond recognition by the confrontation between the two. Suddenly, scythes stopped flying from Neutra's pitch-black tornado. Ohm realized this, and this moment of tranquility made him feel uneasy. What's coming? Ohm clearly foresaw this in his heart. Double Moon Tornado, only to hear Neutra roar. This time, it was no longer a sickle or two that flew towards Ohm, but the entire pitch-black tornado. Suddenly, like a black dragon alive, it aimed at Ohm, spun, and came over like a broken bamboo. The pitch-black giant dragon flew towards Ohm with its mouth wide open. Numerous blades sprang out from the black dragon's body, golden lightning flashed in it. Wherever the black dragon went, everything turned into dust. The huge tree surrounded by several people was broken like chopsticks, and a deep and terrifying mark was drawn on the hard ground. The surrounding clouds and mist were also absorbed into its body, and he was like a dark glutton. Wherever he went, he was swallowed up by it. Ha 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 ha. Neutra's wild laughter came from the black dragon's body, and the sound pressure of this laughter gave people a sense of oppression, even surpassing the tornado itself. The speed of the black dragon, which contains huge destructive power, cannot be underestimated. It aimed at Ohm's heart and flew straight. A short breath will penetrate his chest. What a terrible monster this is. While shocked, the blades in Ohm's hands dissipated quickly, and then immediately gathered together, forming a cube wall in front of him, which was his only means of defense. Crack crack crack, crack crack. In an instant, the black dragon has rushed to the cloud wall with a huge torrent of energy. There was an extremely ear-piercing sound in the air. The black dragon impacted the cloud wall, but the sound was like the sound of thousands of metal blades being stirred together. That's right, the black tornado is formed by the rapid rotation of Neutra's sickle, and the material of the cloud wall is also iron cloud, which is hard enough to rival the highest quality steel. These two extremely violent forces collided together, and the same violent voice resounded through the clouds instantly. Flocks of frightened birds flew up in the forest, and the howls of countless chaotic beasts came gradually, as if responding to the black dragon and the blades of the fierce confrontation between the two. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly exploded from between the two, and the cloud wall and the black dragon disappeared almost at the same time, turning into energy dust and floating in the air. Due to the explosion of energy on the ground, a deep circular giant pit with a diameter of tens of meters appeared. Neutra and Ohm stood on both sides of the giant pit. Interesting, Neutra put the sickle on the ground, clenched his fists, and made a W bouncing sound. The cloud can not only become a blade, but also a defensive shield. Blocking my hands, is it an ear tornado? Ohm on the opposite side gulps and wears a thick chi, block it. Hee hee, don't be kidding. Puff. Ohm suddenly spit out a mouthful of blood, put his hands on the ground, and knelt down on the ground. I saw that his body was covered with countless deep and shallow knife incisions, and the vest on his upper body was also chopped into rags. He looked like a prisoner who had been tortured by Ling Kai. Monster. Cough. Ohm whispered tremblingly. Even the cloud wall made by Tai Yun was smashed to pieces. If I hadn't used that, I'm afraid I would. The body has been twisted into meat by his tornado. Oh, can't it work? Neutra sneered from the opposite side. Unexpectedly, the trick I thought of on the spot actually worked. Lin, a move that came to mind on the spot. Ohm opened his eyes wide, looking at his own shadow reflected in the blood he spat out on the ground, with an expression of disbelief. How can such a powerful move be so powerful? I just thought of it on the spot. What kind of monster is he? But, it seems that my strength is not well controlled. Neutra twisted his neck. Ryutsu seems to have been accidentally leaked. Sorry, as a mortal you shouldn't use Ryutsus. Otherwise, the body will be torn apart in one fell swoop. In order to ensure that you can play with me for a longer time, I will not use Ryutsu anymore. Come on, let me chop you to pieces with the blade. Chapter 139 Bay. Standing up again, what nonsense are you talking about? I am the priest of Lord Enel. Don't compare me with those lowly mortals. UBD. Call, whoever you are. Neutra said disdainfully, look at what you have done. Ohm opened his arms. This is precious land. You actually destroyed such a precious land on Sky Island like this. Monster. Heinous monster. What are you talking about? God, let me ask you again, is there someone more powerful on the huge vine behind? Noitra pointed to the sky-reaching vine in the distance. How dare you disrespect God? All this is seen by the omniscient and omnipotent God. If you want to know, just wait until you defeat me. As he said that, Ohm raised the handle of the knife, and Taiyun quickly gathered on the handle to form a long blade. And the scabbard of his other hand also gathered a long iron cloud, which became his second knife. Dual knife style. Noitra suddenly opened his eyes wide, swollen eyes flashing with anticipation. Ha 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 ha, I didn't destroy that ship at sea and follow the ship to the island in the sky. My choice is indeed right. This island people are really interesting. Come on, let me see how many surprises you can bring me in 640. In a blink of an eye, Ohm was already holding a sword in both hands and attacked in front of Noitra. The two swords were like his arms, slashing towards Noitra flexibly. Moreover, due to Taiyun's traits, the blade can always slash Noitra's body at unexpected angles. Bang, 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 sound came from the big pit one after another. Ohm's two-knife flow was able to cut Noitra at the beginning, but as the number of attacks increased, his slashing began to be empty. Noitra responded to Ohm's double-speed attack with astonishing adaptability, tossing and turning. Ohm's slashes were either blocked or dodged, and Noitra couldn't hit Noitra with 100 knives. Once you catch up with the rhythm, the two-sword style is nothing more than that. I will return to you what you said before, Noitra said while taking Ohm's attack with ease, your sword too light. Boom. Noitra made a backhand blow, and the handle of the sickle AFBJ hit Ohm's side ribs dead. A mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, and his whole body was blown away. You say my body is slender. Your body looks quite strong, but in the end you also saw it. The blade you swung was weak, and you flew out with a light blow. Why, I clearly foresee his attack with the hard net. Noitra walked slowly to the fallen Ohm. That's right, you do seem to have the ability to predict the future in a short period of time. I thought that having such an excellent ability would bring me more fun. But it's a pity, because of it. Bang, Noitra kicked Ohm who fell to the ground, kicking his strong body more than 10 meters away. Your body can't keep up with that excellent ability. Even if you foresee my movements, you can't make timely responses. In the final analysis, you are still too weak. Noitra walked up to Ohm again, he raised his scythe high and pointed it at Ohm's neck. The blade of the scythe reflected a blinding light. It seems that you have nothing to look forward to, so let's end. Noitra gently swung the sickle down, and at the very moment, Ohm turned around suddenly and threw a round object at Noitra. What is this? Before Noitra could react, in an instant, thousands of slashes slashed at Noitra. Noitra was caught off guard and had to raise his hands in front of him. Although his steel skin prevented him from being hurt, his body was still pushed back several meters by the slash that came from nowhere. On the ground, his feet drew two deep ravines. Where did the attack come from? Noitra lowered his arm, and Ohm had already stood up, and he saw a round shell in his hand, which he kept throwing to the sky. Shout, Noitra spat, so my attack just now was weakened by this thing. Ghost trick, are you done? Boring. Noitra suddenly roared, I thought you were a guy who could let me enjoy hand-to-hand combat, but I deliberately suppressed Ryutsu to fight with you. I didn't expect you to secretly use this kind of thing, it's really disappointing. As that, the shell! Exclamation mark! A shell that can absorb slashes can also release slashes. The slashes that attacked you just now were all cut by you yourself and stored by this slash shell. Ryutsu. Ohm's own body flew out suddenly, and the shell popped out of his hand and fell to the ground. The frenzied impact exploded on the spot because it was not stable. Ohm smiled wryly and said, after an unknown amount of time, the impact in the shell was finally released, and the dust began to gradually settle. The golden energy was instantly released from the shell. This feeling is all too familiar to Noitra. This is Ryutsu. And, it is his own Ryutsu. Ohm narrowed his eyes, took out another round shell, and pointed it at Noitra. That's what happened. It's a specialty of Sky Island. It's a combination of offense and defense, but it's very precious. Boom. Shock shell. Monster. Go back to your world. Ohm roared with all his strength, and another mouthful of blood spewed out of his mouth. The golden flash mixed with the sky full of gunpowder smoke and dust, and under the impact, the scope of the circular crater nearly doubled again. The shock wave erupted in the circular pit, broke through the circular outer wall, and shot far into the distant forest. The forest that was originally a mess was destroyed again under this impact, and it has long been beyond recognition. Chapter 140 coming soon. Second Espada. It's useless to rush, shock the shell. Ohm had no strength to stand up again, can't even his own strength hurt himself. As the trick over, Noitra walked out of the smoke, and as Ohm said, even his own impact could not leave a scar on his steel skin. That thing is called a shock shell. That's right, I used the slash shell to absorb the slash from your double moon tornado, and I used this shock shell to absorb its impact. Boring, Noitra yelled, I'm so disappointed. I'm so disappointed. Why do all the people just play this boring trick? Don't dare to fight me head on, don't let me prove my worth. Quote, worth, woo. However, it seems that this so-called impact shell will also have a huge recoil force on you, right? Look at your body, there is no way to stand up again, right? I can't stand up. Before the words fell, Ohm's body stood up tremblingly again. No, rather than standing up. No, it's like floating. What kind of trick is this? Neutra narrowed his eyes, his face full of displeasure. You're right. That's right. Ohm said out of breath. I really don't even have the strength to stand up, but my consciousness hasn't faded yet. I can still attack. Ohm's body was erratic, and his iron cloud knife converged again, pointing directly at Neutra. Did you tie that weird shell to your body and use the impact force to control your body? That's right. Cough cough. My hands and feet are tied with shock shells, even if my body can't move. As long as my consciousness is still there, I can still attack, and I also tied a shock shell to the hilt of this tea and knife. I was hit by the recoil of so many shock shells at the same time. I'm afraid I won't be able to survive this blow. You just feel my last slash. Ah! Ohm roared with all his strength. His body seemed to float up, and rushed towards Neutra. You really only disappoint me. Go to hell. Get out of God's forbidden place. Monster. Ohm's body rushed towards Neutra at an unprecedented speed, and the tip of Iron Cloud's sword pointed directly at Neutra's heart. Sero. Neutra stuck out a long, golden ryutsu that converged on the tip of his tongue. Facing Ohm at this moment, he no longer wants to enjoy fighting with him. He originally thought that Ohm was a 100% warrior, so he deliberately suppressed his ryutsu, and fought happily with Ohm. Blade and blade, the most primitive, and also the fight that makes him feel the most pleasure. But when he knew that Ohm had used the cheating ability of Bei, Neutra no longer regarded Ohm as a warrior. From respect to contempt, since you use Bei, I will no longer prohibit the flow of ryutsu, and I will use Sero to solve you. In an instant, ryutsu had already converged on the tip of Neutra's tongue, and he was about to aim at the galloping Ohm and shoot. Bang! Just at this critical moment, a huge blue lightning fell from the sky. Neutra was taken aback by the sudden spectacle, had to interrupt Sero, subconsciously jumped backwards, but fortunately was not hit by the thunder. Master Enel, why did God punish me? Amid the deafening thunder, Ohm let out a final howl, but that small voice was quickly covered up by the seemingly endless thunder. Different from the usual fleeting lightning, this huge thunder lasted for dozens of seconds before gradually dimming. When Neutra opened his eyes, the ground had turned into scorched earth. Not to mention Ohm, even the trees and gravel were all reduced to ashes, and it was impossible for any living things to survive. Ha 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 ha. Neutra burst out laughing wildly. Your name is Enel, he shouted to the sky. Wait for me, I'll come to you right away. Zero. Ask for flowers. Such a guy, Ryutsu should be able to have a good fight with me without suppressing Ryutsu. Neutra thought this way in his heart, pedaled and spun, and rushed towards the vine that reached the sky excitedly. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Zael Aporo. Guu's voice echoed above the hall. A light curtain opened quietly in front of him. Your Majesty, I have kept you waiting. Zael Aporo pushed his glasses and smiled slyly. Looking at your expression, it seems to be going well. Your Majesty Lao is worried. The purification of heterogeneous spirit seeds went very smoothly. In addition to the 3 devil fruits obtained by His Majesty from Alabasta, I have a total of 8 devil fruits. Now I will give the 8 purified heterogeneous spirit seeds to you. Teleport it. 0. No, that's not the key. I'm asking, has the second spirit particle isolation device been manufactured yet? Zael Aporo smiled again. Of course, Your Majesty. It has been manufactured. The second Espada can already be sent to that world. Is that so? Guu pondered for a while. Have you seen the Battle of Neutra? Yes, the subordinates have been paying attention. The god Enel he will face next may not be so easy to deal with. In addition to the previous continuous battles, this time, our 5th Espada may be more difficult. Is it really such a terrible opponent? That Enel. It's not that Enel is terrible, but that the power of thunder possessed by Enel just restrains Neutra's steel skin. So, in your opinion, who should be the next Espada to dispatch? If even Neutra can't deal with Grimjow is injured, Zamari Ruro's ability is not suitable, and Aronilo and I still have the work of collecting heterogeneous spiritual particles. It seems that the candidate can only be selected among the top 4 Espada selected. As I thought, Zael Aporo, Guu smiled. Let him go to work. Chapter 141 Neutrav's Enel. This road is longer than expected. Akainu stood at the bow and said eagerly. Qinghai people, don't worry, there is an express shrimp carrying us, it's already very fast. Ganfer said, this, river of clouds, is the safest way to Beibai. Although the straight line height is only 3,000 meters, but because the Beibai Sea is directly above the Baihai Sea, this, river of clouds, is very winding. But it's no problem, it will arrive soon. Ganfort was lying on a chair on the deck. Although the injury was not fatal, it was already very serious for his old bones. By the way, you call yourself the Knight of the Sky, right? Akainu turned around and asked Gamfer, I've been wanting to ask you since just now. What kind of residents live on the Sky Island above? 107. Apparently, Akainu asked this in order to win over the people of Sky Island to join the team fighting Hueco Mundo's invasion. Ah, Ganfer said with a somewhat indifferent expression, the Sky Island above this is called the Kingdom of God. Excluding some scattered floating islands around it, it can be roughly divided into 2 parts, Angel Island and God Island. There are a lot of residents living on Angel Island, and there is a very prosperous, cute street. Even if it is called paradise, it is not too much. Then, let me get straight to the point. Akainu cleared his throat. Our world is being invaded by people from another world. The Neutra who wounded you is one of the invaders. I think, if I invite the residents of Sky Island to join the team against the invaders, you will not refuse, right? Suddenly shadows crept over Gamfer's face. Sorry, the war on Sky Island has lasted for more than 400 years. What? Akainu frowned. There is also a war going on here. Alas, Gonfall sighed. As you can see, everything on this Sky Island is made of clouds. The White Sea and White Sea are made of sea clouds, and the Sky Island above is composed of island clouds. Listen, I don't understand, a Marine interjected. To put it simply, there is no land on Sky Island. Because of this, the people on Sky Island yearn for land very much. One day 400 years ago, suddenly, a piece of land rose up from the world below. Come up, it is the sea current that brought you up that washed up the island with soil. It's too exaggerated to give the whole island to. Because there is no soil on Sky Island, the Aborigines of Sky Island regard this suddenly rising island as a sacred place and call it the Island of the Gods. And the Sandia people who rose up with that island in order to find the Golden Bell, in their mouths, they waged a 400-year-long war with the people of Sky Island, which has continued until today. Golden Bell. Legend. It is a big bell made of gold. Ringing it has the magical ability to make people feel peaceful. So, as long as you ring the Golden Bell, you can end this war, right? Akainu seemed to see hope in his heart. The 400-year war lasted shows that the clansmen on both sides have very strong combat effectiveness. As long as Marine rings the Golden Bell to end their war, they might join Marine's fight against Hueco Mundo. It's not that simple. Gonfall's expression turned extremely ugly. The Island of the Gods is a forbidden area of Sky Island, and now, the terrifying God Enel is occupying it. God Enel, we've reached the exit. Admiral, Marine shouted suddenly, hurry up. We're going to rush out. Oh, the gold all over the ground, it's really spectacular. Looking at the surrounding Mayan ruins and the gleaming gold that built them, Neutra couldn't help but praise. Are you satisfied with my palace? A voice came from behind. Base. Before the people of Neutra looked back, the scythe had already flown out. With a bang, the sharp edge of the sickle was firmly embedded in the golden ground. Oh, a flash of lightning that came from nowhere suddenly jumped in front of Neutra. The lightning gradually converged into a human shape. This person was bare-chested, with fair skin, a pair of earlobes exaggeratedly hanging down to his chest, and 4 taiko drums embedded in his back. You are Enel. Neutra pulled hard, pulling back the scythe embedded in the golden floor tiles. The scythe rolls with golden light, madly attacking Enel. There are no routines or tricks, pure power, pure wielding of blades. Watertight. In this stormy blade storm 3.7, even flies can't fly out. Boom. Pray, holy weeping mantis. Saying that, Neutra raised the sickle, and the blade began to emit a faint golden light, which was a sign of Ryutsu flow. Boom. It's so fast. Enel raised his voice. This is my territory. No one dares to call me by my first name. I am a god. Presumptuous. It's really strong. God, isn't it? Then I don't have to hold back. Come and fight. Neutra's whole body was blasted several meters by the lightning before he could barely stand on his feet. Lightning passed through, and even the golden building tens of meters away was melted by the lightning to form a big hole as thick as a bowl. Enel frowned, and his wrist instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, stabbing straight at Neutra's chest. Neutra raised his 2-moon scythe aloft. Rice wife. God. Neutra, who was standing still, narrowed his eyes, and a strange smile crawled on his face. God should allow me to hack for a while. Don't let me down. What? Enel instantly turned into a bolt of lightning, dodged all of Neutra's attacks, and then appeared tens of meters away. Enel's hand suddenly turned into 2 blue lightning bolts, which went straight to his vitals from the gap of Neutra's attack. Seeing that the situation was not good, Newt had to stop attacking and retract his sickle for defense. ZZ. Chapter 142 Discharge. 30 million volts. Ryutsu kept gathering on the double moon sickle held high, and the flashes of lightning shuttled through the space from time to time, and the golden flash became more and more dazzling. Pray, holy weeping mantis. Boom. The condensed Ryutsu burst open, and the gold coins and jewels in the surrounding golden ruins were shaken to make a rattling sound. The thick spiritual vapor slowly dissipated, and a huge crescent moon appeared in front of Enel. Infinite land. Enel frowned slightly. No, it's a false imitation. You sinner who deceived the gods. You can't forgive the evil. Enel swung his golden staff and smashed it hard at Crescent Moon. Base. With a crisp sound, a section of the golden stick was neatly cut off and flew away. On the arm wrapped in a white exoskeleton protruding from the Crescent Moon, a sharp sickle was tightly held. Gradually, more arms protrude from it, each holding a scythe, for a total of 6. 5. The whole picture of Neutra was finally revealed in front of Neutra. A praying mantis. You will be torn to shreds by the arms of the praying mantis. Rude. Base. As soon as the words fell, Neutra's sharp sickle cut Enel's body in half at a speed invisible to the eyes. Hey, be serious. After returning to the blade, my strength and speed are not in the same dimension as before. Neutra said lazily, I won't be killed so easily, right? Don't you call yourself a god? Quote, what are you proud of? Although Enel's body was sliced into 2 sections, there was a smile on his face. I saw that the section of his waist suddenly released a dazzling thunder light, and 2 bolts of lightning intertwined together, connecting his 2 parts of the body. After a while, he returned to his original state without leaving a single scar. I can turn my body into a thunderbolt, and with the predictive ability of the hard net, I can make the parts of your body cut by the blade to be normalized in advance. He. Enel smiled proudly. That's decent. Neutra laughed. That way I can chop you more. As he spoke, 6 sickles cut towards Enel together. 1 paragraph, 2 paragraphs, 4 paragraphs, 8 paragraphs. The 6 blades ground by the spirit sun cut Enel's body continuously. The speed was so fast that the eyes couldn't see clearly. Several streaks of golden light flashed across Enel's body again and again, like a meat grinder, almost cutting him into pieces beyond recognition. However, Enel remained expressionless and did not hide. Boom! With the sound of thunder, Enel's disorganized body turned into blue lightning, and the lightning flew rapidly in the golden ruins, and the sound of crackling thunder could be heard endlessly. Countless bolts of lightning finally converged at the origin after jumping several times, and the blue energy body gradually turned back into Enel's body. As I said, if you predict the path of your blade and elementize it in advance, you won't be able to. Puff. Before Enel finished speaking, 2 streaks of blood spewed from his chest. Call. The chop wasn't deep enough. Neutra looked displeased. How is this possible? Enel's eyes widened. You said you can judge my attack path in advance. It's ridiculous. The speed of my 6 arms is faster than my own reaction nerves. How could you avoid it? Neutra grinned. And, this is not my fastest speed. The next time I cut you down, it will be more than just a small injury. I will definitely cut you in 2, and you will never be able to recover. Neutra and Enel met each other's eyes, and both of them showed a look of extreme disgust in their eyes. How dare you injure God's body? Boom. Standing still, Enel immediately released a dazzling blue thunder light from his whole body. Like a wild beast, the thunder light swallowed Neutra in one gulp, dragging his body into the lightning. Discharge. 30 million volts. The blue thunder light exploded in the golden ruins, and in an instant, with Neutra as the center, countless lightning bolts were like tentacles, accompanied by the roaring thunder, submerging everything in the energy storm of the thunder. How does God's punishment taste? The golden ground was pitch black, billowing scorched smoke billowing out. Enel closed his eyes and turned to leave. No one can survive a lightning strike of 30 million volts. No matter whether you have 2 hands or 6 hands, your body has already been turned into fly ash by the lightning strike. Oh, really? Enel hadn't gone far when Neutra's voice came from behind him again. What? I saw Neutra walking out from the center of the thunderstorm. His body was covered with 993 charred marks, but there was no drop of blood. I have the strongest steel skin in Espada. Your little electric current is useless to me. Steel skin. Does it mean defensive ability? Enel muttered. It really is not an ordinary human being, since 30 million volts is useless. Enel raised the half-cut gold stick in his hand, and lightly tapped the drums on his shoulders twice. Thump thump. As the drums sounded, blue energy appeared on his body again. Electricity flowed across Enel's body like vines, and converged towards the 2 taiko drums on his shoulders. The blasting sound of electric current, thunderbolt, thunderbolt, seemed to be brewing in the air. Shout, are you going to use a stronger electric shock again? Since it is an energy attack, then I also. As he spoke, Neutra swung his sickle and lightly cut his arm. He flicked his arm, and his blood immediately scattered in the air. Then, he stretched out his 6 arms, opened his chest, and stretched out his long tongue, aiming at Enel. Chapter 143 Collision between Ryutsu and Thunder. The tip of the golden Ryutsuzai Neutra's tongue converges, the spirit ball is restless, and its volume is getting bigger and bigger, just like Enel's taiko drum, it is constantly accumulating energy. At this moment, the air between the two was surprisingly quiet. The entire ruin seemed to be sunk into the bottom of the sea, and all sounds became extremely dull and finally disappeared. There is no sound, no wind, only the endless emptiness enveloped Neutra and Enel, contributing the final tranquility to the upcoming grand performance. 60 million volts Brontosaurus. Wang Shu's flash. The suppressed tranquility finally broke out. I saw a huge lightning suddenly burst out from the taiko drum on Enel's left shoulder. The lightning galloped violently, darted freely in the air, and finally gathered into the shape of a giant dragon. The giant dragon made a breathtaking thunder. If an ordinary person just heard this sound, he might lose consciousness. I saw the giant dragon winding its huge body, with countless lightning tentacles, heading straight for Neutra. And the flash of Wang Shu on the tip of Neutra's tongue also shot out at this moment. It is not only the Sero of the 5th Espada, but also the golden flash of Wang Shu gathered by the pure Ryutsu behind Neutra's blade. Ryutsu gushes out from the tip of Neutra's tongue like a torrent, blowing away all the gold bricks on the ground. Woke up. This high-concentration Ryutsu also aimed at Enel, rushing towards that Brontosaurus. Boom. The flash of Wang Shu and the Thunder Dragon produced a huge explosion at the moment of contact. The 2 energies collided and devoured each other in this small ruin. Like 2 ferocious beasts in an iron cage, you are chasing each other, trying to tear each other into pieces. After the violent collision, the 2 forces lost their original shapes, turning into 2 messy waves of energy scattered in all directions. The golden and blue energy waves gradually mixed together, mutually repelling and attracting each other, and finally formed a circular energy ball full of contradictory and destructive forces. The energy ball gradually stabilized in the center of the golden ruins. There is no longer the sound of thunder, nor the sound of the friction of spirit particles. The silence emanating from the inside of the energy ball has deprived all sounds. I saw that the energy ball was like a heart, shrinking its volume with each pulsation. The originally huge energy ball became the size of a football in a blink of an eye, and it was still shrinking. Not good. Enel opened his eyes, and instantly elementalized his body, turning into countless electric currents that scattered away. Come on. Ha 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 ha. Neutra enjoyed the feeling of blood boiling in this energy storm. The energy ball, which was only the size of an egg, became pitch black, like a black hole, and all the light rays shining on it could not escape. Jump chug. Cracks began to appear on the energy ball, and beams of strong light shot out from the cracks, and even Neutra had to cover his eyes. The light became stronger and stronger, and finally, the entire energy ball turned into a dazzling white light, devouring the entire golden relic in absolute silence. At this time, Akainu and his party have already landed on Sky Island and reached the edge of the Island of Gods. This is. Gon 4 looked at the traces of the battle on the ground, and couldn't help taking a breath. Even the 4 priests were. 4 priests? Asked Akainu, who followed closely behind. These are the 4 attendants following the god Enel, each of them is a very powerful and difficult enemy. Looking at the signs of fighting around here, the broken branches and the rocks with the cuts in the blades, it must have been done by Neutra, Akainu said. One person solved the 4 priests, monsters. So, Neutra has gone to the god Enel. It should be right. Gonfall pointed to the sky-reaching vine behind him. The god Enel is there. Boom. Before Gonfall could finish speaking, a huge roar and dazzling white light came from the top of the vine. Suddenly, the ground shook and the mountains shook, and everyone present squatted down and supported the ground. Has it started yet? Said Akainu, staring at the direction from which the white light came. Oh my god, the entire island of the gods is trembling. What kind of battle is going on there? Gonfall swallowed a big mouthful of saliva. There's no time to hesitate. Akainu quickly stood up and ran towards the vines. It seems that the battle will end soon. We must deal with them quickly. We must not let them have any chance to breathe. Quote. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, and there was a faint sound of thunder in the sky, as if responding to the explosion that happened below. In the golden ruins, all buildings have been changed beyond recognition. Where the energy ball exploded, a huge circular crater suddenly appeared on the ground. It was as if everything that was originally here had been wiped away with bare hands, without leaving any traces of debris. Hee. Neutra stood where he was, panting heavily. Countless slender electric currents converged in front of him, and the staggered blue lightning gradually took the shape of a human body. Enel also stood in front of Neutra again, and his body was already covered with scars. It's really dangerous. Enel also panted. I didn't expect that I elementalized my body in time, but I was still swept in by that energy storm and injured. This monster, having swallowed such an explosion head-on, is still standing. Ha ha. Neutra forced a smile. It's useless. My body, not even a scar left. Chapter 144 Chapter 2 Espada. Ulquiorra Cipher. Suddenly, Neutra opened his eyes wide, raised 6 scythes at the same time, and swung towards Enel with lightning speed. Enel found that he could not escape this wave of swift attacks, so he had no choice but to elementalize his body and turn him into a thunderbolt the moment the blade touched him. And when the scythe passed through his body and cut into the ground, he got rid of the elementalization and recovered his body. Although he avoided the vital points, he still left several deep stab wounds on his body. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Neutra's sickle was embedded in the ground, Enel swung the golden stick and unexpectedly hit Neutra's chin with a stick. The slender Neutra staggered and fell to the ground. A blue lightning chased after him, and instead of attacking Neutra, it bombarded the golden ground under Neutra. Monster, you are really strong, my god Enel will praise you. However, you have already fought with 4 of my priests before, and you have been seriously injured. In this case, you have to come to my temple non-stop to challenge. I'm just looking for my own death. Enel swallowed hard. Your attack is very fast, and your growth is astonishing. Even my hard web, predictive ability can't completely escape your slash. Indeed, as you said, if I get hit by you again, I'm afraid I will die. You are dead. And your so-called steel skin defensive power is indeed 577 invincible, but, As he spoke, Enel laughed. No matter what kind of monster you are, there's always water in your body, right? My ability is lightning. As long as there is water, it can conduct electricity. No matter how hard your steel skin is, my lightning can pass through the water in your body. A layer of steel skin is directly transmitted into your body, attacking your internal organs. What a pity, my ability just restrained your steel skin. Suddenly, Neutra felt the golden ground beneath him become very soft, and before he could react, his body sank into the ground, only his face facing the sky was exposed. What the hell trick? Let me out, roared Neutra, melted into the golden ground. It's that simple to use the heat of lightning to melt the gold and make it into the shape I imagined. Enel's face was full of shadows, and he smiled. UBD, are you just taking advantage of people's unpreparedness and using these despicable traps? Let me out, let me have a good fight with you. It's ugly, Neutra. A strange voice suddenly sounded in the air. Who is it? Enel subconsciously turned around and shouted, is there any other accomplices? They can escape my heart and hide nearby. That guy. Neutra's face suddenly twisted to the extreme. Who told you to come? I can kill this guy right away. Don't meddle in your own business. A dark crack suddenly appeared in the sky above the temple. From the crack, a man in a white uniform slowly walked out. The costumes are very similar. Are you a friend? Enel said with a frown. There was a sound of air vibrating, and the man walking out of the black cavity suddenly disappeared from Enel's sight. So fast, Enel turned around hastily, and the man was already standing behind him. "Who are you?" Enel asked, narrowing his eyes. "I saw this man with black broken hair, and on the left half of his head was a white bone mask like a helmet, with a sharp horn on the top of the mask. Under a pair of green eyes, 2 tear streaks hang down to the lower jaw. His skin was pale, his hands were in the pockets of his hakama, and a dark hollow was faintly exposed on his chest." "Second Espada, Ulquiorra cipher," Ulquiorra said in an indifferent voice. "It really is a gang." Enel muttered. "Who told you to come?" "Your Majesty," Neutra from the underground roared. "Isn't your Majesty's purpose to collect devil fruits? I'm just enjoying the battle. UBD, go to another place and help your Majesty collect devil fruits. This is my battle, you are not allowed to intervene." "Afaj, stupid." Ulquiorra closed his eyes and said in a cold tone, "Haven't you realized that the enemy in front of you is the ability user of devil fruit? So what? This is my fight." Ulquiorra closed his eyes, not listening to Neutra's nonsense. He stretched out his right hand from the pocket of the hakama, and saw a small cube in his hand. Neutra seemed very disturbed when he saw the cube. What does this mean?" "It is to impose a small punishment on your failure. Thank you for your magnanimity. Such a humiliating failure has only given you such a light punishment." As Ulquiorra spoke in an indifferent voice, he reached out and dropped the small cube into the hollow in Neutra's face. In an instant, countless pitch-black spaces appeared from the void, and many fragmented spaces gradually connected into a whole, wrapping Neutra inside. "Ulquiorra UBD, you wait for me. I will have my revenge." After speaking of the final threat, Neutra disappeared with the dark space. "This is, what?" Enel, who witnessed the whole process, couldn't help but frown. "The Bandit of Negation, specially used to punish Arankar. It can be used on Espada, and it can only trap him in a different dimension for a few hours at most. Don't worry, it will not work on you humans." Hearing Ulquiorra's last words, Enel secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "You group of monsters that appeared out of nowhere, what on earth do you want to do in this god's territory? You don't have the right to ask about those, as long as you obediently surrender your life, Enel. Arrogance. You will also be melted into gold by me and become a pillar of humanity." Before Enel finished speaking, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest. He looked down at his chest and saw that Ulquiorra's hand had penetrated his entire chest. "What kind of speed is this?" Enel spat out a mouthful of blood, but then, his body turned into lightning again, got rid of Ulquiorra's hand knife, jumped to the side of the open space, and changed back to human form. Although the elementalization is out of his control, but the chest has indeed been destroyed. Enel thought to himself, "See, human." Ulquiorra shook off the blood on his hand. "Don't compare me with Neutra, whether you are a human or a god, I will take your life." Chapter 145. The Punishment of False Gods. With a plop, Enel fell to one knee on the ground. He clutched his chest, looking very ugly. "It seems that your ability cannot completely heal the wound." Ulquiorra stared blankly at Enel lying on the ground, like a monkey in a cage. Enel raised his head and suddenly saw the hollowness in Ulquiorra's chest. "This guy, is he trying to make a hole in my chest like his?" "Your name is Enel, right?" Ulquiorra gracefully raised the Zanpakuto in his hand, and the spiritual seeds flowed up to his blade naturally like a spring. "Before you die, I want to convey one thing to you. Your death is not you have devil fruit because you committed an unforgivable crime." "Sin, crime." Enel's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He stood up abruptly, and rushed towards Ulquiorra, presumptuous. "I am a god. What qualifications do you have to condemn a god?" Plop. As soon as Enel stood up, he suddenly felt as if tens of tons of weight had been pressed on his body, and he fell to the ground again. His body, limbs, and even internal organs were completely suppressed by Ulquiorra's powerful Ryutsu. The invisible Ryutsu is like a set of invisible shackles, tightly locking Enel's actions. Eligibility. I stand in front of you, but you can only kneel on the ground. This is the qualification. Ulquiorra closed his eyes, turned his back to Enel with disdain. Your crime is unforgivable, claiming to be a god. Remember one thing, in this world, no, in all the worlds, there is only one god, and it's called, Lord of Void. UBD. Enel clenched his teeth, and suddenly, with a buzz, his body turned into a flash of lightning, and quickly escaped from Ulquiorra's spiritual cage. There was a crackling sound of lightning crackling in the air, and the strange thing was that Enel didn't run away this time, but returned to his human form after only a few steps away. With an unconvinced smile on his face, he held up the golden stick and hit the 4 drums behind him one by one. Lightning gathered on the drums on all sides at the same time, and the shadows of Thunderbird, Thunder Beast, Thunder Dragon, and the 3 holy beasts vaguely appeared on the drum surface. Even Enel has never used all 3 tricks at the same time. Arrogant monster, let the thunder and lightning wash away your evil, and swallow your body together. Except God. Bass. Sizzle sizzle. Enel hadn't finished speaking, only heard a few electric currents that became smaller and smaller, and the lightning gathered behind him all disappeared. When the figure of Ulquiorra stood in front of him, Enel had no idea. Click. As Zanpakuto was retracted into the scabbard, Enel's 4-sided taiko drum and the rings that strung the taiko drum fell off from his back and fell to the ground. How? Enel opened his eyes wide. From the moment Ulquiorra appeared, almost everything that happened was beyond his imagination. I can't see him at all. Movement. Not even the hard web, could have foreseen his movements at all, too fast, faster than lightning. Your crime has been pronounced, Enel. Resistance is futile, for this is order. No, it's impossible. I'm a god. I can't be defeated by these inexplicable monsters that suddenly appear like you. Enel roared madly. His brows were tightly knit together. Although he was suppressed, he still looked like an angry god. Even the dark clouds in the sky began to feel uneasy, and thunder flashed from time to time in the clouds, echoing Enel's emotions. Do you think that if I destroy my drum, I won't be able to attack? Enel endured the pain in his back and chest, and stood up, naive. As he said that, electric currents began to flow out of his body, and tiny blue electric currents squirmed on his body like worms. These small currents gradually converged into a manic lightning, all of which seemed to be alive, and pointed at Ulquiorra. 0. Ask for flowers. Lightning doesn't come from my taiko drum. It's me. I am the embodiment of lightning, and I am Thor. There were more and more lightning bolts on Enel's body, and the current was already as thick as a wrist. Moreover, these electric currents are no longer satisfied in his body, but spread into the air around his body. Seen from a distance, Enel's whole body is wrapped in blue lightning, and every bolt of lightning is like a full bow and arrow, ready to go. Compared to this majestic lightning, Ulquiorra's slender body is much thinner, almost swallowed by the blue light of lightning. However, there was still no expression on his face, just closing his eyes indifferently, making people unable to see through his thoughts, but it also made people shudder to see, even more terrifying than being struck by lightning. 100 million volts God's punishment. Boom. The lightning that had been accumulating around Enel for a long time gathered together, forming a beam of thunder with a diameter of several meters. This beam of lightning didn't fall from the sky, but struck toward Ulquiorra horizontally. The air was filled with electricity, and even Ulquiorra's body began to emit electricity hanabi. Facing the oncoming huge thunderbolt, the deafening roar, the dazzling electric light, and the huge heat, Ulquiorra actually had no intention of avoiding it, and he didn't even open his eyes. He stretched out his left hand from the hakama, raised it lightly, and aimed at the imposing thunder pillar approaching him. Boom. The moment the thunder pillar touched Ulquiorra, the whole thing exploded. All the energy gathered in his palm. The thunderbolt continuously impacted his body, like an endless stream of water, and the electric current that impacted Ulquiorra's palm turned into countless strands of tiny lightning, which scattered and rushed away. Is that the only way? False God. Chapter 146, The Unbridgeable Gap. How can that be? The energy of God's sanction lasted for several minutes, and the current of 100 million volts was continuously lost to Ulquiorra during this period of time. After the thunder subsided, the space of hundreds of meters was shrouded in thick smoke. Perhaps it was because the sound of thunder was too deafening. When the energy of the lightning disappeared, all the sounds in the space seemed to be drowned out. The silence, the eerie silence. But through the smoke, Enel still saw the faint figure of Ulquiorra. That's 100 million volts. Enel murmured almost desperately. What caught his eyes was the standing figure of Ulquiorra. I saw him standing on the original 800 ground, not even moving a step. His eyes are still closed, his left hand is slightly raised, palm forward. His skin was pale, and even his clothes were as white as new. After being baptized by a 100 million volt current for several minutes, there was not a single injury on his body, and there was not even a trace of burnt. The electric current still moves through Ulquiorra's body and the ground and air around him from time to time, but the electric current is so tiny that its thickness is almost invisible, and it is the echo of God's punishment, that's all. Ulquiorra lowered his arms and tucked them back into the pockets of his hakama. He slowly opened his eyes. An invisible shock wave emanated from his body. It was not Ryutsu, but pure murderous aura, and the residual electric current and smoke around him were instantly bounced off without a trace. Isn't there even a scar? The previous monster can be suppressed with only a 6,000 volt thunder dragon. Let me tell you one more thing. As I said just now, I am number 2 Espada, and Neutra, who fought against you before, is number 5. Emotional color, bring only despair. What 5 and 2? Stop playing number games for me. Don't understand. Neutra got the number 5 not because of his Ryutsu, but because of his ability to kill. What's the meaning? He is good at hand-to-hand combat. Integrating spirits into slashing and hand-to-hand combat is his strong point. He is not good at pure Ryutsu explosion like Sero. So humans, don't think that it is just a coincidence to block Neutra and Wang Shu's attack. Shine and be complacent. Are you trying to say that my ability is useless to you? You have seen the results just now, so I don't need to say more. HMPH, Enel sneered, it seems that you have misunderstood me too. The 100 million volts just now is only half of my power. It doesn't matter, twice the power, the result is the same. Ulquiorra said slowly, bastards, how far you monsters are going to anger God. Pay for your arrogance. Ulquiorra's calm attitude drove Enel completely out of his mind. He decided to let go of the dignity of God, even if it was just to deal with a monster. He would use all his strength to blast him into scum. Boom! A huge thunder burst out of Enel's body in an instant. Different from the previous way of gradually gathering thunder, Enel's move this time seemed to break out of his body, covering his whole body directly. He no longer controls his lightning, and no longer releases it in a gentle way. Even if it will cause an irreparable burden on his body, he will not hesitate. He wants to explode the lightning in his body in one breath, and let the enemy feel the wrath of God. You should be honored, monster. No mortal has ever seen this trick of mine. The violent thunder and lightning covered Enel like armor, and expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, Enel's mortal figure was gone, replaced by a gigantic statue of the god of thunder made of manic thunder. 200 million volts Thor. Thunder god's body continued to swell with the flow of thunder and lightning. This gigantic creature floated in the air, its head almost reaching into the sky. And the dark cloud that has been hovering in the sky is also spinning at an abnormal speed as if it has heard an order. Moreover, the dark clouds continued to spread in the sky, and in a blink of an eye, wherever one could see, there were already pitch black clouds flickering with blue buds. The entire sky island is shrouded in terrifying darkness and flashes of lightning. Arrogant false god, are you pretending to be a god even in appearance? In front of the giant Thor, Ulquiorra showed even more contempt. He moved his steps lightly, and used the ring to get to the same height as Thor in midair. Lingzi gathered under his feet to form a foothold, and he stood in the air as if he was standing on flat ground. Thor raised his massive thunder fist and swung it at Ulquiorra with a speed that belied his gigantic size. False bullet. Accompanied by Ulquiorra's indifferent voice, a green archetypal Ryutsu blasted Thor's fist. I saw Lei Shen's huge body leaning back slightly, and the fist of thunder and lightning was actually bounced back. Is it only to this extent? Ulquiorra continuously used the spinner, moving around the giant Thor's body flexibly. Every time his figure appeared, a green false bullet would hit Thor. In the blink of an eye, Thunder God's lightning's body had already been hit by more than 20 false bullets at 2.9, causing numerous damages. HMPH, little fly in front of God, Enel's voice was like thunder, resounding throughout the sky. The sacred body will not be damaged, but you will be punished by God to be crushed in ashes. I saw countless electric currents emanating from Thor's body again, and the current seemed to be alive, rushing towards the position damaged by the false bullet, and a burst of sparks flashed. Thor's body became intact again. As that so, the indifferent figure echoed amidst the thunder. The figure of Ulquiorra stopped in front of Lei Shen, looking extremely small in front of the huge, thundering statue. It's time for your performance to end, false god. Chapter 147 Dark Green, Ryutsu. Destroyed Thor. The huge dark clouds became a hole, like a pitch-black curtain, shrouding the entire sky island in the terror of invisible light. Dazzling lightning flashed from time to time in the dark clouds, and with the ear-piercing sound of thunder coming from a distance, a thick thunderbolt struck the ground, and the place bombarded by the thunder column, whether it was the sea cloud or the island cloud, was all reduced to ashes. Only an empty circle remains. These powerful lightning bolts struck the ground of Sky Island one after another, as if cheering for Thor, responding to the enraged Thor. Boom! A huge thunderbolt with strong light came out from the dark cloud, and the godlike god stretched out his right arm, holding the lightning bolt in his hand. The lightning continuously exploded with energy in the hands of Thor, and the roar was endless. Thor raised his right hand high, aiming the bolt of lightning at Ulquiorra in front of him like a long shot. Disappear, the evil thing that disobeys the gods. Facing the oncoming lightning spear, Ulquiorra remained unmoved. Indeed, in his eyes, this level of strength has not reached the point where he can be moved. Oh 5. I saw Ulquiorra unhurriedly pull out the blade at his waist, and cut his fingers lightly. A drop of blood fell down, and that drop of blood seemed to be caught by something, and slowly floated up again, floating in front of Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra raised his right hand, holding the round drop of blood in the palm of his hand. A green light gradually emerged from his palm, even in front of such earth-shattering lightning and thunder. That green light was extraordinarily dazzling. Ryutsu seemed to be attracted by something, frantically gathered towards his palm. The continuous, seemingly endless torrent of Ryutsu gathered at a point in his palm in an instant. As this trick again, it's useless. That little power in front of Thor will be submerged in an instant. Enel's voice came from the clouds, still deafening. And what came along with the sound was the lightning spear in his hand that was bursting with energy and was so sharp that it could cut through space. How many times do I have to say, false gods, don't compare me to Neutra? The green light in Ulquiorra's hand became more and more dazzling, as if it had life. It was about to move, and it was about to burst out uncontrollably. Wang Shu's flash. Ulquiorra said these 5 words indifferently, and suddenly, silence swept the entire space. The thunder and lightning between the heaven and the earth seemed to have been robbed of their sound and became completely silent. With a muffled sound, the huge Sero shot out from Ultsio's hand in an instant, and went straight to the oncoming lightning spear. It is hard to imagine that such a huge amount of energy surged out of such a small body. The green Ryutsu is like the waves in the raging sea. Wherever it goes, everything in the world, whether it is sound or light, is swallowed up without a trace by the torrent of Ryutsu, leaving only an endless piece of dark green. In front of Wang Shu's flashing light, the huge statue of Thunder God wielding a spear was instantly engulfed like a baby, and he couldn't even struggle. This devastating blow only happened in an instant, in absolute silence, and in absolute despair. Admiral, what is that? At the foot of the sky-reaching vines, Marine pointed to the sky, and saw a blue giant figure looming in the clouds above, constantly releasing lightning. Neutra shouldn't have that kind of ability. Akainu's face was livid. He couldn't imagine that there are people in this world who can do such a thing. That's Enel's power. Gonfal looked at the sky, his face full of despair. It seems that we can only stop here. How can it be? The golden bell is right there. It's only one step away. Akainu gritted his teeth, and he never forgot to win over the people of Sky Island. No, it's useless. Enel is so angry that even this place where we are, no, even the entire Sky Island, is about to be destroyed. His own hometown Burka is destroyed by himself. Yes. Even if the golden bell is rung, there will be no one alive on Sky Island. Even where we are, Akainu realized the seriousness of the problem. He thought that he was on Sky Island. If the island cloud under his feet were destroyed, everyone would fall into the sea from a height of 10,000 meters. Corpse. TT. What to do? What to do? The golden bell is no longer important. How can I survive? How can I keep myself and the 100 surviving Marines alive? Humans, come here. Just when Akainu was in extreme despair, a strange voice suddenly came from behind him. After the energy subsided, the golden ruins were already beyond recognition. The golden 230 bricks, golden walls, and golden ground were all burned by energy and melted together, turning into an unknown ruin made of a whole piece of gold. Enel fell in the center of the ruins. His whole body was covered with scars, he was motionless, and he couldn't feel any signs of energy or life. Ulquiorra walked up to him slowly, as if nothing had happened. His face was still indifferent, and his hands were still inserted in the hakama. You shouldn't be dead yet, the lightning in the sky hasn't stopped yet. He said indifferently. There was a sudden flash of lightning in Enel's chest, and then he took a heavy breath, resumed his breathing, and opened his eyes. Electricize your heart and restore it. Ulquiorra was expressionless, but your strength has been completely exhausted, and your internal organs have been almost completely destroyed. Even if your heart beats again, you don't have a few minutes to live. Hey. Enel lay on the ground with a weird smile. A few minutes is enough. I came back to life again, just to watch this scene. Look at you in this island, to be reduced to ashes. Ha. Chapter 148, Lei Ying. Sky Island Destruction. Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky, and the momentum did not weaken compared to before. The range of the dark cloud continued to expand, and the huge thunder pillars falling from the dense cloud layer pierced through holes one after another on the Sky Island. All this is not over. I want to watch you burn to ashes with this island. Enel fell to the ground, screaming with all his might. His body had been damaged by Ulquiorra with Wang Shu's flash, and even elementalization couldn't repair it. Ulquiorra stood in front of the fallen Enel, with the same expression and the same tone from beginning to end. Nothing has changed. After all this fighting, he didn't leave a single trace on his body. When you die, the devil fruit is separated from your body, and my mission is declared complete. Apart from this, whether it's this island or this world, everything else is meaningless. Boom. The deafening thunder continued to sound. In the dark clouds above the height of 10,000 meters, a hole suddenly appeared. I saw that all the lightning was flowing along the dark clouds, and finally flowed into this huge void. The location of this void is directly above the heads of Ulquiorra and Enel. Struggling is futile. You mortals will be reduced to ashes in the wrath of the gods. And I, the god Enel, will prove my immortality in death after death. The strong wind started to blow, the activity of thunder and lightning reached its peak, all the electric currents in the cloud seemed to have disappeared, there was no trace of blue light flashing on the cloud, and they had all flowed into the huge hole in the center of the dark cloud. A muffled sound announced the arrival of the end. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light flashed out from the hole in the dark cloud. The light seemed to come out from the crack in the door of heaven, as if it could pierce everything in the world in an instant. The light became brighter and brighter, illuminating the dark sky brightly. It turned out that what slowly fell from the black hole was a huge ball lightning. All the currents and air currents are sucked into this giant ball lightning, and the pure energy contained in it can even make the island disappear without a trace in an instant. Annihilate everything it touches. Look, wrath of God. Enel roared with a maniacal laugh. Lei Ying. The ball lightning finally fell and hit the ground of Sky Island. In an instant, all the places in the line of sight were swallowed by the bright light that was so dazzling that the eyes could not be opened. Everything is turned into nothingness in this light. Click. There was a crisp sound in the air, and the quaint Japanese-style round door appeared in the air out of thin air. The world transmitting door was opened, and the people from the sleepy days came out from the door. Followed by a strange face. He has dark skin, a few dreadlocks, and a pair of opaque glasses, as if he can't see anything. On the outside of the Black Death suit, there is a white coat with a large Huxia character number, 9, written on the back of the coat. Okay, this is the island located under the island in the sky just now. Tusen Konami said. Akainu looked solemn. Although he was saved, he was not in a happy mood. He knew that not only had he lost the chance to recruit reinforcements for Marine, but he also failed to complete the task again. Thank you, Captain Tusen. Marine will remember your Soul Society's kindness. Akainu said indifferently. No, don't remember Soul Society. Tusen Konami's blind eyes were looking somewhere. Akainu was attracted by Tusen's words, and interrupted what was worrying in his head. What do you mean? Didn't the Soul Society send you to rescue us? No, it was the Soul Society who gave the order. But what drove me to save you was justice in my heart. Justice. These two words hit the Achilles heel in Akainu's heart. Unexpectedly, your Soul Society also believes in justice. No, actually Gote 13 believes in the word guardian, not justice. The portal opened again, and Tusen Konami turned and walked towards the portal. There was a loud bang, and a white light suddenly flashed in the sky. The Marine officers and soldiers had never seen such a celestial phenomenon, and they all looked to the sky. Captain Tusen. Akainu stopped Tusen Konami. If you want to pursue justice, we have many like-minded partners here. Akainu repeated what Tusen Konami said, with a strange look on his face. Wang Dejiao. Hey. Tusen turned to the monitor. It will be my honor, Sakazuki Admiral. Boom. Time. Sky Island. doesn't exist anymore. With a click, the world transmitting door closed, leaving not even a trace in the air. This time the rescue mission is complete. I'm sorry to tell you so many nonsense words that have nothing to do with the mission. Justice. Akainu seemed to be playing with these two words in his hands, pondering over them carefully. Our world, our marine, believe in justice. Quote. Tusen Kanami turned his head, facing Akainu with his blind eyes. It seems that only these eyes can see through Akainu's thoughts. Victory does not mean justice, and failure does not mean evil. Tusen Kanami pondered for a while. Maybe I am an alien in Soul Society, and in a world where no one believes in so-called justice, I pursue my own justice. Victory does not mean justice, and defeat does not mean evil. Isn't there? The Sky Island we were on just now. I envy you, human beings, and I envy you for having a group of partners who pursue justice side by side. Tusen Kanami smiled. I should thank my blind eyes for preventing me from seeing things that hinder my pursuit of justice. It is precisely because I can't see too much that I can focus on one thing, focus on pursuing my own justice. What's wrong? Lightning. Gonfall fell to his knees with a plop. Two clear tears slid down his wrinkled cheeks. What is this movement? Chapter 149 Marine gradually falling into a trap. 7 days later, Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The surviving personnel, including Sakazuki Admiral and Sky Island native Gonfoer, totaled 136 people. The above is my full report. After speaking, Akainu sat down. There was an instant burst of muffled and soft discussions in the conference room. Sengoku looked at Garp, then at Crane, and the three looked at each other. The discussion went on for about a minute. Okay. As Sengoku's voice sounded, the small and broken discussion stopped abruptly. I know that you may not be able to accept all the contents of this report in an instant, but I can assure you as the Marshal of Naval Headquarters, every word of Sakazuki's report is true. Of course we believe Sakazuki Admiral's words, but the content about the island in the sky is really too. Shout, isn't it an excuse for me to cover up my mission failure and not dare to go to the Alabasta occupied by the Lord of the Void? What is empty? What is the explosion? Small murmurs sounded through the crowd again. About Sky Island, everything I said is true. Akainu once again stood up at 600, although his tone was as usual containing half of the anger, but his face was indeed extremely calm and firm. The biggest the evidence is the accused who escaped with us from Sky Island, Gonfall. And we later learned that he was the previous supreme ruler of Sky Island. Now, Gonfall himself is living in the headquarters. He is recuperating in a special ward, and about Sky Island, we will make a comprehensive record of the more detailed content after he recovers from his injury. It's rare to see him so calm. I'm not used to not getting angry. Kizaru whispered to Aokiji with a lewd expression on his face. Aokiji closed his eyes tightly and ignored it. Then, the legendary Sky Island and the Golden Country are all real. To be precise, they don't exist anymore now. Akainu went on to say, relevant sea areas have also received reports of sightings of construction debris falling from the sky, and after being identified by marine soldiers returning from Sky Island, those gold products afa, it is indeed the same as what I saw on Sky Island. I know that everyone is very interested in the legend of Sky Island. Later we will compile and summarize the relevant information about Sky Island and distribute it to you. However, I would like to remind everyone. Sengoku took the topic. The meeting this time did not revolve around Sky Island. Although it is a pity that the people of Sky Island did not get help, and the people in islands on their entire island were killed together. We also feel very sorry, but this meeting was held to discuss how we should deal with the invasion that may be launched by the Lord of Hueco Mundo at any time after the Alabasta detection operation failed. Marshal, regarding this point, I have an idea after going through this operation. Akainu said calmly. Say it, Sakarskin. The reason why the 136 of us survived this Sky Island explosion is all thanks to the help of the Soul Society. Akainu lowered his head, his hat covered his eyes. I understand, for people who don't understand the details cannot be completely trusted, and the dignity of our Marines cannot be trampled on. But, at the critical moment of the life and death of the entire world, we are not allowed to hesitate any longer. Soul Society's assistance is essential. On this point, I have the same opinion as Sakazuki. Aokiji raised his hand and said, the strength of the Soul Society is obvious to all. It is also in Impel Down, and it is also in Sky Island. They have spared no effort to help us. In Aokiji's mind, he recalled the scene where he and Abarai Renji exhausted their energy on the Impel Down city wall and fought against Hueco Mundo's army together. Currently, there is no indication that they are hostile to us. Aokiji continued, with their large and disciplined organization, Gote 13, it is impossible for them not to understand the truth. They may see a little bit. If our world falls, their world will be the next to be invaded, so help us. Trust them, be betrayed by them, we will lose. Distrust them, be ravaged by Hueco Mundo, we will still lose. Actually, we have no choice. That's right, we have no choice. After Seastone was also proven to be ineffective against Shu and Arankar, we had no choice but to trust them and accept their fight. Shantian said again, but, Sengoku was still hesitant. Marshal, Suru said suddenly, Sakazuki and Kuzan are right, we have no choice. Hearing what Suru said, Sengoku showed some surprise. But then, surprise was quickly replaced by trust. Sengoku pondered for a while and said, then, there must be differences in the concepts of the two worlds, how should we seek help from the Soul Society? About this point, I know a friend who has the same goals as us. Akainu said slowly. Hueco Mundo, Void Knight Palace. HMPH, Your Majesty is really evil. Ichimaru Jin laughed. Silver, watch the way you speak to Your Majesty, Aizen said. No, Aizen, you two commanders, you don't need to pay attention to those things, I also agree with Yin very much. A dark smile appeared on Gyu's face. Yes, Your Majesty, Aizen said respectfully, all of this is going according to Your Majesty's script. Yeah, it's really interesting, Yin continued with a smile, no matter what they think, they can't think of the identity of that person. Hee, I feel that there is a good show that is about to be staged. Chapter 150 Conquering the Three Seas. The dark tide is surging. A crack like broken glass appeared in the space, a pale arm suddenly stretched out, and then, a slender figure walked out from inside. Ulquiorra, thank you for your hard work. Gyu smiled and said to Ulquiorra who came out of the black cavity. Your Majesty, the task of executing Enel and taking the devil fruit has been completed. However, the Sky Island explosion was unexpected. Even facing Gyu, the master of Hueco Mundo, Ulquiorra still had the same unchanging expression. No, that's better. Gyu laughed, the louder the movement, the better. Let the story of Sky Island spread all over the world and spread the fear. You not only completed the task, but also achieved unexpected results brilliantly. Ulquiorra closed his eyes humbly. So, about Neutra, let him out first. Yes. With a wave of Ulquiorra's hand, a circle of faint green fluorescent debris spilled from his sleeve. A pitch-black crack suddenly opened in the space, and Neutra made a plop. It fell from the crack onto the floor of Zai Gong's throne. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Neutra, who had been trapped for a long time, saw Gyu and immediately yelled, let me fight. What Enel, I'll kill him right away. Quiet, Ulquiorra instantly pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and put it on Neutra's neck, before Your Majesty, don't be presumptuous. Stand up, Neutra, Gyu said blankly. Ulquiorra retracted the knife and Neutra stood up slowly without making a sound. Neutra, why did I send you to that world first, you should know. Neutra lowered his head and did not speak. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and the sound he made was amplified countless times. I admire your killing ability, and I will give you the opportunity to kill. It's just that you fought one after another, didn't know how to examine your own abilities, and challenged Enel when you were exhausted, almost causing failure and humiliating Hueco Mundo. Quote, Your Majesty, there will be no next time. Neutra opened his eyes wide, staring at the ground, not daring to cut towards Gyu. Don't be so nervous, I didn't blame you. Gyu patted Neutra's shoulder easily, and smiled, making Neutra shudder, go back to that world and fight for Hueco Mundo again. It's just, I will never tolerate failure. Yes, Neutra knelt down on one knee and made a surprisingly loud plop. Go, Neutra. After speaking, Gyu turned his head to the door of the hall, that guy should have arrived too. That guy, Ichimaru Jin squinted his eyes, wondering who Gyu was talking about. After a while, a figure gradually walked into the hall. This man was wearing a uniform similar to other Arrancars, but the head on the uniform was that of an antelope. Ludben, how is the war in the Four Seas? So it's the captain of the funeral unit. Ichimaru Jin thought. Return to Your Majesty. Ludben knelt on one knee, except for the North Blue, East Blue, South Blue, and West Blue are all owned by Your Majesty. Oh, Ichimaru Jin asked in surprise, unknowingly, Your Majesty has 1-2 more seas. Silver, it's not surprising that you didn't notice it. After all, the real battle is on the Grand Line, where the powerhouses of that world are also concentrated. The wars in the Four Seas don't need us to ask, and we leave it to the burial troops, and they will command Shuji Legion, it's a perfect fit. Aizen explained. What kind of suffering can you encounter? Gyu asked Blue Demon again. Except for East Blue, which is already owned by His Majesty, in South Blue and West Blue, we have conquered more than 30 kingdoms in total, with countless towns and loot, and the casualties of my Hueco Mundo army are almost negligible. That group humans are too weak. As the final raider, North Blue, we are also confident that we can take it within a month. Ludben said 1510. Lutherben, as Aizen said, the real powerhouses in that world are not in the Four Seas, but in the Grand Line. Even if your strategy is very easy, you can't take it lightly. So many countries have been invaded, and the news has shocked the world. It is inevitable that some troublesome strong will go to our territory to counterattack. You have to be very careful. 0. Ask for flowers. Yes, please rest assured, Your Majesty. Ludben said firmly. Although Luther had repeatedly promised, Gyu knew that with the expansion of his power, some people in the sea would also start to take action. Those meddling powerhouses, maybe, something will happen. Gyu looked at Yuya and said to himself. Grand Line, Moby DK. Father, someone is asking to see you. There was a peaceful atmosphere on the huge pirate mothership. Oh, interesting. A vigorous and powerful voice sounded, although old age could be heard, but the power contained in it could not be concealed by age. Well, I'm a newcomer to the Red Hair Pirates, called Locusta. Our captain asked me to send you a letter. Saying that, Locusta handed the letter to that vigorous voice. You actually sent someone to deliver a letter to me. When did that kid become such a big shot? As soon as he took the letter, he tore the letter into pieces with those huge palms. Hey, what are you doing? That's a letter from our boss, Red Hair. Are you crazy? Locusta shouted. Whitebeard. The deafening voice rang out, and everyone didn't even dare to take a breath. Go back and tell Shanks, if you have anything to do, bring a good wine and come to see me in person. If you hear clearly, just go back obediently. Locusta swallowed a mouthful of saliva. In front of Whitebeard's aura, his body could no longer stop him. Besides, Whitebeard turned his head and said to himself, I also know what he wants to say. It seems that the Lord of the Virtual Circle, who messed up the sea, has to take care of B. Chapter 151. Target South Blue. Angry Whitebeard. Father, is this really good? Margot sat on a small chair beside him. Maybe the redhead has already made a careful plan, and he urgently needs our assistance before sending someone to deliver the letter. Wouldn't it be too? Ha ha ha. Brat, when is it your turn to teach me a lesson? After speaking, Whitebeard picked up the barrel and drank half of the barrel of rum in one gulp. Huh, Margot sighed. That's not okay. Dad, if you drink any more, you'll die. On the side, several women dressed as nurses looked at the medical equipment beside Whitebeard and said, Pirates don't drink rum. What kind of pirates are they? Whitebeard laughed boldly. Dad, okay, there's no need to say 890 anymore. Whitebeard interrupted Margot. I am Whitebeard, and I don't need help from outsiders whether I'm fighting the Grand Line or dealing with that Hueco Mundo master. Having our own family is enough. Father. At this time, another strange voice came from outside the door. Come in, said Whitebeard over his shoulder. Walking in was a strong man with dark skin and a strong build. What's the matter, Inns? Father, there's a letter from Ace. Joe said, with an indescribable expression on his face. Oh, Ace, did he finally catch up with Teach? Whitebeard had a smile on his face. Yes, Ace wrote that he had tracked down Blackbeard at Batherilla, South Blue. Batherilla Island. Margot, who was about to fall asleep, woke up suddenly. Isn't that Ace's hometown? Hey, Whitebeard raised his huge palm slightly, signaling Margot to calm down. Why did you go to South Blue? No matter how hard Ace pursues, Teach can't be so vague as to leave the Grand Line, right? The letter said that Teach came from. Joe's hesitated. It left the Grand Line from Mariajoy and entered South Blue. Horse. Mariajoy. Holy Land Mariajoy. Margot was shocked again. That's where the headquarters of the world government is located. Teach him is one of the 4 emperors who oppose the world government, a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. How dare you go to that place? Could it be? Yes. Josie lowered his head, and his voice became smaller and smaller. Teach him to take refuge in the world government. Boom. With a loud bang, the wooden table in Whitebeard's hand suddenly shattered. Dad, don't get angry. The numbers on the instrument are about to explode. Several female nurses shouted. Whitebeard, on the other hand, didn't hear their voices at all, and had a chilling expression on his face. Teach, that good-for-nothing thing, not only violated the big taboo on the ship, killed his companions, but also betrayed the pirates and joined the Marine. Whitebeard's voice almost deafened the ears of everyone present. Because, recently, Sir Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, was defeated by the legendary master of Hueco Mundo. There is a vacancy in Shichibukai's position. Joe spoke hesitantly. Could it be? He can't join Shichibukai. Marco widened his dull eyes. That idiot doesn't even look at himself in the mirror. How much does he weigh? No. Teach him, because he got the dark fruit. His strength has improved by leaps and bounds. I heard that he killed several pirates in Magic Valley Town with a reward of more than 100 million berries. Going to Mariajoy with their heads, and he also formed his own pirate group, called Blackbeard Pirates, called himself Blackbeard, have officially joined Shichibukai now. Boom. There was another loud bang. The entire huge Moby DK vibrated, and everyone on board felt the violent shaking, and couldn't help but grasp what they could grasp. At the same time, with the Moby DK as the center, a huge wave spread towards the surroundings. Blackbeard. Whitebeard's expression was extremely terrifying. Are you provoking me? Teach. Wait a minute, Dad. Margot suddenly thought of something. Ace followed Teach through the center of Mariajoy world government alone. Would it be dangerous? If Teach, after eating the dark fruit, his strength already able to kill several big pirates with a reward of more than 100 million Baileys, Ace may not be able to execute him easily. Whitebeard also opened his eyes and suddenly realized. That's right. Why did Teach leave the Grand Line, go to South Blue, and go to Ace's hometown of Batherilla? There must be a trap in this, father, exclaimed Margot. Moby DK, anchor. Whitebeard stood up and pulled out all the medical equipment on his body. Target, South Blue. Blue. The phone bug kept ringing. Shanks opened his eyes, yawned, and picked up the phone bug. Boss, it's me, Locusta. A voice came from the phone bug. It's you. How is it? Has the letter been delivered? Shanks stretched. Yes, sorry, boss. Shinwei was torn up by that Whitebeard old man, Locus 2.2 Tower stammered. They also drove me off the boat and gave me a small wooden boat for life. I rode all day and night to reach the nearby islands. Oops, Shanks thought to himself. Whitebeard just lost his temper at this time. He doesn't know the strength of the Lord of the Void Circle, and he doesn't know what happened to Mahawk, right? No. Maybe he already knows it, but he still believes too much in his own strength. The master of Hueco Mundo can't be understood with the conventional cognition of our world. No, can't watch Whitebeard do stupid things. Shanks sat up suddenly from the boat. Locusta, stand by where you are. I'll take someone to your place in person right away, and meet Whitebeard. Chapter 152, The Eve of the Great War. All forces gather in South Blue. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Crane, Garp, the notice from the world government, have you received it? Suru and Garp sat on the sofa in Sengoku's office, not saying a word. Perhaps we've been putting too much energy into the Hueco Mundo invasion lately, not even paying attention to our marine jobs, letting go of our surveillance of the evil simmering beneath the surface of our world. Don't be so evil, it's about the new Shichibukai, Marshal D. Teach. Garp put his hands behind his head and said with a smile. Do you know anything about this person? Sengoku's glasses reflected light. At present, we only know that he originally belonged to the Whitebeard Pirates, one of the 4 emperors, and is a member of the Whitebeard Pirates' second combat team. He is just a nobody. Crane looked at the report and said, Nobody, you are right. Then, what is the reason that made him jump from an unknown nobody to a big man in Shichibukai? Say yes. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. O5 personally went to the world government headquarters in the holy land of Mariajoy, and handed over 7 coins to the 5 elders, a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys on the head. 7. To Mariajoy in person. Garp couldn't sit still. That's true. Sengoku nodded. As a pirate, going to Mariajoy in person is an extremely risky move, but it's also the fastest way to get Shichibukai tickets. Take 7 100 million Bailey heads, directly demonstrated his own strength and deterrence to the pirates to the highest authority of the world government. Marshal D. Teach, this person, had to pay attention. That's right, Crane continued, his strength is beyond doubt. But the question is why he was so unknown before, and why did he show his strength at this juncture? If he can endure under Whitebeard, then for a long time, then he is really a terrible guy. But, I don't understand, is his strength really that strong? Garp's face was full of puzzlement. 7 heads of 100 million Baileys are 2. I heard that his Devil Fruit ability is very tricky. Sengoku said, shout, it's Devil Fruit's ability user again. Not only that, but after he killed a captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, the group came. He added, ha ha ha. Garp suddenly laughed, what, then this, Blackbeard, is too stupid. Killing companions is a big taboo among pirates, let alone the man on the legendary Whitebeard ship. Look, this Blackbeard is dying soon. Although I really want to say that, the facts don't seem to let us relax. Sengoku said word by word, according to the information sent by the informant just now, the mothership of the Whitebeard Pirates, Moby the DK has already been dispatched. Think about it, if Whitebeard and his huge mothership can be dispatched in person, this Blackbeard is also an opponent that cannot be underestimated for Whitebeard. So, where's the destination? Garp asked. South Blue. In an instant, the office fell into silence. South Blue, isn't there, has it fallen into the hands of Hueco Mundo? Garp said dejectedly, that's right, except for the Grand Line, only the North Blue is still stubbornly resisting, and the other 3 seas are already the territory of the Lord of Hueco Mundo. It's our fault, too. All focus is on the Grand Line, said Sengoku. No, we are not wrong. Crane grabbed the topic, the lifeblood of this world lies in the Grand Line. Even if the other 4 seas are occupied, it is because there is no strong person there. In other words, the 4 seas are easy to be occupied and easily taken back. And once the Grand Line is invaded and the strong are defeated, I am afraid they will never again. There is nothing wrong with sticking to the strategy of the Grand Line. Crane suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Wait, Sengoku, did you just say that the Whitebeard Pirates went to South Blue? Sengoku nodded. This is a great opportunity. Maybe we can use Whitebeard to take back South Blue in one fell swoop. That's right, that's exactly what I mean. Sengoku and Crane looked at each other and smiled. And Garp stood up excitedly, this is our first counterattack. Let me do it myself. No, Garp, in order to prevent Hueco Mundo from taking the opportunity to invade, you have to sit in the headquarters and stay with me on the Grand Line. Sengoku said, Kizaru and Aokiji should have fully recovered. This time, we will send 3 admirals to go together South Blue, take back our world in one fell swoop. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. In front of GUU, a light curtain suddenly appeared, and the image of Zael Aporo was reflected in it. 490 inches, Your Majesty. Zael Aporo said respectfully, what's the matter? GUU opened his eyes and looked lazily at the light curtain. One of the 4 special forces you let me try to track, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, has a new trend. Oh, did you really track them down? No, not all of them. Zael Aporo lowered his head, it's just that Whitebeard's ship has a big target, and it doesn't seem to be hiding, so it was the first one to be tracked down. GUU closed her eyes and waved her hands. What action? He seems to be headed towards South Blue. South Blue. Yes, Your Majesty, South Blue is already His Majesty's territory. I don't know what this Whitebeard is planning. No, Whitebeard must not be underestimated. GUU frowned, we must be ready to go to war. Yes, Your Majesty. According to the information, Marine also has dozens of ships heading towards South Blue. Zael Aporo. GUU burst out laughing, his face was full of excitement, call me all Ulquiorra and Neutra to South Blue. There is going to be a war. Chapter 153 Chaos. The war is about to begin. Why are they all heading towards South Blue? GUU frowned and thought carefully. Such a large-scale marine operation must be led by at least 1 admiral. No, maybe even 3. All the marine admirals are gone. Fair enough. GUU thought. he has been working on the battlefield on the Grand Line, and for the other 4 Cs, he basically handed it over to Luther Ben. Almost without bothering myself, 3 of the 4 Cs have already been obtained. So boring, you can't feel the joy of conquering at all. Although I don't know why, the Marine and Whitebeard pirates all went to South Blue, but this is interesting. To conquer a piece of the sea, at least you need a strong man like Whitebeard to come out to control the field, so that the fun of conquest is there. Zael Aporo, out of Neutra and Ulquiorra, I want to send more troops. Which ones? He will send. Those people. Zael Aporo thought for a while, and quickly thought of the answer. Is that really necessary, Your Majesty? In fact, in the eyes of my subordinates, Ulquiorra alone is already. Are you doubting my decision? Ah no, don't dare. In the light curtain, Zael Aporo fell to his knees in fright, with bead-sized beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. Zael Aporo, you have to understand that among the 3 Cs, things that are so easy to get are also extremely easy to lose. Even if South Blue is mine, it doesn't mean we can sit back and relax. Conquering the world is not just about it refers to occupying all the land, but also defeating all the strong men in this world. This time Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world. Defeating him is more interesting than occupying all the 4 Cs. Subordinate understands, Zael Aporo said tremblingly. Okay, stand up. Zael Aporo, you seem to think of something suddenly. By the way, last time Lutherban brought back the 2 devil fruits from the 4 Cs, how are you refining them? Return to Your Majesty, the purification has been completed. And the 3rd spirit particle isolation device will also be completed within 7 days. Very well, you did a great job. Zael Aporo, Guu laughed. Then the 3rd Espada, let's send them to South Blue too. 7 days later, South Blue, Barra Island. Yo, Teach, long time no see. No, should I call you now, Blackbeard? The man on the roof is shirtless, has black hair, wears an orange hat, and has Madra dotted with TS on his face. Ace, Captain. Blackbeard looked at Ace and smiled wickedly. He stared at his big belly, and when he smiled, the missing teeth in his mouth looked ugly. You still remember me as the captain? Ace pressed his hat, jumped off the roof, and stood in front of Blackbeard. How did you know I was in this place? Blackbeard's smile got even more deceitful. Ask me this question, do you think I'm an idiot? Ace frowned. Isn't it you who led me away from the Grand Line and brought me to my hometown? As expected of the captain. He. Although I don't know what conspiracy you have, but I want to order your head. As he said that, Ace's whole body instantly burst into flames, and huge heat was released in an instant, as if he wanted to evaporate the moisture in the air. The flames swirled like a whirlwind, engulfing everything around him into the scorching Lord of Hell. Flame ring. The flame storm swept everything, and the crew members accompanying Blackbeard raised their weapons and aimed at Ace. As he said, Blackbeard raised his hands, his 2 hands had become pitch black, and the darkness flowed down from his hands like liquid. The high concentration and high heat flame was condensed on a finger-thick flame column, and the cross-shaped musket shot out instantly, aiming at the position of Blackbeard's heart, and it was bound to penetrate everything it went. Suddenly a strange voice sounded. Ace and Blackbeard turned their heads to look behind at the same time. I saw a golden light, which suddenly came from a distance. Wait, Blackbeard stretched out his arms. Back off, all of you, he is not an opponent you can deal with now. Next, it is the battle of demon fruit power. Let me dodge as far away as possible. Then there's nothing to say, let's die. Ace raised his left and right hands at the same time, and the index fingers of both hands overlapped to form a cross, aiming at Blackbeard. How? My flame. Ace's eyes widened. Tali, ha, did you see it? This is the strongest fruit I dream of, the power of dark fruit. I can't pretend that I didn't hear that. Laser rays. Look, darkness is gravity, it can absorb everything. Your little flame has been absorbed by me and crushed to pieces. Crossfire. Ha, that's right, Ace, I might as well tell you that Sarge was killed by me. Heh, I have been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, and I did it for this dark fruit. She is the first to go first. The rule on the ship is that whoever gets it has the right to eat it, and I certainly won't let others get what I've been waiting for 20 years. When the smoke cleared, Blackbeard was not only unhurt, but also had an evil smile on his face. In my darkness, even the light, it is impossible to escape. Ha. Where did you find these crew members? Ace showed a disdainful smile. All right, Teach, we are the only ones left now. Boom. Blackbeard couldn't help laughing maniacally. Although the whole group of Blackbeard pirates showed unwillingness, this was the captain's order, and they had learned about Ace's strength, so they had to leave the battlefield far away and ran to the distant hills. Chapter 154, Light and Darkness. Kizaru's Blackbeard, South Blue, Bathurira, Harbor. That guy Pelusalino, why is he suddenly so active? Isn't his character always very lazy? Aokiji stepped off the ship and said to Akainu. If he was really that lazy, would he be Marine Admiral? Akainu blurted out. Aokiji was slightly taken aback. Yes, it is Admiral after all. No matter how lazy you are on weekdays, the honor of being a Marine and the hatred for pirates in your heart must be no worse than others. Not only the pirates, but also those monsters from Hueco Mundo. Akainu looked a little dignified. Since the invasion of Hueco Mundo started, it can be said that our Marine has been passive and even retreating steadily. Pelusali knew Ota, although there is an expression of indifference on his face, but he must have accumulated a lot of breath in his heart. Seriously Pelusolino, it's pretty scary, Aokiji said. This is a good thing. Let Pelusolino vent his anger. Marine's justice cannot be trampled on again. There are 3 of us admirals here, and we have all seriously entered state 233. Let us be in South, let's make a good comeback for Blue. Saying that, Akainu stretched his waist, opened the opening of the cuffs, and rolled up the sleeves, looking energetic. But, Aokiji was still worried, that Blackbeard hasn't already joined the 7 warlords of the sea. Since it is already under the command of the world government, let's ask them. Will it? A pirate is a pirate. Shichibukai is just a name fabricated by the world government in order to stabilize those powerful pirates and use them. Akainu patted Aokiji on the shoulder. It's not just us Marine, even their world government, once given the chance, will not hesitate to get rid of any one of the Shichibukai. There is nothing wrong with saying that. Don't worry, let Pelusolino fight Blackbeard. Even if we accidentally kill that Blackbeard, the world government won't do anything to us. After all, we are Admiral, who symbolizes the highest combat power of Marine. Compared with a pirate, the world government will not fail to understand how important it is. However, don't forget our mission here. Aokiji said cautiously, once you find Shu's figure, you must stop all the fighting in your hand, and focus on eliminating Shu as the top priority. Of course, don't worry about it. Listen to me, everyone. Akainu suddenly raised his voice and shouted behind him. Yes, behind Akainu, tens of thousands of Marines on the 15 Marine ships docked at the port answered in unison. Stand by. No one is allowed to act rashly until you see Shu's shadow. Once you find Hueco Mundo's enemies, call me all the cannons and bullets. Akainu roared. Yes, the sound of tens of thousands of Marines formed a circle of sound pressure, and even set off slight ripples in the sea. Can't even the light escape? I can't pretend I didn't hear that. I saw a golden flash of light suddenly attacking Blackbeard from a distance. Blackbeard looked astonished, and hurriedly withdrew from the confrontation with Ace, raising his hands. The darkness swirled in his hands, forming a pitch-black Uzumaki, and the laser beam dissipated instantly when it touched the darkness. Hearing a beep, Blackbeard's obese body was pushed back more than 1 meter by the impact of the laser, and 2 deep marks were left under his feet. A sickly, sinister smile appeared on Blackbeard's face. Glitter fruit. Didn't AFFC expect such a big shot like you to come to this small island, Pelusolino? I'm not at all happy to be praised as a great person by you. With his hands in the pockets of his suit, Kizaru slowly walked out from the corner of the town street, with his signature wretched smile on his face. Marine Admiral Kizaru. Ace pressed his hat on the side, his face serious. Why does Marine's Admiral appear here? This makes things very complicated. Hey, you don't want to shoot me, do you? Blackbeard pretended to raise his hands to look like a head, his fat belly was exposed, and he still had a nasty smirk on his face. I've also joined 7 warlords of the sea, and I'm working for the world government, which is the same as your Marine. Before Blackbeard finished his sentence, a golden light suddenly shot out, brushed his cheek, and burned a hole in his hair. Kizaru blew on the index finger of his right hand like blowing out a match. Same as our Marine. I don't understand what you're talking about, you stinky pirate. Kizaru's face was wretched and disgusted. You really don't have the consciousness to be a Shichibukai. What do you mean? The smirk on Blackbeard's face disappeared, replaced by puzzlement and anger. The status I worked so hard to get, the privilege of being a Shichibukai. What an idiot, Teach. Ace said, do you think Shichibukai is a good position? That's a position where you will be scolded as running dogs by pirates, hostile by Marines, and will be killed at any time. You were hunted down by me, a pirate, and now you are being targeted by Marine when no one is watching. Look at it clearly, this is what you got after killing your companion. The little pirate brother next to him is more sensible. Kizaru looked at Ace, a light flashed in his eyes, looking at the tattoo on your shoulder, you must be that Fire Fist Ace, right? I'm so sorry, that's me. Ace raised his arm, revealing the tattoo on purpose. Hey, Mr. Admiral, Blackbeard said suddenly with a sullen face, if you say that, you will attack me, which means that there's no Marine eyeliner around here for the time being. Kizaru shrugged, he made a noncommittal expression. That is to say, Blackbeard smiled slyly, if I kill you, no one will see it. Chapter 155. The strongest devil fruit in the sea. Ha 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 ha. Kizaru burst into a maniacal laugh. Marshal D. Teach, although I don't know how you got into Shichibukai's position, it's really shocking to say these words. It is enough to prove that your intelligence is really not high. But Blackbeard was not stopped by Kizaru, he still had an expression that made people want to watch it again. Then you can experience it with your body, I will become a Shichibukai, means. I saw Blackbeard raised his hands again, and the darkness kept pouring out from the 2 palms. The darkness flowed down from his palms and onto the ground like a flowing liquid. Look at the power of the most evil devil fruit, dark fruit in my world. There was a bang, as if a floodgate had been opened, and the dark water slowly flowing out of Blackbeard's hand suddenly spurted out. Immediately, not only Blackbeard's hands, but also his whole body leaked dark liquid. The dark water was like a living thing, rolled up in the shape of a tornado, and the shape was like a black flame, wrapping Blackbeard's whole body. In a blink of an eye, with Blackbeard as the center, the ground several hundred meters nearby was covered by dark water like a flood. The entire town turned into a swamp of dark liquid. Ace and Kizaru jumped up at the same time and jumped onto the roof. Although I don't know what that black thing is, but it's better not to touch it. The two thought so at the same time. Ha, do you think you'll be fine if you hide on the roof? Boom, boom. Suddenly, the muffled sounds of the sun reached the ears of Kizaru and Ace. What is this sound? I could only hear the muffled voices coming more and more, followed by the building under the two of them. Kizaru and Ace couldn't help but look down at their feet, and those things that were submerged in the darkness seemed to suddenly start to snap off. Bouncing and bouncing, as if crushed by some noon, they collapsed one after another, turning into pancakes made of building materials. Seeing that the situation was not good, Kizaru quickly elementalized and turned into a golden flash, shooting into the sky. And Ace did the same, turning into a rising flame, burning in the air. In an instant, the houses in the entire town were crushed into pieces and completely submerged by the gradually rising dark water. Blackbeard stood in the center of the dark water, covered in flowing darkness, still grinning. See, the darkness is infinite. After speaking, the dark flow of the liquid suddenly changed its direction, no longer flowing towards the surroundings, but turned around, aiming at Blackbeard's body and going upstream. The surrounding darkness was quickly sucked back into Blackbeard's body, and the whole scene seemed to be full of evil smells, which made people sick again and again. The dark water level that submerged the town began to recede, and gradually, the ground was exposed. But the strange thing is that those buildings that were crushed by something have disappeared. Kizaru and Ace watched the dark water recede, each found a place without darkness, and landed. Where did the town go? Kizaru muttered. Could they all be dragged underground? Ace also had the same question in his heart. In the blink of an eye, the raging dark water was absorbed back into Blackbeard's body, and the town floor was once again exposed to sunlight. Kizaru and Ace were once again shocked. In front of them, the entire town was completely gone, not even 10 building fragments were left behind. See it, Mr. Admiral. Can you still laugh now? Blackbeard gave a secret cry, and aimed at Kizaru. Suddenly, an invisible gravitational force firmly sucked Kizaru's body. What happened? Before Kizaru understood what was going on, his body had already flown towards Beard's palm. And Kizaru set up the Amakongan sword and blocked his fist. But helplessly, the body was still sucked by Blackbeard and could not escape. Then you want to kill Pelusalino, Admiral? A firm and angry voice, like a bell, sounded behind Ace, too. Before Blackbeard could finish his sentence, 2 pillars of fire attacked him from a distance. He dodged one of the pillars of fire with his hands away, while the other one hit his belly impartially. Blackbeard grabbed the collar of Kizaru's chest, and with the other hand, wrapped in thick darkness, he slammed towards Kizaru. Kizaru took the opportunity to elementalize his body, and cut the distance between Blackbeard and Blackbeard at the speed of light. Seeing this situation, Ace subconsciously jumped back a long distance, far away from Blackbeard's attack range. Why, my body, Kizaru exclaimed. It's hot, it's hot, it's hot. Blackbeard was so painful that tears were about to flow. He shouted angrily, Ace, you have no spine. As a pirate, you actually help Marine. Absorb. The power of demons. HMPH, I didn't help him either, Ace muttered with a smile in the distance. I didn't dodge that Marine on purpose just now. HMPH, Blackbeard smirked again. The jagged teeth made people feel very uncomfortable. Darkness is gravity. Not only can I attract matter, but I can also absorb the power of demons. That's right. As an ability user of the Logia Devil Fruit, you haven't been caught like this for a long time, right? Blackbeard grinned and said, people caught by my dark fruit can't use any abilities. Fruit ability, let alone elementalize your body to escape. Mr. Admiral, in my hands, you are already a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Boom. Seeing his body being sucked in, Kizaru instantly condensed photons in his hand, forming a long golden lightsaber. Amazon Cloud Sword, Chapter 156, Lava and Flame. A fateful encounter. It's a terrible devil fruit. Kizaru, who escaped from Blackbeard's palm, couldn't help but exclaimed, once caught by him, it means that he loses his fighting power. If you want to win, you must never be touched by his hand again. Arrive. It's hot, it's hot, it's hot. Blackbeard was still slapping his big belly on the spot, which was scorched black by Ace's musket. Did Fire Fist Ace help me just now? Kizaru stared at Blackbeard. This guy, why didn't he use his elemental body to avoid Ace's flame? Saying that, Kizaru stood up straight. He dusted off his yellow striped suit, and a bold idea popped into his head. I saw Kizaru stretching out his right hand, with the palm facing upwards. 170, an egg-sized golden ball of light slowly rose into the sky, and like a balloon, it gradually inflated and drifted towards Blackbeard. What kind of trick is this? Blackbeard said alarmed. When the balloon of light floated above Blackbeard's head, Kizaru grasped it with his palm, pointed and stretched out his index finger, aiming at the balloon in the air. Z, a thin light that is difficult to see with the eyes pierced the balloon in an instant. Rain of light. Kizaru narrowed his eyes and whispered. With a bang, the light balloon exploded in the air, and countless tiny light needles fell from the sky, hitting the Blackbeard below densely like rain. Blackbeard's eyes widened suddenly, and he rolled on the spot, but he still didn't roll out of the light needle's range. He had no choice but to raise his arm covered with thick hairs to protect his vitals. Resist the light needle above the head. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Under the baptism of the rain of light, Blackbeard roared in pain. It's exactly what I thought. Kizaru put his hands back into his pockets. Teach, you can't dodge attacks elementally, right? After the light rain was over, Blackbeard gasped heavily, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. HMPH, this is the punishment of dark fruit. Blackbeard forced a smile. As I said, darkness is gravity, which can attract everything, including bullets, blades, flames and light. I am different from you Logia fruit-capable users, I cannot dodge attacks, and I am much more sensitive to pain than ordinary people. However, I will not be hit by your little tricks again. And you, will be my darkness sucks and crushes to pieces. Humph, Kizaru showed a wretched smile, only one thing you were right, teach. The trick just now was really just a trick to verify my conjecture. As he said that, Kizaru's whole body suddenly emitted a golden light. Blackbeard raised his arms, covering his eyes. What does this guy want to do again? The light became brighter and brighter, and Kizaru himself became elemental, turning into a huge golden light and rising into the air. In midair, a cross shining with dazzling golden light floated there. This time, it's not a trick, Kizaru's voice resounded in the air like a god, 8-foot mirror hooked. In an instant, the cross of light shot out countless golden light bullets in midair. Each light bullet contained enormous power, making a sizzling sound in the air, aimed at Blackbeard's direction, and launched a large-scale attack like a machine gun. The 8-foot Chonguyu is far superior to the Rain of Light in terms of range and power. Blackbeard is absolutely unable to defend against it, and if he had to forcibly catch the endless light bullets, Blackbeard would definitely die, and it would be difficult to keep even a whole corpse. Damn Kizaru! Ah! Blackbeard roared, and darkness rose from him like flames. The huge black pillar of fire instantly rose to a height of tens of meters. From a distance, it looked like a black tornado. What? Following Blackbeard's angry shout, countless messy fragments were suddenly thrown out of the dark tornado. Looking carefully, it turned out to be the remains of the town that was absorbed by his dark water just now. See, the things caught by my darkness are all here. Liberation. The town has lost its original look and turned into pieces. In the dark tornado, these building wreckages spewed out continuously, blocking in front of Blackbeard. At this time, the light bullet has shot over. But all were blocked by the wreckage of these buildings, and none of them attacked Blackbeard. In midair, countless light bullets continued to fly towards the wreckage of the town. The explosion sound of boom 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 came continuously. In a short while, the smoke caused by the explosion and the dust flying from the debris of the town filled the entire space. Teach, dark fruit is really too strong. Ace on the side exclaimed. Aren't you going to help your fellow pirates? I heard that Blackbeard was originally your subordinate. The figure behind Ace gradually came out, the red suit, white hat, and the two characters, Justice, on the back of the cloak. It was Akainu Sakazuki. Huh, Ace was unmoved, pressed his hat, and stood up. The purpose of my coming here is to kill that guy. However, with that Marine Admiral here, it seems that I don't need to take action in 1.1. It's you, are you really not going to help your companion? Akainu crossed his arms and didn't answer. By the way, Teach has now joined Shichibukai, so he should be with you Marine, right? You should stop their fight, right? Ace smiled and asked knowingly. Whether it's Shichibukai or the Four Emperors, pirates will always be the target of Marine's elimination. Akainu's voice was deafening, including you, the second team of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace. As he spoke, billowing black smoke rose from Akainu's right arm, turning into a fist of lava. And Ace's body also emitted crimson flames, burning blazingly. It seems that we also have to fight. Chapter 157 Descendants of One Piece. P.S. I am afraid that someone will complain later that I have written Akainu as weak. Here I will say it in advance. The reason why Akainu and Ace are at a disadvantage in the next battle is that Akainu didn't take it seriously at all, and it's not that he can't really beat Ace. The following is the text. Pottercast D Ace, I have a question for you. Akainu lowered the brim of his hat and said, it's up to you, I just need to get that BD Teach's head anyway. HMPH, are you really the posthumous son of that One Piece, Gore D? Luo Jia, hearing this, Ace's relaxed expression instantly disappeared, and a feeling of disgust climbed up his face instantly. It has nothing to do with you, he said coldly. Do you know how much manpower and material resources Marine used to hunt you down 20 years ago? A musket shot towards Akainu suddenly, and with a bang, the hat on Akainu's head flew high. I'm not interested in your topic. If you say one more word, my O5 flame will no longer miss. It seems that there is nothing to say. Akainu lifted his hair with his left hand, and at the same time, the lava in his right hand began to billow magma, and black smoke shot straight into the sky. Seeing this scene, Ace also bangs and ignites his right arm. A blazing flame burned above his arm, forming a huge fist. Dark Hound. Fire Punch. The black smoky lava fist spewed out from Akainu's arm in an instant, and the top of the fist opened its mouth wide like a vicious dog, and the rows of sharp teeth were clearly visible from Dr. Akainu. And Ace's flame fist also quickly ignited in the air, flew out of his hand, and punched the lava dog in the face. Boom. The moment the two different forces collided with each other, huge heat rushed towards the surroundings. The bursting lava and scattered sparks burned almost all the ground between the two into scorched earth. The vicious dog and the fire fist are tearing at each other, and the heat on both sides is constantly weakening. No, it's not weakening, but in the confrontation with each other, the condensed heat begins to leak out, gradually increasing the surrounding temperature. Wave after wave of heat is like ripples, sweeping across an increasingly wide area. In the end, this collision of heat ended with a huge roar. Fragments of magma and dots of sparks sprinkled the ground, leaving horrible marks and flickering flames on the scorched ground. Akainu and Ace jumped back and stood at the two ends of the explosion. This guy, as expected of Marine Admiral, is really difficult to deal with. Ace frowned uncontrollably. Ace, you have such a strong power, and such a strong devil fruit ability. I don't understand, as the son of the Pirate King, why are you willing to do nothing under Whitebeard's hands? With your strength, you can form a pirate group by yourself. This Grand Line is also a strong contender for the throne of One Piece. Black smoke came out from Akainu's hands again. Whitebeard is my father, he is the only man who can become One Piece. As he spoke, a burst of red light suddenly flashed from Ace's clenched fists. With a buzzing sound, the red light centered on his fist and extended more than 1 meter long towards the front and rear ends, forming two flame spears with high concentration of heat and flame. Ace stood up and jumped high. In midair, he stretched his arms and threw two flaming spears straight at Akainu. Shinha Shiranui. The spear of flame pierced the air, making a sound. Wherever the spear went, sparks flew everywhere, and the trajectory of the spear also ignited a long flame trail in the air. But Akainu stood in place, facing the oncoming fire spear, unmoved by it. He slowly raised his two arms rolling magma, and put his two palms together. Flaming lava rolled and grew on his palm. Gradually, the range of magma spread to the surrounding area, and the area became larger and larger, forming a lava shield. The red light on the lava shield gradually dimmed, and the magma no longer flowed, but turned into a pitch-black rock. Obviously recognized that Whitebeard is his father. What are you talking about, the son of One Piece? Edward Newgate. Akainu's face was still gloomy. Decades ago, he lost the battle with Luogia, making Luogia the One Piece. But a loser from the second era. You are more ridiculous, right? The One Piece I am talking about is not Gordy. Luogia, I am talking about the future One Piece. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, I will let that man sit on the throne of One Piece. Boom. Oh, I don't think so. But you, a lot of old men, don't you really lose 627? Ace challenged. With a bang, the huge lava shield fell off Akainu's hand like a cicada shell, and hit the ground, leaving a deep pit on the ground. And the flame spear pierced on the shield gradually extinguished, leaving only two round holes on the shield. Flames soaring to the sky suddenly appeared from Ace's body, and the flames burst out instantly, burning the clouds at a height of 1,000 meters into shards of fire. In the blink of an eye, two flame spears had been pierced on the shield. Another burst of fire flashed, and suddenly thick smoke rose. I'll say it again, your ability is very strong, Fire Fist Ace. But you are still young, and in terms of combat experience, you will definitely not be able to defeat me. Akainu said with a gloomy face. If you have the guts, just say that sentence again. HMPH, Ace's mouth suddenly turned into a smile, he stretched out his finger, and lifted the hat on his head. Does that matter? Because I'm the son of One Piece. Akainu roared, as if venting his dissatisfaction, a shot of magma shot out of his fist. Ace, on the other hand, took his time and jumped to escape the attack. Ridiculous. Boom. Humph. Cut down the temperature of the lava and turn it into rock to block the attack. Ace fell from the air and saw that his Shiranui was blocked. He couldn't help but said, but in terms of temperature, the highest temperature of the lava is far lower than that of the flame, the highest temperature. But this guy took advantage of his disadvantages to create an advantage in combat power. What a terrible guy. I'm not here to talk nonsense with you. Akainu suddenly raised his voice. Why do you want to be a pirate? Chapter 158 Flame of Wrath. Hueco Mundo is coming. The temper is really hot. Akainu looked at the raging flames from Ace in front of him. It's not a good thing for young people to be too hot-blooded. I saw Ace's whole body was burning with flames, jumping up. With a flash of fire, Ace has already arrived in midair. You don't know anything about Whitebeard. Ace in the air rotated his body, and the sparks ignited more vigorously in the air, gradually covering his entire body. Ace has become a fireman. He is spinning in the air, forming a storm of flames, connecting the sky and the ground, sweeping everything in the sky and the earth. Akainu raised his hand involuntarily, to shield himself from the fiery storm. Although Ace's attack hasn't been launched yet, his intuition tells Akainu that this trick is easy for the concubine. So he subconsciously burned magma on his arm, and the whole arm turned into a huge dog-shaped lava, aiming at the center of the flame storm, ready to go. Seeing that the spinning Ace suddenly stopped spinning, he raised his arms high and gathered all the huge spinning flames in the palm of his hand. At this time, his body also began to fall from the air. Coming, Akainu felt the murderous intent, so he took a step faster than Ace, and swung his huge dog-shaped lava arm at Ace. The dog gnaws the red lotus. Boom. I saw the dog-shaped lava in Akainu's hand spouting billowing smoke and detached from his arm. Like a vicious dog that was blood-red and glowing with flames, it opened its bloody mouth and went straight towards Ace. And the highly concentrated flame in Ace's hand continued to emit strong light, as if he couldn't hold it back, it was stirring in his palm. Fire Pillar of Abstinence. With a red name, Ace aimed his palm at Akainu. All of a sudden, those restless flames that had been suppressed for a long time all spewed out. Like a river embankment breach, the river tilted towards Akainu. The flame is still spinning, and because it has been suppressed for a long time, its power is even stronger than before. This spinning pillar of fire did not pay attention to the oncoming lava dog at all. Run to the bed and go. In the blink of an eye, the pillar of fire devoured the dog Nibble Red Lotus. The dog-shaped lava fist was burned in the fire until there was not even a piece of magma left. The huge pillar of fire rolled with destructive power and scorching heat, and everywhere it went was ashes. Not good. Seeing that the situation was not good, Akainu quickly covered armament hockey on his body, and with shave, he quickly fled to the side. Boom. At the same time, Ace's pillar of fire had come to the ground, turning Akainu's location into a sea of flames. The rocks on the ground made a crackling sound, and the pillar of fire actually melted the ground, and the high temperature burned out a huge pit, like a wound on the earth. I don't know how long the flames burned before gradually subsiding. When the heat and thick smoke dissipated, the bottomless pit on the ground suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Akainu on the side looked at the huge pit, and a few drops of sweat involuntarily oozed from his forehead. Mara fruit is really strong. At this time, Ace also landed on the ground smoothly. He saw Akainu who had stepped aside, with displeasure and disdain written all over his face, and he couldn't help spitting. Even if I dodged so far with shave, if I hadn't used armament hockey, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been unscathed in the aftermath of that heat wave. Fortunately, I didn't use elementalization to dodge. If I used elemental, I am afraid that I have become the scum of magma. Really, a close call. Do you know how powerful it is? Ace stood up and called out to Akainu. Even if I am like this, I am just the captain of a small team in the Whitebeard Pirates. In the Whitebeard Pirates, there are many guys who are stronger than me. Not to mention Father Whitebeard who stands at the apex of all of us. He himself, such a strong man, do you still dare to say that he is a loser of the times? Akainu also stood up, looked at the vigorous Ace, and couldn't help sighing. Boy, it is an indisputable fact that Whitebeard lost to Luogia in the One Piece competition. History is always written by the victor. The world will only remember One Piece, and only the one who stood on power and wealth. The most apex person. As for the second, no one will ever care. Whitebeard is such a pathetic existence. Remember, boy, the so-called strong does not just mean that you are strong. HMPH, that's right. The corner of Ace's mouth rose. The strong don't just have strong strength, and Whitebeard, he possesses that power. That power can make everyone willing to help him become the Pirate King. With a roar of Ace, he raised his right hand high, and a string of flames emerged from the fingertips. And on the ground with him as the center, circles of flames are spreading towards the distance, and the flames below. Team, really, I said I wanted to vent my anger, but in the end I was left here alone. Aokiji on the deck held up his binoculars and looked at the battlefield in the distance. But it's really amazing. That Blackbeard actually destroyed the town so much that it can't see its original appearance. And Ace the Fire Fist, he is really an admirable young man. But, Aokiji put down the binoculars, leaned back on the recliner, and covered his eyes with an eye patch. However, your opponent is the terrible admiral. The outcome has already been decided. It seems that I don't need to play. They said that I am here to watch Hueco Mundo's movements and prevent surprise attacks. However, sleep for a while, it doesn't matter. Just when Aokiji was about to fall asleep, Marine's shout suddenly sounded in his ear. What is that? Those guys, stupid. Chapter 159 The Prologue of the Great War. Who is the enemy behind? What? Hearing the yelling, Aokiji jumped up from the recliner. He pulled off the blindfold on his head and looked towards the sky. Due to closing his eyes for a long time and suddenly looking at the sun, his eyes couldn't adapt to the strong light for a while, so he raised his hand subconsciously to block the sun. What's going on? Aokiji hurriedly asked the people around him. In the air, a lot of monsters are flying here. Sure enough, as Sakazuki said, Zuchun will come here sooner or later. Anyway, this South Blue has been occupied by Shu, and we are making such a big commotion, and it is too whimsical for us not to be discovered. Aokiji slowly got used to the light, and quickly raised his head to look towards the sky. In the distance, a nest of dense black dots was flying towards this Batheril island. These monsters didn't fly out of a black hole in midair like they did in Impel Down, but came from afar. Aokiji picked up the binoculars again and observed the direction of the virtual group by himself. There is indeed no black hole. Then it is really as predicted beforehand. These ghosts came here temporarily from the surrounding stations. After all, this is an unknown island. Even if the number of monsters in Hueco Mundo is 693, there are many, and it is unlikely that they will set up camp here. After confirming the situation, Aokiji shouted to the Marines behind him. Don't be afraid, just some skirmishers. All ships, guns loaded, ready for battle. Following Aokiji's order, the 15 Marine ships docked around Basilila Island all responded with a roar. Immediately afterwards, there was bang bang bang, the metal collision sound of the shell being pushed into the barrel, and the click, click, the sound of the bullet being loaded. Aokiji holds a telescope in his left hand, staring at Zuchun all the time, while his right hand is raised high, hanging in the air. The Marines on all the ships understood, their eyes were all focused on Aokiji's raised right hand, waiting for his order to launch an attack. In the distance, Shukyun's roar gradually reached the ears of Marine soldiers. Along with the roar there were waves crashing on the sea below the virtual group. That is not an ordinary AFDJ wave, but a wave stirred up by the sound pressure of a virtual group. Roughly estimated, the number of these ghosts is about 10,000. Aokiji estimated the number of ghosts that are about to attack in the telescope, this group of bastards. The last time they bullied the few in Impel Down to launch a sneak attack, this time, our number is 10 times that of yours. Ammunition and artillery are also sufficient, and the soldiers are also prepared long ago, and can't wait to get ready to go. I don't think we will beat you to pieces. Just a little bit, and you're in range of the artillery. Even Admiral Aokiji's heartbeat starts to speed up as the virtual group ends. Boom. Suddenly there was a gunshot, and Aokiji hurriedly put down the binoculars and looked aside. BD, who told you to shoot? Aokiji cursed. Yeah, sorry, Admiral, it was a young Marine who shot. He was holding a long gun in his hand, his fingers were trembling, and his forehead was already dripping. No wonder, even Admiral like Aokiji would be nervous, let alone such a rookie. Fortunately, there was no second shot after the gunshot, and the other Marines were still calm. Don't worry, Aokiji whispered again, we must wait until they are all within range, and then annihilate them all in one fell swoop. 1,000 meters, 800 meters, 500 meters. Hueco Mundo gradually approached, and those messy roars became more and more clear. In stark contrast, Marines' 15 ships, with nearly 100,000 Marines, were so quiet that they could hear their heartbeats. Everyone sweated, their hearts beat faster, and they waited for Shukyun to fall into the net. 400 meters, 300 meters. Aokiji counted his heartbeat, swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and made a loud noise. 200 meters, 100 meters. Just when Aokiji was commanding the battle excitedly, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Aokiji roared, and also raised his hands, aiming at Zuchun. 2 ice spears quickly condensed on his 2 palms. With a low growl, he threw the ice spear like an empty group with all his strength. The 4 front battleships, aim at the rear of the void group. Cut off their back route. As the number of ghosts continues to decrease, Marines' morale is at an all-time high. Immediately, the sound of explosions, roars, and Zuchun's screams all became one. The clouds in the sky were also shattered by this earth-shattering sound, and the sea surface was like boiling water, with billowing waves stirred up by the sound waves. With Aokiji's roar, more than 100 loaded cannons on 15 huge ships, and tens of thousands of long guns in Marines' hands, all aimed at Void Group 10 lacing throw. In the virtual swarm like a swarm of locusts, flames continued to emerge, and the sound of explosions was endless. Plop, plop, fragments of shells and Zuchun's corpses continuously fell into the sea. Emission. Boom 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 boom. Bang bang. The 2 ice spears hit the heads of the 2 Zus, and with the 2 Zus as the center, the ice spears spread to dozens of surrounding Zus in an instant like blooming flowers. That's right, sure to win. Avenge the brothers of Impel down. As expected of Kuzan Admiral. We will definitely win. Humans, you have been flanked. Cut off their backs. Not one of them is allowed to escape. Aokiji yelled, they are just nearby defenders, catch them all. Don't let them call for reinforcements, as long as they don't get caught by the void that suddenly appeared from the black hole. If we attack, we will win. Blow up all these beasts to pieces. In the blink of an eye, dozens of heads were frozen, losing signs of life. 2 ice coffins wrapped in dozens of empty corpses fell into the sea surface with a plop and submerged in the bottom of the sea. Chapter 160 Tia Hurley Bell. The 4th Espada is here. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Oh, Your Majesty, we are one step too late. Ichimaru Jin looked at Baitheril Island in the light curtain, narrowed his eyes and said, there, the war has already begun. Gu sat on the throne with her eyes closed, wondering if she had fallen asleep. No, Silver, it's still too early. Aizen said calmly, is it too early? But, Captain Aizen, look, the whole island is buzzing. There are flames on one side, and light and darkness on the other side. It's a joy to fight. And our Void Army hasn't set off yet, only the surrounding the defenders of several important towns and islands are rushing to Batheria Island. Silver, I've said it many times, don't call me Captain again. The corner of Aizen's mouth raised a mysterious arc. HMPH. Ichimaru Jin chuckled, the good show His Majesty has been waiting for hasn't happened yet. Those monkeys are willing to make trouble on the island, so let them make trouble. Aizen's magnetic and confident voice echoed in the empty hall. Gu on the throne suddenly smiled, as if praising Aizen's speech. That's right, what I'm talking about the upcoming big battle is not the few people who are making small noises on Baitheril Island. Gu opened her eyes slightly, and there was no other sound anywhere, not even a single insect. The person who is about to come is the guy the first want to deal with. As long as I kill him, the world will be half of my hand. He, as that, Whitebeard, Yin asked, killing him is equivalent to getting half the world. Is that person really that powerful? Although it can't be compared with our Hueco Mundo's Espada, he is known as the strongest man in that world. And his subordinates are also fierce, and none of them are easy to deal with. That's why His Majesty made a special case to dispatch those people, didn't he? Aizen said confidently. Gu smiled slightly, with a noncommittal expression. Anyway, take your time and let Ulquiorra and Neutra hold on. Dinner will not start until Whitebeard comes out. But, Marine brought a lot of people this time. Ichimaru Jin said with some concern, there is a fleet of nearly 100,000 people, and those weapons called cannons. Ammunition is plentiful and morale is high. The shoe that we rushed from all around, I am afraid that the whole army will be wiped out. It doesn't matter, tens of thousands of them are nothing to worry about. Moreover, our 3rd Espada has already entered the battlefield ahead of time. To deal with 100,000 Marines, only one finger is needed. Aim at the enemy's tail. Don't let them run away. Not one of them can be let go. Before their reinforcements arrive, we must catch them all. Otherwise, we will be attacked from both sides. Go all out, hit me, Aokiji shouted with all his might, and hundreds of cannons on 15 ships were also bombarding the empty group under his command. Explosions, roars, guns, and the breathtakingly loud sounds filled the battlefield, almost shattering people's internal organs. Since when did you feel that you were not flanked? A cold voice suddenly rang in Aokiji's ear. He, who was obsessed with fighting and his blood boiled, suddenly felt a chill down his spine, as if all the warmth was taken away in an instant, and the endless noise of the battlefield disappeared without a trace at the same time. In this Setsuna, it seems that only Aokiji and the person behind him are left on the vast sea. Puck. Time seemed to freeze for 10,000 years, and with Aokiji's roar, the surrounding world returned to normal again. I saw Aokiji turn around quickly, and faster than he turned around, were 5 icicles that shot out from his hand. Call out. The icicle cut through the air and headed straight for the person behind him. But when Aokiji turned around, a stream of water splashed on his face accurately. The water flow didn't have much impact, and it felt a little warm. 0. Asking for flowers, 0. Aokiji took a closer look, and there was a person, a woman, standing in front of him. This woman has blonde hair and a proud bust. Her tight white collar rose high, covering half of her face. He was wearing a white hakama on the side of his lower body, and he carried a seemingly short dagger on his back. Who are you? Who? Kuzan didn't dare to act rashly. Hurley Bell, 4th Espada, Tia Hurley Bell. Hurley Bell's voice came from under the collar, cold as ice. 10. Espada. Aokiji's back was sweating instantly, and the number is still 4. According to Vice Admiral Garp's information, even Admiral, when encountering an Espada numbered above 6, the first thing to think about should be to escape. But Aokiji looked around, and only a few Marines who were close to him noticed that there was such a strangely dressed person behind him. A little further away, as well as the Marines on other ships, are still attacking the Void group intently and directly. When did this guy come here suddenly? No, she can't escape. Her number is 4. If she escapes, I'm afraid the 100,000 Marines here will die. It was wiped out in an instant. Aokiji didn't act rashly, but wanted to see what Hurley Bell would do next. But Hurley Bell didn't do anything, just stood opposite Aokiji, with his hands folded in front of his chest, the eyes above the collar, like sea kings staring at their prey, making people dare not even move. I just attacked her with a hockey puck, she should have been frozen, why nothing happened to her? Aokiji muttered in a very small voice. I have returned your ice to you. Hurley Bell seemed to have heard his voice, and replied in a cold voice. Give it back to me. Aokiji thought of the warm water splashed on his face when he turned his head just now. Could it be that this house, the moment I turned around, took my ice as the block all melted? And, Chapter 161 Aokiji broken arm. Horrible Hurley Bell. Aokiji couldn't help but sweat coldly on his face. What a scary woman. The moment my ice puck was shot, even before I had time to turn around, it was completely melted and even turned into warm water. Hey, who are you? When did you stand there? Get the hell out of Kuzan, Admiral. Are you also with Shu? Several Marines around Hurley Bell started yelling at her. Aokiji looked around, and it seemed that only the Marines who were close to him noticed Hurley Bell's sudden appearance. They formed a circle with Hurley Bell in the center. I don't know if it's because the attack on the virtual group is very, 367, effective, and the morale of the entire Marine has greatly increased. These Marines didn't pay attention to this woman of unknown origin at all. They all raised their guns and swords, aiming at Hurley Bell, with vicious expressions on their faces and no fear at all. Fortunately, not too many people found out. Aokiji is privately thankful. Are you thinking that it's fortunate that I came here alone and didn't cause too much commotion and affect the morale of your attack group? Hurley Bell's voice was indifferent, and he didn't pay attention to the Marine in front of him at all, including Aokiji. Could this guy be able to read minds? Aokiji thought to himself. Indeed, as she said, the most urgent task is to keep the morale of the soldiers, wipe out the Zuchun, and then do their best to deal with the 4th Espada. Flash back and forth, attack one side, never panic. I have to find a way to hold her back. Even if I persist in this way, I can't let her affect the momentum of Marine. However, things backfired. Without saying a word, Hurley Bell stretched his hand behind his back. She hooked the ring on the dagger guard behind her back with her fingers, and with a light pull, the whole sword slipped out of the scabbard obediently and was held in her hand. I saw that it was a wide-edged short sword, and the middle of the blade was completely hollowed out, as if to reduce unnecessary weight. The dagger slipped from Hurley Bell's back into her hand like a cloud, drawing a graceful arc in the air, pointing straight at Aokiji. I think you made a mistake, human. Hurley Bell's voice came from under the collar again. You think I'm only one person, so you want to hold me back and deal with the army. Stupid. You still don't understand the true meaning of the word, Espada. Shout, are you still preparing to fight? No, what do you have to do to keep the movement of the battle to a minimum? The walls of this ice prison are 50 centimeters thick, and all of them are solid ice that I compressed with hockey. I used it to catch several vicious big pirates and threw them into impel down level 0.6, so far, no one has escaped from my ice prison. Don't get carried away, monster. Aokiji squinted his eyes. In another 10 minutes, the virtual 0.1 group outside will be completely wiped out. At that time, 100,000 Marine gunfire will be directed at you. Whatever you want, what Espada is it might not be easy to get out of the body, right? But just when those streams of blood were about to spray on the top of Hurley Bell's head, there was only a poof, and all the blood disappeared. Because I alone am stronger than millions of virtual groups. Before Aokiji could speak, Hurley Bell was slowly walking towards him. As soon as she took the first step, the boots made the first click on the deck, and saw the Marines surrounding her. Suddenly, a huge amount of blood spurted out of their throats. It's so fast. When Aokiji was surprised, could it be that the moment she pulled out that sword, a short sword can cut to such a wide range? Wisps of smoke billowed from above Hurley Bell's head. The smoke was scarlet blood red. It was the blood of several Marines, the vaporized blood mist. Ice prison. That's much better than your monster appearing in front of them. Aokiji clenched his fists. I know, you Espadas are all guys with special abilities, which is very similar to Devil Fruit. Just now, you put my ice ball evaporates, and the blood of these Marines is also evaporated into a blood mist when it enters a certain range of your body. I think. The blood flow was like a fountain, spurting from several points around Hurley Bell, drawing a parabola in the air, and spraying towards Hurley Bell in the center. You got one thing wrong. Hurley Bell said softly, the group of monsters outside are not worth mentioning at all. Tens of thousands of monsters are just a drop in the bucket in Hueco Mundo. And I came here, can't I explain, has Hueco Mundo already been aware of your movements? But have you ever wondered why there isn't even a single virtual reinforcement coming besides me? Aokiji suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if he understood something. Your ability is related to heat, right? However, in my special ice prison, can your ability destroy it after all? Aokiji's voice echoed in the ice prison, but Hurley Bell still had a defiant expression, and the thick golden eyelashes were slightly lowered. Now that things are going on, you're still trying to hold me back. But aren't you trying to hide it? If such a big ice cube appears out of thin air, the Marines around will only be more suspicious. Hurley Bell said. With a bang, 4 ice walls with a diameter of about 10 meters suddenly rose around Aokiji and Hurley Bell as the center. The ice wall continued to grow, gradually connecting into a hole. Not only the surrounding area, but also the top of the head and the soles of the feet were covered with thick ice, imprisoning the two people and the corpses of the Marines together in this airtight cold cage. Plop, plop, after a series of muffled noises, the Marine who had been surrounded had already collapsed in a pool of blood. Heat, ha ha. Hurley Bell's laughter came from under the collar. It seems that your perception of our power is just as superficial. Chapter 162 Penetrating with One Blow. Kang Jian Cannon. What is this? Several Marines leaned towards the ice prison that suddenly appeared in front of them. Ice. Made by Kuzan Admiral. Why did such a big ice room suddenly come out? Boom. Just when the Marines were wondering, there was only a loud noise, and Daoguang rushed out of the ice prison. The entire ship was shaken by the impact recoil. The shock wave did not stop after breaking through the ice prison, but flew farther out to sea, drawing a long track on the sea surface. After the impact calmed down, the ice prison also collapsed. Thick chunks of ice shattered to pieces. And in that ice prison, the ground was covered with bright red blood. In the pool of blood, half kneeling on the ground was Aokiji. I saw Aokiji panting heavily, kneeling on one knee in a pool of blood, holding his right shoulder with his left hand, where the blood was profuse. Upon closer inspection, his entire O5 right arm has disappeared. Hurley Bell stood in front of him, holding the hollow dagger, pointing straight at the kneeling Aokiji. You still think, my ability? Aokiji hadn't recovered from the shock just now. How come? He just swung the blade. The short sword was obviously several meters away from me. My arm. If I hadn't used armament hockey in time, I'm afraid the whole person has been divided into two. The trident fog halberd, Hurley Bell said coldly. Perhaps your human eyes only saw one slash, but in fact, at the same instant, I slashed 3 times in a row. And it wasn't the one who cut off your arm. My knife, but my Ryutsu. Aokiji took a closer look, and there was indeed traces of yellow light remaining on Hurley Bell's blade. Shocked, a sharp pain hit Aokiji again. He gritted his teeth, and a piece of ice condensed on his severed arm. After the white cold air dissipated, 10 arms made of ice had replaced Aokiji's severed arm. Making prosthetics out of ice. Does it make sense? This guy is so strong. Aokiji has never felt so hopeless. It cut off my arm attached to Conqueror's hockey in an instant, and not only that, my ice prison, which had never been destroyed, was also shattered in the aftermath of the same blow. Although it is already very terrifying, but I always have a feeling that this is just the tip of the iceberg of her full strength. I know what you're thinking, human being. Hurley Bell raised his short sword and pointed to the right side of his body. Yes, it's exactly what you think. HMPH, thank you so much for your mercy. Do you know why my sword is so short? Hurley Bell asked suddenly. Aokiji looked puzzled and couldn't speak. And why is my sword hollow? As he spoke, the sword in Hurley Bell's hand suddenly emitted a dazzling yellow light. The light was like a stream of water, flowing on her blade, and converging towards the hollow of the blade. After a while, the hollow part of the blade was filled with dazzling yellow light, as if it would explode at any time. That's the reason. Hurley Bell narrowed his eyes. Kangjian Pow. Boom. With a muffled thought, the Ryutsu gathered on the blade of Hurley Bell was instantly released, forming the shape of the tip of the blade, and shot out in the direction she pointed. The golden light shot towards the right side of the main ship where Aokiji was. In just a split second, the sharp golden light penetrated all the 7 ships on the right wing. Everything seemed to stand still. No one knew what happened. A straight hole pierced through 7 ships, and the marine standing on the straight path of those holes was completely evaporated. What is this? On a certain ship, a marine who happened to be standing on the track of the Kangjon cannon looked at the huge hole in his stomach that had appeared out of thin air, but hadn't realized what was going on. Bang! A few seconds later, the trajectory penetrated by the Kangjon cannon began to explode. The 7 battleships seemed to be pushed by something, and they all tilted in one direction. The whole body of the ship was shaking violently, and huge waves were also raised on the sea surface, beating against the body of the ship. The Marines on the boat didn't understand what happened. They either fell to the ground, or grabbed whatever they could grab. Facing the broken corpses that suddenly appeared around them, and the huge amount of bloodline, confusion and screams immediately spread across the decks of the 7 ships. That's it, Hurley Bell said calmly after causing such confusion. The hollow blade can gather Ryutsu that you can't imagine, and the length of the blade doesn't matter at all, because my slash is issued by Ryutsu of UBD 737. Seeing that nearly half of his army fell into chaos in an instant, Aokiji couldn't help roaring. He stood up in an instant, mobilizing the cold air around his body, and 5 ice spears gradually formed around his body. Ice cube 2 thorny spears. Call out. 5 ice spears flew towards Hurley Bell in an instant. The ice spear drew white trails in the air, and wherever it went, even the air was frozen. Hurley Bell, on the other hand, was not in a hurry, still looking down on people. She clenched the dagger tightly, waved her hand, and the 5 ice spears were instantly cut into 2 pieces and fell to the ground. Not only that, the moment the fragments of the ice spear fell to the ground, they turned into a puddle of clear water. All Marines continued to attack the virtual group. Facing the attack he was neutralized, Aokiji turned around and directed the battle. You idiot, are you still obsessed with it? Hurley Bell showed his anger for the first time. No, the corners of Aokiji's mouth rose slightly. I mean, from now on, it's enough for me to deal with you alone. Presumptuous. Chapter 163 Frozen to death on the ice field. Ice burns. Your Majesty is right, the people in your world are all weak and arrogant. Hurley Bell's face showed anger for the first time. She actually had doubts about the man in front of her. Obviously he was completely suppressed, even one of his arms was cut off. What did he mean by, I will deal with you alone? Ha ha ha, whether you are arrogant or not, you can try it yourself. Aokiji was uncharacteristically, with a rare firm light in his lazy eyes. He raised his right arm made of ice, clenched his fist tightly, and gradually formed a spear of ice in his hand. Haven't you learned your lesson? Your ice is useless to me, and I will vaporize any kind of ice in an instant. Give it up, ice is your devil fruit ability, right? That is to say, in front of me, you have lost the ability to fight. Did you know, Espada? Aokiji held the spear above his head. Although the ice spear had taken shape, he could still feel the cold air gathering towards the spear. Gradually, the white ice road began to slowly float down from the ice spear. There is a difference between ice and ice. As he said that, Aokiji pointed the ice spear at Hurley Bell and stabbed hard. Wherever the spear tip went, even the air turned into ice chips, which fell to the ground with a crackling sound. Extremely cold icicles. Facing Aokiji's ice spear, Hurley Bell also raised the wide-edged sword, and the yellow Ryutsu instantly filled the empty blade. I said it's useless. Melt it. The dagger swung down, and the light drew a yellow trail in the air, followed by a heat wave. But to Hurley Bell's surprise, the ice spear that was piercing straight was not melted by her sword energy. On the contrary, although her dagger did not touch the ice spear, a thick layer of white ice formed on the blade. It was too late when she realized that something was wrong. The ice spear pierced her defenseless abdomen. Before the spear tip reached, the cold air had gathered on her skin. With a muffled sound, Hurley Bell suddenly disappeared in front of Aokiji. Aokiji took the ice spear and lay down. Although the speed of the ringing is by no means human beings able to catch up, observation Haki told Aokiji the location of Hurley Bell after a gap that was so short that it was almost negligible. Aokiji turned around immediately without any hesitation. Just as he perceived, Hurley Bell was already standing behind him by using the ringing, standing above the sea beyond the deck. Call out. The ice spear was thrown from Aokiji's hand like a bow and arrow, aiming at Hurley Bell. Straight stabbing, turning around, and throwing. This series of actions are done in one go. Each stab contains the cold air that kills with one blow. Hurley Bell, who had just stopped from the spinning, couldn't dodge in time, quickly gathered the yellow Ryutsu with his left hand, aimed at the flying ice spear and shot it. False bullet. Bang. With a sound, the virtual bullet hit the ice spear, but it didn't shatter the ice spear. The ice spear just slightly deviated from the direction, and flew past Hurley Bell's face, leaving a white ice mark on his cheek, and then flew away into the distance, falling into the sea water. Why? Maybe. Hurley Bell was a little surprised. Although the power of the false bullet is far less than that of Sero, it's impossible that even that small ice spear can't crush it, right? Shout. Got off track. Without saying a word, Aokiji walked in the direction of Hurley Bell. He stepped forward step by step, and a piece of ice was formed under each step. Gradually, he stepped out of the deck, and the ice actually formed an ice road in midair, sending him to Hurley Bell. Didn't it melt this time? Aokiji challenged. Why? What is that ice spear made of? Why can't my false bullet smash it? Hurley Bell asked displeased. As I said, there is a difference between ice and ice. The difference lies in temperature. Ice will be produced when the temperature is below zero, but below zero, there are still lower temperatures. Whether it is our world or your world, one law is followed: matter is in constant motion. And it is temperature that affects the movement of matter. The energy wave you shot just now is indeed enough to crush a mere an ice spear. But before it touches the ice spear, the temperature has dropped enough to reduce the activity of the energy wave. In other words, all your attacks will be weakened in the face of the cold air. Interestingly, it seems that your ability is not as simple as making ice. Quote, as he spoke, Hurley Bell gradually felt a burning sensation in his abdomen. The degree of burning gradually deepened, as if a group of flames were continuously roasting on his belly. She moved her hand to her abdomen, and to her surprise, there was a thick layer of ice there. And she just stretched out her hand and just stroked it, and a side of ice formed on her finger in an instant. Through the steel skin, the pain was transmitted to my body. Hurley Bell thought to himself, the cold air that has stayed on my body for so long can continue to proliferate. It's a terrible low temperature, and this burning sensation, what's going on? Do you feel pain like being burned by something? Aokiji said coldly, did you know that people who froze to death on the ice field, when the corpses are found promised, are almost all naked? Yes, who took off their clothes? The answer is, themselves. When a person's body is attacked by low temperature, the blood under the skin will confidently speed up the flow, and generate heat through friction with blood vessels. Those who freeze to death, all on the brink of death, undressed because of the heat generated by the rapid flow of blood. But be careful, that is also a warning sign. Once you feel the unbearable burning sensation, it also proves that the low temperature you are exposed to is enough to kill you. This is called ice burn. Humph. Hurley Bell smiled contemptuously, and the ice cubes on his abdomen, fingers, and cheeks were instantly shattered and turned into pieces of ice, which slid down. Don't use your human theories to measure our vanity. Chapter 164, 164 degrees below zero. Aokiji's counterattack. See, your low temperature is useless in front of my steel skin, Hurley Bell said. As she spoke, she raised her dagger and pointed it at Aokiji. This time, no yellow Ryutsuzai gathered on the blade. Gradually climbing up the blade is the gurgling water. I told you before, my ability is not heat. My real ability is water flow. What melts your ice is not pure heat, but heated water flow. Whether it is cold water or hot water, will eventually become a weapon in my hands. Suddenly, the water gathered on Hurley Bell's body was like a cannonball, and with a bang, it shot towards Aokiji. War Shizuku. Bang bang bang. Following Hurley Bell's roar, several water stream shells shot out of his knife one after another. I don't know how much you can control the low temperature, but in Hueco Mundo, no matter whether your temperature is high or low, only Ryutsu will decide whether you win or lose the battle. Looking at the oncoming water cannonballs, Aokiji wanted to use the low-temperature cold air emitted from his body to freeze it into ice. However, his observation haki told him that these few streams are not as simple as they seem. Ice barrier. In an instant, hard ice froze around Aokiji. In a blink of an eye, Aokiji placed his body in a diamond-shaped ice coffin. At the same time as the ice coffin condensed, water stream shells also followed one after another. With a few muffled thoughts, several grooves the size of bowls were punched out on the ice coffin. Excellent. Actually let go of Zonyun's attack. Although Hurley Bell's attack was resolved, it was not difficult to hear from her tone that she still had a stronger strength that she had not shown. Stay safe. Don't be kidding, okay. Aokiji's voice came from the ice coffin. Immediately afterwards, cracks began to appear on the ice coffin, and the cracks spread rapidly like lightning. In the end, the ice coffin turned into pieces of crushed ice, which fell into Poseidon. With a pop, a mouthful of blood spewed out of Aokiji's mouth. His legs went limp, and his body shook twice. 2 pieces of ice instantly formed on his knees, finally preventing him from falling into the sea. So many grooves were hit on the ice coffin at -128 degrees below zero. Although it didn't hit my body directly, but with the impact from the ice coffin, my internal organs were almost squeezed and displaced. Only 2 broken ribs, how lucky I am. It seems that you have suffered a lot of injuries, human. Hurley Bell said. I said, in my world, no matter whether your temperature is high or low, only Ryutsu is the real one. Ryutsu, is there haki-like power? Fire and water are mutual generation and mutual restraint, but tell me, is water able to extinguish fire, or fire to evaporate water? The answer is, the side with higher Ryutsu will always suppress the side with lower Ryutsu. With that said, Hurley Bell raised the blade again and began to gather Ryutsu. Torturating the defeated is not my hobby. I will end your suffering right away, in a moment, and it will be over. I don't know what moves she will launch next time. Watching Hurley Bell's movements, Aokiji secretly thought, it must be done quickly, and it can't be delayed any longer. When Hurley Bell gathered Ryutsu and aimed at Aokiji, the figure of the pheasant suddenly disappeared from her field of vision. As that kind of moving footwork again. It's called shaved. Aokiji's voice suddenly rang in her ear. Bang! There was a sharp sound of blade collision, and the ice blade appeared out of nowhere after and slashed fiercely on Hurley Bell's dagger. A layer of ice had formed on the dagger, and a living hole appeared on the ice blade. In an instant, the fog dispersed. Not only the evaporated ice of Aokiji but also the condensed but scattered Ryutsu of Hurley Bell. Is it switched to melee combat this time? Reasonably, Bell raised his knife to fight. The sharp voice kept coming. Aokiji swung the ice blade in his left hand, and at the same time, his right arm made of ice was constantly attacking. Every blow contained a deadly chill. Although the skates and ice prosthetics were destroyed and evaporated time and time again, Aokiji was always able to repair the damaged parts in the gaps between attacks. The freezing combo attacked Hurley Bell faster and faster, the ice on the short sword became thicker and thicker, and the surrounding cold air became thicker and thicker. 136 degrees below zero. Bang. 148 degrees below zero. Base. 164 degrees below zero. When, under Aokiji's stormy offensive, Hurley Bell retreated step by step. It's not that she is weak against Aokiji, it's just that her ability, water, can't help her to relax in front of Aokiji's ability, freeze. If you relax for a while, I'm afraid Aokiji will have some strange tricks to greet her. Hurley Bell continued to create spiritual footholds under his feet, and Aokiji's ice road suspended in the air became longer and longer. Before he knew it, he was already more than 100 meters away from the ship. It's getting faster and faster. No, it's the cold that slows your movements and your thinking. Nonsense. Hurley Bell shouted angrily, and released a spirit particle shock wave from his body. In an instant, the ice on his body and the blade, as well as the chill in the air, were all blown away. And Aokiji also had to cover his face and took a few steps back. It seems that I was worrying too much. You don't have any special moves, do you? Stretch out your neck obediently and let me finish you. Hurley Bell raised the short sword, ready to launch a counterattack. HMPH. Aokiji suddenly revealed an incomprehensible smile, finally arrived at the scheduled location. Scheduled. Hurley Bell heard this and immediately realized that he had fallen into a trap. She hurriedly looked down, and the moment she lowered her head, countless sharp ice thorns rushed out of the sea and stabbed at her. Chapter 165. The Whitebeard Pirates finally arrived. Ice Crystal Senluo. Tens of thousands of ice thorns pierced upwards from the bottom of the sea at the same time. Hurley Bell looked at the sea surface under his feet, and was a little incomprehensible for a while. The ability of this human being is ice, and the cold air he releases cannot escape Arankar's eyes. But, I didn't see him pouring cold air into the sea water, why are there so many ice thorns suddenly appearing? Quote, in the blink of an eye, the ice spikes were already about to pierce Hurley Bell's body. I saw Hurley Bell leaping lightly in the air, then head down, rushing towards the ice spike. The dagger was held above her head, and white smoke came out from the blade. In this battle, it is no longer clear whether Bai Shuan came from high temperature or low temperature. Scorching sea current. With a shout, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared on the tip of Hurley Bell's sword. At the same time, the ice spike has already touched her field. And when the ice thorn touched the barrier, it was instantly melted by the heat flow and turned into a bulging water flow. Hurley Bell's head continued to melt the growing ice thorns, but the ice thorns showed no sign of diminishing. No matter how much it has been melted by the high temperature, it is still stabbing out from under the sea surface. So strong, Espada. Aokiji couldn't help sighing when he saw this situation. The icicles from below continued to rise, and then turned into water when they met Hurley Bell's scorching sea current. Gradually, an ice crystal platform with a radius of tens of meters and a height of 100 meters rose from the sea. The place that should have been densely covered with spikes was melted by Hurley Bell's heat flow, forming an open platform. The icicles no longer grow, and Hurley Bell's stream of heat no longer shoots from the tip of the blade. She slowly stood up and landed on the platform. And Aokiji also stepped on the ice road and walked to one end of the platform. You were the first person to survive from my ice crystal forest. Aokiji said. That's what you said when I broke your ice prison just now. Boring human beings. Hurley Bell's face was full of disdain. And Aokiji has nothing to say. There's just one thing I'm curious about, Hurley Bell asked. When did you start setting up this ice spike trap? The ice spear that missed you. In fact, the temperature reached minus 208 degrees. No wonder, after being hit by my false bullet, it didn't shatter. But you did change its trajectory. Otherwise, these ice thorns would not pierce from the bottom of the sea, but break out of your body. This location is where the ice spear fell into the sea, isn't it? After all, it's an ultra-low temperature of more than minus 200 degrees. It's also very troublesome for me to produce such a thing. Since it didn't hit you, it can be wasted, right? Aokiji scratched the circle of hair at the back of his head. There is a way, human beings. I was careless when you led me here. After all, ice is also water, and running water has no form. However, you should not forget what I said, right? Hurley Bell raised his short sword and pointed it at Aokiji's chest. The essence of fighting is the collision of Ryutsu. Even if you play small tricks again, it will become meaningless in the face of absolute strength. Ryutsu, let you feel the gap between us for yourself. I saw that the center of Hurley Bell's blade was filled with yellow flashing Ryutsu again, and that Ryutsu formed a sharp lingsy blade on the tip of the blade. Could it be? A familiar feeling came over Aokiji. Aokiji experienced this feeling during Impel Down. That move, the so-called Ryutsu released in one breath, a sharp and devastating blow. Aokiji wanted to shave and dodge. After all, if the distance is only that close, the range has not expanded to the point where he cannot dodge. But he turned his head and looked, including the 7 ships pierced by the Kangjan cannon. 15 marine warships were still parked on the sea behind him, exchanging fire with Shukyun. Damn, it's not aimed at me, but at the marines behind me. No, what marine has nothing to do with me. I just want you to be reduced to ashes. Aokiji gritted his teeth, and finally didn't move away. He opened his arms and exposed his chest, and a huge amount of cold air gathered in front of him. Gradually, the white smoke began to gather and form, and the cold air seemed to make a cry. Zero. Asking for flowers, zero. Looking from a distance, on the ice platform rising from the sea, yellow and blue energies are constantly converging at both ends of the platform and colliding with each other. Zero. Hurley Bell swung the blade lightly, the Ryutsu on the tip of the blade drew a long golden knife mark in the air, and from the knife mark, the superstar Ryutsu shot out towards Aokiji, like a surging wave, endlessly blockable. Ice Cube stormed Pheasant's mouth. Hearing a cry, a huge ice bird flew out of Aokiji's body, and hit the oncoming yellow Sero. In an instant, the shock wave centered on the ice platform and scattered towards the surroundings. The energy torrents of yellow and blue rubbed against each other, melting each other, and countless energy debris was bounced off. The shock waves generated by the energy rolled up huge waves along the sea surface, rushing around. The two continuously released energies collided evenly. Sero was blocked by the ice and scattered around, but after that, more Ryutsu kept coming. The pheasant's beak was melted by Sero, and the shape of the ice bird became blurred, but more cold air was continuously released from Aokiji's body, making the ice bird regenerate again and again like a phoenix. Just like this, the two forces confront each other endlessly on the platform. On the sea in the distance, a man is watching every move here through a telescope. Oh my god, what is that? How could that kind of thing rise from the sea? Besides, there seemed to be someone fighting on that platform. It was shining brightly. The hairs on my arms stood up from such a distance. Look, come on, someone arrived earlier than us. Then, prepare me to go to war as soon as I enter the range. The heroic voice sounded, it was deafening. I have that kind of preparation at any time, so don't worry, Daddy. Chapter 166 Marine joins hands with pirates. Amidst the sound of gunfire, the Marines were still firing shells at the empty group in the air. Most of the Shu's number has been killed, but that's it, the remaining small part of Shu is very difficult to deal with. Due to the reduction in the number, it is difficult for heavy artillery shells to hit scattered targets at will, and they can only attack with firearms with high precision but greatly weakened lethality. And, with the passage of time, the leading Shu has already attacked the Marines' battleship. On each of the 15 ships, cruel scenes were staged. Shu Yi landed on the deck, and immediately swung his skeletal body to attack Marine. Humans of flesh and blood rarely survive a blow. Even if they survive, the body parts have been separated, and they can only fall in a pool of blood and die. Fortunately, there are not many people who log in. Often, 910 is a virtual landing deck, wielding a weapon and beheading a few humans, and then it will be killed by Marines swarming up with crowd tactics. Even, some ships have begun to temporarily form melee attack teams to deal with Shu. The artillerymen concentrated on dealing with the distant ghosts. Even if there were virtual landing decks, they would not ignore them. The melee attack team held close-up weapons and only stared at Shu nearby. As soon as they logged in, dozens of people launched an attack together at the first time to prevent Shu from causing more casualties on the board. Yes, the form just reversed with Impel down. This time, it was human beings who won with the crowd tactics. What is that? Why did a platform suddenly rise on the sea? Marine fired a shot, and saw the ice platform made by Aokiji through the front sight of the musket. Idiot, that ice building, of course, was made by Kuzan Admiral. But, why did you suddenly create that kind of thing on the sea? Ah, so it's true. A Marine suddenly changed his face. I heard from the people on the right wing that they seem to have been attacked suddenly. Could it be that we have been surrounded? Stop talking nonsense, open your eyes and see, our rear is very safe. Even if there is an enemy invasion, it is only a small part, and it is absolutely impossible to form a siege to us. Boom, after finishing speaking, the shells in the Marine's barrel flew towards Void Group again. That's right, even if there is, Kuzan Admiral is out, which means that guy must have been killed. We just need to deal with the enemy in front of us at ease. Remember what Kuzan Admiral said, the sun can't let go. The doubts in the Marine were quickly dispelled, and the cannon fire fired in the direction of Zuchun again. The virtual group landed 15 giant battleships one after another, but none of them could survive on the deck for more than a minute. The number of virtual groups in the sky is also decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every Marine feels that victory is in sight, and he does not realize that his Admiral Aokiji has fallen into a hard fight. And the Void Group is not just a group of mindless beasts. A small part of the back row was still far away from the Marine fleet. Seeing that Shu Jung in the front row was quickly killed, they turned around and not only ran away, but also went to rescue soldiers. Many Shu who fled were hit by shells in the back and fell into the sea, but there were still a considerable number of Shu who escaped the range of the Marine's shells. Damn it, those monsters seem to be aware of it. I actually escaped. What to do? Are we going to launch a ship to pursue it? But, Kuzan Admiral is not here, who will issue this order? Because Aokiji himself left the ship, Marine lost the highest command for a while, and faced with the sudden situation of the virtual group fleeing, they didn't know what to do for a while. Look, what's going on? The Marines on the fleet could only hear the sound of roaring artillery fire in the distance. Through the binoculars, they saw that the fleeing group turned around and flew back for some reason, and behind them, one after another was hit by shells, and they fell into the sea like dumplings with black smoke. The monsters are flying back again. The shells are loaded. Roar. Marine, who was still in a daze just now, saw the scene in front of him and regained his morale again. But, why is there the sound of gunfire over there? Our shells shouldn't be able to hit that far, right? Idiot. Reinforcement. It's reinforcement. Although we don't know who it is, someone has come to help us. Don't be dazed, this is a good opportunity, call me. What's the situation? Suddenly a group of monsters flew over. On the Moby DK, Mal held up the binoculars and looked towards the void group in the sky. Kids, keep fighting. These monsters must have come from another world, don't let any of them go. Margau's voice was particularly lazy when he was only fighting. It's so scary, those monsters. I've been drifting at sea for more than 10 years, and I've never seen anything like that. The sailors on the Moby DK started talking. That's right, and the Marine seems to be fighting them over there, right? Why should we help the Marine? Let them kill each other, ha ha ha. A-hole. A huge palm suddenly slapped the sailor's head, and he flew out immediately, hitting the black gun barrel with his head, causing him to roll all over the ground in pain. Old father, said the sailor with tears in his eyes. The Whitebeard pirates, how could I have such a worthless idea? The huge body of Whitebeard stands tall on the deck of the Moby DK. Mere Marine, when was the old man afraid of them? 5.1 Why do you need to use other people's hands to play such a dirty trick? What's more, those Hueco Mundo monsters have been messing around in this sea for so long, so they should be given check out the color. That's right, Dad, Margau said while sitting on the railing of the bow, holding up the binoculars, but this time the Marine seems to have 15 giant warships, and it is roughly estimated that there are about 100,000 people. So many Marines, why did they suddenly appear on Baderilla Island? Are they all escorting Teach? Don't worry about him, whether it's Shu or Marine, anyone who dares to block the Moby DK will be thrown aside. Make a way for me to land on Baderilla Island, Ace must be on the island. Whitebeard said honestly. The sound echoed on the sea for a long time. Chapter 167 Start the War. Espadav's Whitebeard Pirates. Father is right, everyone listen to me. Margau suddenly raised his voice, and shouted to the sailors, go to the port of Baderilla Island, and anyone who dares to charge forward will be given to me. Get rid of them, don't chase those who run away, look at the situation on the other side, the Marine is also fighting them, and those who escape back will be handed over to the Marine over there. All the crew on the Moby DK uttered the sound of obeying orders, and then, with the roar of the artillery, the huge hull of the Moby DK quickly sailed towards Baderilla Island. Father, there seems to be a very fierce battle going on the island. From the telescope, Marco saw the traces of intense energy collisions on the island. Has Ace fought Teach already? Whitebeard asked. No, it seems that there are two battles. Margau couldn't help frowning, one side is flames, and the other side is light and darkness. Interesting, Whitebeard laughed, is it Marines or Master Hueco Mundos? I'm afraid, you have to log in to confirm it. It's just, 05, Margau showed embarrassment. Just what? No mother-in-law. Yes, father, 15 Marine ships have been parked in the port of Baderilla Island. I'm afraid it won't be able to hold our Moby DK anymore. And even if it can be parked, if they suddenly attack us. Is there any other place to dock? Whitebeard interrupted Margau. Hearing this, Marco's eyes widened in surprise. Father, will you condescend to bypass Marine? What nonsense, Whitebeard said, looking at Baderilla, it's just another docking point. Compared with the life of my son, this is nothing. Hueco Mundo, Void Knight Palace. The person I was waiting for seems to have finally arrived at Baderilla Island. On the throne, Guu suddenly opened his eyes, with an excited smile on his lips. Then, Your Majesty, I will immediately dispatch Neutra and Ulquiorra. Aizen said calmly. By the way, the artificial soul of the Soul Society seems to be able to take this opportunity to do something. Guu laughed. Aizen immediately understood Guu's meaning. It seems that His Majesty's long-stalled script can be carried out again. Heh, this script is one of the few things that can entertain me on the long road of conquest. Don't be too anxious, only by going slowly and step by step can it bring me the greatest pleasure. I see, Your Majesty. Aizen also laughed. Also, are those people I mentioned already on standby? Yes, everything has been prepared according to His Majesty's wishes. Also, I want to add another 100,000 shu and send them there together. 100,000. Aizen looked at Guu. Is it necessary to deal with Whitebeard with so many people? You may not know Whitebeard yet. That man, 100,000 troops are used against him, not too much at all. Guu said coldly. One person, 100,000. Can such a thing really be done without Ryutsu's mortal body? Even Aizen couldn't believe it. That's right. Moreover, not all of the 100,000 Void Legion are used to deal with Whitebeard. Marine sent so many warships this time, it can be said that it cost a lot of money, how can I be unsympathetic? Guu laughed. It seems that Your Majesty is still a little interested in those unexpected Marines. Of course, this isn't a one-on-one Western, Guu said, rolling his wrist, this is war. Is this the place? Whitebeard stepped off the Moby DK, wearing the cloak facing the logo of the Whitebeard Pirates pirate flag, holding a large naginata, and set foot on the land of Baderilla Island. Behind him, there are more than a dozen captains of the Whitebeard pirate team. I'm so sorry, Dad, the only beach that can land nearby is this beach. You have to go a little further to reach the place where there are people fighting. Margau said, ha, it's okay, is this Ace's hometown? This beach is very vast, and from now on, this island will be my territory. Whitebeard said with a bold smile. That's what I said, but Dad, is your body really okay? It's been a long time since I saw you holding this big knife. Compared with those infusion tubes, I still prefer my knife. Whitebeard said, and walked forward. 673, let's go and find my beloved son. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to see your son. Suddenly, a sinister sound sounded, and the whole beach was shrouded in this sound. Mice, come out. Whitebeard clenched his fist, and there was a sudden shaking, and the ground began to shake violently. Everyone behind him scrambled to get their feet on the ground in case they were hit by Whitebeard. Amidst the violent vibration, a gap suddenly opened in the space in front of Whitebeard and his group. The gap gradually widened, and several figures walked out of the dark cave. The first to bear the brunt was the fifth Espada, Neutra Gilga, who was holding a giant scythe in the shape of two moons. You said the arrogant words just now. The shaking stopped, and suddenly there was silence again on the beach. Neutra didn't answer, but he opened his eyes wide, raised the double moon sickle high above his head, pointed the blade at Whitebeard, and his face was full of unprecedented excitement. Are you Whitebeard? Neutra suddenly roared, very strong. I can feel it. You are strong. Come on and have a good fight with me. Chapter 168 Three-Digit Arankar. The culled Espada. Neutra raised the scythe, jumped high, and the sharp blade slashed straight at the top of Whitebeard's head from the control. But Whitebeard ignored him, not only did not move, he did not even look up. Bang! There was a loud noise, and the beach at Neutra's feet flew sand instantly. A shiny thing that actually caught Neutra's scythe. What the FK? Neutra asked, narrowing his eyes. I only heard a thick voice coming from that bright thing. The captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' third team, Diamond, Jazzy. It turned out that what blocked Neutra's slash was Chowzi's right arm that had turned into a diamond. It's not bad that you actually ate my slash without getting hurt. But, I'm not interested in you. Get out of here. Neutra pushed Josie back with brute force. Even though Jose was stuck on Neutra's double moon scythe, his feet also drew two tracks on the sand. Suddenly, a burst of blue flames streaked across Neutra's body. He was attacked by the sudden flames. He couldn't help but loosen the suppression on Josie, and turned to defend. As the flames streaked across, Neutra looked at his body in surprise. There is no burning sensation, and the clothes are not burned. What kind of strange guy? Whitebeard Pirates' first squad captain, Phoenix, Margot. Margot's voice came from behind Neutra. Neutra turned his head and looked at Margot. Interesting. This Whitebeard pirate group is really interesting. All kinds of exotic beasts. Could it be a circus? But, I want to kill you the most. Neutra turned her head and reached out, pointing her index finger at Whitebeard's huge body. But the old man is not interested in you. Whitebeard didn't even look at Neutra, but stared at the unclosed black cavity behind him. You old guy, what do you mean? Neutra narrowed his eyes and said displeased. Really strong guy, stop hiding, come out. Whitebeard said, his crescent mustache rising slightly. In the black cavity, there seemed to be something swaying. Look down on, Neutra. A cold voice came out. In the shadows, Ulquiorra slowly stepped out of the black cavity. Although he was smaller than everyone else present, he was even more inconspicuous compared with Whitebeard's huge body. But with the aura emanating from his body, even everyone couldn't help but focus their eyes on him. Shout, shut up, Neutra grunted under his breath. But after what happened on Sky Island last time, he really didn't dare to be arrogant in front of Ulquiorra anymore. Are you the master of Hueco Mundo? Whitebeard stared at Ulquiorra. Although he doesn't know how to perceive Ryutsu, he can feel that Ulquiorra's aura is fundamentally different from others, including the arrogant Neutra. A mere Espada, dare not share the glory with his majesty. Ulquiorra said with his eyes closed. Isn't it? Whitebeard slammed the handle of the naginata hard and pierced it deeply into the sand, called that Hueco Mundo master to come out. I'm here to show him some color. You do not deserve. 3 plain words, uttered from Ulquiorra's mouth. There was a deathly silence on the beach. What did you say? After the silence, the anger of the entire Whitebeard pirates burst out. The dozen or so captains behind Whitebeard were even more agitated and wanted to rush up and tear Ulquiorra to pieces. Wait a minute, Whitebeard reached out to stop the crew behind him. Although you say Espada, I can feel the difference between you and other monsters. Tell me your name. 7. Second Espada, Ulquiorra cipher. Ulquiorra's voice was extremely indifferent. No. 2. If I kill you, will your master of Hueco Mundo come out of his lair? Whitebeard's eyes sparkled. Whether he noticed it himself or not, the blade of his naginata had been turned on Ulquiorra. Probably not. Compared with your majesty, we are all ants. Woo, then there is no other way. Whitebeard clenched his fists, and the seawater behind him began to rumble and vibrate. I have to kill you quickly and go to mine as soon as possible. Up, Edward Newgate. Ulquiorra called out Whitebeard's name. I'm afraid, it's not that simple. You see, this is war. As soon as Ulquiorra finished speaking, 3 figures jumped out of the black voice. Before the 3 of them had a firm foothold, they leapt high together, and 3 Zanpakuto slashed at the top of Whitebeard's head in unison. Boom, boom, boom. There were 3 clashes of swords, and an Arankar Zanpakuto was blocked by the 3 captains who stepped forward from behind Whitebeard. You rat, do you only know how to sneak attack? Whitebeard roared angrily. Report your name. Arankar number 103 Kings Ludoni Alexandra del Socaccio. Don't be so angry, old man. Arankar, who has a Rendon beard and looks like an uncle, replied. Urankar number 105 Taruti Sandovich. Urankar, a woman with purple wavy hair, introduced herself. Urankar number 107, Guntenbane Mosqueda, said Urankar with orange afro hair. The 5 Arankars and the 16 captains of the Whitebeard pirates stood on the beach, facing each other. The black cavity behind them was finally closed, but at the same time there were 10 voices suddenly heard in the air. A deafening wail. The sound came from nowhere. Not only Whitebeard, but even the entire Baitherla Island, as well as the 15 marine fleet moored in the port, also heard the howling of the beast. They are coming. Chapter 169 Collision. The Battle of the Strong. The deafening roar resounded through the sky, bringing an ominous atmosphere to every corner of the battlefield. Heaven, heaven. A marine sat down on the ground with a thud, raising his hand to the sky. In the sky, one black chamber after another was opened one by one, and the voids pouring out of the black chambers, like a flood, came straight to Marine's ship. No, didn't you say that there will be no reinforcements? Why are there so many monsters again? We've tried our best to wipe out all the monsters, but we didn't put a single one in. Where did these new monsters come from? Marine, who was originally hopeful and had almost achieved the fruits of victory, fell into despair in an instant. This huge amount is several times more than before, and the black holes in the sky are still pouring out. Then what exactly are our previous efforts? It's over, so many enemies. Although despair enveloped Marine, after all, they are also soldiers who have fought on the battlefield for 663 years. No one chose to escape, and the Marines turned their artillery and muskets one after another, aiming at the new virtual group that appeared in the sky. On the ice platform that suddenly rose from the sea, gunpowder smoke and steam were still permeating. The impact of Sero and the pheasant's mouth ended in a huge energy explosion, which directly caused about a third of the ice table to be melted away. Aokiji fell onto the ice, panting heavily. Hurley Bell stood in front of him unharmed, with no expression on his face covered by his collar. BD. Aokiji struggled to stand up and cursed angrily. It really brought me so many monsters. Do you still have the time to look at others? Following Hurley Bell's deep voice, a golden light quickly cut towards Aokiji. Aokiji flinched and dodged to the left, but his right hand had been chopped off. Fortunately, my right hand is gone long ago, otherwise, I would have to be cut off again. AFCE. The ice quickly condensed on Aokiji's arm, and soon, another ice prosthetic was created. He quickly turned his eyeballs to observe the movement of the virtual group in the sky. There are too many. Aokiji thinks to himself. You must find a way to break through their offensive. Pelusalino and Sakazuki are fighting on the island, and I am the only one who has the ability to attack in a big way. I advise you not to think about fighting against the Void Group, Hurley Bell said, and at the same time, the golden Ryutsu gathered on her short blade again. You just need to show a little gap, and you will be cut into pieces by my sword immediately. 2 paragraphs. But Aokiji didn't listen to Hurley Bell's advice. He stood up unsteadily, raised his arms high, and the cold air gushed out from his whole body. Although he was facing Hurley Bell, his eyes were slightly blurred, and his real target was the empty group in the air. Glacier. Base. Before Aokiji could utter a word, Ryutsu was unstoppably sharp, as if he was slashing. Half a second later, the sound of booming and booming echoed on the sea. The corner of the ice platform was completely cut off by Hurley Bell's blow and fell into the sea. At the same time, Aokiji's half-body was chipped off and dropped into the sea along with the ice. Light speed kick. A golden light emanated from Kizaru's leg and shot towards Blackbeard with great speed. Dark Uzumaki. I saw Blackbeard raised his arm, and the surging darkness on his palms swirled rapidly, forming a turbine shape. BD. Pirates are indeed pirates. That's a monster from another world. As a member of our world, is it time for you to gloat? Akainu roared with terrible anger. Oh, is that Hueco Mundo's monster? Not only was Blackbeard not surprised, but he was also excited, thinking about something. But Kizaru was frowning. With such a huge number, as admiral, he naturally worried about the Aokiji and Marines at the port. Oh, Kizaru fell from the sky, stood firm, and said in a cynical voice, then where did those injuries on your body come from? Ace, on the other hand, had flames in his hands and a smile on his face. Hold me up, Kuzan. Thinking of this, Kizaru and Blackbeard also heard the call of the virtual group at the same time. Together, they couldn't help but look to the sky. When Kizaru's laser light touched the dark Uzumaki, it gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. Hey, let's be each other, Kizaru Admiral. On the other side of the island, the battle between Akainu and Ace is also going on. Do you feel it, Mr. Admiral? A terrible guy has come to this island. You Marines, I'm afraid you will suffer. Ace said with a smile. Marshal D. Teach, I didn't expect him to be such a difficult opponent. Kizaru said inwardly, the increase in strength brought by that dark fruit is really amazing. His strength is no longer enough for Shichibukai. I am afraid that after becoming Shichibukai, he is still planning a bigger conspiracy. This person is very dangerous and must not be left behind. If you don't kill him here, you will definitely become Marine's #1 enemy in the future. After fighting against Kizaru for a long time, it is inevitable that Blackbeard will suffer a few injuries. He, didn't I say that darkness is gravity, and even a ray of light cannot escape? Blackbeard proudly said. With the two of them at the center, The ground within a radius of several hundred meters turned into scorched earth, and none of the withered grass and trees survived, and they all became Kurozumi under the baptism of flames. At the same time, Kizaru is not innocent. No, you misunderstood. I mean the scary ones, not those monsters. Ace pressed his hat. I mean, the scary Whitebeard has come to this island. With billowing black smoke in his hands, Akainu looked up at the empty group in the sky and couldn't help frowning. Chapter 170 Ryutsu broke out. Excited Neutra. Oh, feel the heat, my boys. Faced with Espada Ulquiorra and Neutra in front of him, and 3 Espadas who were eliminated, Whitebeard didn't seem to take them seriously. He covered his forehead with his hands and looked at the far end of the island. As expected of my son, Ace, do you also feel that I have come to this island? Whitebeard slammed the naginata hard, and his eyes fell on Ulquiorra's face. His eyes finally became serious. Knowing that the flames of Ace are still burning so vigorously, I am relieved. Then, I will get down to business. Another purpose of coming to South Blue is to let you monsters know that there are obstacles in this world that you cannot overcome. As he said that, Whitebeard raised his naginata high and slashed at the top of Ulquiorra's head. White light radiated from the blade, and the chilling haki made all the humans present take half a step back. The diminutive Ulquiorra looked even weaker in front of the sword and Whitebeard. But facing the big naginata that was taller than him, he didn't even open his eyes, didn't raise his head, he just pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist and blocked it on top of his head. Bang! With the sound of blades colliding, the sand under Ulquiorra's feet suddenly jumped around as if it had been blasted by something. The invisible energy wave showed its form in the scattering of sand and gravel. But Ulquiorra, who received the heavy blow, raised his arm and carried the naginata as if nothing had happened, without changing his face. An insurmountable gap, Ulquiorra said leisurely, before your majesty, there is no insurmountable obstacle. What? Margao, who was watching from the side, widened his dead fish eyes and said in surprise, with such a thin body, he took the blow from the old man and was unscathed. What is this monster? What is it? There are no insurmountable obstacles. That's because you haven't met the old man yet. Saying that, Whitebeard frowned again, and the power on the naginata increased a bit. The blades creaked and whined, and the grains of sand under Ulquiorra's feet were crushed until they crumbled. Don't forget me, human. Your real opponent is here. Just as Whitebeard confronted Ulquiorra, Neutra suddenly jumped high from behind. His sickle shone fiercely under the sun, and the blade charged at the bearded doctor. Bang! Whitebeard didn't even look at Neutra, but suddenly a figure flew out from behind him, and hit Neutra's knife straight, knocking him off the track. Don't try to interrupt Dad's fight. Diamond, Joe said viciously, and before he finished speaking, he elementalized his entire body, turning it into a diamond with extremely high hardness, and crashed into Neutra. Neutra, who had just fallen from the sky, was unable to dodge in time, and was slammed into the abdomen by Joe's. He is also very slender, and he flew out immediately. A Tionking was smashed on the beach in the distance. Good guy. Neutra sat up, wiped the corners of his mouth, his expression revealed uncontrollable excitement. You fat man is quite interesting. Diamonds. Today I will use diamonds to sharpen my blade. Quote. He stood up suddenly, held the blade high, and rushed towards Josie. Suddenly, a blue light flashed, and Margao suddenly appeared in front of him. Hey, didn't you hear what Joe said? Just stay here obediently, and don't even think about getting closer to Dad. Which onion are you? Get the hell out of here. Neutra did not stop, but continued to sprint, slashing at Margao's abdomen with the scythe in his hand. Immediately, blood gushed out, and Margao was chopped off by the sharp blade. HMPH, just these 2 times, do you still want to stop me? Neutra squinted at Margao's body and sneered. 0. Ask for flowers. Neutra, who realized that the matter was not simple, had to stop, gave up chasing Josie, and confronted Margao instead. UBD, what's going on? What's that expression on your face? Neutra's face was also full of disdain. It seems to be saying that my knife cannot kill you. Until Neutra's offensive stopped, Margao's chest had been hit countless times, and the whole chest became bloody and bloody, even the ribs were clearly visible. Probably. It's probably. How about it? Margao rubbed his stomach, and the dead fish eyes made him very angry. Hearing this, Neutra's eyes suddenly widened, anger mixed with excitement. He held his scythe high, the blade flapping in the air. Phew! With the sound of the air being cut, the blade fell and smashed into the sand. At the same time, a deep knife wound appeared on Margao's chest. 10 knives, 20 knives, 100 knives. Facing the blazing blue flames, Neutra, who was standing opposite him, couldn't help but wrinkled. Why, the flame is obviously burning so fiercely, but I can't feel the heat at all. In this way, won't you die? Neutra put the sickle on his shoulder and asked with narrowed eyes. Neutra roared angrily, and raised the scythe again. In an instant, the blade seemed to disappear, and it was waving in Neutra's hand rapidly. The golden Ryutsu mixed with the white airflow formed an unstoppable storm of sword blades, and each knife was accurately slashed on Margao's chest. A burst of blue fire suddenly burned from Margao's chest. The fire was getting bigger and bigger, gradually enveloping his whole body. With a bang, the flame on Margao's body seemed to explode, and it exploded and scattered around, gradually extinguishing. And when he walked out of the flames, his chest was completely intact, not even a trace of scars could be seen. If you can, then you can try it. Marco rebounded. I remembered, Neutra's face was full of excitement. You said, your name is, Phoenix, or something. But when he looked forward again, he saw another blue light, and Margao actually appeared in front of him again. It's not over yet. 5HW, Chapter 171, A Clean Break. Scary shock fruit. Margao. Displeasure was written in Margao's dead fish eyes. You monster, remember other people's names. I am, Phoenix, Margao. Ha 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 ha. Neutra burst out laughing suddenly. Isn't it the Phoenix? It's great. It's really great. Before he finished speaking, Neutra suddenly turned around and slashed fiercely behind him. There are golden ripples flowing on the blade, which is the Ryutsu that has already condensed on it. Bang! The golden light was shining, and only a piercing sharp sound was heard, and half of Jaws' body was smashed into the sand. And you, are you trying to sneak attack me? Neutra raised the knife again, and this time the Ryutsu on the blade was filled to the point of bursting, and the blade pointed directly at Josie in the sand, undoubtedly a decisive blow. Buzz! The blue flame struck from behind again. Neutra, who already understood the true face of the flame, didn't even hide, only showing a sneer at the corner of his mouth. After the flames passed, only a large crater remained on the beach. And not far ahead, Margao was already standing there supporting Joes. Both of you, both are great. Both Marco and Joes showed serious expressions at the same time, and their eyes were fixed on Neutra. Although the old whitebeard over there seems to be the strongest. However, I am more interested in the two of you. Neutra raised the knife and pointed it at Margao. You are called, Phoenix. 1 inch. He pointed the knife at Joes again. And you can become a diamond. Excitement emerged from Neutra's face again. A row of neat white fang teeth were exposed. One is the guy who can't chop, and the other is the guy who can't kill. Is there anything better than this? Then you can be hacked by me for a longer time. I just want to chop diamonds. Give the Phoenix 2 kill. Ha 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 ha. With this burst of manic laughter, golden Ryutsu burst out from Neutra's body suddenly. This time, even Margot and Joes, who are human beings, can see that Ryutsu clearly. The golden Ryutsu burning like a flame on Neutra's body almost filled the entire space. Both of them felt difficulty breathing at the same time, as if the entire space was filled with a thick liquid. The entrained wind of Ryutsu travels around, almost scraping off the whole skin of the person alive. And the sound blown by this gust of wind is like the death knell of Shinigami, heralding that it will take countless lives away. Looking at Neutra in front of them, Margao and Josie couldn't help shedding a few drops of sweat on their foreheads at the same time. Do you regard all your companions as your sons? Ulquiorra said coldly. That's right. Whitebeard raised his crescent-shaped beard. Every crew member on my ship is my dear son and my great treasure. Then I'm afraid you will lose your 2 sons. Ulcio turned his head slightly and looked at Neutra on the other side of the beach, with an indescribable indifference in his eyes. Neutra, he is excited. Human beings can't bear him who is too excited. HMPH, Whitebeard laughed. Don't underestimate my son. My Whitebeard sons are not ordinary people. You should take care of yourself. 1 inch. Saying that, Whitebeard raised the naginata, and a circle of white light wrapped around the blade. Then, with your old body, can human beings escape my blow? That's right. This silence lasted for less than a second, and even more earth-shattering vibrations followed. In contrast, the previous series of small poisonous actions were like electric dishes. Not only was the beach cut in two, but the traces even extended to the sea beyond the beach. Everyone behind Whitebeard held their breath, fearing their guts would be shattered. Ordinary slash doesn't work for you, does it? Whitebeard recalled the scene where Ulquiorra took over his naginata with one hand. Then try my trick again. There was an unprecedented loud noise, and the surrounding air was almost trembling. Sorry, I'm very sensitive to the vibration of sound waves. As Whitebeard's blade fell, a sudden shock hit Ulquiorra. I don't know if it's an illusion, but the waves on the sea seem to be churning, and even the flow of the air has become a little weird. But this unexplainable awkward feeling is really puzzling. He doesn't know that this is the precursor of the storm. The flowing sand 4.4 seemed to avoid it deliberately, and did not fill in the deep knife marks. What is even more shocking is that the rift on the sea surface has remained there forever. The surrounding water flow seemed to be caught by some invisible force, and even the sea was cut into 2 sections. The vanished figure of Ulquiorra appeared behind him. As he spoke, he held up a finger and pointed it at Whitebeard. Accompanied by the vibration that has not yet disappeared, the green light shone on his fingertips. Accompanied by more and more violent vibrations, in the direction that Whitebeard's missing blade pointed, a terrifying huge knife mark fell on the ground. Shaking knife jade break. Hey, boy, that's a quick dodge, Whitebeard said. Exclamation mark. The shaking stopped suddenly, but everyone understood that this sudden silence was definitely not a good sign. Although this knife failed, it didn't hit Ulquiorra, nor did it hit the ground, it just hovered in the air. But even so, the wind in the air seemed to be cut off, and even the molecules in the wind were shattered into atomic powder. Ulquiorra opened his eyes suddenly, and just as the naginata was about to cut him, his figure suddenly disappeared in front of Whitebeard. Chapter 172 The Ryutsu that blocks the sky. Shocked Ace. Yong Yan. Ace leapt into the air, stretching his hands and feet forward at the same time, aiming at Akainu. In an instant, Ace's limbs turned into 4 pillars of fire, attacking Akainu at the same time. The 4 pillars of fire are like 4 giant dragons, with their huge mouths open, rotating at high speed, evaporating all the water vapor wherever they go. But Akainu did not dodge. He stretched out his right hand, and the lava flowing on his arm seemed to be detonated by something. The magma that had gathered at one point scattered in all directions, making the volume of the entire lava arm several times larger, and the shape was like a shield. In the blink of an eye, Ace's sun flames hit Akainu's arm impartially, and Akainu held up the lava shield, hiding his body behind the shield. Yang Yan blasted towards Akainu like a bamboo, but after swallowing Akainu, it split into two and shot at the remaining buildings around. In the blink of an eye, the scorched earth was once again engulfed in flames. "Oh 5. I said, your ability cannot defeat me." After Yang Yan ended, Akainu stood up and threw his right hand to the ground, and a large pool of lava was thrown to the ground like mucus. As for Ace, who fell on the ground, the expression on his face was not relaxed at the moment. He fought against Akainu for a long time, and he tried almost all the tricks, but, as Akainu said, he couldn't be defeated no matter what. Both are Logia devil fruits, and they both happen to be of the flame attribute. Your attack hit me, it can be said to be half the result with twice the effort, completely unable to exert the power of your excellent fruit. You are flames, but I am lava, even fire and fire cancel each other out, and my ability has the properties of rock. In terms of destructive power, my lava fruit is incomparable to your Mara fruit. Although Akainu said so, his face was full of seriousness. This kid actually melted my lava shield like this, what a scary brat. Ah, maybe it's exactly what you said, Ace said, frowning. While speaking, he crossed his arms in front of his chest, and a scorching hot air pressure quickly dissipated to the surroundings. HMPH, as expected, he is young, and he can fall into such an obvious aggressive method, Akainu thought. But it seems that he is going to use some moves that he has never seen before. This heat wave gives people a very ominous feeling. What? With a roar, the hot air surrounding Ace suddenly burst into flames like ignited gas. The flame is like an ignited boa constrictor, with Ace as the center, lying on the ground, and rapidly spreading round and round. Soon, the flames spread to Akainu's feet. Akainu had to jump back to avoid the fire snake. When he stood firm, he looked up again, and the ground in front of him had already turned into a sea of flames. Amidst the monstrous flames, the true colors of the ground could no longer be seen at all. Boom! Violent tremors came from the ground, and even Akainu couldn't help shaking. This feeling is very similar to the feeling on Sky Island. Could it be the guy at that time? Did you feel it, Mr. Admiral? Ace stood in the center of the sea of flames. The flames were still erupting from his body, and he shouted at Akainu, who was opposite him, "Daddy, he is already angry. Even the earth is afraid I'm shivering." Akainu's attention was also attracted by the sudden green light that covered the sky, and he couldn't help but move his gaze away from Ace and look towards the sky. 923 inches big. Flame. Quit. Daddy, you're right, Mr. Admiral. Ace's words interrupted Akainu's thoughts. It's such an unfortunate coincidence that my abilities match yours. I admit that if it continues, I will definitely be at a disadvantage one side. So, let's end it quickly. Whoever wins depends on whether you can take my strongest move. And more importantly, Dad seems to be waiting too anxiously. Let Dad be anxious. I can get beaten up when I go back, but I don't want to be beaten up by my father. So, let's use this trick to decide the outcome. Is this kid also responsible for this shock? Does he have any other abilities when the flames come out? Akainu broke out in a cold sweat. If that was the case, he might fall into a big tussle. Akainu didn't know whether to breathe a sigh of relief or sweat. If the guy who destroyed Sky Island is actually fighting Whitebeard, then at least Marine is safe. But if that guy really came here, I'm afraid everyone will be doomed. Suddenly, a dazzling green light shot from the direction of the beach. Not to mention Ace's flames. Under the illumination of the green light, the flames were like dots of fluorescent lights in the dark night, and they were even dyed green. Huh, so it wasn't him. Akainu breathed a sigh of relief. But even so, he still felt tremors in his heart. That Whitebeard actually caused such a shocking movement at such a long distance. What kind of monster is that old guy? Although I don't know what guy is blocking Dad, but that guy is really unlucky. Being reminded by Ace, Akainu also felt a little worried. I hope that it is not Aokiji who confronts Whitebeard. If Whitebeard is really as scary as Ace said, I am afraid that with the power of Aokiji. The best situation at present is that Whitebeard and Hueco Mundo's forces go to war. Then Marine, you can sit back and catch fishermen. In an instant, the entire sky was dyed dark green. Compared with this green light, even the sunny sky becomes pale, like black Yoruichi. Almost at the same time, the menacing sea of flames emitted by Ace was suddenly extinguished. He widened his desperate eyes, and he didn't care about Akainu. He turned tremblingly and looked in the direction of the beach. What? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. As he said that, Ace frowned fiercely. The flames that had been lying on the ground suddenly seemed to come alive, and rose high like air. There was an ominous crackling sound from the rising flames, and countless tiny flames gathered together, rolled towards Ace, and gradually converged towards Ace's hand. Chapter 173 Air Shock. Whitebeard furious blow. Daddy, Daddy. Margot and Joe shouted at the same time. They wished they could run to Whitebeard immediately, but a black scythe suddenly fell from the sky and hit them in front of them, blocking their way. You two, be serious. Neutra yelled. On the other side of the beach, Whitebeard's massive form stood before Ulquiorra. I saw Ulquiorra still kept his arms raised, his fingertips were facing Whitebeard, and there were wisps of smoke from it. The shadow covered Whitebeard's face, and under the sunlight, he couldn't see his expression clearly. He held the big naginata tightly in his hand, and the handle of the naginata was deeply inserted into the sand. At this moment, it seemed that the wind blowing on the sea had stopped. With a muffled grunt, blood welled up from the corner of Whitebeard's mouth. I saw a big black hole looming on his chest. Still standing here is really tenacious vitality. Ulquiorra lowered his arms and closed his eyes again, unable to tell whether his face was half sad or half pained. Call, that Ulquiorra guy still likes to make a hole in the chest of his prey, just like his chest. Neutra spat unconvinced on the other side of the beach, actually compressing Ryutsu, which is as powerful as Sero, as thick as a finger. A puff of air is shot out, and the power and speed have been increased by at least several times. With his spiritual power, even my steel skin may not be able to parry that move. But having said that, I want to concentrating such a huge amount of Ryutsu into such a small shape is not something ordinary people can do. Although I am not convinced, the number 2 is indeed not covered. As he spoke, Neutra raised his sickle and slashed at Margao again. You too, don't disappoint me either. Ha, seeing no response from Whitebeard, Ulquiorra silently turned around. Is it dead already? Just as he was about to turn around and leave, suddenly a huge palm stretched out from behind him. Sensitively, Ulquiorra used the spinner and moved a little further away. He stood face to face with Whitebeard, eyes with a green gleam. Daddy! At this time, the crew behind Whitebeard had already shouted together. Seeing the hole in Whitebeard's chest, some people even shed 2 lines of tears. You claim to be a virtual monster. I remember you said that your number is 2. So, above you, including the so-called master of Hueco Mundo, are there at least 2 guys stronger than you? Quote, although Whitebeard was seriously injured, his voice was still powerful. I also said that you cannot surpass his majesty alone. Ulquiorra's voice was dead cold. Then there's no need to talk nonsense. Whitebeard raised his head and looked down at Ulquiorra. He was obviously seriously injured, but his eyes were full of vitality. I also had a hole in my chest just like yours. That way we're on equal footing. Let's have a good fight. Although I have no interest in human beings, the only thing I dislike about you is your arrogant attitude. Ulquiorra also put his hand on the handle of the knife. Saying that, Whitebeard's naginata slashed through the air. The power of this wounded blow is no less powerful than the previous blow. The blade of the blade shone with white light, breaking through the bamboo, almost cutting the space into a crack. But Ulquiorra didn't choose to dodge this time. He saw a flash of green light, and his eyes couldn't see what happened. A blade shining with emerald green light bit the blade of Whitebeard's naginata. This guy's knife is not simple. Whitebeard thought to himself, and increased his strength a bit. It was actually able to take my shaking knife jade broken. Under the vibration of this frequency, ordinary knives would have broken into several pieces long ago, but this Ulquiorra's knives didn't even have a single crack. His knife didn't even utter a painful whine, only the silence that devours everything on the blade. Human, I can feel your strength, Ulquiorra said blankly. High-frequency vibration, good ability. Unfortunately, Ararankar's Zanpakuto is not a simple knife. Although it is in the shape of a knife, it is a weapon formed by sealing the shape and power of our virtual beasts. Seal W. Whitebeard frowned. Do you still have any reservations about your strength? That's right, this is not our original form. As the virtual form, it has been sealed in this Zanpakuto. In other words, this knife is actually a part of my soul. So, your vibrating trick, it has no effect on my soul. It's invalid. A smile suddenly appeared on Whitebeard's gloomy face, and his crescent-shaped beard raised high again. Then try this trick. Whitebeard held the naginata in his right hand, holding Ulquiorra's blade firmly. With a roar, the huge palm of his left hand became a fist of Li Jiao covered with a circle of white light balls, holding up the uprising. Empty shock, empty shatter. The huge fist slammed down, and Ulquiorra also changed to holding the knife in one hand, stretched out the palm of the other hand, and aimed at Whitebeard's fist. Damn! Whitebeard yelled. Boom! The moment the 2 people's hands touched, a huge wave of energy spread away like ripples, and the sand and sea breeze were blown all over the sky. People around couldn't help covering their eyes. White light shot out from the palms of the 2 people, followed by violent vibrations. Everyone present could feel that even the air was shaking. Ulquiorra, who was swallowed by the white light, frowned slightly. My hand. Chapter 174 Shocking. Limb regeneration. Boom. The huge blasting sound resounded through the entire Batherilla island. The birds in the forest soared into the sky, and the beasts roared. In the market far away, people thought that an earthquake was coming, and they all hid in their houses in a panic. On the beach, Whitebeard's huge fist collided with Ulquiorra's slender arm. The point where the hands intersect emits a dazzling green and white light, and the red light contains endless energy. It fluctuates, and there is a strong Ryutsu in it. The 2 forces tore each other and entangled, gradually forming a vortex of energy. On the sand, the pattern of Uzumaki gradually appeared. Uzumaki lines continue to spread, and gradually climb to the surface of the sea, and Uzumaki is also rolled up on the sea surface. Climbing into the forest, leaves a spiral trail in the forest. Everyone on the beach couldn't help covering their eyes from the torrent of Ryutsu. Neutra, Margao, Josie, the eliminated Espada, and the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, no matter how strong or weak they are, seem so insignificant in the face of this force. My hand. Amidst the huge roar, Ulquiorra could vaguely hear these words calmly. HMPH, monster, you are too arrogant. How dare you take my Kongsha directly. Whitebeard's strength remained unabated, and the vibration felt like a liquid, being transmitted into the handle of Ulquiorra one after another. I saw that the sleeve on Ulquiorra's arm had turned into rags, and then gradually there were no debris left, torn into invisible pieces by pure energy. His pale, slender arm was held high, facing Whitebeard's fist. The spiral pattern gradually appeared on his smooth arm, and the vibrating energy eroded his arm like a virus. Boom, bouncy. Amidst the roar, there was a crisp cracking sound from Ulquiorra's arm. The swirls that lined his arms began to glow green, as if the Ryutsu light was shining from beneath his skin. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard smiled again. HMPH, is your fragile body unable to support it anymore? The old man will not spare any strength, and smash your whole body into dust. When Whitebeard frowned, Ulquiorra only felt that the shock from his hand was several times stronger than before. The cracks on his arm became thicker and thicker, and the green light gushed out from his arm as if it couldn't be suppressed. Boom! With a loud noise, the energy permeating the air was instantly detonated. The white and green rays of light could no longer be suppressed, rushing towards the surroundings like a flood of beasts. Where Ulquiorra and Whitebeard were standing, the sand under their feet was blown away, and the ground exposed bare rock. Half of Batherilla Island was submerged in this suffocating energy radiance, and those invisible dissipated energies did not know how far overseas they spread. 15 marine ships moored in the distance felt a huge shaking at the same time, and waves several meters high were set off on the sea surface, and the waves kept beating against the hull. Remnant candles in the wind are generally too weak to withstand the wind. This is Ryutsu of Ulquiorra. That guy, who is he fighting? Hurley Bell stood on the ice platform, looked at the beach of Batherilla Island in the distance, and said indifferently. On the island, Ace and Akainu raised their arms at the same time, covering their faces. There was a big rock hanging in Akainu's heart, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. And Ace's mood is even more mixed. Sensing Whitebeard such a powerful haki gave Ace a momentary relief about his safety. Ace can't help worrying about opponents who can compete with this force. Oh, the movement is really big enough. A golden light flashed, and Huang Quan's figure appeared from the light. He covered his forehead with his hands and looked towards the beach. 0. Asking for flowers. On one side, Blackbeard's body was permeated with darkness, stronger than before. Whitebeard's shock fruit, really amazing. He also looked towards the sea, with the corners of his mouth raised, revealing those 2 rows of crooked teeth, and he didn't know what dirty conspiracy he was planning. On the beach, it is almost impossible to see the original appearance here. With Ulquiorra and Whitebeard as the center, a huge amount of sand was pushed to the surroundings, which raised the surrounding land surface a lot. Where the 2 of them were standing, a big pit appeared, and the big pit spread out in a spiral shape. One side was next to the forest, and the other side was close to the sea water. And at the bottom of this pit, there is no longer a grain of sand, only bare ancient rocks are left. 0. In the big pit, the huge body of the old beard stood aside holding a naginata. And on the other side, stood Ulquiorra. He was holding Zanpakuto in one hand, while the other arm had disappeared. Boy, only one arm is broken, I should praise you. Whitebeard said, and Ulquiorra closed his eyes, standing straight opposite him, with no trace of pain in his expression, or even a trace of emotional fluctuations. What kind of expression do you have? Whitebeard continued with some displeasure. Ulquiorra remained silent. A thin white thread emerged from his severed limb, just like the roots of a plant, and more thin threads branched out in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds, those thin white threads were woven into a pair of pale arm bones. Afterwards, thin red threads drilled out from the bones, and muscles, blood vessels, fat, and even skin were all woven out. In just a few seconds, Ulquiorra's arm regenerated, just like before. Varied. Before Whitebeard had time to be surprised, a deep green sword mark had already stuck to his chest. Ulquiorra opened his eyes slowly. Is it only this level? Chapter 175 Whitebeard lost. Action void. Puff. A green light flashed, and a deep knife mark instantly appeared on Whitebeard's chest. Blood spewed out immediately, spilling all over the rocky ground. Ulquiorra held up the knife, the blade was beaded with blood, and there was no emotion in his eyes. And his other hand, which had been shattered by Whitebeard's shock fruit, returned to its original shape after only a few seconds, intact as before. You, monster, boom. Whitebeard staggered and nearly fell. He raised the naginata and slammed it hard on the ground. The handle of the knife was deeply inserted into the hard rock, and cracks were smashed out of the rock in an instant. Why, even with a hole in your chest, you can say with a smile, I'm even with you. Does it make you unsteady with just one cut? Ulquiorra's tone. There is no emotion in this sentence, but anyone can hear the contempt in this sentence. Whitebeard held the naginata in one hand, supporting his body, and clutched the wound on his chest with the other hand. It was too deep and cut off the ribs and lungs, he thought to himself, and then coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood again and again. What monster are you? White arms grow back. Whitebeard said angrily. Ulquiorra raised his arm, clenched his fist, and looked carefully, as if checking the performance of a piece of machinery. High-speed regeneration, no fuss. What do you mean overdrive, regeneration? Ah, I'm afraid it's hard for you humans to understand. Like steel skin, this is a virtual instinct. However, my high-speed regeneration ability is the strongest among Espadas. Could it be that nothing can kill you? For the first time, a look of despair appeared in Whitebeard's eyes. This has almost never happened in his more than 70 years of life. Of course, if the head is chopped off or something, you will still die. But, human, you will never have that chance. Ulquiorra frowned, raised Zanpakuto again, gathered Ryutsu sharp enough to split space at the tip of the knife, and slashed towards Whitebeard's chest. Rub, rub, rub. The green light drawn by the tip of the knife can almost weave a web, and every time the knife is cut, there is an additional green sword mark on Whitebeard's chest. With just one breath, Whitebeard's chest was completely covered in green light and became bloody. Outside the huge crater, Neutra couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva when he saw the green light flashing from the huge crater. Ulquiorra, are you angry? It's terrible. Boom, with a loud bang, one of Whitebeard's knees hit the rock heavily. Although my personal emotions are difficult to fluctuate, I can't pretend that I didn't hear what you just said. Ulquiorra said calmly. Whitebeard was half kneeling on the ground, head bowed, unresponsive. I won't show mercy just because you are old or seriously ill. I don't have that kind of boring emotion in my heart. No, I should say I don't have a heart. Ulquiorra unzipped his jacket, revealing the black hole in his chest. I will let you see for yourself the unbridgeable gap between you humans and a Sarankar. Even you, who is called the strongest man in the world, will die under my Zanpakuto. Saying so, Ulquiorra raised the Zanpakuto, aiming it at Whitebeard's neck. Human, I don't like to do such troublesome things, but disrespect to His Majesty and the Lord of Hueco Mundo is a capital offense. I will never let you go this time. Look, the battle is about to end. Neutra shouldered his huge double moon scythe and looked into the sky. Behind him, Margot and Josie had collapsed on the sand, panting and almost exhausted. Your boss will soon be killed by Ulquiorra, and you defeated generals will also be dealt with together. Stop kidding. BD. Jose exerted all his strength and stood up again. His whole body turned into a diamond, and rushed towards Neutra quickly. Neutra turned around and kicked Jose, who flew out in an instant, and the diamond transformation was also released at the same time, and fell beside Margot. Are you all right, Jose? Margot asked hastily. You are worthless, not even worthy of being killed by me. Neutra said, just so, you will become the bait of the virtual group. As soon as Neutra finished speaking, he saw the void hovering over the marine ship, as if he had received an order. In an instant, several dark groups of void separated from the army and flew towards Batterilla Island. On the other side of the beach, the crew of the Whitebeard pirates also saw this scene. They all stared at the incoming Zuchun, their swords drawn. Gunners, get back on board. Attack the void for me. Blenheim, the tall captain of the 9th team, roared. Other captains, protect your team members. Although Blenheim was only a captain in the Whitebeard pirates, at this critical moment facing the enemy, even other captains of equal status obeyed his command one after another. Because that's what the Whitebeard pirates have always been. Every crew member of 2.6 is like a family member, there is no distinction between high and low. Everyone will put the collective interests of the pirates as the first priority, and choose to do what is most beneficial to the pirates. But at this moment, facing the coming monster, Blenheim's words were undoubtedly the way everyone tacitly agreed. Only in this way can the loss of the entire pirate group be minimized. So, except for Whitebeard and the 5 captains who fought against the Arankars, the rest of them found their own positions, and with the priority of protecting their companions, they entered the state of facing the enemy in a very short time. Boom! With the roar of a cannon, the battle between the Whitebeard pirates and the Void group officially started. Chapter 176, A New Battlefield. The 3-digit Arankar of fierce battle. In the blink of an eye, the beach, which had been completely destroyed, became a new battlefield. Void groups overwhelming the sky and flying towards here, although Moby DK's artillery hit Shu without exception, but the number of virtual groups is too large. There were also quite a few imaginary ones that landed on the beach. And on the beach, waiting for them are all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates that cannot be underestimated. War is imminent. The roar of the virtual, the wail of human beings. The sound of muskets firing, the sound of blades cutting. In a blink of an eye, the beach is no longer a battlefield for Whitebeard and other few people, but has become a veritable place of war full of blood and killing. Shu was constantly beheaded, but more Shu fell from the sky. There are also human beings being pierced through the body by Shu, and behind him, there must be someone who will avenge him and cut Shu in two. The confrontation between humans and virtual reality is just a microcosm on this beach. To invade and be invaded, to resist and to be resisted, this war has been started a long time ago, and I will never draw a sentence on this beach. It seems that the battle is coming to an end. Deludoni said looking at the surrounding Zuchun. Do you have time to look elsewhere? A pair of long swords came towards Deludoni from behind, and the two swords waved in the air, so fast that the blades could hardly be seen, only a few sword flowers drawn by the tip of the swords could be seen. And Deludoni turned around in an instant, blocking the incoming double knives. I said, your boss seems to be dying. Deludoni raised his eyebrows and said, hey, the man with two swords grinned, his long, curly beard sticking up. Daddy is the strongest man in the world, how could he be killed so easily? UBD. As he said that, he suppressed Dorodoni's Zanpakuto with one hand, and the sword in the other hand took advantage of this gap and went straight to the opponent's heart. Base. The petals fell, but the blade didn't pierce anything, but was tightly held by Deludoni's hand, not even a trace of bloodline flowed out. My name is Dorodoni Alexandra del Socaccio. Dorodoni said while holding the sword. Didn't I just say that? You are an unkillable monster. Because, it seems that the battle is coming to an end, and I can't play with you anymore. After the next blow, only one of us will survive, so let me introduce myself again, and remember to kill me. Your people's names. Vista, captain of the 5th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Foil, Beasta. Beasta smiled again, showing his teeth. You should remember that this is the human who was about to kill you name. Ha 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 ha, I like your character very much. It's very similar to me. Deludoni laughed unrulyly. It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to compete with you a few more times. But there is no way, because this is war what? As he said that, Deludoni's blade began to emit a faint blue light. Seeing this abnormality, Vista hurriedly pushed away the double swords and took 2 steps back. Are you going to use some strange trick again? Hey, just look at it, Vista. My real appearance. Boom. Blue Ryutsu rolls up a huge whirlwind. The whirlwind gradually split into 5 parts, each part became a separate tornado. 5 tornadoes spun around Deludoni as the center, and gradually approached him, engulfing his whole body in the howling storm. Spin around, Stormburn. Don't come here again. BD. Taruti waved the leather whip in his hand, and the huge iron wheel at the end of the whip was spinning at high speed. Its sharpness was no less than that of a sword. Boom. The blade collided with the iron wheel, and the tall man with a terrifying scar on his face was forced back several steps. You old Mediterranean man, go to hell. Taruti continued to swing the whip, and under the control of the whip, the rotating iron wheel seemed to have life, rolling back and forth on the battlefield, cutting everything it touched into 2 pieces, and leaving a mark on the sand. Countless deep knife marks. Bang bang bang. A giant sword met the iron wheel again and again, and the strong man holding the giant sword had a serious expression on his face, staring at Taruti. It's disgusting. It's disgusting. Don't stare at me. Why did I just meet you? Even that handsome guy with dead fish eyes is better than you. Go to hell. Taruti kept sending complaint. Stinky BCH. Have you scolded enough? The strong man suddenly roared, and he spit out the cigar in the corner of his mouth. If that's the case, go back to your world. From our world get out. As he said that, the strong man raised his huge sword, grabbed the gap of the iron wheel, jumped high, and slashed at the top of Taruti's head. Taruti held the whip with both hands and raised it above his head. His slender figure actually stopped the strong man's giant sword. The two were so deadlocked, but the rotating iron wheel suddenly attacked the strong man from behind, forcing him to withdraw his giant sword and dodge to the side. You stinky man, how dare you scold me? Taruti quickly swung the whip, causing the iron wheel to reach an unprecedented speed. Phew, with the sound of the air being cut, the iron wheel flew towards the strong man. The strong man couldn't dodge in time, so he had to raise his huge sword with both hands to block the incoming iron wheel. With a bang, the iron wheel bit the blade of the giant sword firmly, but the strange thing is that the iron wheel did not bounce off due to the impact, but was clinging to the giant sword, continuing to rotate at a high speed. Under such high-speed cutting, your sword will soon become 2 knots with your body. Taruti opened his eyes wide and cursed angrily. As the iron wheel continued to rotate, there was a sizzling sound on the blade, and suddenly, with a buzzing sound, a raging flame ignited on the strong man's giant sword. Want to cut off my sword? Do you have that ability with a broken wheel? The strong man squinted his eyes and said. The flame? What's going on? Dead monster, let you see the flame sword of Fosa, the captain of the 15th Squadron of the Whitebeard Pirates. Chapter 177, Shock. The cold Espada goes to the blade. Seifo raised his arm violently, and the huge rotating iron wheel was bounced back to Taruti's side. The blade cut across a bright flame trail, and sparks flew all over the place. Looking at the iron wheel flying towards him, Taruti narrowed his eyes slightly. She flicked the leather whip in her hand lightly, and the iron wheel seemed to be tamed. It obediently avoided her and dodged aside, inserted into the ground, and stopped spinning. Is this human being still hiding such a trick? Taruti mobilized Arankar's probing nerves to carefully perceive Sappho's body. No, there is no sign of something like Ryutsu, nor is there any special energy or devil fruit ability in this world. Shout, just playing with fire, isn't it? What are you thinking, female monster? Savo waved his flaming giant sword with both hands, and rushed towards Taruti. The wind driven by the running made the flame on the blade elongated, like a flag wrapped around the sword, and followed the sharp and hot blade towards Kiludi. Hey! The flame sword cut off from the top of Taruti's head, and Taruti easily avoided the blow by turning to one side. But when the giant sword fell, a strand of her hair was cut off by the sword energy and fell down. Taruti was a little surprised. She hurriedly waved the whip, and the iron wheel inserted into the ground turned again, charging towards Seifo's giant sword, hitting his blade with a bang, and forcing Seifo back a few steps. In this instant, Rudy has come a few steps behind Sappho. I understand. His weapon is not the blade, but the heat flow generated by the burning flames. The heat flow is like a part of his blade, sharp and hot, and the range of his attack from a line of the blade, it expands to a wide surface and the sharpness remains the same. Taruti's face was filled with disgust again. She held the whip tightly with both hands, and there was a faint purple light on the whip. This is really an unpleasant battle, old man. The battle over there seems to be over, and you are doomed. Don't think that I will let you go. Next, I will tear your body into pieces. Shout, that's right, the battle is about to end. I have to kill you quickly, before our father kills your leader. Seifo said. Shout, I didn't want to use it at first. Taruti said, Unlike other Arrancars, my returning blade consumes too much spiritual power, but I've had enough of you, it's all right. I'll kill you in an instant. The purple light gradually followed the whip and extended to the iron wheel beside it. In an instant, the entire iron wheel seemed to be filled with energy, emitting a dazzling purple light. Boom! The huge Ryutsu swelled up a purple smoke that covered the sky, and in the smoke, Seifo covered his mouth and nose, rolling his eyes around. What is this? Break him! Wheel Tion! Dorodoni and Teruti, are they all gone? Gunten Burn stretched out his orange afro, and looked at the two battlefields in the distance. Also, Ulquiorra seems to be ending. Where are you looking? A huge shadow suddenly covered Gangton Burn's body from behind, and he turned back slowly, only to see a huge hammer as tall as two people and as wide as one person, falling from the sky towards the top of his head. Aren't you giving up yet? Gangton Burn clenched his fists tightly, and the sharp gloves shone coldly on his hands. Boom! Immediately, flying sand splashed in all directions. The moment the giant hammer fell, Gangton Burn actually caught it with his fist with his bare hands. One strike, bang, two hits, bang, quote exclamation mark quote. Although he didn't see the movement of Gangton Bean's arm, the place where the sledgehammer was hit by his glove actually produced a slight crack. The crack spread quickly on the giant hammer. In less than half a second, the hammer, which was as tall as two people, suddenly ejected debris, shattered into countless pieces, and fell to the ground. The giant hammer was scattered, and behind it was a fat man wearing a three-cornered hat. Although his weapon was shattered into pieces by Guntenbane, there was a very unpleasant smile on his face. I saw him put his hand into the pocket-like thing on his chin, as if he was looking for something. Here it is again. Gangton Burn frowned. Before the words were finished, the fat man actually took out another hammer from the pocket on his chin that seemed bigger than the hammer that was crushed by Gangton Burn just now. Hee, how many more times do we need to smash it? The fat man laughed. How many weapons do I, Bramank, the captain of the 6th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, hide in his pocket? Monster, count it with your body. As he spoke, Bramank once again raised his hammer and swung it at Guntenbane. Yeah, I wanted to figure this out too, so I didn't get rid of you so quickly. Gang Tengbane Wang Wangchao lowered his head and sighed, ignoring the flying hammer. However, everyone else has returned, so I can't continue to procrastinate on my own. I saw bursts of orange light flashing on the gloves of his hands at the same time, as if something was about to move inside. Boom! Gangton Burn raised two fists at the same time, and together they smashed the sledgehammer that swung down from above his head. It's useless. I'll take out a new hammer after smashing it a few times until I smash you into meatloaf. Blackman roared. There is no next time. Gangton Burn closed his eyes silently, and the hands that smashed into the giant hammer suddenly burst out a huge Ryutsu hammer, which was instantly smashed into dust smaller than grains of sand. Lord, forgive us. Dragon Fist. Chapter 178. Darkness vs. Light. Kizaru vs. Blackbeard. With the liberation of the three Espadas, three huge Ryutsu burst out instantly, blue, purple, and orange, and three pillars of light rose from the ground. It's like setting off fireworks. Kizaru looked at the beam of light in the sky, although his mouth was cynical as usual, but his heart was full of melancholy. He is no stranger to this energy, known as Ryutsu. Even after such a long distance, I still feel almost suffocated. The scene of the battle scene is naturally conceivable. This is not going to be easy. Kizaru thought to himself. Originally, he wanted to take South Blue back from Hueco Mundo with the help of the Whitebeard Pirates, but from this point of view, the Whitebeard Pirates were all sniped on the beach, so they can't help at all. Thinking, Kizaru raised two fingers and pointed behind him, and two golden rays of light shot out instantly. With a roar, the corpse of the giant shoe smashed a big hole on the ground. And there are so many miscellaneous fish. They have already flown to the island. The battle at the port must not be optimistic. A wave of despair hit Kizaru. Failed. Not only did the operation to recapture South Blue fail, but the 7.1 million marines it brought, and even the lives of several of us admirals. Although it's useless to think so, but, Whitebeard, hold on to me. Whether it's a marine or a pirate, don't lose to the monsters that invade our world. What's more, I also have my battles to face. With a buzzing sound, golden flashes converged into a long sword in Kizaru's hand. Amazon Cloud Sword. Just as the lightsaber took shape, three pieces of dark gas flew in front of Kizaru. I saw a few flashes of golden light, and the Amazono Cloud Sword danced wildly in the air in front of it with a trajectory invisible to the eyes, cutting the incoming dark entity into countless islands of fragments, and eventually turned into indistinguishable fine dust. After the sword dance, the lightsaber gradually dimmed and finally disappeared in Kizaru's hands. Call, have you been sucked away again? Ha 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 ha. Blackbeard let out an irritating laugh. See, soon, your fountain of life will dry up. As he spoke, Blackbeard raised his right hand, and dark smoke emerged from his arm, gradually drifting to a height of more than 10 meters. In the air, these darkness were compressed and gathered again, forming a huge dark sickle. Hey, try driving it. After a burst of laughter, the dark scythe suddenly slashed from the top of Kizaru's head. The sickle seemed to be scorched, and at the same time as it was cut, there was still a billowing dark airflow on the blade. Wherever the blade went, even the temperature of the air dropped to freezing point. Everything close to it will be sucked away with life force and become dust that will be blown away. Seeing the huge black shadow approaching, Kizaru subconsciously wanted to escape. But when he wanted to use the method of stepping on the ground at high speed to make a shaved movement, he found that his feet could not be lifted. He glanced at his feet suddenly, only then did he realize that the thick darkness had already hidden in the shadows, grabbing his feet tightly. Damn, that scythe is too attractive to be caught by the dark energy hidden in the shadow. Kizaru struggled, but his feet seemed to be rooted in the ground. No matter how much he struggled, he still couldn't move. Shadows had fallen from overhead, and Kizaru felt a chill hit him as Blackbeard laughed in the distance. Is that the temperature of darkness, or the temperature of death? No solution anymore. It's really scary. At the critical moment, he used the 8-foot mirror to shoot out the laser light at the speed of light, and turned himself into an element, blending in the shot-out light, and fled to a safe place. Cough. Kizaru suddenly became dizzy and knelt on the ground with one knee. A hand suddenly came out from behind the trunk and grasped the bark. Kizaru's face gradually popped up from behind the tree, tiredness written in his eyes. Blackbeard puffed out his belly and grinned back as he watched the orangutan walk away. Thick bubbles bubbled out of the black water, and the mixed dark air flowed out from above. And Kizaru, who may have been sleeping at the bottom of this dark pool, turned into a pair of bones. I saw Kizaru put his hands on his abdomen, as if he was holding something. Dots of golden light gathered between his hands, and gradually, the dazzling light formed a ball of light, which kept spinning. Almost at the same instant, a huge shadow sickle fell, and dust and smoke immediately rose up. The moment the scythe hit the ground, like a shattered water tank, it turned into a rushing dark water, splashing the darkness everywhere, forming a black pool at the place where the scythe slashed. Remember what I told you at the beginning. Darkness is gravity, a force that can attract everything, even Devil Fruit's demonic power is no exception. That scythe just now is just a cover, and so is the darkness that grabs your feet. The purpose is to force you to elementalize your body in order to avoid attacks. Boom. But it's a pity that I ran away. Kizaru showed a forced wretched smile on his face. Pythium. A golden light shot out from the ball of light, and the light reflected among the surrounding trees and finally landed on a tree. 8-foot mirror. What do you mean? Kizaru frowned slightly. Poor Salino Admiral, do you think you dodged my attack? Do you think the function of the sickle is to cut people? He. Hey. Blackbeard showed his crooked teeth again, and smiled sinisterly. Really, did you avoid it? He. This black water pool will always melt everything it touches, even the ground. As long as I don't release the ability, it will keep sinking, and finally penetrate the ground and melt into the center of the earth. Blackbeard said triumphantly. How about it? Are you tired? Do you feel exhausted? Chapter 179 Blackbeard's Hidden Secret. The dark water pool was bubbling, and more black smoke came out from above. The water level of the pool gradually dropped, and a burst of thick dark steam drifted away, revealing the ground with a huge crack cut by the scythe. It's all just an illusion, it's all a pretense to make you elemental. In the blink of an eye, Blackbeard has come to Kizaru. My darkness absorbs all matter, and your light is more easily absorbed by me. Are you tired? Ha. When you elementalized, it seemed like you had escaped the dark scythe, but in fact you didn't touch it, and it also sucked a lot of light from your body. As a flash man, light is like your life energy. If your life energy is taken away, do you still have the strength to resist? Blackbeard raised his arm high, black smoke billowed, turning his arm into a blade with a pitch-black blade aimed at Kizaru's neck, who was kneeling on the ground. Your shining fruit, I will accept it. Base. The sound of the blade piercing through the flesh immediately echoed in the entire forest. How come? I saw a blade shining with golden light firmly inserted into Blackbeard's body, piercing through his big belly. Blackbeard's dark blade hovered in the air as if it had been frozen. His expression also froze at that moment, his mouth was wide open, and his jagged teeth were exposed to the air. Do you think Marine Admiral's memory is so bad? Kizaru narrowed his eyes. Darkness will suck away the elemental body, of course I haven't forgotten that. But if I don't do this, how can I attract you to come to me? Where are you? It hurts. Blackbeard screamed like a pig. Unlike your rugged appearance, you are a very vigilant person, teach. Kizaru stood up slowly. His legs were still trembling slightly. It was not difficult to see that in order to catch Blackbeard's gap, he did pay a considerable price and was indeed sucked part of his vitality by Blackbeard's darkness. For such a long time of fighting, you have kept a distance from me. And my ability, Flash, is basically a long-distance attack. But long-distance attacks, once they hit your dark water, they will be resolved. In other words, only melee can give you an effective attack. With a puff, Kizaru pulled out the Amakongan sword from Blackbeard's body, and the blood immediately spilled all over the ground, and Blackbeard also fell to the ground with a plop. Looking at the fallen Blackbeard, Kizaru continued, I still remember you said that dark fruit will make you unable to elementalize your body. Therefore, only by getting close to you can you give you a fatal blow like this. Blackbeard fell into a pool of blood, groaning in pain. The darkness gathered from his hands, and gradually disappeared as if he had no strength. The virtual group continued to fly across the sky. Kizaru raised his head and looked at the sky with a dignified expression. I have another question for you, teach. Kizaru lit a cigarette. What did you mean when you said, I'll accept your shining fruit? A smoke ring spewed out from Kizaru's mouth. A person can only eat one devil fruit. If you eat more than two, the demons in the fruit will fight inside you and tear your body to pieces. Don't you know? Hey, Blackbeard's sly laughter came again. Of course I know that a person can only eat one devil fruit at most. For you ordinary people say, of course it is so. Why, Pelusalino Admiral, didn't you hesitate to be sucked away by my darkness to get close to me? Why did you keep away from me again? Blackbeard's body was full of darkness, and he smiled evilly. Lightspeed kick, let me tell you, I, Marshall D. Teach, are different from ordinary people like you. I am not restricted by the condition that I can only eat one devil fruit. 000. Almost as soon as he turned around, there was a golden flash from Kizaru's right foot, and the laser, ZHH, shot at Blackbeard's body. It's clearly pierced through his body. Even if he didn't die, it's impossible to stand up again as if nothing happened. Kizaru glanced at Blackbeard's belly, and found that the wound there had already disappeared. Where did the wound go? Isn't he unable to use the elementalization of the Logia fruit to avoid the attack? Could he be lying to me? But the feeling of the Amazono sword piercing the flesh just now is really not wrong. Call, it still doesn't work. Seeing that the attack had no effect, Kizaru turned around and used shave to distance himself. I saw that Blackbeard once again turned the darkness on his arm into Uzumaki, weakening and dissolving the laser that struck at the speed of light. Bang, 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 bang. With a muffled thought, the expanding darkness suddenly appeared behind Kizaru, and the shadow instantly enveloped the ground. Dark Uzumaki, Teach, who the hell are you? The wretched expression on Kizaru's face had completely disappeared, and a solemn look covered his entire face. I'll tell you, Pelusalino, Blackbeard grinned, I can eat more than one devil fruit, but the fruit I can eat is not 2, but 3 fives. Kizaru turned around and saw that Blackbeard had stood up again, and the darkness like 2 arms stretched out from above his hands, was pinching his neck. What? 5 bullets of darkness shot out from Blackbeard's hand, but they didn't hit Kizaru, but the ground between him and Kizaru. The 5 dark bullets made 5 big holes in the ground, and the holes were lined up in a row. Within a few seconds, darkness spewed out of the bullet hole like smoke, and 5 pitch black smoke columns spread in the air, and gradually gathered together, connecting with each other, forming a prison fence between the two. Network. Chapter 180. The answer is on the pirate flag. 3. Kizaru's face was full of disbelief. That's right, I'm not an ordinary human being. I'm different from you guys. No matter in terms of body structure or special abilities, I'm completely different from you guys. Blackbeard laughed loudly. I'm the Whitebeard pirates have been lurking for so many years, and no one has discovered my real body yet. What the hell does this mean? What are you? Kizaru was completely overwhelmed by what Blackbeard said, and the puzzles one after another made it difficult for him to accept for a while. I clearly pierced your body just now, but you were safe and sound. Is this also caused by your special constitution? Yes, you did pierce my 523 body. It hurts, Pelusalino. Blackbeard rubbed his stomach. It wasn't a hallucination, but the Blackbeard that was pierced by you was not the Blackbeard that is standing in front of you now. If you want to kill me, you have to kill me 3 times. Killed you 3 times, and 3, what does that number mean? Kizaru asked aloud. 3 is a wonderful number, don't you think so? And I am also looking for my first devil fruit. So you want to take away my shining fruit, do you have the ability? Kizaru roared loudly, and instantly 5 golden flashes appeared behind him, condensing into 5 Amakongan swords. The 5 swords flew out from behind Kizaru as if they were alive, circled in the sky, and finally stabbed at Blackbeard together. But when the 5 swords touched the fence made by the darkness, they all lost their luster without exception, and finally disappeared without a trace. See, this is the truth, you can't beat me. Your light will be absorbed by my darkness. You ask me if I have the ability to take away your shining fruit. Of course I have, but I changed my mind. Your shining fruit, I don't even look down on it if it's a big deal. What's going on? Looking at the expression on Blackbeard's words, Kizaru couldn't help but have doubts in his heart. What happened to Blackbeard? Not only what he said was shocking, but since he stood up again, it seems that his whole temperament has changed drastically, as if he has changed into a different person. Okay, I don't have time to play with you. Blackbeard looked up at the sky. Those virtual groups kept flying through the sky, and the beach where Ryutsu erupted in the distance just now has returned to silence. It seems that Whitebeard's side the battle is over, and it's time for me to harvest. After speaking, Blackbeard suddenly turned into a cloud of dark smoke and disappeared from Kizaru's sight. The two had been wrestling together for a long time, and the crimson lava kept hitting Ace. Whether it's a melee attack or launching a lava fist from a distance, Akainu's offensive is like a storm, making Ace dare not stop for a moment. And Ace dodges most of the time. For Akainu's ability, he is really hard to resist. It took more than half of the time just to use elementalization to avoid the attack of lava, and it was almost impossible to avoid Akainu's attack with the body. If you are not careful, a big hole will be opened in your body by the hot lava. Blackbeard turned and walked towards the beach. He turned his back to Kizaru without any defense, as if looking down on Kizaru. Remember, I am a pirate. The answers are all on my pirate flag. Apart from resisting Akainu's attack all the time, Ace's heart was already uneasy. He could feel Whitebeard's breath coming and going, and recently, he could barely feel his breath. This inevitably distracts Ace from the fight. What? To harvest? Kizaru suddenly thought. What Blackbeard said was to harvest. Could it be that he brought Ace to this Bastilier island to attract the Whitebeard pirates to come here? His real purpose, it belongs to Whitebeard. So, not only Whitebeard, but also our marine, and even the monsters of Hueco Mundo, have been used by him. Along with the sound came Akainu's lava arm that took the shape of a vicious dog. Even if you seize one or two gaps and use flames to attack Akainu is much older than Ace after all, and his combat experience is not at the same level. What's more, as an admiral, he is also a grandmaster armament hockey, so Ace's attack is basically no substantive effect has been achieved. Ace turned around and barely avoided the attack of the lava, but lost his balance and fell to the ground. Boom! A ball of flame exploded above the scorched earth. Two figures jumped out of the sky-high flames. One was Akainu whose hands had turned into crimson lava, and the other was Ace whose body was still wafting with raging flames. Blackbeard's footsteps stopped suddenly, and he turned half his face, revealing a row of missing teeth. Come back. Kizaru got up and wanted to chase, but the dark fence in front of him blocked his way. Please explain clearly to me, what is a special constitution? Devil fruit. What does it mean to kill you 3 times? Potter cast Ace. I will no longer have doubts, nor will I hesitate any longer. Black smoke rose from Akainu's hands, and the luster of lava shone on his arms. You are a pirate, and you are more the son of One Piece King Gordy Luogia, and the foster son of Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, one of the 4 emperors. A pirate like you will threaten the safety of this world sooner or later. I must be here. Battleila Island, in your hometown, annihilates you. Pirate flag. At the same time, another battle was going on the island of Baitherila as 3 cold espadas and 3 beams of Ryutsu pierced the sky. 1.6 inches boy. Don't be distracted. Chapter 181 Conspiracy. The script continues. You're right about one thing, Mr. Admiral. Ace stood firm, looked into Akainu's angry eyes, and looked much calmer than before. A pirate like me will threaten your world government sooner or later, and will change the pattern of this world sooner or later. Then it will be even more difficult to keep you. Boy. Akainu's hands ignited raging flames, and his fists grew several times in size. I saw him holding 2 lava fists, half squatting, still accumulating the scorching energy of lava in his fists, like a volcano, ready to erupt at any time, and wipe out all the creatures in front of him. However, you have to figure out another thing. Ace smiled slightly, and raised a finger in front of himself, with a faint flame floating on the finger. Ace is not the only one who wants to overthrow this world. The whole Whitebeard, all the members of the pirates hold this belief, and we will work under Papa's hand to help him turn the world upside down. The small flame on Ace's finger suddenly increased, and a dazzling fireball ignited. He lifted the fireball high 05, as if holding a sun high. Just like this flame, sooner or later we will become the sun shining in the world. Kick you guys from the shadows off the stage of history. Unforgivable crime. Akainu roared angrily. Boom. With a loud noise, Akainu slammed his fists that were already too big into the ground hard. The scorched black ground cracked countless cracks in an instant, and the cracks shone with the flames of lava, spreading to all directions. The ground began to tremble, and Akainu's hands pumped energy into the ground. As soon as the energy entered the ground, it began to grow wildly, just like a baby in the womb. The magma cracks on the ground are getting bigger and denser, and the shaking is getting stronger and stronger. But this shaking is not a pure vibration like Whitebeard's shock fruit, but more like fetal movement, more like a precursor to the birth of some earth-shattering energy. What brings people a sense of fear is not the shaking itself, but what will appear after the shaking. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. As expected of Whitebeard, Guu looked at the scene in the light curtain and narrowed his eyes. Excuse me for being rude, Your Majesty. Aizen lowered his head and closed his eyes and said, I don't think the human named Edward Newgate has anything to be proud of. Even with Ulquiorra not returning to the blade, he doesn't even have the slightest advantage. That's right, Aizen. Compared with our strong Hueco Mundo, he is naturally not that powerful. However, take a look for yourself and see the scene on the beach. Guu pointed to the light curtain. The light curtain shows the scene of Whitebeard pirates fighting against the Void group on the beach, and every move is vivid. Although the shells were constantly shooting into the sky, the Moby DK was just a ship after all. Even the 15 ships of Marine couldn't repel those empty groups in the sky, let alone one ship of the Whitebeard pirates. The main battlefield has been transferred from the air to the ground. On the beach, it has become a hell on earth. Human corpses and virtual corpses were lying on the ground, dyeing the white beach bright red. The members of the Whitebeard pirates stepped on the dead bodies of their companions. Everyone's face was covered with tears, but they continued to fight. Oh, Aizen also smiled. Do you want to continue the script here? If so, it will be very interesting. The Voids destroyed the Moby DK, while the members of the Whitebeard pirates tried their best to protect it. Some people even foolishly used their bodies to protect the mast. Even though they were pierced through the chest and swallowed the last in one breath, he was still lying on the mast, refusing to let go. If Whitebeard is the father of all the pirates, then the Moby DK, which has been carrying them on the sea, can be said to be their mother. Guu's voice brought Aizen's attention back from the light curtain. Aizen turned back, collected his emotions, and looked at Guu respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty, especially the former ruler of Hueco Mundo, the current third Espada, Baragan Luzenbairn, that old man, do you think he obeys you from the bottom of his heart? If he gets the chance, do you think he will rebel? But what's the result? Guu asked. Aizen's empty answer echoed in the hall. It is absolute strength, Your Majesty. Indeed, what His Majesty said is. However, judging from the battle situation, he is already near the end of his life. If he meets Ulquiorra, no matter how strong he is, it will be meaningless. But 993, look at the members of the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard neither ruled them with strength, nor ruled you from the root of the soul like me, but his members not only obeyed him, but also regarded him as my own father. Regardless of his strength, as a human being, this alone is terrifying. And his strength, in the human world, can be said to be a well-deserved first-class powerhouse. Aizen closed his eyes and did not speak. Send those two, it's time. Aizen, I ask you, what did you rule Hueco Mundo before I came? After finishing speaking, Gu raised the corners of her mouth and closed her eyes slightly. That's right, this war is about to come to an end. Everyone who participated in the war is really wonderful. Gu smiled slightly. Then, let's use our script to bring this war to an end. It's okay, Your Majesty. Aizen smiled confidently. I still have the confidence to suppress these Arrancars. What's more, the current master of Hueco Mundo is you. Everyone in this Hueco Mundo obeys from the depths of their souls. With you, there is no possibility of rebellion. The Moby DK was already covered with voids. The crew members held weapons and fought monsters several times their size. Even if they would be smashed to pieces with a single blow, there were still people rushing up until the virtual defeat. Aizen pondered for a while. Chapter 182 Shocked. Disappearing flames and magma. Huge gaps of rolling magma continued to spread from Akainu's feet to the surroundings. The scorched ground was covered with crimson cracks, and the constant shaking from the ground became more and more intense, just like a scene before the end. The crack even spread to Ace's feet, but Ace's face was calm, and he didn't pay attention to the vibration and crack at all. I saw him holding his hand high, and the fireball in his hand was still growing. With his feet as the center, rings of flaming fire rings are constantly rising, and the wall of fire even covers Akainu's lava fissures. I wanted to use this move to end the battle with you, but maybe it was destined by the heavens, and it was interrupted by the arrogance of the old man. Ace said. The fire circle burned more and more vigorously, and the flames continued to rise from the ground, rushing towards the fireball in Ace's hand, making the fireball's scale unprecedentedly huge. I thought that was what my father meant, so I didn't want to use it again. After all, if I use this move, I'm afraid the whole island will be caught in a sea of flames. But now it seems that if I don't use this move, there will be no I can't get rid of you and went to see Laudu. Arrogant brat. With Akainu's fury, the ground trembled again. Then come on, let this island be in flames. But, that's my lava sea of fire, and even your fire fist Ace will be burned to ashes. Booming, a huge sound finally came from the ground, indicating that the huge energy bred in the ground will soon spew out and devour everything on the ground. Ha ha ha, Mr. Admiral, suddenly so angry. It really matches your fruit ability, but I am different from you. My flame is not a flame that burns everything. The world is going to burn. Boom. Suddenly, all the rings of fire on the ground rose into the air and left the surface as if they had life. One after another, the fire dragons flew towards the fireball in Ace's hand and merged into the fireball. The fireball became unprecedentedly huge. Ace held the fireball with one hand, and the airwave made everything around him blurry, like a blazing sun, making people unable to open their eyes and look directly at it. Great flame ring, Emperor Yan, a single spark, Akainu roared, and the huge energy finally broke through the surface. Booming, as if the earth was shattered, countless huge fireballs rose from the dense lava cracks and shot straight into the sky, almost burning up the sky. At this moment, looking up, there were already dozens of flaming flames floating in the sky. Although it was far less huge than the fireball in Ace's hand, the huge number was like stars in the night sky. Moreover, fireballs are constantly spewing out from the ground, each one can be as bright as the sun, and even the night sky will be illuminated as if it were daytime. Meteor volcano. The overwhelming fiery energy confronted each other and erupted instantly. Yandy and Meteor Volcano lost their external forms at the same time and were intertwined. Although the two streams of energy are both flames in essence, they did not merge into one after contacting each other, but turned into countless fiery streams of fire. Neither of them was willing to give in half a step, tearing at each other and erupting. Ace felt that his power was being suppressed, so he had no choice but to inject flames into the fireball, trying to stabilize the vortex in it, but the fireball continued to grow. This, mad dog. Ace tried his best to stabilize the energy of the fireball, but the chaotic heat flow was still growing rapidly, and it was about to erupt uncontrollably, and the chaotic flames were about to engulf everything in the world. Getting Zhao, as a Marine Admiral, how can you spare your own life? This is the justice of the Marine. All the Marines who came to Bathyria Island have the consciousness of death. Stop talking, damn pirates, disappear bar. Akainu roared, and the cracks on the ground actually connected together, turning into a sea of lava. Meteors continuously rose from the sea of lava and flew towards the fireball. And Ace glared, and threw the huge fireball in Akainu's direction. The super high temperature has already burned a big hole in the ground. Emperor Yan flew away from Ace's arm, and hit the fire rain in the air head on. The speed did not decrease at all, but swallowed those fireballs, drawing a huge trajectory on the ground. Fly towards Akainu, everywhere I go will be ashes. A fireball even bigger than Yandy formed between the two of them, and the chaotic power within it formed a vortex of flames, which continuously devoured everything around it, including all the rocks on the ground and the surrounding air, and became fuel for its combustion. Fuel. The fireball was getting bigger and bigger, and the flames had enveloped the entire Bathyria Island. This unstable energy keeps accumulating, Huge bubbles constantly emerge from the surface of the fireball, and the entire shape begins to distort, and the explosion that swallows the world is coming. Look behind me, Ace roared. There are not only the Whitebeard pirates in that direction, but also your Admiral Kizaru, and your tens of thousands of Marines. If you don't stop, they will all die. The huge fireball, suddenly, disappeared. Akainu shouted angrily, and dozens of fireballs in the air flew towards Ace as if they had received orders at the same time. The sky was full of fire and rain, drawing countless black tracks in the air, even the air was no exception, burning everything it encountered. That's right, damn pirates, burn you and Whitebeard, and all of you Whitebeard pirates to ashes. BD, this energy is out of our control. If we don't stop, the entire island will be wiped off the map. Ace yelled at Akainu. Boom. Suddenly there was a low muffled sound. Ace and Akainu opened their eyes wide at the same time, unable to believe what happened before them. Akainu has already killed his eyes, and is still constantly calling fire meteors from the ground, injecting them into the fireball, breaking the only remaining order in the fireball. Chapter 183 Firefighting Prince. Wanda Wise. A cool wind blew by, both Akainu and Ace stood there blankly with their eyes wide open. With a bang, the few remaining rocks in the sky slowly fell and hit the ground. It was the meteor volcano of Akainu, and after the flames were extinguished, only rock remained. On the ground that had turned into a sea of magma had once again returned to the state of rock. Although the appearance has become very distorted, it has indeed been extinguished, and it is even cold to the touch, without any warmth. What's going on? My flame. Such doubts popped up in the hearts of the two of them at the same time. Impossible. Even if the huge energy is stabilized, it will burn for at least 3 days and 3 nights before it goes out without a violent explosion. How could it disappear in an instant? Who has such ability? Ace stared at Akainu, his mind full of doubts. He saw that Akainu's face was also full of doubts, and he was even more puzzled. The person who doesn't look like Marine, after all, who is it? Who? Just when Ace was full of confusion, he suddenly felt a sharp pain, and a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. He looked down at his chest, only to see A057 pale arms passing through his chest cavity. What was held in that strange hand was his still beating heart. There was another muffled sound, and the white arm pulled out from his chest, tearing his heart out of his body. Ace knelt down on the ground with a thud, his eyes instantly lost focus, and a huge amount of blood spurted out from his empty chest, dyeing the ground around him bright red. Hey 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 hey, a childish laughter came from behind Ace. A-hole. In a blink of an eye, Akainu rushed behind Ace angrily. He ignited raging flames in his hands, and swung straight at the figure behind Ace. With a puff, the figure slowly raised its arm and received Akainu's lava fist. The moment the hands of the two men came into contact, Akainu's lava suddenly extinguished, leaving only a layer of rock on the arm. Seeing that the situation was not good, Akainu frowned, sloughed off the rock on his arm, and jumped back. What the hell is this monster? Akainu glanced at Ace's body kneeling on the ground, and looked angrily at the figure behind him. I saw that person gradually walking out of the shadows, with a white exoskeleton, a strange-shaped body, slender arms, and an incomprehensible smile on the corner of his mouth. Is it false? A monster? Akainu raised his arm. Lava rose in his hand again, and he swung his fist, the dog-shaped fist flying towards the monsters. And the monster didn't flash continuously, letting the lava fly. But the moment the lava fist touched his body, it suddenly lost its flame and turned into a stone, which fell to the ground and was smashed to pieces. Can absorb flames. Prince Fire Extinguisher, Guu said with a smile on the throne of Zai Palace, you really have the foresight, Aizen. Aizen made a humble expression. Wandawe Margera, I originally created the Arankar specially designed to deal with Yamamoto Genryusai's Ryujin Jaka. After all, he is the only thing I fear in the entire Soul Society. Life is equal to the history of the Soul Society. One of the captains, and his strongest Zanpakuto. He sacrificed language, knowledge, and even reason in exchange for the ability to absorb flames. I didn't expect to help His Majesty here and make a contribution to His Majesty's script, contribute. So, if you go to war with the Soul Society again in the future, how will you deal with Yamamoto Genryusai? After all, once this secret weapon, a fee, is exposed, it will be worthless. Your Majesty, don't worry, as long as Hogyoku is in our hands, as long as we have enough time, we can always come up with countermeasures. Guu raised the corners of his mouth, smiled slightly, did not speak again, and continued to look at the light curtain. And Aizen also looked at the light curtain. Besides, Wanda Wise is not useless. In addition to his special ability, his combat power is also comparable to that of Espada. Whoosh. 3 lava fists flew towards Wanda Wise, hitting him straight in the chest. Although he was hit by the impact and took half a step back, the lava was absorbed by the flames as soon as it touched his body, turning into rocks, and its lethality was greatly weakened. Don't look down on me, monster. Marine's admiral did not rely on devil fruit to become one. Let me show you my strength. Hey 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 hey. Finger pistol. A familiar voice suddenly reached Akainu's ears. Is this family a war machine without intelligence? Akainu stood up and stared at Wanda Wise. This time his hands did not ignite the lava again. Tempest kick. Bang. The fist hit Akainu, who used the iron body, and he was sent flying more than 10 meters away. Cough. Akainu fell to the ground and heaved a sigh of relief. As he said that, Akainu kicked in the air, a silver trajectory drew a crescent in the air, and flew towards Wanda Wise. Damn things, Hueco Mundo, there are all kinds of monsters. Akainu said angrily, but don't underestimate me. Iron body, bang, the powerful slash hit Wanda Wise's body, causing a shock wave, but the smoke dispersed, and there was not even a knife mark left on his body. And Wanda Wise also turned around quickly, and punched Akainu straight with his fist that pierced Ace's chest. Akainu's figure suddenly disappeared, and instantly appeared behind Wanda Wise. Stop, Sakazuki, stop attacking. Akainu's finger bullets shot towards Wanda Wise's back, but did not cause any damage to his exoskeleton. Woo! Wanda Wise stuck out his tongue, drooling uncontrollably. Chapter 184 Tusen Konami. A sense of justice. Stop calling, Sakazuki. Quote. A familiar voice reached Akainu's ears. Akainu stood there blankly, only to see a simple round sliding door suddenly appeared in the air, and a man in a white dolphin came out from it. You are. Akainu was taken aback for a moment, Captain Tusen of the Soul Society. The Shinigami captain who walked out of the crossing gate was none other than Tusen Konami. He stepped out of the door frame, and the boundary crossing door behind him closed, disappearing once again. Tusen Konami walked up to Akainu, raised a hand to stop Akainu, and made a stop motion. Stop attacking this Arankar, he said calmly. Don't attack, are you serious? Do you know what you're talking about? Akainu gritted his teeth. Even if Devil Fruit's ability is sealed, he can't use the fire element to attack, but as Marine Admiral, I also want to let him experience my physical skills, and let this monster know how powerful humans are. No, things are not as simple as you think. Whoa. Before Tusen finished speaking, Wanda Wise seemed to have found something of interest. His eyes widened and his tongue stretched out, saliva flew out of his mouth, his face was filled with strange excitement. The whole person seemed to see a dog with a frisbee, and rushed towards Tusen. The blind Tusen Konami's hearing is naturally several times more sensitive than that of ordinary people. He tilted his head slightly, and the sound of Wanda Wise running wildly had already reached his ears like thunder. Hey, that guy is coming. Akainu saw Wanda Wise rushing over and was about to come forward. But Tusen took a quick step, and saw that he turned the raised left arm that was originally used to stop Akainu in one direction, put his 5 fingers together, and pointed his palm vertically at the rushing Vandays. 81 of Bakudo splitting void. Tusen Konami shouted loudly, and an invisible transparent wall suddenly appeared between him and Wanda Wise. Wanda Wise showed no signs of slowing down, he was running and running. Suddenly, as if hitting something, the whole person was bounced back and flew tens of meters away. This is, what? Akainu stared dumbfounded, although they sensed something created by Tusen Konami, his human eyes couldn't see the air wall of the splitting void. Can't Bakudo without chanting trap you? Tusen Konami whispered. Akainu looked in the direction that Tusen's palm was pointing at. Wanda Wise, who had been bounced off by the air wall, stood up again. The excited expression on his face increased instead of diminishing, and he was ready to launch another assault at any time. The wall of iron sand, the tower in the shape of a monk. Tusen Konami held the palm pointing at Wanda Wise, stretched out his index finger and middle finger, and drew something in the air, scorching iron. Because of its determination, it was finally silent. Bakudo's 75 5-pillar iron guns. Things instantly pointed their fingers at Wanda Wise, and saw 5 huge steel pillars suddenly appearing in the sky, and the tops of the 5 iron pillars were connected with each other by iron chains. With a bang, the iron pillar instantly fell from the sky, hitting Wanda Wise's limbs and head respectively. Wanda Wise struggled desperately, but the iron pillar remained motionless. Let me deal with him. Seeing Wanda Wise being arrested, Akainu immediately wanted to walk towards him. Colleagues, Akainu's hands had already emitted billowing black smoke and turned into 2 fists of lava. Didn't I tell you that you can't attack? Why can't you attack this monster? Aren't you curious? Where did the huge fiery energy go when you fought another human just now? Tusen Konami raised his voice and said, haven't been absorbed by this monster. Akainu suddenly opened his eyes, as if he understood something. That's right, it was absorbed by him. Tusen passed Akainu and walked behind him. Where did the absorbed flame go? The answer is in his body. Even if you have the strength to kill him without using special abilities, but the moment you kill him, that energy will burst out of his body and devour everything here. 0. Ask for flowers. But, damn it. Akainu's teeth were chattering, his eyebrows were almost squeezed into a line, his face was full of anger. No. I must kill this monster. Even if I will not hesitate to die together. In order to uphold the justice of Marine, my life is nothing. Stupid. Tusen yelled. What you're talking about is not justice. It's evil. What did you say? Akainu was also irritated by Tusen, and grabbed his collar. Justice. It is to stop evil. Tusen Konami ignored the collar grabbed by Akainu. You didn't kill this Arankar to achieve justice. The energy in his body burst out and destroyed everything here. That is evil, what the mastermind wanted to see. Helping the evil achieve its wish. What are you not evil? Do you still have the right to call yourself righteous? Akainu's eyes widened, and his grip on Tusen gradually loosened. His eyeballs rolled around, as if looking for a crack in the ground, so that he could escape into it and save himself from his illness. Be careful. When Akainu lost his mind, Wanda Wise suddenly attacked from behind him again. The blind Tusen Konami noticed the footsteps and pushed Akainu away. He instantly pulled out the Zanpakudo from his waist, and slashed at Wanda Wise's big fist. The energy wave spread from between the two, and a pothole appeared on the ground instantly. What? What? Akainu finally came back to his senses. This guy, even the 75 Bakudo that I chanted completely, can't restrain you. Tucson gritted his teeth and creaked against the blade of Vandaway. It seems that you can, in addition to the ability to absorb flames, the strength should not be underestimated. In this case, I saw Tucson stretch out his other hand and put it on the hoop worn on the Zanpakudo's sword, and the hoop spun quickly in an instant. Tweet. Suzumushi. Chapter 185 Suzumushi Final Ceremony. Yanmo Cricket. With the release of Tucson Konami Zanpakudo, his Ryutsu also instantly filled the entire space. Is this the power of Shinigami? This oppressive feeling is not inferior to Conqueror's Haki. Akainu was still in shock. Suzumushi style. Tucson Konami said these 4 words slowly. The Ryutsu on Suzumushi's blade began to flow rapidly. Looking carefully, those Ryutsu flowing at high speed were actually vibrating constantly. The Ryutsu vibrating at a small amplitude and high frequency is like the buzzing of insects in the summer field, and the sound of buzzing gradually reverberates. Woo! Vandal-wise in front of Tucson Konami looked around, flirting with his neck for a while, then suddenly turned his head to look behind him, as if he was looking for something. It seems to be stationed in something. How about it, Arankar? What's going on? Akainu also covered his ears, feeling sick. Please be patient. Tucson turned to Akainu and said, my Suzumushi style has the ability to hypnosis the enemy through the vibration of Ryutsu. Don't worry, I didn't send Ryutsu into your ears. The discomfort you feel is just some remnants of Ryutsu escaping. All of my Ryutsu have been sent into the ears of that monster, and soon he will be complete hypnosis by me. Whoa! Tucson Konami hadn't finished speaking, and saw Wanda Wise holding 2 deadly fists again, hitting Tucson. He continued to attack as if nothing happened. What? Shocked, Tucson Konami grabbed Akainu and jumped back. Wanda Wise punched nothing, but hit the ground. Immediately the gravel splashed, and he punched 2 big holes in the ground with his bare hands. Hados 33. Blue Flame Pendant. While jumping back, Tucson Konami raised his right hand and aimed at Wanda Wise. A huge blue flame burst out into a gorgeous flame flower, and exploded on Wanda Wise's face. Plop! Tucson and Akainu landed on the ground. He stared at Wanda Wise, who was billowing smoke from his body in the distance, not daring to relax for a moment. The smoke gradually dissipated, and Wanda Wise walked out without a single scar on his body, and even his expression remained unchanged. Isn't it useful to him? Akainu said while lying on the ground. Isn't there even hearing? Tucson mused, if you can't send Suzumushi's vibrations into his ears so that his eardrums vibrate at the same frequency, then there's no point, and Suzumushi's second form can't be used casually. If his body is injured and the energy explodes accidentally, everything will be over. It seems that we can only use that. Tucson Konami stood up slowly. He put the Suzumushi vertically in front of himself, and pressed the iron ring on the sword with his left hand. I saw that the iron ring was rotating rapidly, and with the continuous rotation, the iron ring was also getting bigger and bigger. In a blink of an eye, it was already big enough to cover Tucson Konami's entire body. There are monsters like you in the world, so we need justice to stand up. Look, Sakazuki, use justice to wipe out all the evil in this world. If you suspect that there is not enough justice in this world, let us into justice. With a whoosh, Tucson slashed Suzumushi in front of him, and the iron rings on the knife became 9 in the blink of an eye. 9 huge iron rings were suspended in front of him, spinning at the same time, whispering in the wind. Bankai. Following Tucson Konami's voice, the 9 iron rings flew around, enclosing the area including Akainu and Wanda Wise. Wanda Wise turned his head curiously, looked left and right, and looked at the iron ring spinning in the air. Swastika. Bankai. In a blink of an eye, Tucson Konami had already arrived in front of him. With a thud, Wanda Wise's raised arm fell down, and the purple Sero accumulated on it naturally disappeared. Sero. In the blink of an eye, the darkness had completely covered the area, enveloping the 3 of them. In their eyes, there is nothing but darkness. Can you hear me? He asked. This is my Bankai, the whole area, Tucson said. Sorry, I'm afraid you can't hear me right now. The iron rings scattered around were spinning faster and faster, and a small black hole began to appear in the center of each iron ring. The black hole is getting bigger and bigger, and it's starting to spew darkness out of it. I saw Wanda Wise looking around curiously, but his 2 hands stretched forward, and a purple light ball gathered in his palm. Purple Sero, about to jet out. Wanda Wise on the opposite side was also silent in the darkness, he who had his senses taken away. I don't know what it feels like. Maybe he didn't feel anything from the beginning. Exclamation mark. Tucson Konami said so, but just as he finished speaking, a 0.4 purple light appeared in front of him. Although he couldn't see it with his eyes, the feeling of Ryutsu couldn't escape his nerves. Tucson touched Akainu lightly with the blade. What is this again? Akainu questioned in the dark. In this way, all his perceptions will be completely sealed by me. Just cut off one of your hands, shouldn't it explode out of control? Tucson said, if you can still feel the pain. It's okay, Akainu replied, but the vision is still dark. Where is this place? Suzumushi Final Form Yama Cricket. This area is my Bankai. In my Bankai, everyone will be deprived of all senses except the sense of touch. Only those who have touched my blade will not be affected by this power. From the beginning I, who have lost my vision, can naturally move freely in this darkness. Chapter 186, The Emperor's End. Whitebeard's final blow, so fast. Akainu looked at Tucson Konami's movements and was amazed. Even though this was the first time he had seen someone from Otherworld use teleportation footwork, but that speed was indeed the fastest he had ever seen. Is it because my senses are affected in this space? Akainu speculated. Captain Tucson said that as long as you touch its blade, your senses will not be blocked by this space. Perhaps, the effect is still somewhat. Tucson Konami swung Suzumushi, and blood dripped down the blade onto the ground. Monster, it's so sad that you can't even hear the sound of your own hand being cut off and falling to the ground. But, in fact, you can't even feel the pain. Ah, Wanda Wise was still screaming meaninglessly. Can't you feel that there is someone near you? Tucson Konami said, standing behind Wanda Wise. Even the organs that sense Ryutsu are blocked. Even if I stand beside you with Ryutsu surging and full of murderous aura, you don't know. Tucson slowly raised his arm, holding the knife, pointing the tip of the knife at Wanda Wise's other arm, stabbing 05 bit by bit. The tip of the knife pierced the steel skin, and there was a crisp sound. Of course, only Tucson Konami could hear it. The sound of muscles being cut open, the sound of arteries bursting, the sound of blood flowing out slowly. The knife continues to stab forward at a strangely slow speed. Tucson Konami seems to be enjoying this cruel killing. If possible, I would like to pierce your heart like this. The sound of blood gushing out must be very pleasant. Justice wipes out evil, and there is no more beautiful melody than that in the world. Unfortunately, I can't kill you, this evil thing. Tucson frowned, and with a wave of his arm, Vandal Wise's other arm was cut off, and fell to the ground neatly. Seeing this cruel and bloody scene, even Akainu, a paranoid with red eyes, couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. That's all for today. In order to protect justice, I won't kill you. But remember, I will come back one day to take your life. Before the words fell, suddenly, Tucson heard a thin sound. I saw that the fractured part of Wanda Wise's arms was constantly twisting, as if something was wriggling inside. With a bang, a dozen pairs of small white hands suddenly stretched out from the severed arm, and their sharp fingers stabbed directly at Tucson Konami's body. Startled, Tucson subconsciously used Shunpo to distance himself from Wanda Wise, and returned to Akainu. This monster, hasn't Ryutsu's perception been blocked? Tucson panicked. No, Captain Tucson, I think he really hit your move. Akainu stared at Vandal Wise's countless arms waving wildly all over his body and said, he was just waving his arms indiscriminately, and he didn't intend to concentrate on attacking. Then it should be the instinct of his body, not his conscious attack. As that's so, it's okay, let me kill him. Flame rose from Akainu's arm. In this space you created, I can kill him from a distance. Don't forget what I said. Tucson straightened up and turned around. If he can't be killed, let's trap him in my Yama cricket. We have more important things to do. Us, Akainu wondered. Go and save your companion. I can feel 2 ores that are as powerful as yours around this island, but the ores are not very stable, and 10 of them can even be said to be aura. Kizaru and Aokiji. Akainu felt something was wrong. Whitebeard clenched his fists, and 2 dazzling white lights emanated from his hands. The blade hovered over the thick neck. The big Naginata plunged into the ground with a bang. Leaning on the handle, the stalwart body stood up again, and the shadow covered Ulquiorra's body. What do you know, monster? Whitebeard's voice trembled. My sons, my closest family members, are dying one by one. Whitebeard knelt on the ground, his head bowed, his body trembled constantly. The slight trembling was filled with endless grief. Although he didn't shed a single tear, it was an expression of more grief than crying at that time. Ulquiorra's glowing green Zanpakuto stopped, and he heard a strange sound. That voice didn't come from anywhere else, it just came from the mouth of the almost lifeless old human in front of him. This beach has become a cemetery. Your companions were killed one by the virtual group, and the corpses are already covered in the sand. If you can look up, take a look for yourself. This scene of corpses strewn all over the field is all because of you rose up alone. I thought you had something to say. Human beings are human beings, too weak. Because of this, it is really your human weakness. But soon, I will reunite you. 273 said. Ulquiorra held up Zanpakuto again. I will not hesitate this time, I am too much for you. Disappointed, I thought you were a special human being, but I didn't expect you to be as boring as other human beings. My sons, shouted all over the beach, listen to me. This is my last order. Everyone, board the boat at once. Return to the Grand Line. I Whitebeard, myself for you. Whitebeard stood still and took a deep breath. Do you think I will just sit and wait to die? Even if I die, I will save my family. Whitebeard raised his head suddenly. Unlike what Ulquiorra had imagined, his face was not a weak cry, but a pair of firm and chilling eyes. Air shock. Why stand up? Ulquiorra said blankly. I don't understand why you still have to struggle in a battle that you must lose. Stubborn vitality, fan. Okay, let's go. Saving the innocent is also the way to achieve justice. Whitebeard ignored it, still twitching. Chapter 187 for the next era. Sucker punch. Said Ulquiorra calmly. I saw Whitebeard clench his hands, and smashed 2 huge fists fiercely into the space. Go, my sons. Violent vibrations appeared again, but this time it didn't come from the ground, nor did it come from the Naginata, but the whole space was shaking. The crackling sound echoed above everyone's heads, with Whitebeard's hands as the center, the cracks glowing with white light spread in all directions like lightning. Ulquiorra, who was closest to him, took 2 slow steps back and touched the white crack with his finger. Shatter the space itself. The space rift still stretches out in all directions at an astonishing speed, like tentacles, and like branches that keep sending out branches. Small tricks. In the face of the absolutely powerful Ryutsu, this trick can't help Espada. Who said that my target is you? Whitebeard looked up, his crescent-shaped beard sticking out high. He stood in place, his legs could no longer be bent. Monster, you mistook the target from the start. Ulquiorra frowned slightly, wondering what Whitebeard was trying to do with 967. The strongest person in the Whitebeard pirates is not me. Who is it? Ulquiorra said commandingly. Whitebeard didn't answer. He looked up and looked beyond the huge crater. Those space fissures that continued to extend, one by one attacked the void group on the beach. The rift split open from Shu's body, and Shu's body was also divided into two, before crashing down. None of the pirates who fought against Shu were hit by the rift. The pirates looked at the spreading crack while shaking, although the void in front of them was wiped out, but there was no relief on their faces. It's Papa's shock fruit. Daddy, he retreated to cover us, woo. Tears flowed from their eye sockets uncontrollably, as if they were contagious, and everyone's faces were covered with snot and tears, but they all closed their mouths tightly, gritted their teeth, and refused to cry. What a bunch of silly kids. Whitebeard laughed feebly, as the target of the rift AFCD, a void group. What's the point of killing that kind of cannon fodder? Ulquiorra disagreed. Of course it makes sense. I'm protecting the most precious treasure of the Whitebeard pirates, ha ha ha, you monster won't understand. Whitebeard laughed loudly. Every child on the Moby DK, they are my family and my treasures. They will all grow up to be unparalleled great pirates in the future, and the next era belongs to them. They will be the ones who rule this sea after all. The cracks continued to spread, and the sharp thorns kept tearing Zukan's body into pieces, and even spread into the air, piercing all the monsters hovering in the air. Shu's broken limbs, broken arms and incomplete torso fell from the air one after another and fell on the beach. Originally stained with human blood, Bloodline Madara's beach was covered with a layer of corpses. Layer after layer, the ground is barely visible. Everyone aboard Blenheim's vicissitudes of face were also covered with tears, but he still let go of his voice and shouted at the weeping and dazed crew members. Don't let Daddy's heart be in vain. Moby DK, sail, anchor. Inspired by Blenheim, the crew members also moved one after another. They kept moving towards the ship, but their eyes were still on the giant crater where Whitebeard stood. Ha ha ha, you've finally made some progress, boys, Whitebeard said with a smile. Without this kind of awareness, you won't be able to reach the next era. But it seems that you also have many sons who have accompanied you on the road to Wonkwon many times. The battles in several other battlefields on the beach have also ended. What the hell are these white fishers? They can't hurt me, but they keep dangling in front of me, they're really in the way. Neutra slashed several times with his scythe, and each time he slashed, the fissures grew more fissures. Margot and Joes fell behind him, unconscious. What a bunch of useless guys, boring. The rift also extended to the side of the three-digit Arankar. Facing them who were returning to the blade, Vista, Fosa, and Bramank were also defeated on the ground. See, Whitebeard, said Ulquiorra, this is what you call the rulers of the next age. I am afraid, they will not reach the next age. HMPH, cough. Whitebeard coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood while laughing, you underestimate my son. Bramanki's obese body fell to the ground a second ago, but in the blink of an eye, there was only a small hole left on the ground. What? Gangton Burns said in surprise, is there any reserve for physical experience? He was just about to use the spinner to chase after him, but the cracks in the space suddenly grew rapidly and surrounded him. Annoying stuff. Gangton Burns swung his dragon fist and smashed the crack apart. But when he raised his head again, Bramank had disappeared. In a blink of an eye, Bramank has come to Vista's side. Who are you? Dorodoni looked at Bramank and frowned. And Bramank didn't even look at him. He picked up Vista, only heard a squeak, and he actually stuffed Vista's huge body into the small pocket around his neck. Oh, you're funny. With a wave of Deludoni's hand, a miniature tornado instantly blew up and flew towards Bramank. But just like before, the space rift created by Whitebeard grew rapidly again at a critical moment, blocking Deludoni and holding him back for a second. In less than a second, Bramank had already disappeared without a trace. The same scene was repeated in several other battlefields. Sappho, Joes, and Margao were all stuffed into his small pocket by Bramank. Hey, don't underestimate me, human, I'm not like that single-digit piece of crap. Neutra looked at the back of Bramanki's escape, and a circle of red Ryutsu shot out from his palm in an instant. False bomb. Chapter 188 Block It. Black Wing Demon. The false bullet aimed at Bramank's fleeing back. Although the power of the virtual bullet is far less than that of the virtual bullet, it is still more than enough to deal with such a human being of flesh and blood. Once hit, Bramank's body will be vaporized by Ryutsu in an instant. What? With a bang, the phantom bullet was fired, and at almost the same time as the firing, Blackman's left hand disappeared instantly. A large stream of blood gushed out from his severed limb, but looking from his back, he didn't seem to be affected by the severed arm at all, and he didn't even hesitate for half a second, but continued to head towards the Moby DK. Run away. How could it be biased? Neutra impatiently slashed at the crack in the space a few times. Is it these cracks that have slightly distorted the space, causing my line of sight to deviate from the trajectory of the virtual bullet? Damn, human beings can only use these tricks. Such a weak guy, even if he is alive it's no different from being dead, she. 11. Neutra spat on the sand. In a blink of an eye, Bramank had already boarded the Moby DK. As soon as he stepped onto the deck, he fell to the ground with a thud, lost consciousness, and blood spurted all over the ground in an instant. Savo, Joes, and Margao, like his blood, slowly, flowed, out of the small pocket on his neck. "Doctor, call the ship's doctor," cried Blenheim. He squatted down hastily, looking at Ramank who had lost one arm. "You're doing great, bro. All the surviving members of the Whitebeard pirates have boarded the Moby DK, and on the dilapidated Moby DK, the white sails on the 3 huge masts are all raised, and the sea around the giant ship is rippled." The hull began to move slowly. "HMPH, are you only so energetic when you're escaping?" Ulquiorra said, looking at the Moby DK. "Aren't you afraid, monster?" Whitebeard also looked at the ship that had created an era with him. "I don't have that feeling. You will understand," Whitebeard laughed. "That ship will welcome its new master, inherit my will, surpass my will, and open a new chapter for this world. This sea belongs to them. This sea belongs to the Lord of Hueco Mundo." Ulquiorra opened his eyes suddenly. "I'm tired of your eloquence, human. Your feat, in my opinion, in the eyes of those who have strength, but it's just a clown. Time will prove everything." Whitebeard's eyes widened suddenly, and he punched Ulquiorra. Although the fist couldn't reach him, the countless space cracks emanating from his fist crawled towards Ulquiorra like a snake. "Base." Ulquiorra waved his hand casually, and the cracks that touched him instantly broke into countless tiny line segments. "I wanted to praise your bravery, but unfortunately, at this last moment, you committed an unforgivable death crime." Saying so, Ulquiorra held up the Zanpakuto, a green light glowing from the blade. Different from before, the previous green light seemed to be gathering power, but this time it felt like something was about to be liberated from the blade. "You said that those who escaped are the future rulers of this world. This is your death penalty. Remember, the future ruler of this world, the ruler of all worlds, there is only one person, and that is the Lord of the Void Circle. There is no need to do this, but in order for you to repent your sins with your soul, I will make an exception and let you watch it once. Even if it is only for a moment." The green light was so dazzling that even the marine fleet in the distance could see the green light on the island. Facing the blinding light, Whitebeard kept a stern face, without any expression, and he didn't have the strength to make any more expressions. "Block it, Black-Winged Demon." 1. Boom. The surface of the sea with a radius of 100 miles was dyed a layer of dark green, and the hundreds of thousands of eyes of the Moby DK and the marine ship all looked at this thick green light that was almost black. Ulquiorra's voice was low, like a silent demon staring at its prey. A bunch of green light thorns appeared in his hand, and he held it tightly. Clatter. As Ulquiorra angry, her voice was quiet and cold. "What?" Neutra looked at the green light and had to cover his eyes. That guy Ulquiorra actually returned the sword. "Is it really necessary?" Ulquiorra stood in front of Whitebeard, the bony armor on his head sprouting a pair of demonic horns and a pair of arrogant black wings behind him. The dark green Ryutsu lasted for dozens of seconds. When the Ryutsu stopped erupting, the green Ryutsu rain began to slowly fall from the sky. Countless Ryutsu fragments are like raindrops, endless. With the sound of space being pierced, the light thorn in Ulquiorra's hand flew out. The superstar's Ryutsu burst out instantly, and the dark green Ryutsu shot straight into the sky, even breaking through the bye-bye sea at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It was really a pleasant sailing. A green light flashed past, and there was only a huge hole left in Whitebeard's heart. He didn't say a word, but as his wings slowly spread, the thick Ryutsu almost took Whitebeard's breath away. 0. Asking for flowers. Don't close your eyes, human. Hurley Bell on the ice platform in the distance slowly put the short sword into the scabbard on his back. Behind him, Aokiji, who was cut off almost half of his body, has already lost consciousness. "I want you to watch carefully, watch your soul being evaporated, and the execution begins." In the reign of Ryutsu, Ulquiorra took 2 steps back slowly. He raised the light thorn and put on a posture ready to throw. The power of the thunder gun is too difficult to control. It is enough to vaporize your soul with this light stab. Human beings are not allowed to escape or hide. This is an order. Chapter 189. Whitebeard died in battle. Blackbeard vs. Ulquiorra. "Ace, have you arrived early yet?" "Yes, father. The family is safe and sound. Their father was the famous Whitebeard after all. I'm still a good father." "Of course. Let's go. Come with me to meet Luo Jia. My battle with him is not over yet. Only this time, we are no longer fighting for the throne of One Piece, but for you, Potter Cassidy, in the name of Ace's father, while fighting." The dark green Ryutsu rain was still falling, and the raindrops made countless dense small pits on the beach, and also caused circles of ripples on the sea. "Daddy." On the 9:30 Moby DK, which had already left the shore, the crying finally broke out. Everyone felt that Whitebeard's breath disappeared, and the heart that cherished them no longer beat. Everyone unanimously knelt down towards the beach where Whitebeard was. Ended. Hurley Bell closed his eyes, and opened a black cavity in the space. "What a sad world. Even if you die, don't you want to fall down?" Ulquiorra retracted the black wings behind him, and slowly closed his eyes. "I won't praise you for anything, no matter what kind of feat it is, it's meaningless and it's all in vain." Feeling that there is no breath of the living on the beach, Dorudoni, Taruti, Guntenbane, and Neutra also walked into the black cavity returning to Hueco Mundo. Ulquiorra was left alone, still standing in front of the standing body of Whitebeard, and did not leave for a long time. "Aren't you coming out yet?" he said with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a black figure sprang out of the woods by the beach, heading straight for Whitebeard's body. Ulquiorra released a void bullet at the high-speed moving black shadow, but the moment the void bullet touched the shadow, a black vortex suddenly appeared and swirled, absorbing the void bullet. What? Ulquiorra's dark green eyes flickered with surprise. The shadow ran wildly and hid behind Whitebeard's body. It can actually absorb virtual bullets. What kind of power is that? Ulquiorra spoke behind Whitebeard, but there was no response. The Ryutsu rain had stopped and there was a sudden silence on the beach. Is it his accomplice? Why have you been hiding in the forest? Still no response. Behind Whitebeard, there were faint low growls of beasts, as well as the sound of tearing something and swallowing. Hey hey. Seconds later, Blackbeard's sly laugh came from behind Whitebeard. Father Whitebeard, you are really useless, he said, patting Whitebeard's body. I thought you could at least inflict both losses on your opponent, so that I could take this opportunity to help you. Revenge. Unexpectedly, the enemy even killed one. No wound was left, but you were killed. With a buzzing sound, a green spike of light was generated in Ulquiorra's hand again, and he held the spike tightly, pointing behind Whitebeard. You are really a monster worthy of the name. You can unilaterally kill the strongest man in this world. Hee hee. But, following Blackbeard's laughter, suddenly, the space began to vibrate, and the space rift glowing with white light quickly spread towards Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra raised his hand to break up the cracks with light thorns, but his face was full of doubts. This kind of attack, didn't your Majesty say that there are no two identical devil fruits in the world? Why would you use the same devil fruit ability as him? Blackbeard raised his hand and punched the air. In an instant, a huge shock spread through the space. Of course I see everything, but now I have surpassed Whitebeard. I am the strongest man in the world. As he said that, Blackbeard laughed wildly and raised his two hands. Dark water gushed out from the palm of one hand, and a white circular light glowed from the other hand. If you have been hiding in the dark and watching, you should understand that this trick is useless to me. Ulquiorra's attention was drawn to the black crack, only then did he realize that his feet had turned into a dark pool of water. Come on, monster, with the dark fruit that can absorb all attacks, and the shock fruit that can break everything, I am already invincible. I don't care about monsters like you. With Blackbeard's roar, I saw that those 4.1 white cracks that were constantly spreading began to fade gradually. The fissures turned black as if they had been stained with ink, and black liquid things continued to overflow from the fissures. Wait a minute, Ulquiorra, I'm interested in his abilities. Originally, I wanted to wait for you monsters to leave before doing it. After all, I don't want others to see my true face. But, I didn't expect you to be so slow and drag it on. Whitebeard's fruit ability, but it was about to leave his body and regenerate it in a corner of the world, but it just so happened that you also discovered my hiding place. Hey hey, small tricks. Ulquiorra's fingers gradually glowed dark green, and Ryutsu, which was dozens of times stronger than that before Gui-Ren, converged towards his fingertips. Boom. Stupid. Ulquiorra raised his finger and pointed at Blackbeard. People in your world are equally stupid. But no matter what abilities you have, in front of the absolute Ryutsu, there is only one dead end. The cracks in the space glowed white, like sharp barbed wire, spreading towards Ulquiorra. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his mind. What is this? With a disgusting laugh, Blackbeard listened to the big belly, and stepped out from behind Whitebeard. Chapter 190 Abandoned the car to save the handsome man. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Ulquiorra, don't kill him yet. Guu on the throne showed a rare excited expression. What exactly was Blackbeard's ability? Even he didn't know that. Encountering such interesting things on the long road to conquest can be said to be the greatest pastime. Find out his abilities first, and then do it. I'm very interested in this matter. Guu's words were transmitted to Ulquiorra's brain verbatim, and Ulquiorra responded with a signal of compliance. Your Majesty, it's really rare. Ichimaru Jin said from the side. What do you mean? Does His Majesty care about that guy named Blackbeard? I don't care. Guu's voice was very cold. Is that so? Ichimaru Jin's face was full of self-indulgence. The war is over, we have won a big victory. This little fun, let's take it as the reward of this war. Break the boundary, Kuzan. Akainu shook Aokiji's body, but Aokiji lay on the ground, motionless. Only 2/3 of his body was left, and the knife cut on his right shoulder cut off half of his body. The section of the wound was covered with a thick layer of water. Kizaru was also at the side again, leaning against the disgusting-looking wall, no longer a wretched smile on his face, but a rare dignified expression. Sorry, when we found him, he already looked like this, unconscious. Tusen Kanami turned his back to the three of them, his voice echoing in the broken world. No. Akainu lowered his head, the brim of his hat covered his face. You have already helped a lot. His right hand and right leg were cut off from a single blow. Tusen Kanami said, and, compared to his limbs, his internal organs were also damaged. The lung, liver, kidney on the right side, and many complex organs have been completely cut off, and he is still breathing, all thanks to him freezing his wounds with ice and lowering his body temperature to a level that can maintain lowest point of life. I said, Mr. Shinigami, Kizaru said, should I call you Captain Tusen? Although it is a bit too much to ask you who saved the lives of 3 of us, but we really don't have the appearance of Kuzan now. There is a solution. I heard that your world has very powerful medical technology. Can you please help me to give Kuzan's body to? Silence, in the broken world, is the silence of death. I'm sorry. Tusen Kanami said these 3 words slowly. Akainu also couldn't help raising his head and glanced at him. Tucson Konami's back is full of loneliness. As you know, the Soul Society is the world of the soul. Our medical treatment and technology are all based on the soul, that is, the spirit. But this Mr. Kuzan was injured purely in the body, with the power of the Soul Society, I'm afraid. Tucson Konami's every word was filled with sincere apology. Of course, it is not certain whether the Soul Society can heal the wounds of the human body. But Tucson Konami's mind has been interrogated by eyes, and such a program can never help people. Even he himself didn't notice this. His mind and mouth naturally rejected Kizaru's request, and he casually stated such a reason. I'm so sorry. Kizaru looked helpless, closed his eyes, and leaned against the wall again. His fists were clenched tightly, his nails digging deep into the flesh of his palm. Giving up the car and being handsome is the style of Admiral. Come on, Sakazuki, Kizaru said, what can you do when you go out? Are you confident that you can defeat an enemy who can injure Kuzan like this in one blow? There are still many virtual groups in Marine, do you still have the strength to lead them through the encirclement? No, let me out. Akainu stood up suddenly, I have to go out. Even if I die, I can't die here. Marine's face has been lost by us. As a dignified admiral, I'm huddled here, even worse than ordinary soldiers fighting outside. It's useless to say that kind of harsh words at this time, have you seen it yourself? If Captain Tucson hadn't appeared, maybe you and I would end up worse than Aokiji. It's a pity that those 100,000 soldiers are still fighting outside those monsters. Shesh Baoshuai, these 4 words pierced Kai 860 Dog's heart like a sharp knife, making him speechless and losing his mind. Mr. Pelusolino is right, this is war. Tucson Konami said. Kizaru also gave a rare roar, and with a golden flash on his right foot, he kicked Akainu's lava fist. If you keep the green hills, you're not afraid of running out of firewood. Even at this time, even though he was also anxious in his heart, Kizaru's tone was still sloppy. The dark boundary was illuminated like daylight by the light, and after the light gradually dimmed, the two saw Tucson Konami standing between them, holding Akainu's fist in one hand and Kizaru's leg in the other. What are you talking about? Even if you die in battle, you must protect Marine's justice. This is Marine's admiral. Akainu yelled at Kizaru. Please calm down, both of you, Tucson said. Captain Tucson. Seeing this, Akainu hastily released his ability, and Kizaru retracted his legs. No, Captain Tucson, I said it's not your fault. Akainu said, Master of Hueco Mundo, I will make you pay with blood. But, the 100,000 soldiers. Akainu gritted his teeth and lowered his head. His hand holding the fist of lava made a squeaking sound, emitting green smoke, dripping bright red blood. What's more, the enemy is the terrifying Lord of Hueco Mundo, Tucson Konami continued. Facing such a powerful enemy, the lives of you few strong men are more important than millions of troops. Very cold, but there is no way, this is war. As he said that, magma rolled on his arm, and he swung towards Kizaru. Chapter 191 Three-Headed Demon Blackbeard. Even if you don't count the masters of the virtual circle, how many of the 10 Espadas have you seen? How many of them are you confident to defeat? Those of you who have fought with them already know that their group of monsters cannot be killed by a whim. Quote, neither Kizaru nor Akainu could say a word. This is a war, and it will be a protracted and arduous war. Most of your world has fallen into the hands of the Lord of the Void Circle. If you want to get it back, you can only rely on strong people like you. Mr. Sakazuki, aren't you upholding Marine's justice? Justice. If you die, who will stand up for justice? Give the banner of justice to others and sacrifice your life in vain. Can this be called justice? One's own justice must be guarded by oneself. If there is no justice in this world, there will be no justice. Let us incarnate justice. Let me ask, how can we incarnate justice when a person is dead? Although Tucson Konami's eyes couldn't see a glimmer of light, the words he said were sonorous and forceful. Yeah, Captain Tucson is right, it's hard to accept, but the facts are there, Kizaru said, we lost. We are defeated. These 4 words reverberate in the boundary for a long time. The plan to take back South Blue failed. With the help of the Whitebeard pirates to fight against Hueco Mundo, unfortunately, the Whitebeard pirates may not be able to protect themselves. Moreover, from this battle, we not only did not eliminate a single enemy but also appeared new people. A new enemy. Akainu raised his head suddenly. Marshal D. Teach. That guy is a monster. Huang Yuan said with his back. Blackbeard. Akainu suddenly thought, we were separated in the previous battle, I remember it was you who fought against Blackbeard. That's right, the new Shichibukai, you can say that he has betrayed the world government. Betrayal. Betrayal. Akainu couldn't believe what he heard. Didn't he try his best to kill a few big pirates with a bounty of more than 100 million Baileys and exchange their heads for Shichibukai's position? Why did you betray right away? So he is scary. Kizaru spread his hands. Listen to him, he has been lurking in the Whitebeard pirates for so many years, just to get dark fruit. Such a calm guy is the best dangerous. It can be seen that his ambition is far more than that. Sitting in the position of Shichibukai must not be the ultimate goal for him, but only a small step towards his plan. The defection so soon shows the current development for him, it went a little too smoothly. Call, shameless villain. Akainu gritted his teeth. Our world has come to this point, he still has the mind to attack his own people. It doesn't matter what he thinks anymore, the key is that in the battle with him, I discovered his ability. His ability? The ability of dark fruit you said? Akainu asked. No, dark fruit can absorb all attacks. Although it is very powerful, I discovered that he has even more terrifying abilities. Your shining fruit, I will accept it. These are the exact words he said when I was almost killed. And he also said that he can eat up to 3 devil fruits. Quote, but what animal has 3 heads? That makes sense. Indeed, he most likely ate other fruits before dark fruit. And it was that fruit that gave him the ability to eat 3 fruits and 3 lives. And the answer he said is on pirate flag, was the Blackbeard Pirate's pirate flag designed based on his first fruit. He can eat several devil fruits. Kizaru said slowly, although I don't know what the two of you are discussing, but from what you said, there are 4 leg bones. Human beings stand on 2 feet. Only animals have 4 legs, right? What? That's impossible. Akainu said affirmatively, if you eat 2 devil fruits, no matter how powerful the human body is, it will be torn to pieces by the power of the devil. It's impossible for such a thing to happen. 3 heads. Akainu's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Could it be the legendary Fen? So, what does this have to do with his ability? The more you talk, the more outrageous it is, Pelusalino. Does such a person really exist in this world? Such a mysterious guy not only deceived Whitebeard, but also played with the Marine and the world government on the applause. What is he? What is it about? That's right. Inspired by Tucson, Akainu suddenly understood something. Blackbeard said that he could eat 3 devil fruits. Is it possible that dark fruit is not his first devil fruit? Since he is so tolerant, he has been hiding his identity in the Whitebeard Pirates for so many years. Qian Zhao's, could it be that from the very beginning, he is already a devil fruit capable person, but he has not told anyone? How is it possible? What the hell is that guy? According to his cunning personality, it is not ruled out that he deceived me, but he could actually eat more than 3 devil fruit. Pirate flag. The pirate flag of the Blackbeard Pirates. Akainu rubbed his chin. I remember, 3 skulls side by side, and 4 crossed leg bones. Captain Tucson said that human beings stand on 2 legs, and only animals have 4 legs, so his first devil fruit may be zone devil fruit. The two fell into contemplation at the same time. At this moment, Tucson opened his mouth softly. 3 skulls. Kizaru was shocked. Then it is consistent with what he said that you can eat 3 devil fruits. And he also said that to kill him, you have to kill him 3 times. Could it be that is this the one? Even more frightening. Ability. The answer is on the pirate flag. These are his exact words, repeated Kizaru. Chapter 192 Rebirth with a broken arm. Leak leak leak. Blackbeard laughed, the darkness above his body swirling like flames. Not only that, with his fist as the center, dense dark fissures stretched all around. What the hell are you playing? Ulquiorra closed his eyes and said the words reluctantly. With his personality, when dealing with a person like Blackbeard, he would not say a single word, but directly use Sero to obliterate him into ashes. However, just now, the command of the master of the virtual circle sounded in his mind. This forced him to hold back the Sero that was about to be fired above his fingertips. The war is over, and Ulquiorra knows it. The Arancars have returned to Hueco Mundo one after another, and the remnants of human beings will be handed over to the Void Group. On the entire beach, on this island of Batarira, there is only one Arancar left in Ulquiorra. The only task now is to figure out Blackbeard's ability. A trick. Blackbeard grinned and bared his teeth. It's a power that I've worked so hard and time to get. How dare you call it a trick? As he spoke, he punched the air with a fist. After a short period of silence, a muffled rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground. The sound was getting closer and closer, making people feel that something terrible was coming. Although the shaking became more and more violent, Ulquiorra still closed his eyes and ignored it. Just watch how powerful my tricks are. As soon as Blackbeard finished speaking, he saw huge waves suddenly churned up on the sea behind him. Countless Uzumaki appeared almost at the same time and turned the flat cliff sea upside down. The noise became louder and louder, the shaking became more and more violent, and even the clouds in the sky became extremely restless. I only heard the sound of clattering coming from the sea, and the surface of the sea was actually cut into several pieces. The sea water is like tofu, with neat cross-sections and scattered heights. The sea water flows from the sea surface into the gullies separating them, forming countless waterfalls. Did you see it? The power that even the sea trembles. If it's just like this, it's really boring. This is the trick of that human being just now. You just learned it now and sold it now, and you learned it very poorly. What? Blackbeard gritted his teeth when Ulquiorra said he was inferior to Whitebeard. Then just keep your eyes open. Blackbeard opened his arms, and the darkness covering his body suddenly seemed to be ignited, and with a buzzing sound, it floated towards the sky. The darkness continued to rise, and gradually, the 15 marine ships in the port were all shrouded in the darkness overhead. What's going on here? Why are there so many dark clouds all of a sudden? This cloud seems to come from the island. The surface of the sea in the distance seems to be very strange. What's going on? Unaware that their 3 admirals have been defeated, the Marines are still confronting the Void Group. Casualties are mounting, but they will obey Admiral's orders and fight until the ammunition and food are exhausted. Hey, Blackbeard laughed. Look, my power, liberate. Boom. With a loud noise, the seawater of superstars suddenly gushed out from the darkness that enveloped the marine fleet. Compared with the seawater, the 15 giant ships are like toy rubber ducks in the bathtub. Amidst the screams, together with the Void Group in the air and all the Marines, they were instantly submerged by the seawater falling from the sky. Under the impact of this huge seawater, 15 ships also sank at the same time. Some sank to the bottom of the sea, some turned over, and some were filmed in two. On the surface of the sea, dense crowds of people were moving. Some marines were buried in the belly of the fish along with the ship, and some had their necks broken by the water pressure. The surviving marines floated on the sea with the bodies of their companions and swam to nearby shipwrecks. The scary thing is that there are not only marines on the sea, but also virtual groups washed down from the sky by the sea. They are like beasts, even if they are drowning, they have not forgotten the instinct to kill. Bone spurs pierced the surviving marine's body continuously, and the sea surface was in chaos, screaming, fear, and the sea surface was dyed bright red with blood. Hey, the scene is indeed spectacular, and you also helped us completely eliminate the remnants of human soldiers. But even so, how can it be used in actual combat? With a muffled buzz, Ulquiorra's figure suddenly disappeared from Blackbeard's sight. I saw his left arm, which was intact, connected to his body. A green light flashed, and Blackbeard's left arm flew high, blood spattering everywhere. See, this godlike destructive power. Use shock fruit to crack the sea, fill the cracks with darkness, absorb the sea water, and release the sea water from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Ulquiorra was behind Blackbeard. That's it, no matter how fancy your ability is, it's meaningless if it's not useful in actual combat. But at this time, Ulquiorra had returned to the place where he was standing. Blackbeard gritted his teeth, subconsciously clenched his fist with his right hand, and smashed it behind him. The cracks in space continued to extend from his fist. Before he finished speaking, Ulquiorra suddenly stopped what he was going to say in surprise, and looked at Blackbeard in surprise. The culprit who caused all this was smiling on the beach. Hey. Blackbeard still let out a disgusting laugh. Blackbeard stopped smiling and frowned. And Ulquiorra shook his hand, and the light thorn appeared in his palm instantly. What? Blackbeard said in shock. Puff. Your Majesty said that you can't kill him until you figure out his abilities, but I think that he won't show his true colors unless he is forced into a desperate situation. Blackbeard's face was full of smugness, but Ulquiorra was unimpressed. Chapter 193, The Mystery is Revealed. Hell 3-headed dog fruit. It's not high-speed regeneration. Ulquiorra frowned, but the touch just now has indeed cut off his arm. Your Majesty, is this his ability? Hey, see. You can't kill me, Blackbeard said triumphantly. I'm interested in your abilities, human. Stop being arrogant, you winged monster. What gave you the confidence to speak to me, Blackbeard, in that tone again? Blackbeard grinned, darkness pouring from his palm. You can't kill me, but I can kill you. Blackbeard's left hand was flowing with darkness, and his right hand was glowing with white light. He stretched out his two hands and faced Ulquiorra with a snap. They slapped together. With this crisp sound, the earth began to tremble again, sending out rumbling mournful sounds. Ulquiorra rolled his eyes, looking at the ground beneath his feet. There was a boom in the ground, and a huge gap opened. The gap was like the mouth of a wild beast, which grew and bit Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra condensed spirit particles on the soles of his feet, easily dodging the pincer attack on the ground. Unexpectedly, a dark stream of water suddenly gushed out from the ground. Like a living arm, the dark water grabbed his feet and pulled him towards the crack in the ground. Hey, how about the power of darkness? It's not simply grabbing you, but darkness is absorbing you, Blackbeard proudly said. In the blink of an eye, Ulquiorra had been pulled into the rift. There was another bang, and the gap was bitten tightly and closed. The stronger you are, the more attractive the darkness will be to you. The more you struggle, the tighter you will be grasped. Panting, Blackbeard turned to look at Whitebeard's standing body. Did you see? The monster that even you can't do anything about is killed by me. This era is no longer named after you, Whitebeard. From today onwards, this is my Blackbeard era. This era is called the Lord of Hueco Mundo. A low groan came from the ground, followed by an irresistible sense of oppression. Under the pressure, Blackbeard nearly fell to his knees. That guy isn't dead yet. What is this feeling? Just the voice has so much power. Boom. Suddenly, a green flash shot out from the ground, not only tore a huge hole in the ground, but the light shot straight at Blackbeard's body, drowning his left half of his limbs in the light. The light passed through Blackbeard and rushed to the surface of the sea. Even the sea was blasted a gap by it. The surrounding sea water seemed to be afraid of the power of the light. Even after the light disappeared, the gap still existed, and no drop of seawater poured in. Blackbeard stood where he was, panting heavily. And Ulquiorra has spread its wings and floated above his head, condescending like a god. Has the body I penetrated repaired again? Ulquiorra said to Blackbeard, but he was thinking in his heart, I deliberately avoided his head and didn't evaporate his whole body, it was really right. He really healed his injury again. No, it's not a cure, it should be said to be a repair. Blackbeard stared at Ulquiorra in the sky with a solemn expression. No matter what your self-repair ability is, it is impossible to repair your body without limit. Self-regeneration, to put it bluntly, is the rapid division of cells. But there is a limit to the number of biological cell divisions. This limit is the so-called life. As he spoke, Ulquiorra raised his light thorn and pointed it at Blackbeard. If you refuse to tell me, I will destroy your body one by one and see how many times you can repair it. Don't try, this is the last time, Blackbeard said honestly. Seeing Blackbeard so forthright, Ulquiorra couldn't help feeling a little surprised in his heart. I just changed my body, and the current body is already the last one. The dark water seemed to be boiled, restless. followed by violent shaking. I saw countless cracks in space extending from the dark water. Looking from a distance, they looked like densely entwined thorns. The dark water climbed into the air along the rift, and struck Ulquiorra with great speed. Having 3 bodies, is this your ability? In other words, if I kill you again, you can't recover anyway. 0. Ask for flowers. Before Blackbeard finished speaking, a green light flashed, and the light thorn in Ulquiorra's hand had pierced a black hole above his heart. At the same time, the dark water on the ground no longer surges, and the cracks in the space no longer grow. Is it boring? Hehehehe. Blackbeard's voice came again. 0. Blackbeard grinned, showing his disgusting grin. Indeed, Ulquiorra thought so too. The restoration of Blackbeard's body was completed in an instant. This kind of recovery speed is even higher than that of the person who was known as the fastest high-speed regeneration in Espada. Call out. Ulquiorra closed his eyes, ready to open the black cavity back to Hueco Mundo. I'm not an instant self-healing ability, you overestimate me, monster. He stopped talking, but squatted down, and smashed the darkness on both hands into the ground. Suddenly, the entire beach turned into a surging dark water. Since I have figured out your ability, there is no need to play with you anymore. It's really boring. I'm lying to you. No, everything I said is absolutely true. It is true that I will not repair my body in an instant, and it is true that I have 3 bodies, but... Blackbeard grinned, showing his disbelief. He smiled with neat teeth. This is the true strength of my hell 3-headed dog fruit. This dark water that combines darkness and vibration, once it touches you. Who knows? Call. Ulquiorra turned back, eyes full of disgust. 3 bodies were destroyed, but they were restored again. Did you really lie to me? What an infuriating human being. Chapter 194 Blackbeard's True Attitude. My first devil fruit is a zone phantom beast named Cerberus 3-headed dog fruit. Blackbeard looked smug, not upset that his body had been pierced. Instead, dark water and white light condensed on the 2 hands respectively, looking full of fighting spirit. The 3-headed dog from hell gave me 3 bodies, and I can also eat 3 devil fruits. Above this sea, no one else can do the same thing as me. Hehehehe. Ulquiorra's expression was as indifferent as ever, as if he hadn't heard anything. 3 sets of bodies, haven't they all been destroyed by me? Hey. Blackbeard laughed suddenly, a particularly treacherous laugh, which made people shudder. Soon, you'll know the answer. I saw his face suddenly distorted, a human face, and began to become ferocious and terrifying. The nose protruded, the teeth turned outward, and the pupils of the eyes suddenly enlarged, shining with the cold light of a beast. Blackbeard leaned down, his skin began to vibrate violently, as if the bones were shifting under his skin, and an invisible force was about to move in his body. The power was active, crashing into his body, turning his entire body into a strange shape. Its size has increased several times, its clothes have long been torn, long hair has grown, and a sharp tail protruded from behind. Looking at Blackbeard's face again, it has turned into a vicious dog. The fangs grow almost to the chin, and greedy saliva flows from the mouth. What's even more chilling is that there are 2 vicious dogs' heads growing on both sides of his neck. There is a circle of black mane around the neck of a head, and the mane flutters with the wind. If you look carefully, it turns out to be rolling dark energy. But the other head was hard to see clearly, that head was vibrating violently. He opened his mouth and let out a low growl, countless spatial rifts were sprayed out from his mouth. See, my true power. The giant beast lay in front of Ulquiorra, with sharp claws, sharp fangs, and 3 roaring heads roaring at the sky for a long time, causing the whole world to tremble. But Ulquiorra was unmoved at all, still looking at the monster blankly. It turns out that it's just an animal. Beast. A head in the middle of the 3-headed dog opened its mouth, and the voice was Blackbeard's tone. I will not be provoked by you. Because weak people are not even as good as animals. With a loud roar, the 3-headed dog went straight to Ulquiorra. 4 long claws galloped on the beach, and the ground stepped on by the claws left a mass of dark energy. Roar. The head on one side of the 3-headed dog opened its bloody mouth, and dense space cracks spewed out, aiming at Ulquiorra. The space and air between the 2 are like tofu that has been cut open, turning into a piece of rectangle. Floating in the air, Ulquiorra shattered the shattered space into finer pieces with a wave of his hand. At the same time, the head on the other side of the 3-headed dog also opened its mouth, and a huge amount of darkness also spewed out from it, surging rapidly along the cracks in the space, and in an instant, Ulquiorra was surrounded by a cage made of darkness. The flowing darkness first blocked the outlets around him, and then stabbed at the center at the same time. Ulquiorra faced the oncoming darkness with no expression on his face. He folded his wings and wrapped his body inside. Boom! The dark energy shoots toward a point, bursting out instantly. Fragments of space were blown away, and the scattered darkness sprinkled on the beach like raindrops. Hey, no one can live after seeing my true face. Really, is that so? Ulquiorra's voice came again, and the darkness dissipated, leaving him floating in the air with black wings. I can't beat you. 3-headed dog staring at Ulquiorra at the same time, both front paws arched. Then let's try this trick. The 3 heads of the 3-headed dog opened their mouths wide at the same time. Rolling darkness spewed out from one head, and countless cracks spit out from the other head, and the 2 streams of energy converged in the mouth of the middle head, forming an energy ball. Your Majesty, can we do it now? Ulquiorra said secretly. I've seen it all, it's over. The voice of the ancient city rang in Ulquiorra's head. Ulquiorra slowly closed his eyes, stretched out the index finger of his right hand, and aimed at Blackbeard, who was gathering energy. His whole body exudes dark green Ryutsu, and that Ryutsu is also like liquid tea, flowing and gathering at his fingertips. What? Want to fight me hard? The heads on both sides of Blackbeard were still pouring dark and vibrating energy into the energy ball. Did you hear me clearly? I am the power user of the three-headed dog fruit of hell. And my zone phantom beast fruit has awakened. It has amazing recovery power. Even if a body is destroyed by you, I can still immediately switch to another body. Even if all 3 bodies are destroyed by you, when I switch back to 2.8 again, my physical body has recovered. In other words, I have countless bodies. No matter how you kill me, you won't be able to kill me. So that's why I killed you 3 times, but you are still alive. It's not because you have 4 bodies. Your current body is already the one you used at the beginning of 10 times. 17. That's right, the zone 3-headed dog fruit that can't be killed, the Logia dark fruit that can absorb all attacks, and the Paramesha shock fruit that can destroy everything. I am the strongest with the 3 strongest fruits of the 3 lines at the same time. Blackbeard gushed frantically, I am the strongest person above this sea. No one can defeat me, and this era will be named after me, Blackbeard. Chapter 195, The Black Sarrow Who Ends Everything. Darkness and shock, 2 kinds of power continuously gushed out from the heads on both sides of the 3-headed dog, and gathered in the mouth of the middle head. That ball of energy has become unprecedentedly huge. It contains the surging darkness of a giant star, as well as a shock wave enough to shatter an ocean. And the Ryutsu gathered on Ulquiorra's finger is also ready to go. The flowing dark green light became darker and darker, and it began to become pitch black. You seem very confident in your darkness, Ulquiorra said slowly. Because I am the strongest person in the world. Anyone who stands in my way will die. Following Blackbeard's arrogant roar, an energy ball shot out of his mouth in an instant. Huge energy shot towards Ulquiorra with a dark trail. Wherever the energy ball went, the space was shaken to pieces. Dark gas enveloped it, and even a trace of lightning appeared above it. The frightening thing is that during its flight, it was still absorbing the surrounding energy, attracting all those fragmented spaces into its interior. The energy ball is getting bigger and bigger, and the chaotic energy surging inside is also waiting to explode. Oh 5 You don't understand the real darkness at all. Ulquiorra faced the energy ball that almost devoured everything, without panic, Black Sarrow. The dark green Ryutsu that had been compressed to the extreme turned into a pitch black color, and with a muffled sound, like a floodgate suddenly opened, the pitch black Sarrow instantly submerged everything in front of him. Although the sound from Black Sarrow was dull, in this dullness, the huge sound made by the energy ball shot by Blackbeard shattering the space and all the surrounding sounds were covered up. Overwhelming darkness Ryutsu submerged everything, the entire island of Bathurira and the sky thousands of meters above were shrouded in darkness. There was thunder in the sky, and huge waves more than 10 meters high were set off on the sea. Both heaven and earth are responding positively to Ulquiorra's Black Sarrow. Needless to say, Blackbeard's energy ball was also instantly dispersed by Black Sarrow. Facing the pitch black Ryutsu that had swallowed his own energy and was rushing towards him, huge beads of sweat rolled down Blackbeard's forehead, and he couldn't help taking a few steps back. No, it's useless. You can't kill me. I still have 2 bodies. He shouted in despair. Even if you have 300 bodies, you will be instantly reduced to ashes in my Black Sarrow. Amid the muffled sound, Blackbeard, Bathurila Island, and the surrounding 50 kilometers of sea area were all permanently erased from the map by Ulquiorra's Black Sarrow. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. The light curtain in front of Guu instantly became pitch black. HMPH, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as expected of Ulquiorra. It seems that he is really suffocating. Facing such a guy, he can't kill him immediately. Aizen also said with his eyes closed. Hurley Bell, Dorudoni, Turuti, Guntenbane, Wanda Wise, and Neutra who had just returned all stood aside. Hearing Guu's praise of Ulquiorra, Neutra's face was full of dissatisfaction. One day I will surpass you. Ulquiorra, the second place, I will take it from you. He swore secretly in his heart. Yeah, what a disgusting fellow. But after all, Blackbeard's abilities are one of the few mysteries in that world that interests me. It's hard work Ulquiorra for my momentary pleasure. No, serving His Majesty's ideas is exactly what Espada was created for, Aizen said. As soon as the voice fell, a black cavity opened above the hull, and it was Ulquiorra who walked out of the black cavity. Ulquiorra walked up to Guu and knelt down on one knee. I don't dare. It is my duty to serve His Majesty. I dare not think about rewards. Ulquiorra said calmly. Your Majesty, that is specially collected to enhance His Majesty's strength, I don't deserve it. Ulquiorra was also confused by Guu's sudden move. I don't mean to give you a person, Ulquiorra. What I want to reward is all the Espadas. Guu glanced at Neutra, and Neutra looked away in a panic. Espadas, you can all share my strength. You've done a good job. Guu praised. It's probably only you who can endure for so long in front of someone like Blackbeard. Your Majesty, the task has been completed. Even 850 Neutra himself didn't realize that his face had become quite ugly. This point, however, did not escape the eyes of Guu and Aizen. Fault. Rewards. Why did Ulquiorra get rewards? You can get rewards from His Majesty only by killing a few humans. I have collected so many devil fruits for Your Majesty, and I also participated in this operation. Why does Your Majesty ignore me? Asked. As he spoke, Gu took out an egg-sized, glowing sphere from under his clothes, and held it in his hand. Rewards should be given to those who have merit. Your Majesty, that. Neutra couldn't help shouting with his eyes wide open. What do you think of this alien spirit? Gu said with a smile. Because, at the last moment, I didn't hold back my anger, and used the Black Sarrow, to give the dozens of kilometers of sea area near Batarilla Island to, destroying His Majesty's territory. It really deserves death. Gu glanced at him, ignored him, and turned to look at Ulquiorra. Your Majesty, please forgive my mistake. Ulquiorra said with her head bowed. That's not. Ichimaru Jin at the side also recognized what Gu took out. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter. Gu said with an open-minded smile, that's my territory, how to deal with it is up to me. But you have completed the task so well, what kind of reward do you want? Neutra on the side opened his eyes wide, feeling mixed feelings in his heart. Chapter 196, The Power of Heterogeneous Spirits. P.S. I borrowed the computer of a kind big sister who was sitting next to me to upload the chapters, no more updates. The following is the text. The main hall of Zai Palace, which was bustling just a second ago, fell into a long silence at this moment. Ulquiorra bowed his head and knelt on one knee, Neutra rolled his only eyeball and dared not make a sound, and the other Arankars were also worried. How? Second Espada, Ulquiorra cipher, accept my reward. Gu held that egg-sized heterogeneous spirit in her hand, with an unpredictable smile written all over her face. Ulquiorra, who had always been emotionless, lowered his head, with a trace of cold sweat streaming down his face. 1. Everything is according to His Majesty's order. Ha ha ha. Gu burst out laughing suddenly, and the laughter echoed in the hall. Everyone turned their eyes to him again, not knowing what their master was thinking. This heterogeneous spirit particle, yes, I originally collected it to enhance my own strength. The fruit peel is used to make a spirit particle isolation device, and send you Espada with powerful spiritual power to another world. This 507 is things you all know. But, now, I no longer need it. Quote. Gu looked at the heterogeneous spirit in his hand, and pressed his fingers lightly, only to hear a crisp sound. The egg-sized luminous sphere suddenly shattered into powder, and the dots of powder glowed, filling the surrounding air. Gu closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and the glowing powder was inhaled into his nasal cavity. Half a second later, he opened his mouth slightly and let out another breath. You see, even after absorbing the heterogeneous spirit particles, I can no longer feel the power increase. Gu looked at Aizen, and Aizen lowered his head and smiled. The development of things exceeded the expectations of Zael Aporo, the Aizen commander, and even myself. In the battle between Alabasta and Crocodile, I realized new strength. No, I should say that I realized my true self. Identity, the power in my body is awakened. I am Hueco Mundo. Every particle of this Hueco Mundo is a part of me. Compared with this huge Hueco Mundo, this small the heterogeneous spirit is like a bunch of oceans, because it has lost its original meaning. However, as he said that, Gu waved his hand, and the remaining luminous dust floating in the air flew along his hand and flew into the bodies of Ulquiorra, Neutra, Neliel, and the three-digit Arankar. All 6 Arankars closed their eyes, like Gu, feeling the inhalation of the heterogeneous spirit particles into their bodies, feeling the process of their own strength being strengthened. Cough. This power. Gangton Burn suddenly fell to his knees, choking his own throat, as if about to vomit something. Dorodoni and Taruti fell to the ground one after another just like him, their bodies shimmering faintly, and their faces were full of pain. After all, it's Espada who was eliminated. Gu gave them a disdainful look. The reason why they are eliminated is not only because their strength is limited, but also their ability to hold power is limited. Kuchiki cannot be carved, Aizen explained. Gu waved his hand lightly again, and saw that the bodies of the 3 people who fell on the ground seemed to have dissipated, and suddenly became dim, and the pain on their faces gradually disappeared, leaving only traces of sweat shed from the pain. Thank you, your Majesty. Deludoni was the first to stand up and kneel down, and the other 2 also followed and knelt down facing Gu. You are all meritorious ministers, don't worry, although your strength is limited, this Void Knight Palace, this Hueco Mundo, will definitely have your place. I am the master of the Void Circle, and everything in this Hueco Mundo is a part of myself, including you Arankar, are also like my children. I will not abandon the weak children, you just do your best to serve me, and I will share my strength with you. Neliel looked at Gu puzzled. That's how I felt when I first absorbed heterogeneous spirit particles. It was as if something in my body was awakened. Only by knowing yourself can you make yourself stronger. Gu said silently. We must devote ourselves to His Majesty and die. After an unknown period of time, the storm in Ryutsu subsided gradually, and the 3 pillars of spiritual light also gradually disappeared. At this moment, suddenly a golden light flashed in the hall, and the center of that light was really the 5th Espada, Neutra. Both Gu and Aizen looked at him with a smile, and a few seconds later, 2 beams of light from Lingzi came one after another, almost lifting the ceiling of the hall. The centers of these 2 beams of light are the 2nd Espada Ulquiorra kneeling in front of the temple, and Neliel, the head of the battle maids who has been standing aside. Power is continuously gushing out. Neliel said, it is uncontrollably rushing out of the body. The same is true for Ulquiorra. Huge black wings have suddenly appeared behind him, and there is still a faint green light on the wings. Neutra looked at his arms and couldn't help frowning. The number of arms in front of him was 6. The 3 light scrolls raged in the hall with a huge Ryutsu storm. The robes of Guu and Aizen fluttered in the storm. 3 colors of light shone on their faces, and both of them showed satisfied smiles at the same time. Your Majesty, this. Don't panic, it's just your own original power. Calm down, adjust your breathing, and the dominance of the power will return to your own hands. The 3 of them closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing according to what Guu said, as if they were talking to their own strength. Sure enough, half a minute later, all 3 of them released their returning edge status one after another. Guu said these words as if reciting the Bible. The 3 of them lowered their heads, unable to see the expressions on their faces clearly. Return to the blade. The 3-digit Arankar uttered this sentence in unison. Guu looked at Aizen at the side, but his expression was a sly smile. 3. How do you feel? Guu laughed. Neliel on the side turned into a half-human, half-antelope form, which surprised even herself. Chapter 197 New Experiment. The second stage returns to the blade. Neutra opened his eyes again, clenched and relaxed his fists repeatedly, as if he was playing with his own power. This feeling, it's amazing. After recovering, Ulquiorra stood up, closed his eyes, and bowed his head. And Neliel tidied up her clothes, and stepped aside. Like this power, Neutra? Guu asked only to Neutra. And Neutra didn't shy away. He clenched the sickle in his hand, raised the corner of his mouth, and said excitedly, I feel, there's nothing in this world that I can't cut. Presumptuous, Neliel said to Neutra, frowning. Hey, Guu raised her hand to stop Nailu. So, Neutra, did you think that there are things in this world that you can't cut? Neutra immediately sank faced, and stopped making a sound. Just now, it was just a mere heterogeneous spiritual particle, which was distributed to the 3 of you. Guu raised his voice. Actually, each of you received only a small part of the power on average. And what you felt just now, the power of yours, the power that makes you all uncontrollably return to the sword, actually does not come from the alien spirit, but from your own. We, ourselves, the 3 Arankars said silently in their hearts. Think about it, how long have you been in Espada? How many years have passed since the last time Espada was eliminated? Guu looked at Aizen, and Aizen remained silent. Life without competition has degraded your strength. Haven't you heard the word, limit, for a long time? Although, conquering that world may not require you to use extreme strength, but as Hueco Mundo my lord, I don't want you Arankars to be so comfortable anymore. You know, this world is just the beginning of our road of conquest. There are more and stronger worlds waiting for us to conquer. Quote, Guu took 2 steps back and sat back on the throne card. Just now, the first time you absorbed heterogeneous spirits, you once again felt your limits, felt the tension of hunting in the wilderness of Hueco Mundo when you were virtual, living in the hunt and being hunted feeling. You at that time were the strongest of you. You all know that returning to the edge is the liberation of your original strength. Just now, your uncontrolled returning to the edge just explained your body, and recalled that period days and nights of living in limits. Guu pondered for a while. Okay, let's get down to business. The first time you absorbed the heterogeneous spirits let you find yourself, and after that, it will infuse you with power to make you break through the limit. Whether it is Vasto Lord, Ejukas or even Alani Killian like Luo can break through himself and reach another realm. As he spoke, Guu glanced at Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra opened his eyes, suddenly understood something, and quickly looked away. Break through the limit. Your Majesty, do heterogeneous wives really have that ability? Ni said, of course it can't be done with heterogeneous spirit particles. Guu looked at Aizen, but, think about it, how did you break through the void realm and become a Rankar? That's, Lord Aizen's. That's right, we need to rely on the power of Hogyoku. Guu said word by word. Everyone present was taken aback, except Aizen who closed his eyes and smiled. Hogyoku has the power to break boundaries. The so-called Arankar is a product formed by breaking the boundary between Shu and Shinigami. From the shape of a beast, it has changed into a Shinigami-like human appearance. And your original power has been sealed. Shinigami's Zanpakuto have the same appearance, and similarly, Shinigami's Zanpakuto can also be said to be a part of their soul. Tightly break the boundaries, and have not been injected with spiritual power, your power has been improved so much. If I use this time Hogyoku once again breaks your own boundaries, and injects the power of alien spirits in the process, what will happen? 0. Ask for flowers. Whatever happens, I'm willing to give it a go. Neutra suddenly called out. After hearing so much from Guu, he couldn't hold back his excitement. As long as this war madman can make him stronger, he will pay any price. However, using Hogyoku to help you Arankar comes with a lot of risks. If you use Hogyoku and heterogeneous spirit particles to break your limit again, no one knows how much risk it will bring. Guu said tentatively on purpose. Even if you die in the process, it doesn't matter. Living weak is meaningless. Neutra said firmly. Very well, this is the consciousness that Espada should have. Guu said, I and the Aizen commander have already started research. We have minimized the risk, but we have been suffering from the source of energy. Originally, the heterogeneous spirit it is to help me improve my spiritual power, and now I don't need it anymore, so it's best to use the power of the heterogeneous spirit on this. Please your Majesty, let me be the first to undergo the experiment. Neutra said while kneeling on one knee. Your loyalty, I have seen. Guu said, However, the war has just ended, you all go back and have a good rest. Once the experiment starts I will naturally summon you. Yes, several Arankars said together, they all opened up their black tongues and returned to their palaces. In the main hall, only Gyuyu, Aizen, and Ichimaru Jin were left in the blink of an eye. Your Majesty, do you really want to start the experiment? Although Neutra is not a good pawn, he is also the number 5 Espada. If the experiment fails, Ichimaru Jin hesitated. No, the experiment will definitely go well. You can use Ulquiorra's body as a template to collect data. Gyuyu said. Ulquiorra, that's right, you've heard of the second stage return to the blade. Chapter 198 The next target. Kaido of the Beasts, second stage return. Ichimaru Jin looked suspicious. Can return be performed twice? Shinigami's Zanpakuto can be liberated twice, and Arankar's returning blade, why can't it be divided into 2 parts? Gyuyu asked back. However, it was really an accident. If it wasn't for His Majesty's reminder, even I wouldn't know that Ulquiorra hides such power. Aizen said, maybe, even he himself doesn't know that he has the ability to return to the blade at the second level. Because with his strength, he has not been able to encounter a battle that will inevitably lead him to a desperate situation. It may be that he encountered in the process of evolution to Vasto Lord. What, is that he has the potential of returning to the blade at the second stage. Gyuyu didn't know much about the reason why Ulquiorra would return to the sword in 2 stages. He touched his 167 chin and guessed. Hueco Mundo is not like Soul Society. Soul Society's method of practicing Shikai has become popular, and although the number of people who know Bankai is quite rare, the method of practicing Bankai is not a secret. But Hueco Mundo is different, no one knows how to do it correctly. Duan Guiran, so we can only get information from Ulquiorra, and then. Ichimaru Jin suddenly thought of something. Could it be, Your Majesty, you want all the Espada, to learn to return to the blade in 2 stages? That's right, with heterogeneous spirits, I believe it will be realized soon. However, Your Majesty, judging from the battles so far, the strength of that world is that, Whitebeard, one of the 4 emperors who was known as the strongest man in the world, was easily defeated by Ulquiorra, and he deliberately returned the sword. If you are serious, even there is no need for returning to the sword. Why take the risk and let everyone go to the second stage of returning to the sword? Ichimaru Jin scratched his head and said, as I said just now, besides this world, there are other worlds that need to be conquered. Laziness will inevitably lead to destruction. Moreover, to conquer the world of pirates, the mountain of 4 emperors must be crossed. Among them, Whitebeard has already they were dealt with by us, and the power of the other 4 emperors is not even understood by me. Especially that Kaido, 7, facing this strange name, both Aizen and Ichimaru Jin looked suspicious. Beast's Kaido is known as the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. He dares to challenge the powerful enemies of 4 emperors and marine alone. It is said that no one can kill him. Spears, guillotines, shells, and even suicide, he can't even kill himself. Kill himself. For such an enemy, I think it is necessary to prepare in advance. Gyuyu said some information he only knew about Kaido. You can't even die by suicide. Hey, there are really many interesting people in that world. Ichimaru Jin laughed. So, the experiment had to start. Because Kaido is a fighting maniac, we made so many disturbances on the sea, East Blue, Impel Down, Alabasta, Sky Island, and even Whitebeard were killed by us. I believe the news is no longer the Shinzen passed to his ears. I have a hunch that the next 4 emperors 10 walks with us will be Beast Sky. Grand Line, Wano-kuni, Whitebeard, was killed. The figure in a feather coat spoke slowly in the darkness. Just hearing a few loud earthquake-like bangs, a huge figure came out from the darkness. The figure was bare-chested, with terrifying scale tattoos on its skin. A black shawl with long hair, an exaggerated beard, and a pair of long horns that make people shudder. Old man Whitebeard, he is really useless. The sound came out of Kaido's mouth, almost piercing people's eardrums. So, who killed him? Is it them again? Kaido continued to ask. Yeah, it's that guy again, Lord of Hueco Mundo, good thing Tien. The master of Hueco Mundo, haha, haha. Kaido actually laughed. The laughter almost shattered his internal organs. Is that the guy who messed up Impel Down and Alabasta upside down? Interesting. Not only these places, East Blue, South Blue, and West Blue have already been occupied by him, even North Blue is estimated to be about to. Those weak seas, why mention them? I'm not interested in the world other than the Grand Line. Kaido said angrily, since they are so strong, even the old man Whitebeard was killed by them. Jack, you say, can they kill me? This, Jack swallowed. I'm afraid the answer will make you angry, but I think they can't. Ha ha ha. Kaido laughed wildly again. How will you know if you don't try? No matter if they can kill me or not, there will definitely be a war to fight when I meet them. I wish for it. Yes, if there is any news about those guys, I will inform you immediately. Jack said. Also, don't relax for a moment in the Battle of Wano-kuni. This is natural. Many demon fruit powers in the Beast's pirates are still fighting with those warriors day and night. Doflamingo's artificial fruit, did it arrive in time? Kaido asked. The transaction has been going on time, so you don't have to worry about it. 0.6 Even the Doflamingo, in the face of Mr. Kaido, you don't dare to slack off in the slightest. Very good, very good. Kaido laughed. One step closer to my dream, to form a pirate group all composed of demon fruit power and start the best war. In this boring world, what could be more enjoyable than this? I believe that as long as Doflamingo continues to provide man-made devil fruit, your dream will soon come true. I want to have a good fight with the unknown master of Hueco Mundo, and let the world see who is the strongest person above the sea. Then, I will lead my army of beasts to fight against all the warriors of Wanokuni, Revenge. Chapter 199 The End of the Era. Sad Redhead. South Blue, a sea area. The dilapidated Moby Dick drifted on the surface of the sea for a few days. The sails were not hoisted, and the anchor was not lowered. The whole ship is like a ghost ship, wandering aimlessly in South Blue. Margot opened his eyes, looked around, and found himself lying in his room. How much he wished that everything that happened on Baderilla Island was a dream. Unfortunately, the pain in his body and the bandages on his body told him that it was a fact that really happened. Dad, Whitebeard, captain of the Moby Dick, the strongest man in the world, is dead. Margot sat up with difficulty. Several wounds were shattered, he gritted his teeth, a cyan flame flashed, and the power of the phoenix fruit instantly healed some minor wounds. Margot, are you awake? Walking in was a guy with blue skin and a weird figure. He has a tattoo of the number 8 on his chin, and his lower teeth are turned out, and there is a row of fins on his back, which looks like a murloc. It's you, Namuel, Margot said, pressing his dizzy head. The one who came in was the captain of the 058th team of the Whitebeard Pirates, Murloc Namur. How are the others? Margot asked again hastily. Others don't have the power of your phoenix fruit, they are still in a coma. However, their lives are saved at last. Namur said expressionlessly. That would be wonderful. Fortunately, there are a lot of medicines and medical equipment on board. Those things that are usually prepared for the old man are actually used on our sons. Yeah, unexpectedly, in the end, we were still protected by Dad in this way. At the mention of Whitebeard, the two fell silent at the same time. They had to accept the fact that their father had died in Baderilla. How many days have I been unconscious? Margot asked. About 2 or 3 days. 2 or 3 days. Is it 2 or 3 days? Namuel was silent for a while. As soon as we escaped from Baderia Island, a huge explosion occurred in the entire sea area. Baderia Island has ceased to exist. We, too, were hit in the great waves, until everyone woke up and it was daylight. Does Baderilla Island no longer exist? These words undoubtedly broke the last trace of luck in Margot's heart, and he fell into a long silence again. What should we do in the future? Namur also showed embarrassment. After all, with both Whitebeard and Ace killed in battle, everyone on this ship is eager to know the identity of the captain of the first team. Idea. What else can I do? Margot said helplessly, the era is over. The era called Whitebeard is over. Then, shall we leave the stage too? No. Margot suddenly raised his voice. Didn't you hear Dad's last words? Even though the era called Whitebeard has come to an end, our era has just begun. We must continue to fight and surpass Dad, to create a new era. Beyond. Daddy, Namur frowned. Is it really possible? And this sea has been occupied by the master of Hueco Mundo. How can we create our own era? We still have this Moby Dick. This is the most precious legacy that Dad left us. When you don't know what to do, start with what you can do. What do you mean? Asked Namuel. Marine also participated in this incident. I believe that the news of Whitebeard's death will soon spread across the sea. And we have also killed many brothers. At this time, if we return to the Grand Line, we will definitely be killed by other forces. Group up and annex, Margot said in a deep voice. Then we can't go back. Yes, but there is no need to go back. Our goal has changed. It is no longer to fight against the heroes of the Grand Line and send Dad to sit on the throne of Pirate King. Our goal now is only one, and that is to kill those who killed Dad. Get those guys out of our world. If this is the case, there are so many strong people on the Grand Line, and if we go now, it really won't be of much help if we want to expel those monsters. Head, so I said that we should start with what we can do. We are in South Blue, while quietly destroying Hueco Mundo's forces, while contacting scattered forces. I believe that one day, we will accumulate more. Accumulate enough strength. In that case, Namur's eyebrows stretched, we can go back to the Grand Line again. That's right, by then, the era will be named after us. Grand Line. Is it too late to come to 933? Under the night, Shanks stood on the deck, looking at the sea area where the Moby Dick was originally staying. It was empty. Blue, blue, blue. The sound of phone bugs sounded in the cabin, and after a noisy conversation, calm returned. After a while, Ben Baker, who was wearing a t-shirt, came out of the cabin. What? Any news about the Whitebeard pirates? Shanks asked. Beckman didn't answer immediately. Shanks had a premonition of something when a gust of sea breeze blew. It's death. It's life. Whitebeard, go, Beckman said, closing his eyes. Shanks fell silent again. He raised his head and looked at the dark night sky. The sky was covered with dark clouds. The moon could not be seen, only a few stars. What about the rest? The spies said that the entire Baderilla Island was destroyed. The known Whitebeard and Firefist Ace were confirmed dead in battle, and 15 of Marine's warships and tens of thousands of Marine soldiers were buried with them. Shanks closed his eyes, feeling dizzy. However, Moby Dick appears to have escaped at the last minute. Chapter 200 Newcomer Admiral Candidate. Fujitora is here, special. Although he is a pirate, he rarely has direct conflicts with Marine, and rarely has friction with other pirate forces. Rather than saying that he is a pirate, it is better to say that he is the adjuster of this sea. Because Shank's philosophy has never been plunder and possession, his goal is to check and balance the entire sea. Therefore, he was not only saddened by the death of Whitebeard and Ace, but also saddened by the news that tens of thousands of Marine soldiers died in battle. There's no need to go to South Blue anymore. The whole island doesn't exist anymore, Beckman said. That's right, I really can't go. The master of Hueco Mundo looks far more terrifying than we imagined. I believe he also understands that the real battlefield is on the Grand Line, so I must stay here. However, we still need to get a team and search for the Summer Moby DK, Shanks said. Yes, in the face of Hueco Mundo's attack, we can no longer be hostile to each other like before. We must draw in all forces to fight against the invasion. Beckman nodded. The legacy left by Whitebeard must be preserved. Naval headquarters, Marineford, hospital. In the ward, all kinds of medical equipment surrounded the bed tightly. The person lying on the hospital bed was covered with bandages, and several hoses were inserted into his body. This extremely frail patient is none other than Aokiji Kuzan, one of Marine's 3 admirals. He was cut off almost half of his body in the battle with the 4th Espada Hurley Bell. Fortunately, Tusen Konami appeared in time and used the crossing gate to send him back to naval headquarters for treatment in time. Outside the glass window, Sengoku, Akainu and Kizaru all stared anxiously at Aokiji in the isolation room. They all eagerly hoped that Aokiji's condition would improve, but in fact, after 72 hours passed, he showed no sign of waking up. After a while, a nurse holding a form came out of the ward, and 3 people immediately surrounded her. How is Kuzan's condition? Sengoku asked hurriedly. The situation of Kuzan Admiral is not optimistic. What are you talking about? What is not optimistic? Akainu roared impatiently before the nurse finished speaking. The little nurse was so frightened that she yelled, "Ah!" and dropped the form in her hand to the ground. Sakazuki, control your emotions, Sengoku also shouted. Akainu is very anxious. After all, he suggested to leave Aokiji alone by the seaside in case of surprise attack. Aokiji was so badly injured, he couldn't escape the blame. Akainu bent down, picked up the form, returned it to the nurse, and made an apologetic expression. The nurse gave Akainu a blank look, and turned to Sengoku. Kuzan Admiral, you all know his situation. It is a certainty that his right hand and right leg will not be saved. And the internal organs on his right half are not infected because they are wrapped in ice. After so many operations, he has done everything he can do, and he has been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights. Whether he can wake up or not depends on his own willpower. The nurse said word by word. Then it's all right, Kizaru said, leaning against the wall. If you don't have strong willpower, you can't be Marine's admiral. If you really can recover by willpower, then Kuzan will wake up sooner or later. The nurse scratched her head, not understanding what Kizaru meant. Quote, how is Kuzan doing? Crane asked. It's true to say so, but that's the lives of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Sengoku said sadly. How should I explain to their families? How should I tell them? Sengoku shook his head. Suru saw it, and didn't ask any more questions. Sengoku, Akainu, and Kizaru lowered their heads at the same time, and they understood without the nurse saying. With the loss of his right hand and right foot, let alone fighting as a Marine admiral, he may not even be able to live a normal life. Marine, this time, can be said to have suffered a traumatic loss. Well, it's a foregone conclusion. Excessive grief is useless. We have to look ahead and prepare for what's to come. Otherwise, Kuzan is by no means the last admiral we lost, Crane said. Marshal, Akainu said with his head down, this is all my fault. Okay, Sengoku interrupted him, this is not the place to say such things, let's talk about it when we go back. When the 3 of Sengoku opened the door and walked into the office, they found that Crane was already sitting on the sofa. However, there is one more thing you need to understand. The nurse frowned. Even if the patient wakes up with such an injury, he might. Since just now, you have said that you want to drive away the intruders, so why don't I want to? But how? Marineford, Marshal's office. The 3 of them frowned at the same time. Sengoku sat down at his desk, and Akainu and Kizaru each sat down on the sofa. If that's the case, all the senior management of our Marine should be responsible for this incident. Crane said, but when it comes to being responsible, how should we take responsibility? In the final analysis, we still need to drive away the intruders, so as to come to atone. Although we have lost an admiral, I have been looking for newcomers to fight against the invasion of Hueco Mundo. A smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. Please allow me to introduce Marine Admiral's backup to you, Mr. Fujitora. To put it lightly, if it wasn't for the help of Shinigami from the Soul Society obtained this time, we might lose all 3 admirals in South Blue. Sengoku lowered his head. Speaking of which, I am fully responsible for this incident. I was the one who made the decision too recklessly at the time. Killing the intruders back is the best answer to them, Crane said. Seeing the solemn expressions of the 3 people, the nurse didn't say anything, but left silently. Chapter 201 Fujitora's Smiling Strength. Come in, please, Crane said to the door. The door was pushed open with a creak, and a strong middle-aged man walked in. In an instant, all 4 pairs of eyes in the room focused on this man. I saw him holding a cane, stepping on a pair of wooden clogs, and wearing a purple kimono. Instead of wearing the Marine's unique cloak with the word, Justice, written on it, he was wearing a white filial robe, with a pair of kimonos on his head. White headband. He looked to be in his 50s, with whiskers, his eyes closed, and 2 scars crossing his forehead and across his eyes. This is the hidden master we found during the conscription activities in order to fight against the invasion of Hueco Mundo. The name is Yishao. The Marine code name is Fujitora. Fujitora bowed his head slightly, making a humble expression. Mr. Samurai, can't you see? Kizaru said this straight to the point, although everyone frowned at him, but Kizaru's cynical character was bound to ignore them. Instead, it was Sengoku and Akainu who actually had the same question in their hearts. I really can't see my eyes. Fujitora said, blindness can be said to be a kind of luck. There are too many treacherous people in this world, people can't bear to look directly at them. It's pretty good to say. Kizaru stood up and looked at Fujitora. His feet suddenly glowed golden, and in the blink of an eye, a kick landed on Fujitora's face. But the kick missed, and when everyone reacted, Fujitora's head had moved aside, avoiding the kick. Nice observation, Hockey. It seems to be enough to make up for your blind eyes. Kizaru sat back on the sofa with a lewd smile on his face. Although it was easy to say, he called it a monster in his heart. Although I didn't use the speed of light kick to shoot light just now, but that was also an action I made with the fruit ability, and the speed is not comparable to shaving. I didn't expect this newcomer to escape so easily. Is it because he is blind? His observation hockey has been cultivated to such a terrifying level, and, if it's just observation hockey horror, it's acceptable. Look at his cane, there is a crack on it, and there must be a sharp knife hidden in it. So, this Fujitora should be a penultimate swordsman. If he still has some devil fruit abilities, he can really be called a monster. Okay, Pelusolino has already tested Mr. Yishao's strength on your behalf, so everyone will no longer have any doubts about this new colleague, right? Crane said. Wait a minute, Akainu said suddenly, Mr. Yishao, is he the master you found in the market, isn't he? Crane nodded. That is to say, he wasn't Marine before that. Crane nodded again, noncommittal. Can a person who has not received Marine training be really qualified for Admiral's position? In other words, can he really uphold Marine's justice? Akainu stood up. Mr. Admiral, this old man has always believed in justice. I have not participated in Marine because my blind eyes have seen that even inside Marine, there are treacherous villains who trample on justice. Fujitora said calmly. What did you say? Akainu stared angrily, and walked up to Fujitora. There are scum within the Marine, and even if it is not a Marine, even if it is a pirate, there is still a force of justice. The old man's blindness can't see the Marine or the pirate song can see justice. Nonsense AFDE. Pirates are pirates, synonymous with evil. You actually said that there is justice among pirates. I'm sorry, I can't admit it to a person like me. No, this man is evil too. Can't stay. As he spoke, Akainu raised his right arm, and hot lava churned over his arm. Sakazuki, Sengoku and Kizaru shouted at the same time, and Suru looked at them calmly. Exclamation mark. Suddenly a sharp sound pierced the air. Akainu's lava fist hadn't been swung yet, it seemed to be frozen, and his body was motionless. Facing the lava of Akainu, Fujitora has no fear on his face, and it can even be said that he doesn't take it seriously. This is. Akainu looked at his elemental arm, and at some point, a small hole appeared on it. He looked at the floor through the hole in his arm, and saw a small hole also appeared on the floor, which was black and white smoke was coming out of it. He looked up at the ceiling again, and sure enough, there was the same black hole in the ceiling. Was it pierced by something? Akainu secretly exclaimed in his heart. Not only did it penetrate my hand, but it also penetrated the ceilings of several floors above it. What is it? Is it the ability of this newcomer? Kizaru, who had witnessed everything, also frowned slightly. Sure enough, this person still hides the ability of devil fruit. This will be difficult. Okay. He clapped his hands. The two admirals have seen Mr. Yishao's strength, so there must be no more problems, right? Akainu's face was full of unwillingness, but he had no choice but to release the elementalized arm and return to the sofa. Kizaru looked at Akainu's disheveled look, and couldn't help raising the corners of his mouth. Now is not the time for Marines and pirates to compete for the name of justice. Our world is being invaded. We must put aside our personal grievances and make a concerted effort. Otherwise, the entire world will be destroyed, and then, what is the meaning of justice? He said calmly. Fujitora also moved his steps, facing the direction of Kizaru and Akainu. Mr. Pelusolino, Mr. Sakazuki, you were offended just now, Fujitora said with a sincere expression. Since I have joined the Marine, I have already made up my mind. Even if I offer my crippled body, I will stick to it. Justice in this world. Chapter 202 New Battlefield. Wanokuni. Even if I die, I will die for justice. Fujitora said firmly. Hearing what he said, Akainu breathed a sigh of relief. Half of the anger in his chest disappeared. By the way, Mr. Yishao, today is the first time we meet. Although you are still Admiral's substitute, this position is basically in your pocket. We were supposed to hold a celebration banquet for you, but you attire. Kizaru said wretchedly. What kind of celebration banquet? How could it be held at this juncture? When Kizaru said that, it was undoubtedly because he cared about Fujitora's filial piety and made a mockery by the way. This old man's mourning clothes are for the 100,000 Marine soldiers who died in South Blue. Fujitora said angrily. Although he understood that Kizaru meant to ridicule, but Kizaru made such a joke when the whole marine was covered with great shame and grief, which also made Fujitora resentful. As I said, the reason why I choose to close these eyes is that I don't want to see the villains in this world. I don't want to see the tragedies created by them. But, even if these eyes are blind, the tragedies of the world have not been lessened by this. As he spoke, a tear flowed from Fujitora's blind eyes. 100,000 soldiers, they were also conceived by their mothers in October. From babbling, staggering to walk, growing up little by little, how many people's emotions were affected, and they finally grew up. After more than 10 years, even decades, first joined the Marine, wanting to fight to the end for my own justice in this army that protects justice. Unexpectedly, only for a moment, 100,000 lives have been turned into nothing. Is there anything more tragic than this? Fujitora's words stung the hearts of everyone in the room. Almost all the people who commanded the 100,000 Marines were in this room, especially Akainu, who left Aokiji and the Marines on the shore. At this moment, he lowered his head, wishing to stick his head into under the table. That's why I found you, Mr. Yishao. He closed his eyes and said silently. It's too late. If I had been earlier. Fujitora couldn't help shaking his head. It's not too late to make up for it. Crane said, Mr. Yishao, you should understand, right? Even if you blind your eyes, you just can't see the tragedy. But that can't stop the tragedy from happening. Once it happens, they will be conveyed to your heart through various channels. That's right, I figured it out. Self-destruction is just deception, Fujitora said, stroking his cane back and forth. The only way to prevent the tragedy from happening is to rely on the sharp knife in your hand. At this time, Sengoku, who had been silent for a long time, also spoke. We have all seen your strength just now, and the two admirals have also given you affirmation. If Mr. Yishao is interested, I, the Naval Headquarters Marshal, can immediately apply to the superior to appoint you as Marine Admiral. I believe that in this employment at this time, the world government will not reject this application. I'll leave it to Marshal Sengoku to decide on this point. As long as I can contribute my part to uphold justice in our world in Marine, I will be satisfied. I already don't want to see tragedy happen. Fujitora said sincerely. In that case, I too. Akainu also hurriedly said, stop saying a few words, Sakazuki. Kizaru interrupted Akainu with an unpleasant expression on his face. Akainu also looked sideways at him. Are you going to say again, wanting to make amends? Think about it, the first time you said that, the scout ship with the entire Alabasta was swept up on Sky Island. The second time you said that at that time, the 100,000 Marine soldiers were wiped out. Please, don't say any more. What are you talking about? Akainu grabbed Kizaru by the collar. I think he has lost interest in Marine. Quote. Akainu was so angry, but Kizaru raised his hands high and looked indifferent. It's not really a method, at most it's a direction for future actions. Sakazuki, we have been acquainted for many years. What's wrong with you recently? Empty talk is not your style. If you want to protect your justice and make up for your mistakes, you have to come up with practical ways. Although you want it is impossible for you, Akainu, not to get angry, so you should look at the occasion. Fujitora cleared his throat, saying that, Kizaru opened his eyes, broke away from Akainu's hand, and pushed him out. It can be seen that facing the current situation, even Kizaru was very anxious. Mr. Yishao, it's okay for you to say it. Sengoku hurriedly said, Zero, ask for flowers. Hey, you two, show me some sense of proportion. Sengoku stopped. Zero. Hearing this, Kizaru and Akainu looked at each other. What on earth are you trying to say? Both Akainu and Kizaru had displeasure written on their faces. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the whole room once again fell on him alone. When it comes to ways, I have two things to say. Fujitora said, in fact, although Kizaru is a lazy person, he is also a Marine Admiral after all. Even if the way of speaking is too frivolous, he is by no means stupid. The reason why he did not hesitate to provoke Akainu to say the same is actually for the sake of Marine. After two such big setbacks, Marine can no longer fail. Our Marine has the highest combat power. Who are they? Fujitora continued. Naturally they are the three admirals known as Kizaru, Akainu, and Aokiji. According to intelligence, the master of Hueco Mundo is a conquest maniac. After so many failures, our three admiral, even if there was no loss, was defeated by the master of the virtual circle without exception. If he is really a person who is keen on conquering. Then let me start with the conclusion first. I want to say that next, our battlefield will return from South Blue to Grand Line. And, to be more specific, it will be located in the second half of Grand Line, the country of the New World, Wanokuni Billion. Chapter 203 The Hidden Secret of Kaido of the Beasts. Wanokuni. Upon hearing the name of the country, the room was once again enveloped in silence. The master of Hueco Mundo must have a certain understanding of us. He understands that although this world has a vast sea, the four seas in the southeast, north, and west are only peaceful places after all. Those who are really dangerous are also really strong like clouds. This is the Grand Line. As a conquest maniac, he will definitely focus his aggression on the Grand Line. Fujitora said word by word. As expected of Mr. Yishao, you really have foresight. How long did it take us to come to the conclusion, and you actually broke it down in one word? Fujitora ignored Sengoku's flattery and continued. And the 3, 923, forces on this grand line are marine, Shichibukai, and 4 emperors. It is said to conquer the world, but if you conquer these 3 forces, it is no different from conquering the world. As I said just now, the 3 admirals who symbolize Marine's highest combat power were directly or indirectly defeated by him, and he has lost interest in us. But the world's most powerful swordsmen in Shichibukai, Eagle Eye, Mahawk and Sir Crocodile were also defeated by him, and even the Whitebeard Edward Newgate in 4 Things was killed by him. You mean, his next target will be someone from the 4 emperors or Shichibukai? Crane asked after thinking. Red Issue is low-key, and BIGMOM is also in a corner. The next target that will be targeted, I am afraid that 9 out of 10, it will be Kaido. Kaido, the one who claims to be the strongest creature in the sea, land and air. That's right, Kaido himself is also a war madman. Even if the Hueco Mundo Master doesn't go to him, I'm afraid he will take the initiative to find the Hueco Mundo Master to fight this one. Watch, as soon as the news of Whitebeard's death reaches Kaido in his ears, he will definitely move. And Kaido's current location is Wano-kuni. Fujitora said. Wano-kuni. Sengoku propped his chin with both hands, and said solemnly, it's a closed country. It doesn't accept outsiders and doesn't participate in the world government. And all the warriors in that country are powerful, even Marine dare not set foot on their territory. That's right. The samurai of Wano-kuni are all swordsmen with strong sword skills. And I was one of them. Fujitora said this sentence word by word. What? Everyone's eyes widened, looking at Fujitora. Send troops to defend Wano-kuni. Fujitora said decisively. Indeed, objectively speaking, the possibility you mentioned does not exist. Fujitora said very pertinently. However, let me say one more thing. I have been away from Wano-kuni for a long time, and I have never thought about going back. Moreover, my proposal is not to let Marine land on Wano-kuni directly on 5.4, but to deploy defenses in countries or sea areas near Wano-kuni. As for the details of the defense, we can follow what Pelusolino Admiral said, and we can reap the benefits after the war is over. Also, the defense I'm talking about is not the defense against Hueco Mundo, but the defense against Kaido. In a sense, that's true. If left alone, Kaido is bound to become the greatest threat to our world. He hides a secret that only a few people in Wano-kuni know. So, in your opinion, Mr. Yishao, what should we do next? Crane asked. That was a long time ago, and I probably haven't been back to my hometown Wano-kuni for many years. Recently I heard that Kaido and his pirate group are invading Wano-kuni. If he goes to war with the master of Hueco Mundo, the battlefield must be in Wano-kuni. Quote, Porosalino. At this moment, Akainu couldn't bear to take up the conversation again. Last time, after Sir Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, was defeated, his plot to steal Alabasta was also exposed. If it is true that Kaido is attacking Wano-kuni as Mr. Yishao said, then this will be the second pirate to steal the country. No, maybe Kaido did it earlier than Crocodile. Pirates are indeed the embodiment of evil. Are you from Wano-kuni? The 4 asked in unison. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Yishao, are you treating our marine like a monkey? Kaido is attacking Wano-kuni, although I have heard it, but because our marine cannot get close to Wano-kuni, we have not received accurate information, and Wano-kuni has not joined the world government, so we have not sent troops to spy on that country. Sengoku said solemnly. Sengoku scolded Kizaru. Then, he turned his attention to Fujitora as well. Because what Kizaru said is not unreasonable. If that is the case, everyone is looking forward to an explanation from Fujitora. Preparation against Kaido. Sengoku wondered. Don't be afraid of Dabi, the lord of the enclosure. Fujitora pondered for a moment, then whispered. Kizaru's words are very harsh, but they also hit the nail on the head. You also said just now that Wano-kuni is your hometown, and it is currently being attacked by Kaido, and Hueco Mundo may also launch an attack there in the near future. At this time, shouldn't we just reap the benefits is it? The failure of South Blue this time is because we were too impatient and landed on Baitherilla Island prematurely. Now, you want us to send troops to Wano-kuni immediately. This will inevitably make people feel that you are using power for personal gain, the power of Marine, save your hometown. To put it a bit too much, a strong man like you has been hidden in the world, and suddenly joined Marine at this juncture, is the purpose just to use Marine? What kind of justice, whether it's just your words, right? Kizaru burst into laughter suddenly, with his usual smirk on his face, and everyone else looked at him in unison. Chapter 204 Resurrecting the Flying Dragon. Fight again. If Kaido is left alone, even if we win the battle against Hueco Mundo, I am afraid that the world will be destroyed by him. Fujitora said word by word. Destroy the world. Akainu couldn't believe his ears. Wait, Mr. Smile. Sengoku also had the same question. We all know that, 100 beasts, Kaido is one of the 4 emperors, a great pirate who reigns over the Grand Line like an emperor, and we are all mentally prepared for his terrifying strength. However, no matter what, he is only a human being. No matter how powerful the power is, attacking a country should be the limit, right? Destroying the world. This is too. Just a human. Fujitora smiled. I'm afraid, it's not that simple. As soon as this remark came out, the audience once again went into an uproar. The strongest creatures in the sea, land and air, creatures, aren't they human beings? Kizaru rubbed his chin and said, even I am not 100% clear about the specific details. It is a secret that is only circulated among a very small number of people in Wano-kuni. And after so long, that secret has become a few words, mixed with the conjectures of later generations. Please, tell us what you know, he said sincerely. Fujitora took a deep breath and asked, Sword Hero Longma, have you heard of this name? It seems, where did this name? Zhang Gui said, in Wano Kuni, he is a well-known legend. The swordsman Ryoma, also known as the dragon-slaying warrior. According to legend, he cut off the flying dragon in the sky in order to save a city in Wano Kuni. Although Wano Kuni is a man everywhere in a country of samurai with strong swordsmanship, Ryoma has been the only one who could have killed flying dragons since ancient times. Fujitora said, touching his crutch. Dragon, that kind of thing, does it really exist? Akainu said heavily, probably just a legendary creature. Kizaru also said, but in Wano Kuni, this is a story that everyone knows and no one doubts. In this vast sea, there are too many unknown creatures and species. Who can be sure that dragons do not exist? Wait a minute, Mr. Yishao, do you want to say, what is the connection between Duo and Longma? Crane asked. That's right, however, it's not Ryoma who is connected with Kaido, but the flying dragon that Ryoma killed. Kaido and Phylong. Everyone's eyes widened. However, no one can explain the specific connection between them. Some people say that Kaido is the descendant of the warlock who summoned the flying dragon, and some people say that Kaido himself is the descendant of the flying dragon. The most credible one is currently it is said that Kaido is trying to form a religious group, worshipping the flying dragon, trying to revive the flying dragon and use its hands to destroy the world. The religion of worshipping dragons. Sengoku thought about it. Yes, if you want to form such a religion, it is most suitable to use the pirates as the basis. And he is now one of the 4 emperors. One of the great pirates, and there are countless pirate groups under it. It can be said that they are fully equipped with the conditions to transform into a religion. Indeed, this kind of crazy behavior is also in line with Kaido's character as a war madman. And it is said that he is using devil fruit to form an army that is 100% demon fruit power. 100 beasts, Kaido is indeed a lunatic. Akainu said, it seems that everyone has no objection to my guess, right? And Kaido's attack on Wano Kuni at this time also confirmed from the side that he has already started to implement his plan. Fujitora said, wait a minute, Mr. Smile, could it be that the purpose of Kaido's attack on Wano Kuni is not to occupy that country? But, Crane suddenly became nervous. That's right, Fujitora sighed. Not long ago, the remains of the dragon warrior Ryoma and his black sword Chushui, which was regarded as a national treasure by Wano Kuni, disappeared. According to legend, it was Ryoma's own body and his black sword Chushui that suppressed the body of the flying dragon. Regardless of whether the person who stole these 2 sacred objects was Kaido, if he was allowed to occupy Wano Kuni at this time and find the body of the flying dragon and revived. I'm afraid, in the face of his mighty strength of beasts, pirates and flying dragons, the world will also be turned into a sea of flames. This is too unrealistic. Hey, I said, Mr. Yishao, these are all your guesses, right? Kizaru showed a rare flustered expression. That's right, this is indeed the old man's guess. But judging from the current signs, the truth is probably getting closer and closer to my guess. Mr. Pelusolino, didn't you also say it just now? The best way is to let Hueco Mundo and Kaido fight with Snipe and Clam, and our marine fishermen will benefit. I, 953, agree with your opinion very much, so first suggest marine send troops to fortify around Wano Kuni. After all, the fisherman wins, you have to go into the water to get this benefit. All right, Sengoku looked at Crane, and the two nodded to each other. According to Mr. Yishao's suggestion, go to the islands and see areas around Wano Kuni to fortify. But this time, we must not do it in advance. Sengoku once again thought of the 100,000 Marines who were wiped out in Battleila Island, and still had lingering fears. This time the war is more severe than any previous. Whether it is Kaido or the master of Hueco Mundo, both sides have the ability to destroy the world. Both parties are the weakest timing, and then they will be eradicated in one fell swoop. Mr. Smile. Sengoku looked at Fujitora. Yes, Fujitora replied with a serious expression. This time, you will lead Marine to your hometown, Wano Kuni. Chapter 205 Hueco Mundo's New Century. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. Stark, wake up. In the dark Espada Palace, the girl kept shaking the sleeping Stark. Stop making noise, Lilynette, can't you let me sleep well? Stark covered his face with the back of his hands and yawned in pain. This is not the time to sleep. If you don't get up, something big will happen. Lilynette continued to catch Stark. Okay, can't I get up? Stark sat up and pressed his temples. What's the matter? What the hell happened? I think you are really sleepy. Lilynette punched Stark in the head, knocking a bump out of his head. Hey, speak up if you have something to say. What if you hit me on the head and knocked me stupid? Stark was in so much pain that he was about to burst into tears. You're an idiot. Sleep here again. You'll be kicked out of Espada if you sleep any longer. With that said, Lilynette punched Stark in the head again. Number 1 is going to become no. 101. Hair tonic. I said you don't want to hit me on the head again. Stark covered his head, and suddenly calmed down. Get kicked out. Espada, what's going on? HMPH. Lilynette folded her hands on her chest and turned around. Since your majesty appeared, you haven't participated in a single battle. You've been sleeping all day long, and you don't even know what happened to Hueco Mundo. Quote, I thought something happened. What's the matter? I just think the fighting is too troublesome. Besides, Ulquiorra and the others are so strong. You need me to show up. Stark said lazily. No, it's not that simple this time. Lynette turned around with a dignified expression. Then, something still happened. Stark's expression became serious. You said just now that you were kicked out of Espada. What happened? Your Majesty, a new experiment is about to be carried out. New experiment. I heard that Espada is going to be developed. On top of returning blade, it will have even more power from the sky. What? Power stronger than returning blade? Stark asked in surprise. It is said that Espada is strengthened with the spiritual power of some alien spirit and Hogyoku's ability to break through boundaries. Hey, what can we do then? Don't worry, Lynette, we are the strongest. Do you still have doubts about this? Stark said with some relief. I don't understand the details, but, Stark, think about it. When you became an Espada, what happened to those ex-Espadas who were eliminated? What will happen to them? It can be said that even the status of subordinate officials is inferior. This time, it is aimed at improving the overall strength of Espada. His Majesty said that because it is a new experiment, the consequences are uncertain, so whether to participate in this experiment is not mandatory. That is to say, it is entirely voluntary. The consequences are not certain. Then, that is to say, there is a possibility of dying in the middle of the experiment. Stark said. Lynette closed her eyes, noncommittal. Stark, how long have we lived in this night palace? Lynette asked. Stark looked at the moon outside the window, but said nothing. It's been too long, Stark. It's been too long for you to take a nap. Think back to the days when we were surviving in the wilds of Hueco Mundo. Our days in the Hueco Mundo wilderness were not bad. Ha ha ha, the enemy died as soon as they touched us. Stark forced a smile. Do you really think so? It's not bad. Do you want to go back to the lonely life back then? Now we have the Espada group of friends, although they don't get along very well, at least they don't die when they meet us. We have all experienced the fear of loneliness. This time, if everyone becomes stronger, one dimension stronger, won't we be isolated again and return to loneliness? Lynette said. He lowered his head. Night breeze shuttled through the palace of the first Espada. Both Stark and Lynette remained silent, allowing the silence to sweep everything here. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Hospital. Akainu stood outside the window of Aokiji's isolation ward, staring at the unconscious Aokiji for a long time. The last time the nurse came out of the ward, Akainu was about to ask her about Aokiji's condition, but the nurse turned her back quickly and ran away with a look of fear. Akainu had no choice but to look at Aokiji through the glass again. Kuzan, sorry for causing you to become like this. What a pity to lose hands and legs and not stand up for Marine's justice. Akainu bowed his head in front of the glass. However, don't worry, I'm going to Wano-kuni with that newcomer soon. I'll definitely make an end at Wano-kuni, the monsters of Hueco Mundo. As he spoke, Akainu gritted his teeth, and with his anger, the power of the lava fruit unknowingly surged up from his body, and the glass in front of him slowly began to deform under the high temperature. Unforgivable, unforgivable. This time, I must return the humiliation of the previous few times to the Hueco Mundo master. Even if I lose my hands and feet, even if I sacrifice 100,000 marine, I will give him get out of this world. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. On the paved main hall, all members of Espada are here. They stood in 2 rows on either side of the throne. On top of that, stood the 2 commanders, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. And sitting in the center of the throne is the master of the virtual circle, Guu. Your Majesty, everyone from Espada is here. Aizen said softly. Everyone, it's all here. Guu gently opened her eyes, and looked at Espada who was standing neatly below. Everyone's expressions are different, some are arrogant, some are lazy, some are calm, and some are pious. But under everyone's expression, there are 2 words written, loyalty. This time I gathered you all together to tell everyone a piece of good news. Guu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. All Espada members have agreed to participate in the experiment of returning to the blade voluntarily. I believe that after the experiment is completed, everyone will definitely bring Hueco Mundo into a new century. Chapter 206. The fleet attacks. The dark side of Marine. Grand Line, a sea area. A fleet of 10 marine ships headed in the direction of Wano-kuni. Gradually at the bow, stood Akainu in a red suit, and Fujitora in a purple kimono. I said, has Marine always been so generous? They only lost 100,000 troops in South Blue, and this time they sent another 50,000 troops. Marine, how many people are there in total? Fujitora closed his eyes, facing the sea breeze, smiling. On the other hand, Akainu stared straight ahead with angry eyes. Because maintaining justice on the sea is the biggest task of Marine. Although the number of ships is only half of last time, the 10 ships this time are all battleships with the most cutting-edge technology. In terms of combat effectiveness, they far exceed the 15 ships from last time. Akainu said boastfully. Ha ha ha. Fujitora shook his head and laughed a few times. These few laughs made Akainu confused, and couldn't help but look at him. Sakazuki Admiral, Fujitora said, how long have you been in Marine? 30 years, Akainu replied. Then you should be familiar with Marine style. Tiger was still smiling. Akainu frowned 323 and did not make a sound. Let me just say it straight, Mr. Sakazuki. Last time in South Blue, a mere Bastilier island, Marine sent 100,000 people and 15 warships. But this time, our destination, Wano Kuni, is a country, why only 50,000 people were sent. A gust of sea breeze blew by, and Akainu's eyebrows were almost drawn together. And, the last time naval headquarters, the 3 admirals, Akainu Aokiji Kazaru, were all dispatched. Why this time, only you, a newcomer like me, were sent out to sea, but Mr. Pelusolino was left in the headquarters. That is to stick to the Grand Line and prevent AFCF sneak attacks on the stables. Do you really believe this reason? Fujitora laughed. Last time in the Marshal's office, I have analyzed the situation very clearly. In the next war, Wano Kuni will definitely happen. The Marshal and the staff also agreed with me. Opinion. Why is there such a change in the dispatch of troops this time? Perhaps this is an order from the top of the world government, but the fact is already in front of our eyes, Marine is already preserving its strength. The top management is no longer willing to devote all their assets to a certain battle. They are preparing for failure, that is to say, they are already planning what will happen after our 2 admirals, these 10 warships and 50,000 Marines are wiped out. Fujitora's words were like a pair of scissors, piercing Akainu's heart. So what if that's the case? Akainu suddenly roared. No matter what their senior management judges, as admiral, as a marine, I will not back down just because of this. Smile, do you want to regret it? HMPH. Fujitora smiled, I've always acted alone. We don't care about high level or low level. I'm blind and can't see those. Even if I'm alone, I will stick to justice to the end. But, I am worthless for these 50,000 soldiers. I hope that I will not have to wear a filial robe to attend the next meeting. If it can be exchanged for victory, it is worth sacrificing all of our lives. Akainu said seriously. Fujitora said nothing more. After all, he had known Akainu from the time he joined the Marine, to being officially named Admiral, to the start of this operation. This person is different from me. He is an extremely righteous person, and he cannot be changed with a sentence or two. It's just a smile. I've always wanted to ask you a question. Akainu said again. Quote. According to your description last time, are all of your Wano Kuni warriors really that terrifying in strength? Wano Kuni is a country that refuses to communicate with the outside world. It can be said that it has advantages and disadvantages when it is closed to the outside world. The advantage is that it does not communicate with other cultures and will not be impacted by other cultures. The people of Wano Kuni can study the heritage handed down from their ancestors without distraction. For example, swordsmanship. In Wano Kuni, practicing sword is like eating and sleeping. It is a part of everyone's life. With dedicated training, there will inevitably be a large number of masters. This is why Wano Kuni is feared by other countries. The disadvantage is that it does not compete with other countries. There are intersections between countries, and cars built behind closed doors will sooner or later be abandoned by the times and submerged in the torrent of history. It is already a miracle that Wano Kuni can exist today. Fujitora said seriously. No, what I mean is, the swordsman Ryoma. Akainu continued to ask, the swordsman Ryoma killed the flying dragon with one blow. But listen to me, that flying dragon has the power to destroy the world. Ryoma, is he really that strong a character? No, flying dragons are creatures that do not exist in our world. No matter how powerful humans are, it is impossible to kill the legendary monsters in one blow. However, no one knows the situation at that time. According to legend, the flying dragons were a group of the warlock who tried to destroy the world was summoned from another world. Therefore, it has the ability to destroy the world. There is no doubt about it. As for why Ryoma was able to kill it, maybe it was because it had just arrived in the weak period when he came to this world. It may also be that Ryoma discovered the secret of being able to kill flying dragons. In short, no one knows the truth, if, this time it really develops to the worst situation. The flying dragon was revived, we also had to go the way of the dragon horse again. This time, it is up to us to kill that flying dragon with our own hands. Chapter 207 Sailing to Wano Kuni. Fujitora's plan, a monster summoned from another world. Akainu was a little taken aback. That's right, Fujitora closed his eyes tightly, our world doesn't have monsters like flying dragons. So this time, we're going to Wano Kuni, and the 2 forces we have to deal with are from other worlds. Heh, Mr. Sakazuki, are you scared? HMPH, Akainu's laughter was mixed with disdain and anger. No matter which world it is, I only believe in justice. The corner of Fujitora's mouth also showed a smile. However, you don't have to worry too much. Since Ryoma can defeat the flying dragon, it means that the flying dragon also has weaknesses. As long as we find a way for Ryoma to defeat it, we will be able to stop it again. Dragons destroy the world. However, that was after all how many years ago. Ryoma's own body has disappeared. Will his secret of defeating the flying dragon really be revealed to the world? Akainu asked. Perhaps, hope is a little slim. However, we can only do that. I believe that whether it is the whereabouts of Longma and Shushui, the method of killing the flying dragon, and the secret of resurrecting the flying dragon, the answers to all these puzzles, it's all on that man. Beasts, Kaido. Quote. That's right, his identity is becoming more and more mysterious. Others only know that he is one of the 4 emperors, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, but his relationship with the flying dragon, except for a few people in Wano Kuni, has mentioned it. No one in the world has mentioned it. Perhaps, on the way to becoming 4 emperors, he was just hiding his strength and biding his time. Attacking Wano Kuni, resurrecting dragons, and destroying the world are his real goals. We have already, and we can't treat him as simply a pirate, let's see. Fujitora said, but why does Kaido want to destroy the world? As a human being, why does he want to destroy the world he lives in? What is certain is that Kaido is a war maniac, a suicidal person, and it makes sense to want to destroy the world. Another point, maybe Kaido is not human at all. Not human, that's right. Whitebeard is known as the strongest man in the world, and Kaido is the strongest creature on land, sea and air. He throws out such a title, saying that he is a creature, not a person. We can guess that it's really not human. Fujitora said, but, if it's not a human, maybe he ate Zone's devil fruit. His name is 100 Beasts, and most of his men are capable people of Zone devil fruit. Is it possible that he ate some kind of ancient species or phantom beast devil fruit, some of which are so powerful that he would rather regard himself as that kind of creature and refuse to admit that he is a human being? Akainu said, this kind of possibility is not impossible, but I think it is not very likely. The strongest creature in the sea, land and air, as demon fruit power, you and I know that once you eat devil fruit, it will rejected by the sea, becoming a landlubber. If Kaido is a demon fruit power, he will never be the strongest in the sea. Therefore, I still tend to think that he is not a human being at all, but has a relationship with the flying dragon, some kind of creature. This is really tricky. Akainu showed distress. On one side is the attack from Hueco Mundo, and on the other side are creatures from another world. We, Marine, are facing such a challenge for the first time. Of course, we don't have to be so pessimistic. There are exceptions. For example, Kuzan Admiral, who is currently lying in the hospital. Although he is also a devil fruit ability user, his ability allows him to get close to the sea, and it can even be said to subdue the sea. It's just that I'm not an optimist. I habitually prepare for the worst so that I won't let myself get caught too much in the battle. Shadowed Cat, quote, do you habitually prepare for the worst? Akainu thought about it. So, for this operation, I don't recommend stationing 10 warships, 50,000 marines, in one place. Are you worried that we will be wiped out again? 0. Seeking flowers. Frankly, it is. Workers. Then how do you think we should station our troops? There are many islands in the sea area around Wano Kuni. I suggest that the army be dispersed on 5 islands. Because I don't know the exact time of the war between Kaido and the Lord of Hueco Mundo, so we can try to hide it as much as possible so as not to cause conflicts on both sides. Note, secondly, as I said just now, an entire army can be avoided. Fujitora said solemnly, then, do as you say. One more thing, when I get to Wano Kuni, I will sneak in disguise first, and look for the whereabouts of Ryoma and Shushui. It would be even better if I can find a way to kill the flying dragon. And the task of sitting in the camp will be up to you. Quote, you want to sneak in alone. But you are blind, will it be inconvenient? No, although I have been blind for a long time, I have always acted alone without any discomfort. On the contrary, no one would be suspicious of a blind old man like me. If I were to sit in the barracks, a newcomer like me, I'm afraid the soldiers will be dissatisfied with me. And you are one of the 3 admirals respected by everyone, so it is very appropriate for you to sit in charge. Although Fujitora said that, he was actually afraid of Akainu's character. If he sneaked into Wano Kuni with him, he was afraid that his impulsiveness would ruin the event. Akainu nodded. Okay, I will do as you said. Mr. Sakazuki, this time, our pre-war action is more important than the war itself that does not know when it will start. Please hold back and wait quietly for the best opportunity at the station before attacking. Take down the Hueco Mundo and Kaido forces in one fell swoop. Fujitora instructed. You don't need to say this. Although I have a hot temper, I know it myself. But as Admiral, I still have this awareness. Akainu said calmly. Don't worry, this time, justice will stand on the side of Marine herewith. Chapter 208 Momosuke. The key to starting the war. Wano Kuni, Julie, shout. I finally got here. Is Kazuki Oden dead? Kaido stands in the middle of the raging fire, and the surrounding houses are engulfed in flames. Here, it is the daimyo prefecture where the Kazuki family of Kuri daimyo lives. Yes, boss, I heard that he died a month ago. Jack knelt aside and said respectfully. Died by accident. Kaido turned his head slightly and asked with great interest. According to the sources of the daimyo prefecture, the death was sudden and sudden. It is very likely that he died of an assassination. After all, Kazuki Oden is the daimyo of this Wano Kuni. Perhaps due to political differences, he was secretly hired by political opponents killed by the killer. No, the one who assassinated him, Kiba-san, is a member of the world government. Kaido said confidently. World government. People from CP. But why? Wano Kuni is obviously a country that does not participate in the world government. Why does the world government come to assassinate a famous name in this marginal country? Because, Kazuki Oden is not only the name of Wano Kuni, but also used to be a member of the Luogia Pirates. The Luogia Pirates. Kazuki Oden is actually a crew member of One Piece Gordy. Luogia, that's right, he is not only a crew member of One Piece, but also went to the end of the Grand Line, Raftel, with Luogia. Have you been to Raftel? Then this Kazuki Oden also knows about the content of the historical text. Jack was shocked. Not only does he know that the historical text spells scattered all over the world were made by the ancestors of the Kazuki clan. Moreover, the Kazuki clan has also passed down the interpretation method of the historical text from generation to generation. Hearing this, the question mark in Jack's heart was eliminated. That's no wonder. People who know the text of history, the world government will not survive. I don't care what shit history text. Kaido suddenly became furious without warning, although I am very interested in secrets, but that kind of thing is worthless in front of what I am looking for. What I want is about news of that secret. Master Kaido, actually, my subordinates have always wanted to know the purpose of our attack on Wano Kuni. What is the secret? Jack couldn't help asking. Kaido didn't make a sound. He squinted at Jack, his eyes filled with a chilling horror. Yes, I'm sorry, Master Kaido. Seeing Kaido's eyes, Jack immediately understood that he was talking too much. Just one look made him tremble all over with fright. The purpose, of course, is to bring the best war, and let the world participate in this best war. Kaido said excitedly, Jack, as my beast's pirates. You, one of the 3 disasters, don't you look forward to that day? Of course I'm looking forward to it. Jack's eyes flashed with excitement. Every member of the beast's pirates loves war. They can create the best war in the world with their own hands. Honored. However, the damn thing is, those bastards from the world government actually assassinated Moonlight Odin. He is the only one who knows that secret. If there is no information from him, even if we get all of Wano Kuni, we don't know how long it will take to find, there. Said Kaido, frowning. That's right, the secrets of the Kazuki family are passed down from generation to generation. Kazuki Odin must have entrusted that secret to his son, and then let his son escape. Find that Momosuke or the retainer who fled with him, that secret will be revealed. Find the kid. Map. That's right, it's a map that hides the key to 4.5 that can help us start a worldwide war. I don't care what method you use, you must find Zou and the people who fled from Kazuki's family. If you can't bring it back, then a map, then you don't even have to come back. Zou. Hearing the name of the place, Jack's expression became even uglier. I heard that it is an island shrouded in dense fog. And legend has it that the island itself is it will move. I'm afraid I want to find it. Kaido's tone is hard and terrifying. Every word can almost shatter the air, making it impossible for the listener to refuse. As one of the beast's pirates, 3 disasters, Jack is naturally familiar with Kaido's temper. He knows that in front of Kaido, any objection is meaningless, and the only option is to obey. Humph. Yes, it's called Momosuke. The Kazuki family has been friends with the legendary Fur Clan for generations. If they flee, they will definitely go to Zou, the country of the Fur Clan, to seek asylum. Kaido raised his arms and pointed to the sky. I've heard that. I heard that when the servants of the Daming Mansion begged for mercy just now, Kazuki Odin seems to have a son who was very young, but we didn't find any children in the Daming Mansion corpse. Quote. But, Jack showed embarrassment, we don't know when that child ran away, and where he went. In this vast sea, where should we find? Listen, Jack, the target is Zou, and this is the only clue. That kid named Momosuke should have something like a map. Find me this child immediately. Kaido said immediately. Kaido snorted angrily, almost shaking the ground. Jack naturally lowered his head in fright, not daring to say another word. What did you say? Kaido's face was full of excitement again. Kazuki Odin has a son. Yes. Jack's expression also became fierce and firm. Jack, will definitely find Zou, and bring the map and that child's head back to Master Kaido. Go. Find me that kid. Chapter 209. The second stage of returning to the blade is completed. Yami attack. A month later, Hueco Mundo, Zai Palace. Espada once again stood on top of the hall. They were still lined up in 2 rows, but only Ulquiorra was missing. Looking at the expressions on everyone's faces, you're all much more confident. Guu's voice sounded from above the hall. Indeed, compared to the meeting a month ago, the expressions of everyone in Espada are much calmer. I believe, this is also related to the smooth progress of the second stage returning edge experiment. Aizen continued. That's right. Guu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Espada gentlemen, I called you today to tell you that yesterday, I received a message from our 8th Espada, Zael Aporo Grants. The last of you, the 9th Espada Araniero Ururi has also passed the first stage of the experiment. So far, all Espada members have successfully completed the first stage of the experiment. Sala 05 Polo smiled gracefully, while Uronilo couldn't see his expression because he was wearing a mask. For the other Espada, there was no obvious change in expression on his face. Guu glanced at all Espada's expressions with a smile, and continued, according to the conclusions drawn by the Aizen commander in the experiment, the difficulty of the second stage return to blade experiment is also the highest threshold, which is the first stage. Whether the experiment can be carried out smoothly, or whether it can survive the experiment, depends on the results of the first stage of the experiment. Guu glanced at Aizen, beckoning him to continue talking. Aizen closed his eyes, lowered his head and continued the topic. Espadas should all know that this experiment can be roughly divided into 2 parts. 1. Injecting spiritual particles, and 2. Breaking the boundary. Breaking the boundary is because of the existence of Hogyoku, and you have already successfully broken the boundary between Shu and Shinigami when you transformed into Arankar, so I believe that there will not be too many problems in the next experiment in the future. As His Majesty said, the difficulty lies in the first step, that is, to inject spiritual seeds. Aizen paused and continued. We, whether it is Soul Society or Hueco Mundo, are essentially souls, that is, spirit sons. As you are strong with powerful Ryutsu and killing ability, the wavelengths of Ryutsu in your body are naturally different. It can be said that, spirit particles are unique like your fingerprints. This time, in order to enhance your abilities, you must use the power of the heterogeneous spirit particles collected by His Majesty in that world to inject them into your bodies. Yu smiled, but didn't make a sound. Aizen glanced at him and didn't stop. However, heterogeneous spirits exist in the form of devil fruit in His Majesty's world. And devil fruit has different special abilities, that is to say, the wavelength of Ryutsu inside them is also very different. Heterogeneous spiritual particles with different wavelengths can be injected into the Espada monarchs with different wavelengths in Ryutsu without causing rejection. This is the most difficult step. Fortunately, with the efforts of Zael Aporo, a breakthrough method was finally found. Quote, Zael Aporo bowed respectfully to Aizen again, put his hands on his chest, and continued. Before, Your Majesty was able to absorb heterogeneous spirit seeds at will, and all my compatriots have also seen it. But that is because Your Majesty is the master of Hueco Mundo, and the entire Ryutsu of Hueco Mundo belongs to Your Majesty. Naturally, the heterogeneous spirit seeds can also be absorbed accepted by His Majesty. However, fellow Espadas do not have that ability, so further precise experiments are needed. Through many experiments, I found that although the Ryutsu wavelength in your body is like a fingerprint, there is no second complete one in the world. The same individual, however, Ryutsu also has a range of acceptance between each other, just like human blood types. If the blood types are different, the body will produce rejection. But if the blood types are the same, even if the fingerprints are different, two individuals can exchange blood. The same is true for a Sarankar. From the devil fruit collected by His Majesty, I sorted out the types of Ryutsu wavelengths that are closest to our Espada's body. Then, during the purification process, I deliberately interfered with the wavelength of Ryutsu in it as much as possible, so that it is closer to our Ryutsu wavelength. Zael Aporo pushed up his glasses, a proud smile on his face. Planting a small amount of Ryutsu in your body like planting a vaccine and observing whether there is any rejection reaction is the first and most difficult step of the experiment. And until yesterday, the last of us, Yaro Nilo also ended the experiment. So far, the Espada compatriots have all confirmed that there is no sign of rejection. In other words, it is only a matter of time before all of us liberate the second stage of returning to the blade. After speaking, Zael Aporo put his hands on his chest and made a respectful gesture towards Guu. Guu smiled slightly after seeing it. Fortunately, I have awakened 137 of my own strength in Alabasta, and I no longer need to absorb heterogeneous spirit seeds to increase my spiritual power. With the joint efforts of all my compatriots in Hueco Mundo, I have obtained a considerable amount of devil fruit, and the number is still increasing. These heterogeneous spiritual particles that have been collected can be used in the second stage of the experiment without reservation. Although Aronilo has just finished the first stage of the experiment, everyone among them, someone has already completely completed the experiment of the second stage return to the blade. Guu waved to Espada's team, and saw three figures walking out from the crowd. The first Espada, Coyote Stark, the sixth Espada, Grimjow Jagerjaquez, and the 10th Espada, Yami Yargo. You are the three who have the best compatibility with the existing heterogeneous spirits in the Espada, so you are the first to step into the domain of the second stage of returning to the blade. How do you feel at the moment? Guu asked with a smile. The three of them knelt down on one knee at the same time, and they couldn't see their expressions. They said in unison, I am willing to go through fire and water for your majesty. Very well, I just happen to be ready to start the next war. Guu glanced at the three people kneeling at His Highness. Yami, are you willing to go to that world for me as a pioneer? Chapter 210. It's on the verge of firing. Zou Island. Yami, would you like to go to that world for me? Hearing Guu's words, the faces of the Espadas were all surprised, especially Neutra's face was full of unspeakable unwillingness. Why waste the fourth ticket on that puny guy? Neutra thought to himself. Obviously, I can freely enter and exit that world, and even if the experiment of returning to the sword in the second stage is not completed, I still have the confidence to win any war. Why does His Majesty not let me go? Of course I would. Yami's deep voice echoed in the hall. I am so grateful for His Majesty's favor, I will definitely complete the task. Very good. Guu made a gesture, indicating that Yami and the other three can get up. The place I sent you this time is an island called Zou on the Grand Line. The target is the Beast's Pirates' 3 disasters, one of them is called Jack. I asked Zael Aporo to track him for a long time, and now I have determined his coordinates, and I can open the black cavity leading there at any time. Yes, Your Majesty, I can go right away. Don't be impatient, Yami, it's not too late to act after the meeting. At this meeting, I have one last point to say. Since the princes of Espada have already produced compatriots who can use the second stage return to the edge, and the power of the second stage return to the edge is too exaggerated, so I hereby make a rule that Espada's second stage return blade can only be used with my personal permission. Otherwise, you will be deprived of the name of Espada immediately. Yes, Espada's team responded in unison. For this operation, Guu looked at Yami and smiled slightly. As an essential data collection work, Yami, I allow you to use the second stage return to the first area. The Espadas dispersed, and silence returned to the hall. As the master of Hueco Mundo, Guu already liked this quietness. On the contrary, Those previous memories, those memories of being a human being, became more and more blurred in his mind, making him feel like an unreal fantasy. Your Majesty, are you all right? Aizen's voice pulled Guu back from meditation. Guu pressed the bridge of her nose and slowly opened her eyes. How is the situation in Ulquiorra? Guu asked. His situation is very strange. Aizen rarely frowned. Obviously he was the first to complete the first phase of the experiment. Speaking of compatibility with heterogeneous spirits, Ulquiorra far on top of Stark, Grimmjow, and Yami. I thought he would be the first Espada to complete the experiment, but I didn't expect such an unexpected situation in the middle. This is really I didn't think carefully. You don't have to blame yourself, Aizen. Guu waved his hand. Ulquiorra, he is different from other Espada, didn't I say it? He has learned the second stage of returning to the blade by himself. For him, this experiment was just a pure increase in strength, and the step of breaking the boundary was omitted. Quote, it's really because of this, because of his particularity. My fan judges that he is indispensable for Hueco Mundo. Whether it is conquering other worlds or stabilizing Hueco Mundo, Ulquiorra plays an indispensable role. Aizen said. Expectation. Aizen was puzzled. Yes, it is a power that I have never heard of. I have this feeling that Ulquiorra will bring changes to Hueco Mundo's power system. Don't worry too much about it. I believe in my people. After all, he is number 2. Maybe the situation will be better than we imagined. It's very unstable. After injecting heterogeneous spirit particles, the Ryutsu wavelength in Ulquiorra's body is changing rapidly. Even the subordinates don't know what will happen in the end. Aizen showed embarrassment. When it comes to war, there's one thing I don't know, Aizen said. Didn't you listen to what I just said? I just sent him to be the vanguard. Yami is more than enough to deal with the enemy this time. After the battle against Kaido himself, I will naturally choose someone else. It's just the first battle this time, I'm somewhat looking forward to it. As he spoke, the corners of Guu's mouth twitched. I am naturally aware of this point. Although Yami has the ability to accumulate Ryutsu infinitely, if he accumulates enough money Ryutsu, his power will even surpass the No. 1 Espada star can become No. 0 Espada. But right now as far as Yami is concerned, Yami didn't participate in a few battles and he didn't accumulate many Ryutsu in the battles. With his current strength, he can't become number 0 at all. Send him like this. So, how is he doing now? HMPH, Guu laughed. Aizen, isn't Yami's real number bestowed by you? Instability means that an eruption will happen sooner or later. As for whether the eruption will bring destruction or new power, no one knows. Don't you find it very interesting? Guu laughed. Better than we thought. New power. Okay, it's pointless to discuss that now. We can't focus on Ulquiorra alone. Right now, the battle with Kaido is about to start. You mean, don't understand why I sent Yami? Guu's face was full of anticipation. Could it be on the second stage of returning to the blade? Aizen suspected that he had heard something correctly. HMPH, I'm looking forward to it. After returning to the blade, especially after the second stage of returning to the blade, what will Yami look like in front of Zou Island? HMPH, heh. Exactly. Aizen lowered his head. Although we harvested 4 heterogeneous spirits at once during the battle on Batherla Island, it was enough to send another person to the world over there. But why? Is it Yami? Anyone in Espada, even Noitra, who is extremely difficult to control, is more suitable than Yami. If His Majesty intends to try the power of the second stage returning blade, Stark and Grimmjow are more suitable than Yami. Chapter 211 Lousy as Espada. Grand Line, waters near Zou Island. Little brat, tell me, where is the thing hidden? The Mammoth, a huge ship belonging to the Beast's pirates, is sailing through thick fog. On the deck, Drought, Jack, one of the 3 plagues, is personally interrogating the last blood of the Kazuki family, Momosuke. I don't know what you're talking about. What? I don't know. Momonosuke fell to the ground, neither bound by ropes nor wearing shackles. But he was limp on the ground, with tears on his face. After all, he is still a child. Don't say it. Jack slammed his fist at the wooden table at hand, and under his huge fist, the wooden table instantly turned into a few broken boards. My uncle led dozens of brothers in the fog for a month, and finally found you, kid. If you don't say anything, I will make you the same as these 2 people. Jack pointed to the 2 people lying next to Momonosuke. Those 2 people had already lost their breath. They were covered in blood and fell to the ground. Several fingers were missing, and there were even several 500 knives stuck in their backs. They looked like they had just been tortured to death. Kanamon, Kanjuro. The 2 corpses on the ground are the retainers of the Kazuki family who fled together with Momonosuke, Foxfire Kinemon and Shower Kanjuro. Tears kept coming from Momonosuke's eyes, fear and grief were written on his face. But at this moment, the crew members of the Mammoth who were watching on the deck let out strange screams together, like beasts. After all, they sailed in the mist for a month and suffered for a month, all in order to catch this child. The accumulated dissatisfaction and anger were vented together, scaring Momonosuke. Hearing the cries of these grotesque pirates, Momonosuke panicked even more. He was paralyzed on the ground, his buttocks gripping the deck and constantly retreating, his hands involuntarily clasped between his tui. The movement didn't escape Jack's eyes. He waved to the crew beside him, and the crew immediately understood what he meant and walked towards Momonosuke. You, what are you doing? Don't come here. Momonosuke flinched in horror, but the burly crew member grabbed his leg, lifted him high and hung him in the air, shaking his body like a dice. With a plop, a white scroll fell onto the deck of the ship. HMPH, cunning brat, hiding in the crotch. Jack responded with a contemptuous mockery. The surrounding crew also laughed loudly, while Momonosuke was paralyzed, as if he had passed out, and was thrown on the ground by the crew like trash, motionless. Jack found the scroll, opened it and took a closer look. This is the map of Wano-kuni. Is this marked place the location of what Kaido-sama is looking for? A map of Wano-kuni is drawn on the scroll. Among them, the Kuri district where the Kazuki family resides is enlarged and drawn in such detail that every street is clearly identifiable. A striking red cross is marked on the map. Needless to say, there is something hidden in this map. Although I don't know what's hidden, but it's not my turn to know, as long as you leave it to Kaido-sama. As soon as Jack raised his hand, a crew member behind him stepped forward. He handed the map to the crew member, and the crew member also raised his hands and lowered his head, respectfully took the scroll. The mammoth is too big, not flexible enough, and the target is too big. Once it sails out of this fog, it is very likely to be attacked by other remnants of the Kazuki family. Although I am Drought Jack is in charge, it does not pose any threat to us, but keeping Master Kaido waiting for a long time is a death penalty. You, take a small boat and travel day and night after to Wano-kuni Julie, and give this thing to Master Kaido. Jack said in a thick voice. Yes, I will put down the boat and start right away. The crew replied firmly. Remember, don't look at the things on the scroll. I'm doing this for your own good. If you take a peek and know something you shouldn't know, do you understand the consequences? Don't think about running away. This Grand Online, no one can escape the scent of Beast's pirates. Yes, I understand. The crew members lowered their heads, sweat poured out of their foreheads. It seemed that Jack's deterrence was very effective. With another wave from Jack, the crew bowed their heads and walked to the stern, where they lowered the boat and prepared to go. Jack stood up and walked in front of Momonosuke, who was lying limp on the ground. He grabbed Momonosuke's leg, lifted him in the air, looked at his face carefully, and sniffed again, like a wild animal sniffing its prey. You little BD, you've made us miserable. Jack then raised his voice, shouting loudly, Mammoth, anchor. Return to Wano-kuni. As soon as Jack finished speaking, there was a humming sound, and something dark seemed to appear in the thick fog at the end of the deck. All eyes were focused there, but only a vague outline could be seen. Click, click, click. The outlines became more and more distinct, and gradually came the heavy sound of feet on the deck. Everyone almost held their breath. What? The fog is so thick that the black cavity actually drove onto the boat. As the rough voice came, Yami's tall body appeared in front of the eyes of all the crew members of the Mammoth. What are you? Jack asked with squinted eyes. Are you the remaining retainer of the Kazuki family? Don't act rashly. I have the young master of your Kazuki family in my hands, too. One and only blood, Momosuke. Jack held Momonosuke high in front of his eyes, with a sinister smile on his face. If you move one more step, I'll take his life and make your Kazuki family no more. You have to obey my orders, and I won't move your young master. Come, is that on your waist? You were right there, do seppuku on the spot here. Ha 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 ha. Jack smiled triumphantly. Boom, boom. A circle of red lightning state Ryutsu was generated on Yami's wrist, and the false bullet was ejected instantly, flying straight to Jack. Jack subconsciously blocked Momonosuke in front of him, only to hear a bang, and bursting plasma splashed all over his body. Ah, what are you talking about? Yami drooped his eyes, inserted his little finger into his ear and said disdainfully, what Kazuki family? Lousy as Espada. Chapter 212 Soul Absorption. The mammoth is gone. Jack's body was splattered with blood, as well as mutilated internal organs and bone fragments. Even a vicious big pirate like him who offered a reward of up to 1 billion Baileys couldn't help being stunned. And the surrounding crew members all gasped involuntarily. After a few seconds, Jack raised his hand in a daze, and saw that there was only a child's leg left in his hand. Momosuke's body has been blasted into dross by Yami's false bullets. And Yami stood in front of him, still digging his ears, with a look of disdain. You're not from the Kazuki family. Jack shocked. Huh, lousy is the Espada under the command of the master of the virtual circle. Hearing this, Jack finally figured out the situation. He threw the stump he was holding on to the ground hard, and anger quickly climbed up his face. Hueco Mundo, are you the subordinate of the master of Hueco Mundo that Master Kaido said? Unexpectedly, I met you here. I also didn't expect that the coordinates of the black cavity that Zaelaporo located were actually on a ship. I can't see anything around, the fog is so thick. Yami began to complain unknowingly. UBD, don't you take us seriously. Who cares what you are? You actually swaggered aboard the mammoth, wait for death. What is the master of Hueco Mundo? Even if he comes, we can still kill him. At this time, the crew of the mammoth who surrounded them also woke up from the shock. It is nothing more than the life of a child, and it is nothing more than a strong man of unknown origin, and he is alone. How can these vicious pirates take it seriously? Seeing Yami's arrogant appearance, they have long been unhappy. I have a large number of people, and I can't wait to get rid of them quickly. Dozens of people picked up their weapons together, pulled out their swords or pistols, pointed at Yami, pressed on step by step, and surrounded him. Yami also rolled his eyeballs and looked at the situation twice. HMPH. A smirk emerged from the corner of his mouth. I saw Yami opened his mouth open, and his thick lips formed an O shape. He took a deep breath, and the wind was blowing around him. It is said to be wind, but it is actually more like suction. All the pirate crew members felt the gust of wind at the same time. Although the wind was not strong, they all felt that the wind seemed to be able to pass through their bodies, blowing directly into the depths of their souls, sucking them all away. Bastards! Don't come any closer. Jack sensed that the wind was not easy, and immediately soared into the air. His huge body jumped in midair, clenched his huge fist, and punched Yami with the force of inertia that fell from the sky. And Yami also stretched out his fist. The bodies of the two were equally huge, and their fists were almost the same. Just hearing a boom, violent air waves were stimulated from the fists of the two people, even blowing away the dense fog on the mammoth. Thump, thump. The crew began to fall to the ground one after another. In less than half a minute, dozens of fierce pirates with weapons all fell down. Yami, the 10th Espada Yami Yargo. It's you. Yami pointed at Jack. You are too big to be human, with horns all over your body, and don't you have a strange thing on your chin? You are a monster, right? Jack narrowed his eyes. Who asked you that? I don't care about the lives of these scumbags. Look at the mask on your chin and the hole in your chest. You have dared to break into my mammoth ship single-handedly. You should not, ordinary people, monsters, report your name. Jack shouted angrily, swung his fist, and a shock pierced the air, hitting Yami on the left chest. I saw that the clothes on his left chest were torn into pieces in an instant, revealing a hole. As this, Conqueror's Hockey, stunned all my crew. Didn't you hear me, monster? Jack looked at the messy crew members on the ground, frowning, not knowing what kind of magic Yami used. Shout, it's really boring. To die is to die. Do you humans like to ask so many questions? Yami was a little impatient. It's that simple. Seeing this, Jack no longer dared to stay around Yami for too long, so he jumped back and distanced himself from him again. Shout. Yami spat on the ground and muttered softly, no matter how much I eat such inferior souls, my spiritual power can't increase. How long will it take for my spiritual power to surpass Stark's? The number becomes 0. Hick. Yami let out a long hiccup. What a bunch of unpalatable souls. Huh. Yami looked at his clothes. You are a little bit smart. Quote. No. Jack's eyes widened suddenly. They're all dead. My observation hockey can't even feel a breath. UBD. What the hell did you do? He yelled at Yami. 0. Seeking flowers. On the opposite side, Yami raised a hand to caress her round belly, like a child who just had a full meal. Ha ha ha. I am one of the 3 plagues, wielded by Master 4 Emperor's Kaido Beasts Pirates, Drought, Jack. If you meet me, you are unlucky, and you will be trampled into a meat pie by me immediately. Jack raised the corner of his mouth. And Yami also grinned and said, your soul seems very delicious. Stop whining in front of me. Terrible. Souls. Jack couldn't believe what he heard. You ate their souls, all. Monster. Chapter 213 Yami vs. Jack the Drow. Void plans to restart. In the dense fog, muffled noises continued to be heard. On the calm sea surface, circle after circle of ripples overlapped each other. All this comes from the shaking giant ship, the Mammoth. Boom. The 2 giant fists collided again, and the shock wave rushed towards the thick fog, dispersing the thick fog. The 2 huge bodies of Yami and Jack are constantly engaged in pure hand-to-hand combat. The clothes on Yami's upper body had been completely destroyed in the battle, and he was bare-chested, facing Jack's attack. But Jack seemed to be at a disadvantage. He was also shirtless, and his skin was covered with a layer of black armor. The 2 horns on his shoulders had been broken off, and his breathing was obviously a lot faster. Bang! Yami, 013, struck again, hitting Jack in the chest. Although Jack was huge, he couldn't help taking a few steps back. Ahem, this monster can actually drive my Drought, Jack into such a desperate situation. Jack panted, ha 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 ha, come on, keep on coming. I can handle it well, and I won't let the gushing Ryutsu tear your body apart. Yami challenged, stop looking down on people. Jack flew forward and punched again. Yami raised his hands to block, and his fist hit Yami's arm heavily. Before he could stand still, Jack threw another flying kick, also on Yami's arm, pushing his body back a few steps. Hee, the monster. Hey, Yami stood still, lowered his arms, and showed his chilling smile. Very good, I am very satisfied with your soul. Boom, another loud bang. Yami's fist hit Jack again, only one punch. Although Jack had already put on a defensive posture, he still staggered and almost fell. No, can't go on like this. Jack gasped, although this guy's physique is very similar to mine, his strength is several times mine. Even my armament hockey didn't play an obvious role in front of him. Melee combat is good, but Yami pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, pointed at Jack, force. In the blink of an eye, Yami had come in front of Jack, and only heard a bang, and the blades bit together firmly. Huh, do you have a knife too? Yami asked with great interest. I saw a pair of curved, almost spiral machetes biting Yami's Zanpakuto tightly. Look at this shape, could it be hidden in the pair of long horns? HMPH. Jack swung the knife angrily, and pushed Yami away. Ha 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 ha. Yami laughed. I just said, I broke your horn and you didn't react at all. So it's not your horn, it's just a decoration. It's ridiculous. What beasts pirates? Wouldn't all of them be like you, just kittens and puppies wearing fake furs pretending to be beasts? Hearing Yami's provocation, Jack didn't show any anger at all, but instead had a weird smile on his face. Huh, Yami also noticed his smirk. What do you mean by that smile? The one who was about to be torn apart, but you. I will eat your soul too. Chew it into pieces. After all, who is going to be torn to pieces? Jack smiled even more. What do you mean? Yami also suddenly had a bad feeling. Look at your hands. Jack raised his finger, pointing to Yami. Yami raised her hands in an instant, and saw that the arm part that was used to block Jack's attack just now started to turn slightly yellow, and the skin became wrinkled, looking like fallen leaves in autumn. This is HMPH ha 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 ha. Don't think that I can only fight hand to hand like you. Don't forget, my nickname is Drought, Void Circle, Void Night Palace. Yami, why are you still dawdling and dealing with that kind of human? Ichimaru-jin complained, looking at the scene in the light curtain. You don't have to blame him too much. After all, Yami is a very special existence in Espada. Aizen said, he can accumulate Ryutsu by eating, sleeping and using soul absorption to absorb souls. Although the number is 10, however, the real number of Stark is uncertain. If you keep accumulating, it is not impossible to surpass the number 1 Stark. Maybe he thinks that this human being is too weak, and he refuses to waste Ryutsu. Another point is that Yami's power needs to be detonated with anger. He can't do it with full firepower and kill the enemy the moment he enters the battle. Gu added, however, this is harmless, just let him be happy. Victory is ours. Aizen and Ichimaru-jin made a respectful gesture to Gu at the same time. Aizen, Silver, take care of yourself. If Yami is provoked, you must carefully collect the data of the second stage of returning to the blade. I have a new idea. New idea? Ichimaru-jin had a puzzled look on his face. Remember the experiment you did in Soul Society 100 years ago, 3.3. As soon as these words came out, the entire hall fell into silence. And, more than 10 years ago, the experiment in this world. Your Majesty, those experiments have failed. Moreover, because of your presence, Your Majesty, we no longer need that power. Aizen argued. No, Aizen, we need to keep accumulating strength. Your experiment has not failed. It didn't fail. Even Aizen was a little surprised. That's right, Gu said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Collect the data of the second part of returning to the blade carefully. That experiment can be started again, that experiment called, Shubai. Chapter 214 Aging. Mammoth Secrets. Huh, what is this thing? Yami looked at his arm. The skin on the part that was hit by Jack turned yellowish, shriveled as if it had been sucked out of moisture. You'll find out soon. Jack roared like a wild beast. I saw him raising his right foot high, and a violent force gathered on his foot. With a bang, Jack's foot stomped on the deck of the mammoth. Earthquake. Suddenly, one after another, there were small and broken sounds. There is the mourning of the keel, the turbulence of the sea water, and the cry of unknown underwater creatures. The huge mammoth actually leaned towards Jack under this foot. The position where Yami was standing was tilted up high, and he couldn't help but staggered. It's now. Jack opened his eyes and rushed towards Yami suddenly. Huge fists and thick thighs crazily attacked Yami. The storm of fists and feet did not leak, and there was no gap at all. While protecting O5's body with both hands, Yami looked for an opportunity to fight back. He stepped on the ground, intending to stabilize his body first. But the foot stamped a hole in the deck and held him in place instead. Hey! A smirk appeared on the corner of Jack's mouth, and a backflip was followed by a powerful flying kick, which hit Yami in the jaw. Yami leaned back and fell to the ground with a bang. The feet that sank into the deck pried up a big bulge on the deck. Idiot! Jack laughed after standing still. Why do you think my kick just now didn't crush the deck? Boom! Boom! Yami stood up from the ground. He pulled his foot out of the debris of the deck and shook it off. Is that so? Yami frowned and looked at Jack, but Jack looked smug. You think melee combat can defeat me? Don't be so naive, human. Who the hell is naive? Seeing Jack's proud face, Yami realized that things were not simple. What the hell did you do to my hand? Ha ha ha, did you finally find out? You brainless beast, Jack defiantly said. Call, who's a brainless beast with fur on his body and fake fangs? Yami shot back, said. Yami raised his fist high, ready to attack again. Hold on, Jack yelled suddenly. Yami was also stopped by Jack's sudden roar. Come over again, and you will become a mummy. Mummy. Yami looked at his arm. How can a mere human have the same ability as Baragan? My uncle's nickname is Drought. The place I trampled on will become a barren wasteland. People think that this sentence is a description of my great power. Unfortunately, I also have special abilities. I just saw people with my ability are all dead. Jack said, with a look of excitement on his face. The ability to age. The people in your world are really interesting. Do you also have this ability that violates the realm of the gods? Yami said routinely. No, it's not aging. But, you can also say it's aging. Jack said, and suddenly sat down on the spot. His strong figure is like a hill even when he sits down. Yami couldn't understand his behavior, so he simply stood still and remained unchanged. The devil fruit I ate is called mammoth fruit. It is an ancient species that is also very rare in Zone. This is not a secret. Isn't it strange? It is a Zone devil fruit, but it has strange abilities. It shouldn't make sense, right? Jack raised his eyebrows, but Yami listened absent-mindedly. He didn't understand devil fruit or ancient species at all. However, the mammoth is an animal that became extinct in ancient times. People can only learn about its body and physique from its fossils, but they cannot learn about other abilities. You want to say, what kind of, mammoth has the ability to age people? Yami said, digging his ears. How can any creature have that kind of power, and it's not a phantom beast, idiot? Yami didn't even understand the 3 words of ancient species, and the emergence of a phantom beast species made him even more confused. Although he couldn't understand the names of these devil fruits, he could understand the last 2 words. This human being insulted him, so he glared and clenched his huge fists at Jack. But Jack ignored Yami and continued, animals like mammoths are giants that lived in the Ice Age. To survive in that severe cold environment, you must maintain your body temperature. A lot of fat and thick hair, these are essential. But, if these organs that maintain body temperature appear in this era where the sun is always shining, what will happen? Hey, are you chattering enough? Do you still want to have SX? Yami yawned 580, if you don't want to have SX, just do seppuku yourself. UBD, didn't you just ask yourself? I told you and you were impatient. As he said that, Jack threw a punch in the air, and a gust of punch hit Yami on the shoulder. Yami looked at his shoulder, which became slightly yellow again. It's like this again, this guy. Yami gritted his teeth. Just to make you understand, just listen to me. The speed of human aging is usually only related to one factor. That is, body temperature. Body temperature. Probably only me, the only mammoth fruit user in the world, knows this. Compared with current creatures, the body temperature of mammoths is frighteningly high. The attack just now was made with the ultra-high body temperature of mammoths. Body temperature, plundering your body temperature, or even directly depriving your body of water in an instant, will make you aging instantly in the place I attacked. What's the matter? It's just losing moisture. Yami brushed the shoulder that was attacked by Jack just now. Just lose water. Then you will die in the hell of drought. Under the iron hooves of my giant elephant. Boom. Chapter 215. Horror shout from the fog. Huge smoke burst from Jack's body, and the hot steam blew away the dense fog around him. Yami covered her eyes, unconsciously, her arms had become red. The constant heat waves burned every inch of his skin. It's really hot, UBD. Yami grinned. The heat dissipated, and a huge giant mammoth appeared in front of Yami. Thick hair, sharp tusks, and a long trunk. What's ridiculous is that this mammoth is still wearing the feather coat that Jack wore on the back, and the hairstyle has hardly changed. It really turned into an elephant, ha ha ha. Yami laughed. That's who I am, human, Jack said. Huh, can you still talk when you become an elephant? Presumptuous. Jack's huge hoof stepped on the deck, rumbling, and the whole mammoth trembled. If it weren't for the huge enough hull of the mammoth and the special hull structure, it might have already turned into a floating wreck under Jack's iron hooves. Perhaps it was because of Jack's fruit ability that the ship was designed in this way. Yami stood still on the swaying deck, frowning tightly, and secretly thought, he will be fine if he steps on the deck, but I just stepped on it lightly before, and the deck broke a big hole, killing my whole foot. He got stuck and took a blow. Is that also caused by his ability? It seems that this Jack can not only take away the water from the body of the creature, but also take the water from the creature like the boat. Yami was still thinking, the shadow suddenly covered his body. When he looked up, the huge hoof was already hanging above his head. Boom, there was another loud noise, gunpowder smoke, and debris flew away in all directions. Ha ha ha, now, it's turned into meat paste. Jack said proudly, want to crush my uncle? It's not that easy. Yami's voice came from the mammoth's feet. Yami trembled, supported his hands, and actually raised Jack's hoof above his head. Sure enough, it's a brute force monster. Then, how about this? Jack opened his eyes, and added a few points on the giant hoof. With a bang, both of Yami's feet sank into the deck. It's still early, it's still early. It just looks scary, so light. Yami roared. Hey, hey, Jack's voice came from above his head. Hey, I've been explaining to you for so long, didn't you hear me? Hearing this, Yami realized that the heat was being transmitted from Jack's hooves to his body. Lousy is a drought disaster. Everything I step on will turn into dry land. My feet will take away all the water from the places I step on. Even if you can bear my weight, you will soon be due to the aging of your body, was crushed by me. Jack kept yelling, and the strength and high temperature were continuously transmitted to Yami's body along with his yelling. Shout, hum. Yami's forehead was sweating, but a smirk appeared on the corner of his mouth. Then let's see, will you rob me of all the water first, or I will give your elephant to you first? Get rid of it. Saying that, Yami held up his hands, opened his mouth wide, and the red Ryutsuzi gathered in his mouth. Jack's field of vision was at a high place, so he couldn't see what was happening under his feet. He only noticed that red light was constantly flashing from his feet, and the air was filled with a tense feeling. What is that? Conqueror's Hockey? No. Before Jack could figure it out, huge energy poured out and burst out from under the soles of his feet. Sero, hum. With a muffled sound, the flickering red light carrying superstar Ryutsu burst out from Yami's mouth. Ryutsu swallowed Jack's mammoth body in an instant, and shot straight into the depths of the fascination. Sero shot into the dense fog, and the depths of the dense fog were illuminated red. This Sero shot was different from other Espadas. Although the destructive power was not top-notch, it lasted for tens of seconds. Sero is launched from Yami's mouth like a faucet being turned on, and Ryutsu spews out of it continuously, seemingly unable to stop himself. After an unknown amount of time, the red Sero light finally went out. Yami raised his hand impatiently, and threw his huge foot aside. Jack's huge body also crashed to the ground. Yell. Cause me to waste so much Ryutsu. BD, my Ryutsu has been accumulated in my body. Once the highly concentrated Ryutsu opens the outlet, it is very difficult for me to close it again. Quote, Yami looked at the dry parts of his arms and shoulders that were deprived of moisture, and when he clenched his fist, the skin became smooth and plump again in an instant. Oh, but that's okay. I wanted to keep these wounds back to Hueco Mundo to recuperate slowly, but now they are repaired by the Ryutsu gushing out of my body. Yami looked at his body like checking a machine, and sighed. Then he picked up Zanpakuto from the ground and turned around to leave. It seems that His Majesty was disappointed. The enemy fell without being able to use Duangui, King Li's blade. Hey, are you just exposing your back to the enemy like this? A deep voice came from behind Yami again. Yami opened his eyes wide, and in an instant, shadows enveloped his whole body. The moment he turned around subconsciously, he pulled out Zanpakuto and swung it away. With a bang, Zanpakuto slashed at the mammoth's tusk. Do you think you can kill me so easily? Jack's body has stood up again, standing behind Yami. Hey, it's the best. This way you won't disappoint His Majesty. Yami said with a grin. Dull. A long, breathtaking roar suddenly came from the dense fog. Yami and Jack couldn't help turning their heads to look at the fog at the same time. Chapter 216 Returning to the blade in 2 stages. Yami's figure. What's the sound? Jack said in a daze. Even a colossus like him felt as if his entire soul had been hollowed out when he heard this soul-stirring cry, and a primitive sense of fear arose in his heart. Before, even facing Yami's soul-sucking, he hadn't been able to scare him so much. Hey, is there a stronger guy? Yami's face was full of excitement. However, we have to get rid of this guy first. Base. With a swing of the knife, Yami pushed the mammoth's huge body away. Hey, first of all, Yami. Just as Yami was about to launch an attack, Gyu's voice suddenly sounded in his head. Your Majesty, have you been watching? Don't be stingy with those Ryutsu, go straight to the blade liberation. This is the meaning of your trip. Although Gyu couldn't be seen, Yami still replied respectfully. Don't be distracted, BD. Hearing Yami's whispering, Jack also came back to his senses, and aimed at him with 2 long fangs, ready to attack. Ah, it's time to end. Yami drew out Zanpakuto, converging on Ryutsu continuously. Red light flickered on his knife. With just this simple movement, Ryutsu's affairs poured out of his body like a river. Go rage, raging beast, boom. Ryutsu unleashed a powerful light that pierced the thick fog surrounding the mammoth. Jack's hair was blown flying by Ryutsu's storm. This light contains a lot of power. How many secrets do these monsters from Hueco Mundo still hide? Dull. That shivering roar came out of the fog again, as if in response to Yami's Ryutsu. However, Jack has no time to take care of that roar anymore, because Yami's returning blade form that appeared in front of him has firmly attracted his soul. I saw that Yami's figure suddenly became AFAE, several times larger, and the bone armor on his chin turned into 2 rows of sharp fangs. The arms and legs became extraordinarily thick, and countless spike-like exoskeletons protruded from the limbs. What's even more jaw-dropping is that behind his legs, there are 5 pairs of lower limbs densely packed, a total of 12 legs. Can you also transform? Jack exclaimed, but, you are not a zone devil fruit, are you? There is no monster in this world as ugly as you. Yami returned to the blade without saying a word, looked at his body, and then looked at Jack who was standing opposite him, who was about the same size as him. Oh, is it only this big? Yami's face was full of dissatisfaction. Ryutsu's accumulation is far from enough. Hey, I don't have time for you to be in a daze. Jack shouted suddenly, it seems that you have shown your true skills, let everything end with this blow. Kai. A large amount of scalding smoke suddenly spewed out from the body of the giant mammoth, and the smoke permeated the deck, gradually enveloping the entire ship. My uncle will release all the body temperature at once. Evaporate all the moisture in your huge body, and turn into a mummy. Let the drought come to you. The scalding thick mist is still spraying out from Jack's body continuously, and the surrounding temperature is also rising sharply. And Yami has an indifferent face. End in this blow. Sorry, my liberation has not been completed yet. Your Majesty's order is to return to the blade directly in 2 stages. I saw that Yami's newly stabilized body changed again. The red light flowed over his body again, rolling Ryutsu wrapped around his body, crackling sound coming from under his skin. The red light became more and more dazzling, and Yami's body had become difficult to distinguish in the light. Only the Ryutsu, which is constantly burning like the sun, pervades the surrounding air. 03L. Another roar came from the mist, answering Yami's Ryutsu. The red light ball continued to grow larger, gradually covering the entire mammoth, and rushed up to the clouds, turning the surrounding sea area into a crimson red. This monster, Jack, who was releasing heat, was already frightened by Yami's change, and lost the ability to think. I don't know how long it took. When the storm in Ryutsu finally subsided and the red light finally dimmed, Yami's true figure finally appeared in front of Jack. I saw Yami's 12 feet stepping into the sea, and the water didn't even reach his ankles. But the top of his head was almost inserted into the clouds, and his entire body was at least several thousand meters long. On top of Yami's gigantic body with a height of 1,000 meters, the skin became pitch black and was covered with crimson cracks. With Yami's breathing, those cracks kept flashing red light, like a pure Ryutsu that was about to burst out. And behind him, the exoskeleton spikes also grew into a pair of huge bony wings. The wings on both sides are composed of several asymmetrical skeletons, and each bone is intermittently connected with meat membranes and tendons. The pair of wings spread out high, almost covering the sky, making it look like a black yoruichi under the wings. Only a few faint rays of light can be exposed from the gaps in the skeleton. Is this what I look like after the second stage of returning to the blade? High in the sky, Yami's 2 eyeballs rolled, scanning his body. I have only saved so much Ryutsu, and I have such a big shape. If I accumulate more, a little more, Yami's laughter resounded through the sky, and Jack at his feet was already limp on the deck of the mammoth. The huge gap between body sizes, this most primitive sense of fear has completely defeated his will. Boom! A red light descended from the sky like divine punishment, engulfing the mammoth in an instant. The seawater around the ship was also evaporated into steam in an instant. Yami's voice sounded under the sky again. I'm sorry, I didn't expect that just by yawning, my body would release Wangshu's flash. Chapter 217 Restrictions on the second stage. Return to the blade. Hueco Mundo, Zai Palace, 8th Espada Palace. In the lab, Shieloporo's fingers dance across the keyboard. His glasses reflected the greedy light, and excitement was written all over his face. Amazing, amazing. His tongue almost sticks out of his mouth, almost dripping saliva on the instrument. This Ryutsu, this number, is amazing. It's just the product of fantasy. On the screen in front of Shieloporo, the data of various instrument styles is dazzling, and almost no one can understand it except himself. But these values, without exception, almost broke through the critical value of the meter. His eyes were wide open, and the eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Shieloporo. Guyu's voice came suddenly, and at the same time, a small light curtain opened beside the screen of Shieloporo's experimental bench. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. Shieloporo, like a child caught doing bad things by an adult, pushed his eyes in a panic, tidied up his appearance, and wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth. Have all the data been collected? Guyu's stern voice sounded again from the light curtain. Collected. It's really beyond imagination. Shieloporo's face was filled with uncontrollable excitement again. Indeed, it can be seen from your expression. Hearing this, Shieloporo cleared his throat nervously again. Okay, report the data to me. Guyu didn't make things difficult for him either. Yes. Shieloporo lowered his head and looked at the data table. Yami has reached a height of 5,000 meters after the second round of return, and the huge size did not cause any damage to his heart or other organs. Burden. Physical activity is normal. Did Ryutsu strengthen the internal organs as well? Guyu asked. That's right, Your Majesty. Judging from this point alone, the second stage of returning to the sword did not bring any side effects to Yami's body. Ryutsu's liberation is comprehensive, and it does not only strengthen a certain part of the strength and bring burdens to other parts. It is like the growth of a living thing, very healthy and without loopholes. Shieloporo explained his point of view. So, what's the value of Ryutsu? 20 times. Shieloporo said decisively. Yami ended the battle at the same time as he was liberated. Compared with a return to the sword, his Ryutsu amount increased by more than 20 times. He didn't even use blood, and gave up the condensed Ryutsu within a short time. Yami instantly released the powerful flash of Wangshu. This value was obtained from the measurement of Yami's peaceful state at that time, and the possibility of hidden potential cannot be ruled out. Is there a 20-fold improvement in a peaceful state? Then, if Yami's special ability is included? Guyu asked again. Yami's special ability is the accumulation of Ryutsu in the unliberated state, and the liberation of Ryutsu after being angry. If these 2 points are counted, the number 20 times will increase exponentially. Sorry, Your Majesty, with the current instruments in the Zai Palace, I am afraid it is impossible to measure its value. Guyu's hesitant sound came from the light curtain, as if thinking. So, what about the changes in appearance? Is there anything worth noting that cannot be overlooked? Shieloporo pushed the glasses again, and brought out the real-time picture of the battlefield, and Yami's huge body filled the entire screen. In terms of appearance, the biggest difference is the change in body size. Looking at the details, the strength of the steel skin and the exoskeleton have been improved in the same way. It can be said that the defense has been improved to a higher level. That pair of wings looks very interesting. Guyu said with great interest. Indeed, through the detection of Yami's newborn wings, it can be seen that although the essence is bones, the temperature on them and the concentration of Ryutsu are much higher than other body tissues. The membranes between the wings and the broken muscles was caused by being burned by its own Ryutsu. However, from the perspective of proportion, the wings do not have the function of flying, so there is no substantial negative impact on Yami's body. And because the battle ended too quickly, it has not yet I know the actual use of these wings in battle. Preliminary estimates suggest that it at least has a defensive function. In addition, the thick Ryutsu accumulation does not rule out that it has the function of releasing Ryutsu attacks in a wide range. Shieloporo verbatim report his intelligence to Guyu. 0. Guyu was silent for a while. No, It's too smooth, Zael Aporo. Any increase in strength comes with risks. Give me another careful scan of Yami's body. There must be some omissions. Guyu's voice was full of determination. Zael Aporo was full of confidence at first, but from Guyu's voice, he also heard that he must not relax. So his fingers danced on the keyboard again, carefully observing, recording and sorting out the existing data and the real-time images on the screen. 0. And Guyu's light curtain has been shining beside him, waiting patiently for Zael Aporo. Silence enveloped both Zael Aporo's palace and the throne room where Guyu was. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, Zael Aporo finally made his voice again. Your Majesty, found it. Where is it? Guyu's voice came immediately, and it could be seen that he had been waiting for a response. The Ryutsu wavelength in Yami's body, somewhat abnormal, Zael Aporo stammered. What's the volatility? Guyu asked hastily. I only observed the value for a moment before, and I missed the dynamic data. After another observation, the result is 12.7%, which is the fluctuation value at this moment. 12.7%. Guyu repeated the value. It's already very high. Zael Aporo said, if you zoom in on the picture, you can actually see that Yami's steel skin has cracks due to the expanding Ryutsu in his body, and the cracks are still increasing slowly. Still increasing. Guyu pondered for a while, that is to say, is there a limit to the time for the second stage of returning to the blade? 6HW. Chapter 218 Soul Absorption Zo Island. Yami's Feast. Sure enough, as I expected, everything went so smoothly. There are still some negative effects. If Yami's ability is included, assuming that the Ryutsu he has accumulated is the maximum value, then the value of the Ryutsu volatility and the growth rate will be even bigger, right? His Majesty. Zael Aporo suddenly knelt down on one knee, before Guyu's light curtain. The subordinate is one of the main participants in the second stage return to the blade experiment, and the responsibility for this omission lies with the subordinate. Guyu pondered for a while. No need to beat yourself up, Zael Aporo, you did a great job. Zael Aporo was still kneeling, with sweat dripping from his forehead dripping onto the ground, showing no intention of standing up. Finding the omission of August 20th made me feel much more at ease. Guyu said slowly. Heart. Zael Aporo raised his head with doubts on his face. As I said just now, any experiment comes with risks. Compared with other fatal negative consequences, the time limit is really nothing. Or, this is already the best result, Zael Aporo. His Majesty. Guyu went on to say, and what I thought before, it seems that it is not feasible to collect all the data of Espada's second stage return through the Battle of Yami. In the next battle, Espada, including yourself, Zael Aporo, will definitely be in the power of the second stage returning blade as used in the battle. I want you to test the data of each battle to see if every Espada's second stage returning blade has this time limit. Yes. Zael Aporo raised his head suddenly, looking at Guyu's light curtain with firm eyes. Your subordinates must do their best and pay attention to every battle in the future. Minimize the negative effects of the second stage return. Okay. Guyu's voice was much more relaxed than that of Zael Aporo. Don't worry so much. In fact, this is not a good thing. Zael Aporo, the time for the second stage of returning to the blade is limited, which just proves that, in the face of our power, even the god of time, is he afraid. Grand Line, waters near Sajima. Yelling, it's really boring, wasn't it still shouting just now? I just yawned, and even the people in the boat were reduced to ashes. Above the clouds, Yami smiled triumphantly. He raised his arms, rolled up the clouds around his waist, and carefully observed the changes in himself. Have I become like this? He, like a god, looking down on the mortal world from the sky. He stepped on his 12 feet, moved only slightly, and a monstrous huge wave was set off on the sea. Ha ha ha, Yami's laughter echoed in the clouds, even the bottomless sea is just below my instep. I am so satisfied with this body. It is stronger and can get stronger. I can feel that my body is still thirsting for strength. As long as I accumulate more Ryutsu, the next time I return to the sword, I can become stronger than now. Bang, boom, something cracked, like lightning in the sky, deafening. Yami held up his palm and saw the crack. What's going on? Ryutsu broke through my steel skin. He clenched his fist again, confirming that it was his own Ryutsu that glowed in those crimson cracks. Shout, it seems that the second stage returning edge can't be maintained for a long time. Yami frowned, but it doesn't matter, with this power, no matter what kind of enemy it is, it can be defeated in an instant. Solved. Ha 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 ha, roar. Yami's laughter burst like thunder, but in the dense fog, that strange and frightening roar came again. Get out. As Yami shouted, a huge black shadow gradually reflected on the dense fog. Moreover, the black shadow gradually became clearer, and its size also increased accordingly. Yami is evenly matched with that giant body, but the loud noise seemed to have heard nothing, his eyes sunken deeply, and he continued to walk forward. Yami turned around suddenly, huge waves immediately set off on the sea, and several arrogant Uzumaki formed instantly. Oh, your Majesty said that the exit of Heikyong is Zo Island, and I said how come out of Heikyong, I didn't see any island at all. Could it be that this elephant is Zo Island? Does such an astonishing creature exist in this world? Interesting. Hello, who the hell are you? Yami said dumbly to his gaze. It's really boring, it seems that it can only move forward, and nothing else. Then, 03L. What the hell is this? Such a huge thing has been hiding nearby. At this time, Yami suddenly noticed the large buildings and plants behind the loud noise. The giant elephant let out another whine, but that didn't seem to be 2.5's answer to Yami's question. It even walked forward slowly as if it didn't see Yami. Let me taste it. What does your soul taste like under this huge body? Soul sucking. Yami's eyes suddenly lit up, and a greedy look appeared on his face. Since just now, I have been hiding in the thick fog and screaming non-stop, "Sneaky, come out." The dense fog dispersed layer by layer, and a giant elephant with the same size as Yami suddenly appeared in front of him. Call, is it just an animal that can't understand human language? The giant elephant wailed in pain again. Underfoot, the sea water was churning violently. Two huge monsters with the sky above their heads meet in this sea area, and the clouds surround their bodies. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is a heart-shattering scene. Chapter 219, The Elephant Master Falls. Ecstatic Kaido. Above the sea, there was a sudden strong wind. The hurricane whipped up monstrous waves, and countless Uzumaki came into being. There were even several strong convective storms that formed tornadoes, connecting the clouds and the sea surface, pumping the seawater high into the sky, turning into several waterspouts. The sea breeze was churning and the clouds were flying in all directions. The culprit of all this was actually Yami's mouth that breathed in suddenly. And his goal is neither the sea nor the clouds, but the giant elephant that is as huge as his body, towering into the clouds, carrying the entire Zou Island on its back, and living for more than 1,000 years. 03L. The giant elephant kept roaring, each sound more miserable than the last. It seems to be calling for help, and it seems to be begging for mercy, and the pain in it is self-evident. Although the cry of the giant elephant spread to the sea area several kilometers away, Yami didn't stop because of it, but sucked the soul of the giant elephant even more greedily, trying to empty its soul at once. Although the giant elephant endured pain, its soul continued to fight. And just as it was fighting, in the buildings on his back, countless dots of blue light, like fireflies in the night sky, flew towards Yami's huge mouth. Oh, it turns out that there are people on that back. These countless souls, I just accept it. Having tasted the sweetness, Yami is even more greedy to absorb the souls on Zou Island. Although he doesn't know what kind of creatures live there, he is not interested. Only eating the souls can satisfy his appetite. The fur tribe on Zou Island didn't even understand the situation, and their souls were pulled out of their bodies by the huge suction force and entered Yami's stomach. Dense blue soul fires flew out of the giant elephants' backs and flew into Yami's stomach without exception. The whole process lasted for tens of minutes. Gradually, the light of the soul fire became thinner, and the number of souls sucked out by Yami began to decrease, and there were almost no living things on Zou Island. As the last soul was swallowed by Yami, he rubbed his stomach and hiccuped. They're all miscellaneous souls, they're so unpalatable, they're not enough for my teeth. But, as an appetizer, it's enough. Yami's gaze once again turned to Zou's mammoth. Next, it's dinner. The strong wind blew again, stronger than before, and the giant elephant, which had struggled for a long time, was finally exhausted and fell down. Bang! There was a loud noise, as if the whole world was trembling. And as the gigantic elephant with a height of thousands of meters crashed down, waves hundreds of meters high also rose on the sea surface, instantly submerging several small islands a few kilometers away, and the impact has been spreading for more than 10 kilometers and there is no sign of abating. The body of the giant elephant lay motionless on the ground, and blue light continuously emitted from its body, flickering, and flew straight into Yami's mouth. Yami's eyes were wide open, and the whole person was immersed in the weight of morbid enjoyment. And as the soul of Zou elephant was sucked into Yami's body little by little, the red cracks on his skin began to pulsate regularly, and the red light kept flickering from the gaps, and the frequency gradually accelerated, as if echoing the newcomer's soul in general. After an unknown amount of time, Yami's soul absorption finally stopped, and he wiped his mouth with a satisfied expression. The corpse of the Zou giant elephant fell into the sea, motionless. The already old skin became even drier. From a distance, it looked like a pool of rocks, forming an island. Perhaps, this is its fate. This giant elephant, which has been traveling for 1,000 years, finally stopped and became a real island. He. Yami grinned. Really, thank you for your hospitality. Grand line, Wanokuni, Master Guy Kaido. The crew of the mammoth knelt on the ground, calling out for Kaido out of breath. From the shadows, Kaido's figure gradually stepped out. Are you Jack's crew? Yes. The crew was still panting. Master Jack asked me to hand over this thing to you. Kaido saw the scroll in the hands of the crew, and his eyes lit up immediately. He snatched the scroll, and the skinny crewman felt a numbness in his arm, and then the heart-piercing pain spread all over his body, only being touched by Kaido lightly. His whole arm seemed to be broken same. Kaido opened the scroll and watched it carefully, an excited and greedy smile gradually appeared on his face. That's it. Suddenly, he slammed the scroll shut and Shen Guang landed on Xuanchuan 10 times. What about Jack? Master Jack said. That the mammoth is too big, let me send this thing by boat first, to Mrs. Guy 607. Said the crew member enduring the severe pain. But what? When I was leaving, I heard the sound of fighting on board the mammoth. Mr. Jack may have been attacked by the enemy. It doesn't matter, if the opponent is Jack, any enemy is not to be feared. Kaido looked at the scroll in his hand, then at the crew member. This scroll, have you read it? No, no, no. The villain doesn't dare. Master Jack specifically told you not to watch it. PFF'd. Before he finished speaking, the crew suddenly felt a strong hockey squeeze his heart tightly, a mouthful of blood spewed out from his mouth, and in an instant, he returned to the sky. HMPH, only the dead are worthy of trust. Kaido raised the corner of his mouth. Finally. I finally found it. This day, after waiting for so long, is finally coming. Kaido held the scroll in his hand and smiled maniacally. He didn't notice that a figure was lurking in the shadow 100 meters away. The man's eyes were closed, his hand was holding a cane tightly, and he was using his superb observation haki to monitor Kaido's every move. Chapter 220. The countdown to the battle begins. 3 days. Grand Line, an island 30 kilometers south of Wano Kuni. The man in the cloak lifted the curtain of the tent and walked in. Sitting in the tent was none other than Marine Admiral Akainu. Akainu sat cross-legged on the felt, looked at the map in front of him, and was holding a cup full of hot tea in his hand, ready to deliver it to his mouth. His suit was wrinkled and dirty, his face was weathered, and his chin was covered with stubble. When Akainu saw this person, his vicissitudes of face immediately glowed, and the water glass was thrown aside by him. How is it? Has Wano Kuni moved? Akainu asked hastily. The man in the cloak slowly took off the hood from his head, a pair of blind eyes stared at nowhere. Finally, I have overheard some useful information. Fujitora said solemnly. Hearing this sentence, even an indifferent iron-blooded soldier like Akainu can't help showing a look of expecting you like a child. After all, it has been nearly a month since the fleet set off from naval headquarters to the scattered islands south of Wano Kuni. Although the food on board the ship is sufficient, these are uninhabited desert islands after all, and they don't know how long it will take before Hueco Mundo and Kaido go to war, so food must be saved. If you can catch game on the island, or drop fish from the shore, try not to touch the surplus food. Down to every ordinary marine, up to Supreme Commander Akainu and Fujitora, all follow this way of life. Therefore, even Admiral like Akainu looks like a half-old man. How is it? Is there any movement from Hueco Mundo? Is Kaido going to war? Akainu asked excitedly. No, Hueco Mundo has no definite news. Quote, Fujitora is blind, and no matter what he says, his demeanor always gives people a feeling of discouragement. Hearing this sentence, Akainu's expression suddenly changed back to the original frustration. However, Kaido should be about to make a move. Fujitora continued, is there any action? I have been lurking in Wano Kuni for so many days, pretending to be a blind beggar, using observation haki to monitor Kaido's every move. It is exactly as we guessed. Kaido he is looking for a certain location. Quote, a certain place. Akainu stroked his beard, the burial place of the flying dragon. If Kaido's purpose is indeed to resurrect the wyvern, then there is a good chance that wyvern is buried at that location. So, has he found it? Akainu asked tremblingly. Just before my return, it was confirmed that one of Kaido's henchmen, Drought, Jack, found him a map of the boneyard. Akainu punched the table in front of him, and the water glass on the table fell to the ground with a bang. Then what are you waiting for? We must be dispatched. We must stop Kaido before his plan succeeds. Calm down, Sakazuki, Kuohu advised. Calm down. I've been calm for a month. Akainu yelled at Fujitora. I've been listening to your original plan for a month, stationing troops in this place where the birds don't shit, eating bugs, fishing for turtles, waiting the so-called timing. The result, not only did Hueco Mundo not fight Kaido, but he gave Kaido a chance to find the place where the flying dragon was buried. Akainu struggled to say these words, and felt as if a heavy weight had fallen on his lips, making it very difficult to even open his mouth. Fujitora couldn't help feeling admiration for Akainu, and secretly thought, Sakazuki is indeed admiral. With my ability, no matter how unexpected the sneak attack is, it is impossible to subdue Grandmaster Haki for so long in an instant. He purposely did not resist, and yelled so loudly, in order to let the Marines outside the tent who had also endured for a month hear it, so as to stabilize their anxious mood and accumulate the necessary morale for the battle 3 days later. I said, Sakazuki, calm down. Fujitora's expression remained unchanged. I'm very sorry, I'm afraid this is the only way to calm you down. It's a deal. Fujitora also cooperated with Akainu, and deliberately shouted loudly, everything will be decided in 3 days. Fujitora pondered for a moment. Although it is a certainty that Kaido got the map, when I came back, I heard another news. After Jack got the map and sent someone to Kaido, I am afraid that someone attacks from other forces. Although he is only Kaido's subordinate, he is also a big pirate with a reward of more than 1 billion Baileys. He dares to attack him for no reason. Except First Marine, no one in this sea dares to do so. So I doubt, Hueco Mundo, it's actually starting to move. You still let me calm down at this hour. Calmly watch our world be destroyed. Akainu's angry voice broke through the tent, and Marine, who was guarding outside the tent, couldn't help stretching his ears to listen to the conversation inside. Akainu didn't have the strength to open his mouth again, and he exhaled air from his nostrils, kicking up the dust on the ground. Chinos said. Fujitora released the ability he put on Akainu. Akainu stood up slowly, and brushed off the dust from his body. My body? How? So heavy. Okay, I'll wait for you for the last 3 days. His voice was still deafening and full of anger. So, Sakazuki, please give me a little more time. I believe Hueco Mundo has already made a move. Give me 3 days. If there is no war within 3 days, I will apologize by Harakiri. Backquote. No, I want you to hear me out. Quote. As he spoke, Akainu grabbed Fujitori's clothes, and smoke billowed from his hands. Akainu was so angry that there was a sudden bang, and he fell straight to the ground. He wanted to get up, but found that his body was out of his control. Fujitora turned around, facing the door, though he couldn't see anything. Smile. What do you mean by this? Do you want to rebel? Chapter 221 Dragon Slaying Shrine. The secret that is finally approaching. Hueco Mundo, Void Knight Palace. Your Majesty, the target has been successfully obliterated. Under the main hall, Yami knelt down in front of Guu on one knee. Although he has already released the returning blade state, his figure before returning to the blade is almost twice as big as his original body. Yami, who was already tall, stood on the top of the hall at the moment, like a giant. Well done, Yami. Guu laughed. How does it feel to return to the sword at the second stage? It's amazing. I feel that there is nothing in this world that I can't do after returning to the sword. Yami said, intoxicated. Indeed, it can be seen from your figure that you have never shown such a tall figure before. It is also a feat to absorb the soul of the Zou giant elephant. You have done it very well. My mission, my curiosity, Yami. No, all of this is thanks to His Majesty's second stage return to the blade. Yami said respectfully. Yami, Zael Aporo and I have been admiring your battle the whole time. Your current strength has surpassed Stark, and you have become the veritable number 1 Espada. No matter what time it is, this subordinate will do his best to serve His Majesty. No, I mean Stark before the second stage of returning to the blade. However, Yami, your ability to accumulate Ryutsu is very good. If you make good use of it, you will be able to surpass the second stage of returning to the blade. Stark sooner or later. Therefore, I decided to let you stay in Hueco Mundo, accumulate strength well, as Hueco Mundo's secret combat power. You exist for me. What do you want? Yes, Yami answered immediately without even thinking about it. One more thing, Yami. Listen carefully. You should have felt it yourself in the battle. The power of the second stage return to the edge, combined with your ability, will drag you into an extremely unstable field. The Ryutsu in your body is like the ocean is vast, but if you don't make good use of it, you may submerge yourself. So, take it as a practice, learn to control Ryutsu with more precision. Before that, I forbid you to use it. Return to the blade in 2 stages. Yes, I understand. The answer was also crisp and clear, without any feeling, and absolute obedience. Okay, you can step back. I will keep the position of no. 0 Espada for you, Guu said lazily. Yami gave a respectful salute, and slowly retreated into the Black Cavity King. What an excellent soldier, Ichimaru Jin said mockingly as soon as the black cavity was closed. But the world is not led by soldiers. Guu laughed. So, Your Majesty, can we proceed to the next step? Aizen said aside. According to the data of Yami's battle, the remaining 2 humans of the so-called 3 disasters, if the mammoth killed by Yami, if the elephants are equal in strength, they will not be able to pose any threat to us. Why did you say such things? Guu squinted at Aizen. We don't need to consider the opponent's strength. No matter what kind of opponent it is, if it dares to stand in front of us, just kill it. Aizen smiled and lowered his head, nodded, making a gaffe. Then, let's move on to the next step. Let's officially fight Kaido, one of the 4 Emperor's beasts. So, who will be involved in this battle? Ichimaru Jin asked. Since there are 2 remaining of the 3 disasters, and they are both ferocious beasts, then let's send them to AFFG out. 3 days later, Wanokuni, Dili, Bebe, Zanlong Shenwang. Master Kaido. The woman couldn't stand it anymore, and called out directly. This subordinate didn't mean that. Quinn immediately knelt down on one knee and lowered his head. A confident smile appeared on Jin's face, and Kaido walked straight into the shrine without saying anything. Quinn was also a little worried, but Master Kaido, you just let hundreds of other subordinates with devil fruit abilities stay 1 kilometer away, and now you let the 2 of us guard here. Are you going to enter this place alone? Shrine. As they spoke, the 2 suddenly felt a burst of pressure. They couldn't help but look at Kaido in front of them. Although nothing can be seen from the back, but it is full of angry and oppressive force, no one thinks it is the haki exuded by Kaido. The moment she yelled, Kaido took haki back. 3 figures stood in front of the shrine. They were 2 men and 1 woman, but both men and women were a size larger than ordinary people. I heard that people in this country called this kind of building a shrine to enshrine their gods or ancestors. And this shrine seems to enshrine a samurai named Ryoma. Do you want the 2 of us to guard here? The man named Jin said. What, do you not have confidence in your abilities and think you can't keep this shrine, or do you not have confidence in my Kaido's ability and think that I will encounter accidents in the shrine? Kaido said in a thick voice. Still the standard Wanokuni style, the woman said looking around. The other man also said with great interest. This haki actually scares even me. Master Kaido, what's going on? The man said with a heavy expression. I leave this place to you. I must walk the road ahead alone, because that is the road to the future that can only be opened with the blood of my Kaido. Kaido held the map and looked up at the gate of the shrine. At this time, Jin came up and held Quinn's shoulders. Master Kaido, just go, the guards here are left us too. After all, we are also the symbol of the highest combat power of the beast's pirates. Is this the place? Quinn, Jin, you 2 will wait for me here. Kaido turned his head and squinted at the 2 of them. Chapter 222 The battle begins. Flood. Quinn is here. Seeing Kaido's figure gradually disappear into the shadow of the shrine, Quinn also stood up. Okay, Quinn, since Lord Kaido has already entered, we have to stand on our posts and guard the door for Lord Kaido. Jin said. Quinn, on the other hand, looked at the entrance of the shrine with a serious face. What's the matter? Look at your preoccupied appearance. Kim, don't you find it strange? Quinn asked. You mean, since coming to Wano Kuni, Master Kaido's behavior is very abnormal. Master Kaido is one of the 4 emperors who dominate the New World in the second half of this grand line. A man like him naturally has his own style of acting. Moreover, in the past, he often acted alone. As subordinates, we only need to just follow Kaido-sama's orders. Quinn's face was full of worry. No, I didn't mean that. I mean, don't you think it doesn't make sense to attack Wano Kuni? Jin also frowned and thought, it is true that we are pirates, and the sea is our stage. Even if we go ashore occasionally, it is only to replenish the necessities of life. Although I know that Master Kaido loves war, this is also the consistent ethos of Beast's pirates, but like it is really incomprehensible to spare no effort to attack a country like this. Jin, did you tell the rumor? Well, I heard from Jack that Master Kaido's attack on Wano Kuni was not to start a war, but, for another purpose. That's right, Master Kaido's true purpose, even our 3 disasters, who are his confidants, don't know. This has never happened before, Jin. Especially what is coming here today, the Zonlong Shrine makes me feel that things are not simple. I am afraid something big will happen. So, is that what you're worried about? Quinn nodded. Idiot, as Kaido-sama's subordinate, when you don't know what to do, obedience is the best way to go. My captain, you never harmed us, didn't you? Quinn didn't say anything more. While agreeing with Jin's words, she still couldn't get rid of the doubts in her heart. Okay, Quinn, don't think too much about it. I'll go to patrol behind the shrine, and I'll leave the security here to you. No problem. Quinn smiled. Problem. Do you want to try fighting? Jin also smiled tacitly, didn't say much, and went around to the side road. Looking at his back, Quinn still felt uneasy in his heart. In the shrine, Kaido holds the lamp in one hand and explores the dark shrine. Even though the shrine is considered a large building, against Kaido's huge body, it looks like a small shack. Not long after entering the gate of the shrine, Kaido came to the main hall of the shrine. The main hall was covered with dust. It seems that even in the era before the war, there has been no human habitation here for a long time. There is a photo in the center of the table in the main hall, and the frame is also covered with dust. Kaido picked up the frame, wiped off the dust, and took a picture with the lamp. There was a pop, and the glass frame shattered. Even though he was suppressing it with all his strength, Kaido's anger still shattered the glass involuntarily. Shout, Ryoma, your descendants are really worthless. Kaido said to the person in the photo, obviously they are the heroes who saved this country and even the world, but they want to prevent this place from attracting attention from the outside world. Be careful, you let your shrine be abandoned like this. Such descendants, such human beings, if you know, will you regret saving them? He. In the photo, Ryoma looks very young. He is wearing a kimono, has short black hair, and a scorpion on his head. He looks at the camera with a smile, as if laughing at Kaido. With a humming sound, the muffled sound echoed in the shrine. Kaido looked angry, and the photo in his hand instantly turned into a cloud of ashes, floating on the ground. He turned around and bypassed the table where the portrait of Ryoma was enshrined, and carefully stroked the wall. 0. Asking for flowers. According to the hint on the map, it should be in this place. Sure enough, you are here. People who are about to die don't need to know the name 6. Kaido quickened his pace and walked deep into the tunnel. His huge figure also quickly disappeared into the darkness. He stretched out the lamp in his hand, but the darkness seemed to be alive, swallowing the light of the small lamp, and he couldn't see anything clearly. It really is here, Quinn said suddenly. She slowly opened her eyes, and looked at the figure who appeared in front of her at some time. Are you, the master of that Hueco Mundo? As Kaido went deeper into the tunnel, there were gradually bursts of strange noises. The sound sounded rhythmically, like the cracking sound of rock formations coming from the depths of the ground, or something low-pitched. Outside the shrine, Quinn leaned against the pillar with his eyes closed, not sure if he was taking a nap or thinking about something. Gululu, a mere Espada, how dare you share the glory with His Majesty? Holly Bell stood proudly with her arms folded, half of her face covered by her high collar. Kaido caressed for a long time to no avail, and simply punched the wall. With a bang, the desk and the wall were instantly turned into pieces, filled with smoke and dust. I am the Flood, one of the 3 plagues, brought down by Lord Beast's pirates Kaido, Queen. 4th Espada, Tia Hurley Bell. A secret passage appeared in front of Kaido, and he walked in with a light on his face excitedly. There were dense clouds above the head, a gust of wind blew by, and the surrounding wild grass made crackling sounds. Compared with the superficial building of the shrine, this secret passage is even narrower. Kaido walked inside, almost pressing against the wall. Espada, Quinn said with great interest, it seems that the master of Hueco Mundo also has an elite organization similar to our 3 disasters. Espada, report your name. Chapter 223 Flowing Water is Invisible. Hurley Bell vs. Quinn. You call yourself a Flood, don't you? Holly Bell's cold voice came from under the towering collar, with half disdain in her eyes. Quinn ignored her words, but was very concerned about the look in her eyes. Although the two may be stronger than most men in the world in terms of strength, they are still women in the final analysis. When creatures like women meet together, they will produce a series of chemical reactions that ordinary people cannot understand. Self-proclaimed, when you drown in the torrent, you will understand whether the title of flood is what I called myself. Humph. Quinn uttered harsh words, but after Hurley Bell heard it, instead of showing Quinn's expectant look, he smiled disdainfully. According to her personality, since September 13th, her smile is very reserved and short. But it failed to escape Quinn's ears, which completely angered her. What are you laughing at? BCH. As a member of the Beast's Pirates, Quinn naturally does not have as good self-cultivation as Holly Bell. Exploitation of foul language is commonplace. Holly Bell, on the other hand, was not enraged by the abuse. She slowly raised her arm, stretched it behind her back, pulled out the hollow short sword behind her back from its sheath with a chuckle, and held it in her hand. Seeing her pull out the knife, Quinn laughed. HMPH, are you serious? Your Majesty's order, of course I dare not slack off. Holly Bell's voice was still stern. Shout. Quinn spat. I don't like your attitude the most. As he spoke, Quinn opened his mouth wide and aimed at Holly Bell. Her mouth was getting bigger and bigger, and her jaw was almost dislocated. With a bang, a torrent of water suddenly spurted out of her mouth. White water spray swept the surrounding space in an instant, and the strong water pressure almost washed away everything, spraying straight towards Holly Bell. On the other hand, Holly Bell was neither slow nor fast. She didn't even open her eyes, but slowly raised the short sword in her hand, pointing to the direction where the water flowed in front of her. There was no flow of ryutsu, and no trace of murderous intent. The moment the rushing flood touched the tip of her knife, it split into two halves as if deliberately avoiding her. After passing over Holly Bell's body, the currents converged again. Among the torrents, only the place where Holly Bell stands is not touched by a drop of water. The water kept coming in, and although it couldn't touch Holly Bell, the surrounding terrain almost became a piece of Wongyang. The low-lying open space had almost turned into a pool of water, surrounding Holly Bell in the center. After an unknown amount of time, the oncoming water flow finally stopped. When Holly Bell lowered her raised arms, there was nothing in front of her, and there was no shadow of Quinn. This do you call a flood? Holly Bell provocatively said, while turning around the nerve probe, searching for Quinn's location. Suddenly a slender stream of water came from behind Holly Bell. She turned her head slightly, and the stream of water, which was almost as thin as a little finger, rubbed her cheek and flew out. Half a second later, there was only a bang. The stream of water pierced straight into the rocks of the mountain beside it, and the rock chicken then wailed that it was about to collapse. High-pressure water flow, Hurley Bell said with a blank expression. HMPH, have you escaped? Quinn's voice came from behind Hurley Bell. Did you show yourself? It's really stupid. It clearly escaped my detection nerves and hid. It takes at least 3 seconds to find out your location, but you have wasted these precious 3 seconds. Waste? How about waste? I didn't even think about hiding. Quinn's voice was full of confidence. What did you just say? Did you call it dew? I'm sorry, but in our world, this amount of water is not even dew. Because, I haven't used my ability yet. Holly Bell turned her head to look at Quinn, only to see that she had a weird smile on her face, and her whole body was filled with moisture. Although it doesn't look wet, it gives people a feeling of just coming out of the water. I saw Quinn suddenly raised her arms high, and the water pool surrounding the two people on the surrounding ground also rose high following her gesture. Amidst the roaring water flow, a circle of water flow barrier went straight into the sky, with no end in sight, and completely sealed off Holly Bell and Quinn within the area within a radius of less than 100 meters. Holly Bell remained calm, and only rolled her eyes around to look at the surrounding water barriers. Hee. Grab it, Espada. In this area of the current, no one can escape except me. Before Quinn could finish speaking, Holly Bell suddenly launched an assault with a knife. She stepped on the ringing knife and went straight to Quinn's throat. PFF'd. The moment the blade cut through the throat, the blood gushing out of the throat turned into transparent water. Immediately afterwards, Quinn's entire body also gradually became transparent, and finally turned into a puddle of water, which was sprinkled on the ground. Ha ha ha, where are you hitting, Espada? Quinn's voice came from behind Holly Bell again, and at some point, she was already standing in the opposite direction from before. A phantom of water, Holly Bell whispered, but she was thinking to herself, no, it's not a phantom. Her breath has always stood in this position, it is impossible to be Phantom 1.6 from the beginning. The moment she was attacked by me, she quickly shifted her position with an extremely fast reaction speed. It turns faster than mine. Is this person really human? It's not an illusion, Espada. Quinn said proudly, I predicted your movements in advance, so I was able to dodge them. Predict my movements. Ha ha ha. So I said, Espada, my title is Flood. Compared to me, your understanding of water is too superficial. Quinn stretched out his hand and lightly tapped the water wall behind her with his fingers, and a circle of ripples spread rapidly. Flowing water is invisible, no one can catch it, but it can tell me what will happen in the future. He. Chapter 224 Occupying Water. Divination of water. Quinn said the word by word. This circle of towering water flow barriers can not only imprison everything in it, but also, in my eyes, this water flow is the best combat tool that can predict the enemy's movements. Quinn tapped the water flow barrier with his hand, and countless circles of ripples spread out regularly, interlacing to form a beautiful pattern. Look, the shape of this ripple is so beautiful. Different from the traditional water divination technique, I can predict the future in a very short time by reading the ripples on the water surface. Just like your blow just now, the speed it is so fast, I am afraid that few people in the world can escape, even I will be killed. However, the water flow told me your movement, let me know that you are about to launch an attack a few tenths of a second in advance. Although it is only a few tenths of a second, but it is enough for me to dodge and make your attack fail. Quinn's face was full of complacency, full of her extreme confidence and pride in her own ability. Helly Bell didn't take it seriously when she heard Quinn's explanation. Divination of water, it's just a nice word. It is just relying on the ripples that Ryutsu oscillates on the calm water surface when doing O5 actions, through years of experience, to analyze the shape, size, expansion speed of the ripples, etc., and to summarize the next action of the detection object. If this is the case, it will be easy to handle, it is better than really being able to predict the future. Water divination, huh, hey, UBCH, what are you laughing at? In the last second, Quinn was eloquently expounding on her proud strength, but in the next second, after hearing Holly Bell's faint laughter, her complexion changed drastically, and she became furious. It's been that contemptuous attitude from just now. I can't get used to people like you. But Holly Bell didn't listen to Quinn's words at all, and saw her standing there without turning her head, not knowing what she was doing. Although Quinn was angry, he also began to notice the silence. Under this inexplicable silence, something was brewing. Gurgle beep beep. The sound of foam shattering continued to be heard, and Quinn looked around, only to see that the water flow barrier was violently churning as if it had been boiled. Mixing Ryutsu into the water, creating chaotic waves, is what Holly Bell was doing just now. You ask me what I'm laughing at. That's what I'm laughing at. As soon as Holly Bell's indifferent voice fell, she raised the short sword, and the golden light instantly gathered in the hollow blade of the short sword. Boom! The blade aimed at the astonished Quinn, and swung it down gently. A golden light that could almost chop space into pieces flashed, and Quinn's left hand fell in response. This time, the blood did not turn into a transparent stream, but a solid bright red liquid, gushing out from Quinn's severed wrist with a puff. Woo! Quinn burst into a scream, my hand, UBD. UBCH. Facing Quinn's insults, Holly Bell remained expressionless. Why, can't your water divination skills help you? Or because my Ryutsu caused ripples on the water surface, your water flow can't tell you the future what is going to happen. BCH, BCH. FK me. With Quinn's roar, sharp spikes protruded from the surrounding water barriers, and the densely packed spikes gradually elongated and became sharper and sharper. With a bang, the spikes broke away from the water surface, forming a high-pressure water flow, which shot out. The space was filled with the sound of the air being cut, and tens of thousands of high-pressure water streams shot out from the surrounding water barriers, attacking all targets in the circular enclosed area without any dead ends. The water stream shoots out of the water surface, shoots into the opposite water surface, and then shoots out of the opposite water surface again. Tens of thousands of high-pressure water streams shot repeatedly like this, which lasted for several minutes. The dense water flow was like a torrential rain, obscuring everyone's sight. Ha ha, ha ha ha, let me kill you. After the high-pressure water attack was over, Quinn said tiredly and excitedly. In front of her, Holly Bell was no longer there. Now, I've been hacked into pieces by the water flow, and there's not even bone dregs left. Ha ha ha, where are you looking? Before Quinn finished speaking, Holly Bell's stern voice came from behind her again. Her eyes widened in disbelief, and she turned her head away. Harry Bell was standing behind her unharmed. And just as she turned around, Holly Bell kicked her in the stomach. With a snort, Quinn spat out a big mouthful of blood, pressed the severed limb, and staggered back. 817 inches wide, you. The high-pressure water flow seems to be dense, but you should not be so stupid as to allow yourself to be attacked. Therefore, the position where you stand is the dead corner of the attack, the safest position. Do you think I don't understand such a simple truth? Hey hey, Quinn backed away while letting out a weird laugh, and gradually, her body retreated into the king of the water barrier. Espada, that look on your face, that tone of your voice, that face on your face. No matter how I look at it, it makes me angry. I'm going to kill you, I'm going to kill you. BCH. Quinn cursed frantically, his figure was completely wrapped by the water flow, and disappeared into the deep blue. Just let you see, I, Quinn the Flood, one of the strongest cadres of the Beast's pirates, the Three Plagues, is showing a terrifying face. In the water flow barrier, a suffocating sense of oppression continued to come. Keep your eyes open, BCH. The true face of my extremely rare devil fruit who is not afraid of the sea. Under the water, a huge black shadow began to appear. Chapter 225 Control the Flood. Mosasaurs and Sharks. A black shadow gradually emerged from the dark blue water barrier. Holly Bell frowned involuntarily. My devil fruit is the ancient species of zone, the mosasaur fruit. I don't know if your Hueco Mundo has such an ancient creature as the mosasaur. This is extremely rare. After eating the devil, it is not afraid of the water flow. Fruit. Because, water is my greatest weapon. Quinn's voice came from the water, and the huge pitch black shadow began to move quickly under the water. The black shadow circled the cylindrical water flow barrier continuously, and the speed was getting faster and faster, as if playing with Holly Bell standing in the center. Holly Bell remained calm and composed as always, standing in place, motionless. Be food for mosasaurs, BCH. With Quinn's roar, a huge black figure suddenly rushed out from the water barrier behind Holly Bell. I saw a bloody mouth rushing out of the water, and the rows of sharp teeth in the mouth gleamed coldly. This mouth alone was many times taller than Holly Bell's entire body. The eyes of the mosasaurus emitted angry red light, and the whole body was covered with horrible gray horny skin, and water flowed between the folds of the skin. When she completely rushed out of the water and her entire body was exposed to the air, it was at least 30 meters long by visual inspection. Such a colossal ancient giant beast is aiming at the prey in front of her and rushing towards it at high speed. Holly Bell, on the other hand, took her time and turned around just when the huge body of the mosasaur was about to touch her. In this instant, Ryutsu had completed the condensation, a golden light flashed, and the mosasaur's tail was chopped off like a vegetable. With a plop, the dragon whose tail was cut off got into the opposite king of water obscuration. You can't win just because you're big, said Holly Bell. HMPH, really? Quinn's voice sounded from the water again, and the huge mosasaurus once again launched a surprise attack from the water. This time, instead of fighting back, Holly Bell dodged the mosasaur's jaws. Because she was puzzled by one thing, the mosasaur's tail was still intact behind her body. Plop, the mosasaur lurks into the water again. Holly Bell stared at the short tail on the ground, frowning slightly. Why, do you feel strange? Why is the tail that has been chopped off still attached to my back? Is that what you think? Quinn seems to be witnessing every move of Holly Bell. Just tell you, BCH. Devil fruit is divided into 3 categories, Logia, Paramesha, and Zone. Logia devil fruit is known as the strongest devil fruit, while Zone devil fruit is generally considered to be the weakest category. However, let me tell you, this view is wrong. The ability users of Zone devil fruit, especially after the fruit is awakened, all have tenacious vitality and super fast recovery. In addition, water flow is the source of life, and recovery to severed limbs mean nothing to me. As he spoke, Quinn smiled triumphantly. Now, do you know why I'm called a flood? As a Zone demon fruit power enabled to control the water flow, I have unlimited life energy. Just fight with you for a month, and I won't there will be any problems. On the contrary, if you are trapped in the water barrier, even if you can escape one assault from the mosasaur, what about 10 or 100 times? Even if you cut off my tail or my hands and feet, as long as soon as I get back into the water, I'll be healed immediately. And you, bit by bit, will be exhausted by me and fall into my flood, BCH. The moment you let your guard down, I'll go out, and swallow you in one gulp. After listening to Quinn's words, Holly Bell was not moved at all. She didn't say anything, but gathered Ryutsu silently on top of the short sword. Ryutsu gradually fills the hollow blade of the short sword, and the golden light is dazzling. Seeing this scene, Holly Bell's brows became even tighter. Holly Bell aimed at the huge black shadow in the water, the blade lightly slashed across, and a golden knife mark stayed in the air. With a plop, Quinn changed back into a human form and fell to the ground. Strangely, this Ryutsu, which is so powerful that it can almost distort the space, did not break through the barrier of the water flow, but was continuously reflected in the area in between, and finally rose into the air, blasting a ball of golden light in the clouds. That is to say, are you going to hide in that water all the time and never come out again? Holly Bell said with a lazy look in her eyes, Nuo Hao Jiao, and a calm tone. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Backquote, ha 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 ha. Quinn's voice came again, give up, Espada. This water flow is not ordinary water flow, it can reflect any energy form attack. And the flow direction of this water flow is it's all under my control, that is to say, the next time you use that powerful move just now, I can definitely bounce it back on you. If you want to hurt me, you can only use close physical force attack. But if I don't want to go out, no one can enter my water barrier. Do you understand? Under the water, I am invincible. Why? And, human, His Majesty is getting impatient. With a violent strange sound, the entire space was instantly shrouded in white mist. Seen from a distance, the entire Zonlong Shrine, and even the entire mountain where it is located, are filled with thick and extremely wide-ranging white mist. Ryutsu burst out suddenly, and the golden light shone under the reflection of the surrounding water so that people could not open their eyes. As he spoke, Quinn swam quickly in the water with a huge voice, like a wild beast about to catch its prey, very happy. Sero, Holly Bell sighed behind the high collar. Then, she closed her eyes and started mobilizing the Ryutsu inside her. But the water flow barrier that Quinn was proud of disappeared without a trace. Chapter 226, Bestiality Explodes. Grimjow vs. Kim. A thick white mist enveloped the entire mountain, and it could even be seen from several kilometers away. This feeling is just the third day, has it finally started? Fujitora, still in his tattered cloak, looked as inconspicuous as a beggar, wandering outside the encirclement where the beast's pirates were stationed. Although his eyes couldn't see the fog, the haki and Ryutsu emanating from the battle, and even the moisture in the air, were telling him the progress of the battle. Kaido, the master of the virtual circle. Although I don't know how you guys made such a big commotion, the old man who is several kilometers away can feel the intensity of the battle. In short, you let's revel. Sakazuki should have led the fleet to sea, and he will be able to land in a short time, and eradicate the two major cancers of your world in one fell swoop. After speaking, Fujitora put on the hood and walked towards the sea. How can that be? Quinn changed back into a human form and fell to the ground, his skin all turned red like burns. The sky-reaching water walls around it also disappeared in an instant at 490, and as the white mist rose, it turned into shallow puddles on the ground. What did you do to my flood? Holly Bell inserted the short sword back into the scabbard behind her, and turned her back to Quinn, not letting her see his expression from the beginning to the end. Flood, isn't it? It just sounds nice. Holly Bell's voice came from under her collar, but you can't completely control the water in your own hands. On the contrary, you become that kind of big fish you even lost your human hands and feet, and grew fins. You become dependent on water, and even unable to move freely without water. Can you call this a flood? At best, you are just a slave to water. Quinn's flushed face was full of anger and pain, and she wanted to continue insulting Holly Bell, but she no longer had the strength. You asked me what I did to the water. I thought it was in the way, so I evaporated it. How could such a huge amount of water evaporate in an instant? If Quinn could still speak, Afe would definitely roar like this. This is called controlling the water flow. Let it disappear when you don't need it, and when you need it. Holly Bell raised her right hand, and the water flow the size of a fist gathered on her palm. It's up to me to manipulate. Call out. The water flow suddenly turned into a slender spear, cut through the air, and pierced Quinn's heart in an instant. Hey, what's going on with this thick fog? Jin, who patrolled to the mountain behind the shrine, faced the thick fog that suddenly fell from the sky, and was in the pine forest, and lost his direction in an instant. Just now I saw the water barrier made by Quinn in the air. Why did it just? This is not her power. She should not have this kind of ability. Could it be that she was attacked? Jin suddenly tensed his nerves and wanted to break through the fog to immediately support Quinn, but the moment he pulled his legs, the beast's intuition told him that a pair of predator's eyes were staring at him. Who is it? Jin turned his head instantly, but behind him, there was nothing but the white mist that covered everything. Come out for me. Jin threw his head back and let out a deafening roar. The sound pressure of that beast-like roar instantly blows the dense fog to the surroundings. Not only the fog, but also the rustling of the surrounding leaves and grass. Suddenly, a red light flashed in front of his eyes, and the fierce pupils, accompanied by sharp minions, tore through the air and left a scratch on his chest. Call, did you dodge half a step? Jin looked behind him, and saw a figure in a white robe and blue hair standing there a few steps away. The figure raised his hand, shook the paw, and shook off the rags on it. If it wasn't for that half step, the one in my hand would be your heart. Who are you? Tell me your name. Jin roared. Grimjow. Grimjow turned, excitement written on his half-masked face. Grimjow Jagerjackes. Wind disaster. Gold King. King's answer is also concise and clear. Although there was a scratch on his chest, the expression on his face was as excited as Grimjow's. At the same time, Jin raised his palm and shook off a white rag. Grimjow's eyes widened, he looked down, and almost at the same time, he heard a beep, and a scratch appeared on his hakama. Looks like you're a beast too. Grimjow narrowed his eyes and looked at Kim. Let's be each other. Then there's nothing to say. Saying that, Grimjow stretched out his claws on both hands and rushed towards Kim. The claws left two claw marks in the air, and Jin stretched out his hands at the same time, meeting Grimjow's attack. Both of them had swords around their waists, but neither of them intended to pull them out. They are like two beasts, attacking with their sharp claws, the claws colliding together, making a sharper sound than the collision of blades. Whoosh whoosh. The claw strike drew a series of wind blades in the mist, and it was hard to tell which one of the two hands it was struck from. But the thick white mist around it seemed to be chopped into pieces by this claw strike, and it was divided into countless pieces. With a bang, a tree as thick as a person fell to the ground, the trunk was cut into several sections, and the cuts were neat and neat. HMPH, ha ha ha. Grimjow stood opposite Jin, claws outstretched, and laughed maniacally. It's so interesting, so interesting. I didn't expect to meet such an interesting opponent when I came to this world for the first time. It's much more interesting than those trash who broke into Hueco Mundo last time. What's so funny, BD? Compared to Grimjow, Jin's expression seemed a lot more labored. It's been a long time since I've been in Espada. Come on, let's tear each other to shreds like beasts. Chapter 227 Returning Blade Application. The attitude of the storm disaster. Roar. If there is a roar of wild beasts that seems to be absent, it comes from the dense fog-filled forest. Countless blade-like winds travel through the mist, whether it is fog or air, they are all cut into countless pieces by this messy wind. Deep in the dense fog, a clearing appeared in the hinterland of the forest. Looking carefully, it was not an open space at all, but the surrounding trees tens of meters were all cut off from the roots, broken into several sections, and a clearing was cut out. On both sides of the open space, there were two people standing respectively. Jin stretched out his sharp claws and fell on the ground, his claws pierced deeply into the ground, his eyes fixed on the prey on the opposite side. The clothes on his body had become tattered and bloody bloodline was seeping from them. Blood, mixed with sweat, flowed across the beast's body. Grimjow, on the other hand, seemed less nervous. He also stretched out his sharp claws, but he stood up straight, with a half-point of contempt in his eyes. Although his clothes were also tattered under Jin's sharp claws, his body was not hurt at all, not a single drop of blood flowed. Your movements have become sluggish. Although you pose decently, you no longer have the wildness of a beast. Roar. Jin didn't inform, but let out a low growl. Although it's just started, sorry, it's over. Grimmjow stretched out a hand and pointed his claws at Kim, as if aiming at the plaything in his own palm. Although we are both beasts, there is too much difference in level between you and me. Look at your bloody appearance, but your claws can't leave me with scars. You have already lost, the weak can only become the prey of the strong. Is it impossible to scar you? Jin said. Is there anyone else? Who told you again? My weapon is my claw. As he spoke, Jin's body suddenly emitted a golden light. The ball of light quickly enveloped him in it, and low roars came from it. Grimmjow watched the change in Kim, excitement reignited in his eyes. Ha 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 ha, sure enough, there is someone behind you. Come on, show me your true strength. The surrounding golden light gradually dissipated, and a figure standing on 4 legs appeared in front of Grimmjow. I saw that the beast walking out of the light was as tall as 2 people, and this was still his height when he was on all 4s. The brown fur stood straight up in a daze, and the thick tail slapped the ground behind him, making loud noises, and the ground almost trembled. And on the ferocious head of this beast, 2 fangs that were more than 1 meter long, shining blue, pierced straight out of his mouth. Ha ha ha, it really is a beast. I like you very much. Human, Grimmjow exclaimed ecstatically, even the wounds on his body have healed. Looks like I can enjoy 10 hunting crafts again. The ability users of Zone Devil Fruit have the recovery ability beyond ordinary people. The mouth of the beast opened, and Jin's voice came out. You beast, I have never seen it before. Is it a tiger, or a cheetah, ancient species of Zone Devil Fruit, saber-toothed tiger fruit? I haven't heard of it, but it doesn't matter. You can fight if you can. Grimmjow flew towards the beast which was twice as tall as him. He still didn't pull out the Zanpakuto, but raised his sharp claws high, aiming at the eyes of the saber-toothed tiger. Attempt to divide this behemoth from buying into 2. At the moment when he soared into the sky, a gust of wind suddenly blew past. The wind was as sharp as a knife, cutting straight across Grimmjow's belly. Although he was protected by a steel skin, his body hovering in the air still fell backwards involuntarily. What was that just now? I have already learned that your sharp claws can hit the wind pressure before, but you obviously didn't move just now. Grimmjow stood still and looked at the unmoving Jin. Perhaps you didn't catch me when I introduced myself. I am Jin, the Wind Disaster, one of the 3 disasters, under the command of Lord Beast's pirates Kaido. Quote, 0. Ask for flowers. That's it. Jin stood up suddenly, opened his mouth wide, and aimed his 2 sharp-edged fangs at Grimmjow, coming at him with lightning speed. It's so fast, but it's still useless. Grimmjow used the spinner and moved a few steps slightly to the side, easily dodging Jin's offensive. By wind, do you mean that? Grimmjow frowned. The 2 stopped, and huge dust was lifted from the ground. As Jin said, the 2 long fangs became blurred. Looking carefully, it turns out that there are 2 Uzumaki-like air currents rotating around his fangs at high speed, whistling. As a beast, you are already strong enough. But facing this uncle, you can only be hunted. Grimmjow said. Hearing the response, the corners of Grimmjow's mouth twitched. That's right, if you think that you can avoid my attack by avoiding my fangs, you are totally wrong. My fangs will whip up a sharper wind and cut the prey into pieces. Your Majesty, can I use a knife? I want to enjoy this battle. Suddenly, a column of blood spurted from Grimmjow's chest. A deep scar stopped on his chest. After a few seconds, Guyu's voice came back to his mind. Kai, I'll give you 10 seconds, and limit a period of return to the blade. Really, is that so? Jin said indifferently. Although Jin was a little angry, Grimmjow ignored him, but slowly closed his eyes. Arrogance. This is the power of the wind. Ha ha ha, that couldn't be better. It's finally interesting, and I can let go of my hands and feet and have a good time with you. Huh, Grimmjow didn't overreact. He touched the wound. It's strange, it must have been avoided. That's enough, Your Majesty. Chapter 228. The battle ended in 10 seconds. The resurrection of the evil dragon is imminent. This roar, is Lord Jin's. 1 kilometer away from Zonlong Shrine, hundreds of Zone Demon Fruit Power and man-made Demon Fruit Power from Beast's pirates are stationed here under Kaido's order. Facing the sudden roar of wild beasts, some of them panicked, while others were extremely excited. Also, as users of Zone Fruit ability, some people even involuntarily released the ability of the fruit and turned into the appearance of a beast, roaring and responding to the voice from the direction of the shrine. Looking from a distance just now, Lord Quinn's water barrier appeared. Was it attacked by someone? What is that white mist? I can't see the situation there at all. Kaido-sama won't have any 473 accidents. What nonsense. Lord Quinn and Lord Jin are both here, and, don't get me wrong, Lord Kaido is invincible. There were whispers among the crowd, or the herd of beasts. Suddenly, another roar came from behind the team. Then, what is that? On the horizon in the distance, countless pitch-black voids suddenly appeared out of thin air. And from the hollow, countless white shadows gushed out like a flood. That is the legion of void rushing out of the black cavity. As the void group got closer and closer, the crew of the beast's pirates finally saw the appearance of those white shadows clearly. Yes, it's a monster. Is that what Master Kaido said, the monster of Hueco Mundo? Facing the flood of void legion, the members of the pirates not only did not back down, but all of them looked excited. More and more people have released their fruit abilities, turned into wild beasts, raised their fur, exposed their sharp fangs, and stared at Shu Qun with fierce eyes. Roar. With the roar of a wild beast, the herd of beasts swarmed up and rushed towards the empty group. Countless huge ferocious beasts in the Shu group were torn together. Shu's roar was mixed with the wild beast's roar, and the splattered saliva and blood were also intertwined, and it was hard to tell which side flowed out. More and more corpses piled up, forming several hilly piles of corpses. And the following beasts and Shu stepped on these corpses and continued to fight. Who are you talking to? Windstorm. Jin, who has become a giant saber-toothed tiger, is puzzled by Grimzhao's behavior. God. Grimzhao's smile was bloody. Huh. Jin said disdainfully, your god, did you tell you how to survive from my hands? Grimzhao smiled too, strangely. Quote. As he spoke, Grimzhao pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist, and he pressed his claws against the blade, and the huge Ryutsu flowed down his claws and gradually poured into the blade. The blade gradually glowed blue, and Ryutsu formed a storm around Grimzhao. Crackle. Leopard King. Boom. The thick Ryutsu burst open, completely blowing away the surrounding garden air. Even Jin, who had turned into a giant saber-toothed tiger, couldn't help but close his eyes under the impact of this Ryutsu. After the storm died down, Grimzhao stepped out from the center of Ryutsu, his long blue hair flying in the wind. What? People in the virtual circle can also transform. Jin was a little unbelievable. This is your real appearance. Indeed, compared with before, more like a beast. Grimzhao stared at Kim sharply, ignoring him. 10 seconds. Boo. Grimzhao's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. Nice speed. Can't hide it from my eyes. As King said, he opened his mouth wide enough to swallow a person, and pointed two giant fangs at Grimzhao who was rushing towards him, trying to crush him in one bite. With a plop, Jin stopped moving as if he had been enchanted. He opened his mouth wide, and his body stopped in place, motionless. The surrounding air was eerily silent, and Grimzhao's figure has never appeared since he disappeared. The lights rolled on the ground 0.7. Besides the bones, there were many strange symbols drawn on the ground, which looked like some kind of sealing ceremony. He raised the lamp high, but he couldn't see the surroundings of this space. There were only some huge white bones scattered on the ground. He took out the knife at his waist, and forcefully drew a deep gash on his palm, and blood gushed out of the wound in an instant. Kaido's body trembled, looking like he was extremely sad. Tears were about to fall from the eyes of this strongest creature in the sea, land and air. Puff. In the darkness, Kaido held the lamp and walked in the narrow and long tunnel for an unknown amount of time, and finally came to an open space. In an instant, blood rained from the sky. What? Grimzhao raised his right arm and came out from Jin's back after returning to the blade. His whole body was covered with blood, dyed red, and half of his body remained in the body of the saber-toothed tiger. Grimzhao disarmed returning blade. As soon as he exerted force with his hand, poof, the whole heart instantly turned into countless pieces of meat, which flew all around. And in Grimzhao's raised right arm, something seemed to be beating. The bright red pork ball the size of a coconut is exactly Jin's heart. Kaido's voice was full of anger, and the lamp in his hand fell to the ground with a bang. Exactly 10 seconds. Drink my blood, my father. Wake up again and take revenge on this world with me. Suddenly, Kaido turned his back to the sky and let out a long roar. The roar echoed in this underground space for a long time, almost shaking the building above it. I said, I want to take your heart. Sure enough, it's here. With a bang, the huge body of the saber-toothed tiger fell to the ground. Before Jin could say the last word, his eyes lost their luster and he stopped breathing. Chapter 229 Resurrection. Devouring Bone Dragon. There was a loud noise that shook the sky, and the earth trembled crazily. That tremor was far more violent than an earthquake, as if it came from the bottom of the heart. 1 kilometer away from Zonlong Shrine, the beast army of beasts pirates was fighting fiercely with Hueco Mundo's army. The violent earthquake spread here, and there is no sign of weakening at all. All the beasts, including Shu Qun, stopped fighting in unison and looked towards the direction of the mountain top. Looking from a distance, I saw a huge black shadow suddenly broke through the mountain, and the shrine on the mountain instantly became fragments. What it is, there is a very bad feeling. I feel the blood in my body boiling, as if responding to the call of that shadow. The black shadow rushed to the sky, circled several times in the air, and finally landed heavily on the top of the mountain. A pair of huge wings covered the sky and the sun, blowing and whipping up a 05 hurricane. 0L. The earthquake has not yet disappeared, followed by deafening roars. The sound wave spread several kilometers away. It was different from the roar of any beast, and all the creatures around couldn't help covering their eyes. Behind the shrine, Grimzhao has just opened his black cavity, ready to return to Hueco Mundo. This sudden great change even made him unable to stand firmly. Amidst the roar, he looked up into the sky. From this position, only one huge wing can be seen. The wings are made of white bones, and the bones are connected with muscles, like a half-rotten body. Is there no new enemy recorded in His Majesty's data? With that huge figure, even Grimzhao couldn't help frowning, not daring to approach rashly. On another battlefield, Holly Bell saw it clearly. She also planned to return to Hueco Mundo, but the sudden vibration under her feet and the sudden explosion of the shrine in front of her into fragments made her retreat 100 meters cautiously. In the blink of an eye, the place where she was originally standing no longer existed. A black shadow with wings broke through the ground, jumped up and landed here again. Reflected in the eyes of Holly Bell, is the figure of a giant dragon. To be precise, it is the skeleton of a giant dragon. The dragon head, dragon body, dragon claws, and the pair of huge wings all prove that this is undoubtedly a giant dragon. But its body is almost entirely made of white bones. The white bones are intermittently connected with a few strands of carrion, like a mummy. In the center of the giant dragon, a huge heart was emitting a faint blue light, beating thumpingly. Is it alive? Before Holly Bell had time to act, the bone dragon spread its wings again, gliding and flying towards the distance down the mountain. Wherever the wings went, a long trail of light was left behind. Want to run? In an instant, she used spirit particles to create a foothold under her feet, and chased after her on the ringing wheel. At the same time, another shadow, Grimjow, also flew after the bone dragon from behind. The ruins on the top of the hill became silent again. Kaido crawled out of the ruins unsteadily. He was holding on to a half-collapsed wall, panting heavily, looking very tired. Even if I sacrifice half of my life, can I only make your bones move? Then, please enjoy it, I prepared for your awakening. Beasts pirates the souls of hundreds of beasts. The bone dragon flapped its wings and arrived at the battlefield between Beasts pirates and Shu Qianshao in an instant. It's a dragon. It's the skeleton of a dragon. Is it alive or dead? Roar. The body's flesh tea grows. Does it replenish its own flesh tea by devouring souls? Slow down. Grimjow. Holly Bell stopped him. This is different from the previous enemies, you can't act rashly. At the same time, people on the battlefield began to fall one after another. The bone dragon passed over their heads, their eyes widened suddenly, their heads raised high, and their mouths opened to the sky, their jaws almost dislocated. Blue light flew out of the mouth and left the body. At the same time, the eyes and skin of these people became pale and dull, and they fell to the ground with a plop, and quickly changed from the form of beasts back to the appearance of ordinary humans. His Majesty, although the two of them are powerful Espada, facing this bone dragon, they both showed embarrassment at the same time. Listen, Holly Bell, Grimjow, this bone dragon in front of you is not a creature of this world. As the blue light was continuously sucked into the bone dragon's body, the carrion on its body began to become shiny, and even began to proliferate, covering the bones. This beast is absorbing life energy. Even my soul is disintegrating, said Grimjow. In this roar, countless humans and Shu fell down, turned into blue light, and flew towards the bone dragon. With a loud bang, the bone dragon simply landed on the battlefield, smashing a big hole in the ground. Facing the herd of beasts and the virtual herd in front of it, it opened its mouth wide and let out a long growl, even its mouth was emitting a faint blue light. In this world, there are actually species of creatures. Holly Bell's voice was stern and full of urgency. Grimjow turned his head, his face grim. It's not just life energy, look at Shu Qian, it's directly devouring souls. The roar hovered over the battlefield again, where the wings of bones passed by, countless blue flames rose from the ground, like will-o'-the-wisps, and were absorbed into the body of the bone dragon. You can't look at it like this anymore. Its soul energy is growing, so we must kill it now. Grimjow was about to pounce on it. At this time, Harabel and Grimjow also rushed to the scene and saw what happened. That's right, Grimjow, don't act rashly. At this moment, Guyu's voice suddenly appeared in the minds of the two of them. It is not only the humans of the Beasts pirates that have mutated, even the Void group is no exception. It's just that the virtual change is much simpler and rougher. They let out a heart-piercing roar of pain, and then their bodies turned into tiny particles, shining with a faint blue light, and rose into the sky. Chapter 230 Admiral Fujidora's Four Emperors Kaido. Eat it, father. Swallow all these lowly souls and let them become your flesh and blood. Kaido looked at everything under the mountain, his frail face was radiant again. It's really heinous, Kaido. A voice suddenly came from behind Kaido. He turned around hastily, and saw a man standing behind him with a hood covering his face. Who are you? Seeing someone appear, Kaido pretended to be calm, stood up, and covered up the fact that he was extremely weak. Marine Admiral, smile. Fujitora took off his hood, revealing his face, and his blind eyes. As that Marine, ha, I've never seen you so stupid Marine, you dare to stand in front of the four emperors single-handedly. Kaido said with a disdainful smile on his face. But he was muttering in his heart, could it be that I was too focused on the resurrection ceremony? This person came behind me silently, and my observation haki didn't notice it at all. Although the Marine and the four emperors are irreconcilable positions, but after hearing what you said, I still want to remind you, don't discredit the four emperors. Fujitora said, what do you mean? Kaido exhaled something like steam from his nostrils, looking very angry. The four emperors are the overlords of the sea and heinous pirates, but at least they are still human. And you are just a beast. Boom. Before Fujitora finished speaking, Kaido's fist flew towards him. Fujitora pulled out the knife and the cane in an instant, blocking the attack. The ground kicked up dust, and Kaido's blow was so powerful that it even cracked the ground through Fujitora's body. And Fujitora's hand holding the handle of the knife was almost shattered by the poison. HMPH. Fujitora closed his eyes tightly, showing a disdainful smile. What? You got hit in the gut, and you're so angry. Such a big temper. I really don't have any training as a human being, and I'm not as good as a beast. It seems that you know a lot, human. Kaido's nostrils sprayed mist again. In Marine 3 Admiral, I've never heard such a smile. Say, who the hell are you? Fujitora pushed the blade and pushed Kaido half a step away. At the same time, he also jumped back a certain distance. He unbuttoned his cloak, revealing the purple kimono and clogs under the cloak. Your outfit. Facing Fujitora's attire, Kaido is naturally very familiar with it. His hands were stained with the blood of this dressed person. I am indeed Admiral who just took office in Marine. However, before that, although I was away from home for many years, I never dared to forget my noble status. I am a samurai of Wano-kuni. Smile. Saying that, Fujitora drew and rushed towards Kaido again. Kaido took out the mace from behind and swept it in front of him. Fujitora dodged his sweep nimbly, stepped on the mace deftly, and leapt to stand on Kaido's left shoulder. Go to hell, beast. Fujitora stabbed the sharp blade straight at Kaido's neck, only to hear a pop. Kaido was expressionless, and the knife on his neck failed to penetrate his body. The blade trembled, making a buzzing sound. Kaido sneered, stretched out his arm, and grabbed Fujitora who was still on his shoulder in surprise. In Kaido's hands, Fujitora's figure is almost like a doll at the mercy of others. At the same time, Kaido's other hand had already received the mace, raised it high, and was hitting Fujitora hard on the head. Bang! What happened? HMPH, don't you bark happily one by one. You humans can't even cut the skin of an animal. Why do you humans still have the face to put on a superior posture? So, you are the son of that dragon. Fujitora turned his head slightly. Fujitora raised the slightly trembling knife again, facing Kaido's heart, and a strange light began to shine on the blade. That's what I should ask, Kaido. What did you do to have such hard skin? Kaido looked at the mace on the ground, full of puzzlement. Why did the stick that was about to crush Fujitora's skull suddenly fall into the ground halfway, as if being pulled down by some invisible force? It's so easy to admit it with your own mouth. I originally thought that you were at least a half-human animal with half-human blood. But now it seems that you are just a pure animal. But in just a few minutes, the flesh and blood on the bone dragon's body grew a lot, and it has completely wrapped its heart. On the ground, the number of corpses has also increased several times. Or the wild beasts are still advancing one after another, stretching out their fangs and claws, and rushing towards the bone dragon. Presumptuous. UBD, what did you? Fujitora kicked his feet, and the blade slashed across Kaido's arm, making a screeching sound. Although he exerted enough force to cut off his entire arm, only a shallow knife mark remained on Kaido's hand. But Fujitora took advantage of the trend and broke away from Kaido's control. He flipped backwards and landed on the ground. Then, just like my ancestors beheaded your ancestors, I will also behead you on this shrine. Kaido rolled his eyes and looked at the distance behind Fujitora, the bone dragon that was devouring the souls of the herd of beasts in the virtual group. My blood is full of my father's noble blood. It's completely different from yours. Kaido didn't answer, and white gas spewed out of his nostrils again. Fujitora's eyes were closed tightly, making it impossible to see what he was thinking. Human. Don't be kidding, I don't have that kind of low blood in my body. Kaido also carried the mace on Li Mojiao's shoulder. The ground was smashed to pieces in an instant. The mace did not touch Fujitora, but suddenly fell straight down, deeply embedded in the ground. Chapter 231 Devil Fruit Tree and Dragon Nidhogg. The blood vessels on Kaido's body burst suddenly, his skin became red, and his two nostrils spewed out anger continuously. You said, Ryoma is your ancestor. That's right, I am the descendant of Ryoma, the legendary samurai who killed the evil dragon 100 years ago. Fujitora's face was full of pride. Suddenly, Kaido went crazy and rushed towards Fujitora. His tall body stepped on the ground, and the ground trembled slightly. In a blink of an eye, he was already in front of Fujitora. So fast. Although Fujitora's observation haki is refined enough, Kaido's explosive speed at this time is even faster than him. Before Fujitora can react, the bullish hands have surrounded Kuohu without any dead ends. Fujitora had no choice but to use its unskilled armament. Haki hardened his body and took Kaido's arms. With a bang, Fujitora felt all the bones in his body trembling and creaking. This guy's strange power. If it weren't for armament haki, I'm afraid all the bones in my whole body would have been broken. Fujitora braced his arms to block Kaido's hands from both left and right sides. The four arms of 033 were entangled together, and there was a stalemate for a while. Just when Fujitora was trembling, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his left chest, as if he had been hit by some blunt instrument. Before the pain could spread all over his body, a mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his whole body also flew out. Fujitora struggled to get up from the ground, and then spat out another mouthful of blood. Armament haki was disarmed. He didn't see it himself, his chest was covered with cracks. What? Fujitora was in pain and puzzled. It's obvious that my hands are blocked by me. It's not like a kick from my feet. Attacking me, yes, what the hell, N. It seems that I overestimated you. Kaido crossed his arms, disdain written all over his face. No, I overestimated all of you humans. Ryoma's descendants are only at this level. It should be said that Ryoma back then was just a hero, who was touted by others. If it wasn't for a conspiracy trick, how could it be possible to kill father? The ancestors were insulted, and Fujitora was naturally filled with righteous indignation. But in his mind, what was more confusing was the mystery. You guys, what kind of monsters are you? Are you also on the side of the Master of Hueco Mundo? The Master of Hueco Mundo. Although I haven't seen it before, that kind of thing is not worth mentioning in front of my father. Kaido said proudly. BD thing. Kaido glanced at the bone dragon in the distance again, and turned around. You are also demon fruit power, right? Just now, my mace fell into the ground suddenly, it should be the Logia fruit. Kaido suddenly changed the subject. Fujitora couldn't figure out what he was going to do, but also had a noncommittal expression on his face. Logia, Paramesha, Zone. Each of these dazzling fruits hides the power of demons. You fruit-capable people have long regarded it as a part of your body, but do you know that these devil fruits, what are they? Where did it come from? For this question, Fujitora cannot answer. It is not an exaggeration to say that this matter is the biggest secret in the entire world. Maybe only a very few people know, or maybe, not even one person knows. The tree of devil fruit. From Kaido's mouth, these 6 words were said firmly. Fujitora's facial features are almost twisted together. He has been living all over the world, and he has also heard this word in some channels, but there is no evidence to prove that AFDH it really exists. Fire, ice, light, and other natural abilities. Rubber, thorns, springs, and other superhuman powers. And bears, tigers, leopards, and other forms of beasts. Everything in this world has a corresponding one. Devil fruit. And all these devil fruits grow on the same tree. That tree is the devil fruit tree. Everything has a corresponding devil fruit. Fujitora was surprised. That's right, the so-called devil fruit illustrated book is just a narrow creation of your human self-deception. There are hundreds of millions of devil fruits. They symbolize power, and also symbolize the most primitive form of this world, and it is the foundation of this world. Therefore, the tree of devil fruit, also known as the tree of the world. How is it possible? The world tree, how could it be the masterpiece of the devil? Devil fruit, this name is just taken by you humans, right? You are afraid of the power of the fruit, so you call them the fruit of the devil. You even make up the saying that the devil resides in the fruit. How disrespectful. Fruit it existed long before you humans appeared. Their original name was not devil fruit, but world fruit. Kaido's expression on his face was very excited. The fruit of the world. Every word of Kaido impacts Fujitora's perception of the world. That's right, the fruit of the world, the tree of the world. It is the origin of everything on this planet covered by seawater. Before you humans appeared, the tree of the world quietly grew in the center of this planet, gestating it as the fruit that condenses the power of all things. Growing up in the center of the world, could it be? A name popped into Fujitora's mind. The center of the world, that's what you humans call Rapids, Raftel, isn't that the end of the legendary Grand Line, the place where One Piece brother D. Luogia buried the great secret treasure. That brat, Luogia, has been to the center of the world, but he doesn't understand anything. The greatness of the world tree is beyond your comprehension. And my father said, Kaido opened his arms and aimed at the bone dragon in the distance, as if he was worshipping a god. My father is the god who has lived in Raftel with the world tree since ancient times. His name is the dragon, Nidhogg. Chapter 232 Kaido's True Attitude. Nidhogg. Facing this name that he had never heard of before, Fujitora didn't know what kind of expression to face. Devil fruit, world tree, dragon Nidhogg. Although he is a marine admiral, he has traveled all over the world for many years, and has a wide knowledge of blog posts, but in front of Kaido's remarks, he looks like a child who doesn't understand anything. So, you humans really don't understand anything. Kaido's face showed a sense of loneliness. The only thing to do is to be the food of your father. It seems that the previous guess was wrong, Fujitora thought. Kaido isn't trying to turn the beast's pirates into a dragon worship religion, he's just hoarding food for his father, the dragon Nidhogg. What a horrible monster. So, you have to form a team composed entirely of demon fruit power to prepare for the recovery of the dragon after its resurrection. Tiger said with a hoarse voice. The fruit of the world, that is the devil fruit in your mouth, it is the favorite food of father. The power contained in the fruit can make the soul of ordinary people 100 times stronger. Especially the devil fruit of Zone, it is famous for its vigorous vitality. For fathers, it not only makes the soul more delicious, but also replenishes the father's physical strength more effectively. Said Kaido. Unexpectedly, one of the 4 emperors in people's eyes, the pirate group under Kaido of the beasts, is actually all food prepared for a beast. BD. Kaido turned his head and looked at Fujitora with a hideous face. Disrespect to father. How do you know his greatness? I don't care whether the father you speak of is a great god or a filthy demon. As long as it threatens the creatures in this world, it will definitely be eradicated by the forces of justice. This is a truth that will never change no matter which world you are in. Quote, Fujitora said, and put on a ready-to-go posture again. No matter which world you are in. Don't be too arrogant, human, you are just a reptile trapped in this world. The father who has truly seen countless worlds is an existence that you cannot understand. Kaido's eyes were unwilling to leave the giant dragon in the distance for a moment. He looked at the dragon, and watched his father sucking the souls of humans and recovering his body bit by bit. His face was full of piety and fearlessness. Glory, as if appreciating a miracle. Countless worlds. Fujitora was shocked. You just said that the dragon feeds on devil fruit. Why, are you surprised? The devil fruit that you humans regard as a treasure is indeed the most common food for your father. However, there's one thing you got wrong. Devil fruit is just my father's snack, and my father's real food is the world tree itself. Swallow. The dragon that swallowed the world tree. That's right, at the beginning of the world's birth, there were only 2 life forms in this world. One is the world tree that gave birth to all things. All creatures in the world were born after drinking its sap. The other is my father, the giant dragon that devoured the roots of the world tree, Nidhogg. No one knows where my father came from, just like no one knows how the world tree was born. My father has only one mission, which is eat all the roots of the world tree, and send all life in this world to the kingdom of death. HMPH, the story is well made, Fujitora laughed. Since that dragon has such great abilities, why was it killed by Ryoma? It's all just made up by you. Kaido. Fujitora gripped the blade tightly and rushed towards Kaido. There are circles of purple light wrapped around the blade, the light spread out like ripples. With a loud bang, Fujitora fell to the ground. Another invisible force, escaping his observation haki, suddenly attacked Fujitora from a dead angle. Fujitora was slapped to the ground, and the ground was covered with cracks. You are facing the son of the great giant dragon Nidhogg. Mortal, do you think you may win or hurt me? Kaido said triumphantly. Fujitora, who was lying on the ground, showed a smile even though the corner of his mouth was bloodshot. Zero. Ask for flowers. What does that smile mean? Is there anything left behind? Kaido sensed that something was wrong, and looked around, but found nothing unusual. Before he could react, a huge fireball fell from the top of his head with a long black trail. There was another loud bang, and Kaido raised his arm and punched the air. The huge fireball exploded into countless tiny fragments in an instant, and sparks scattered all around. What? Fujitora opened his eyes wide and couldn't believe it. I can smash the meteorite with bare hands. Human, as I said, my father is a great dragon that has destroyed countless worlds. How can you defeat me with such a small skill? Kaido said arrogantly. HMPH, I also said that I am a descendant of the dragon-slaying warrior Longma. My ancestors killed that giant dragon. As a descendant of Longma, how can I lose to the descendants of the dragon slayer? Fujitora supported the knife and stood up tremblingly. He's blinded shut, radiating purple light and captivating haki. You never forget the name Ryoma. It seems that you are very proud. Kaido suddenly smashed his fists together, and his whole body began to exude an amazing aura. Then let me crush your illusions. Use my true gesture. A cloud of black mist emanated from Kaido's body, and gathered together again, wrapping him in it. Although Fujitora couldn't see it with his eyes, the huge rising power couldn't hide from his senses. What kind of power is this? In the black mist, Kaido's body was twisted and he couldn't see the human form at all. Countless distorted limbs are about to move against the black background, making people sweat uncontrollably. Gouda gouda, the sounds of broken bones and torn flesh came from the black mist, and at the same time, there was Kaido's beast-like voice. Despair, human, despair in front of my eight-headed snake Kaido. 1. Chapter 233 The Truth of the World. Infinite Loop. Fujitora's eyes cannot see the changes in Kaido in front of him, but his excellent observation haki has already depicted the outline of the monster in front of him in his heart. The snake's scales rolled on the rocks, making a rustling sound. The slapping sound was caused by the snake's tail beating the ground, even though it was already full of cracks. In addition, the voice of the snake letter trembling in the air one after another made people sweat most. At this time, Kaido has completely lost his original appearance. The entire tall body turned into a giant boa constrictor, its skin was covered with scales, and its tail was as thick as two people embracing it. And from the upper body, 8 huge snake heads branched out. Each snake head is in the shape of a triangle, with sharp teeth protruding from the mouth, faintly, 483, emitting a green cold light. All 16 eyes possess breathtaking power, among which 4 pairs are shining with scarlet light, while the other 4 pairs are relatively dim. Different from ordinary boa constrictors, each snake has a pair of horns on its head, exactly the same as the horns of the giant dragon Nidhogg. Evil. Fujitora's forehead continued to burst into cold sweat. As expected, you are not human at all. It's just that I didn't expect you to be such a strange monster. Quote, I am the great python that gnawed on the Yggdrasil together with my father. Said one of Kaido's heads. Together with father. The voice of the other head spoke sharply. Drag the world into the abyss of destruction. Led life into the kingdom of death. Destruction. Death. Damn it. Fujitora felt the most primal fear of living beings. In his mind, he couldn't think of a way to eradicate this monster at all, and he even had the idea of planning an escape route. Out of tens of thousands of brothers, I am the only one left. Kaido continued, I have completed the great task of resurrecting my father. Father. Resurrection. The third head with a thin voice kept following. Human, didn't you say that your father was killed by your ancestor Ryoma? Don't be so naive, innocent. The one killed by Ryoma was just the body of my father. That weak human being attacked my father while he was asleep. The hero in your hearts is such a treacherous villain. Sneak attack. Villain. Sneak attack. Fujitora became more and more confused the more he heard it. The tree of the world conceives life, and the father destroys life by eating the roots of the tree. When the tree of life exists, the father exists. When the tree of life dies, the father completes his mission. Fell into a deep sleep. Life and death. Afterwards, the tree of life grows again, and the father will wake up again. This is a reincarnation. Long before your civilization was born, your father has experienced and destroyed countless worlds with his own hands. Quote, life, death. However, in this reincarnation, the geography of this planet seems to have undergone tremendous changes. The area of the sea has become unprecedentedly large, and the center of the world has also become a small island. Oceans, islands. The tree of the world has grown luxuriantly, and the fruit of the world has matured. Originally, it was time for the resurrection of the Father, and it was time for his children to wake up the Father. However, the place where the Father slept was far away from the original place because of the drifting of the island. And, you human beings actually established a country on the land where your father slept. That's right, Wanokuni, Fujitora said. Kaido didn't answer him. That guy named Ryoma just happened to find his sleeping father and dismember his body. BD, Ryoma, shouted the other smugglers. But it's useless. The cycle of the world will not be broken. I have awakened my father again. Although it took many years and I pretended to be a human being, it was all worth it. When my father recovers soon, we can start again, return to the tree of the world, eat its roots, destroy this world. Hearing Kaido's words, Fujitora's heart was hit hard again. The reincarnation of the world, the truth of Ryoma, these are always tearing Fujitora's belief. However, as the world's top powerhouse, he was not blinded by these things. Fujitora understood that what must be done at this time is to stop the dragon and kill Kaido. Fujitora forcibly stabilized his heartbeat, analyzing the battle situation. Although Kaido's 8 heads are actively detecting the letter, but he uses observation haki, but only senses the activity of 4 heads. Using half of the life to awaken the dragon, does it mean this? The eyes of the 8 snake heads opened wide at the same time, each of them showed a ferocious face, sticking out their fangs. BD. Discovered. The snake heads panicked. HMPH, mere human, even with 4 heads, it's enough to deal with you. Then, it would be great. Fujitora's blade, covered in purple light, pierced the air and slashed at Kaido. And Kaido's snake head did not show any weakness, its 8 heads were like 8 hands and feet, nimbly attacking Fujitora who was rushing towards him. Base, boom, boom. The two quickly wrestled together. Under the intensive attack of smugglers, Fujitora is able to walk in and out of the battlefield with ease by virtue of his excellent observation haki. The knife in his hand cut Kaido's body countless times, but he couldn't scratch 5.8 of his scales. And Kaido's fangs almost pierced into Fujitora's body countless times, and were blocked by his blade without exception. The green venom splashed everywhere, and everything touched by the venom, whether it was trees or rocks, was quickly melted into a pool of black water. Cunning humans, don't resist me anymore, Kaido yelled, this world is doomed. Humanity, perish, the snakeheads shouted, but Fujitora didn't speak, but showed a smile on the corner of his mouth. Boom, there was a loud noise, and with the strong tremors from the ground, the body of the 8-headed snake Kaido fell to the ground in an instant. Chapter 234 The Lord of Hueco Mundo makes a move. Meet the dragon of the world. My body. Kaido collapsed to the ground, only feeling tens of tons of weight on his body, and it was extremely difficult to even lift his neck. Manipulating gravity, this is the ability of my devil fruit. No, the ability of the world fruit. Fujitora raised his knife and rushed towards the immobile Kaido. It's your fate to be killed by the food you used to eat. Evil thing. Base. Dirty blood spilled all over the ground, and as Fujitora raised the knife in his hand, a huge snake head flew out high. There was another bang, and the snake's head made a big hole in the ground. There are 7 left. It's that simple. You stupid mortal. Easy. Stupid. Before Fujitora turned around, he felt a thick force rising slowly from behind him. Kaido's body has stood up again. Fujitora is completely covered by the shadow, and the snake heads are excitedly voicing the letter again. How is it possible? It is obviously restricted by my gravity. Kaido's snake head opened its mouth wide, and a black energy ball kept gathering in the mouth. The rest of the snake heads also opened their mouths one after another. Scarlet lightning shot out from the other snake heads, and finally melted into the energy ball. The energy ball gradually became larger, filled with black mist, and lightning sparks appeared from time to time, aiming at Fujitora. Die, humanity. On the battlefield 1 kilometer away, it has become much quieter. Be it the beast group or the virtual group, there are only a few remnants and defeated generals left. The corpses piled up into many hills, and those dead all turned back into human form, with shriveled and pale skin, as if all the blood had been taken away. And Shu is even more straightforward, not even leaving a corpse. All of them turned into fragments of spirit particles and flew into Nidhogg's body. Looking at Nidhogg again, he has completely lost the appearance of the bone dragon. The pitch-black skin made up his body like the night, and the sharp dragon scales shone with the brilliance of obsidian, covering every inch of his skin. His whole body has also become a lot bigger, with his head held high and his chest high, reaching a height of 100 meters. A pair of dragon wings spread out high, covering the sky and the sun. The pneumonic membranes on the dragon wings have all been fully restored, becoming translucent and full of toughness. The ferocious dragon head roared at the sky, the earth trembled, and the sky shattered. The sharp teeth, fierce gaze, and those sharp horns seemed to tear the whole world into pieces. Damn it, to make this guy fully recovered. Grimjow looked at Nidhogg with anxiety written all over his face. And Holly Bell closed her eyes, listening to Guu whispering in their minds. Unexpectedly, this dragon has such a terrifying origin. Holly Bell's face was covered under her collar, and she couldn't see the expression. In the main hall of the Void Knight Palace, Guu conveyed the information he monitored from Kaido to Grimjow and Hurley Bell verbatim. Hey, it's just a dragon. No matter what his origin is, Your Majesty, just take a look, I'll tear him to pieces right away. Grimjow drew his sword and charged. Wait a minute, Grimjow. Gu said in an unhurried voice, "This guy, I'm going to meet him in person." "Your Majesty, you personally?" Grimjow and Holly Bell wondered at the same time. In Zai Palace, Aizen and Ichimaru Jin also showed surprised expressions. "Your Majesty, is that really necessary?" Ichimaru Jin said. Gu smiled slightly. Although he is a dragon, according to the information, he can be regarded as the original god of that world. Since you want to take over that world, how can you not say hello to him? Mockpox. Quote. As he spoke, Gu stood up, and as soon as he raised his hand, a black cavity opened from the side of his body. Perhaps, it may be possible to get a power that has not been discovered. Gu's voice gradually disappeared, and his figure also disappeared into the black cavity. At the same moment, in front of Nidhogg, the exit of the black cavity was also opened. Nidhogg's huge scarlet pupils also focused their gaze on the black cavity. Gu stepped out of the black cavity and stood in the air with a confident smile on her face, her white robe fluttering in the wind. Hearing two beeps, two figures suddenly appeared behind Gu. His Majesty. PFF ha 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 ha. Now that you know it, you still dare to speak wild words. This old man is the god of this world. Nidhogg's pupils contracted suddenly, and in a flash, a dragon claw stretched out towards Gu. Grimjow and Holly Bell got down on one knee in the air. Gu slowly pulled out the Zanpakuto from her waist, facing Nidhogg's eyebrows. "Oh, can it talk? That would be much easier." With a muffled buzz, Gu, Grimjow, and Holly Bell disappeared in front of Nidhogg. "Stupid, do you know what kind of existence the old man is? To take the old man's life. What a brat, you are not human." The dragon did not open its mouth, but a thunderous voice exploded above the heads of the three. Laughter was like a bolt from the blue, coming from Nidhogg's mouth. "Coincidentally, I am also a god. The god of the virtual circle, the god of conquering the world. Now, I am the boy who has come to take over this world from you. The giant dragon Nidhogg, the dragon of despair, the dragon of doom, the dragon that eats the roots of the world tree." "Good one," Gu said word by word. "Presumptuous." With a bang, Nidhogg let out a stern roar, and one of his dragon horns spun in the air and flew out high. Sharp teeth protruded from the dragon's mouth, full of hostility. Silence enveloped the entire space. It seems that even time has stagnated. I don't know how long it has passed. I said, I am the god who conquers all worlds. You are the one who is presumptuous, dragon. Let me just say it briefly. Gu opened a palm and stretched it towards Nidhogg. I'm here to take your life. Chapter 235 Comprehensive Suppression. Zanpakuto of the Lord of Hueco Mundo. The huge dragon horns were spinning in the air. Gu held the knife in one hand, and stood in midair behind Nidhogg with an indifferent face. "You, lowly mortal." Nidhogg's angry roar, like thunder from the sky, exploded in front of Gu. Gu raised the corners of his mouth and narrowed his eyes to look at the dragon. The dragon of the world. Is it only this level? The dragon's horn pierced into the ground sharply, and the huge world dragon confronted Gu in the air. He spread his huge wings, and the whole land was shrouded in shadow. Then there was a tyrannical gust of wind, and the wind and sand rolled up by the wings almost blew away the human flesh and blood from the bones. Nidhogg's seemingly bulky body actually soared into the air, looking at Gu angrily. "Oh, with such a bulky body, I thought your wings were just for decoration." Gu laughed. Roar. The giant dragon roared again, opened its bloody mouth, and the dragon's teeth gleamed with scarlet brilliance, and rushed straight towards Gu. One dragon and one person formed a stark contrast in the air. Compared with the 100-meter tall dragon, Gu's figure was like an ant in front of him. But Gu didn't flinch at all, not only didn't dodge, but rushed straight to the dragon. He held the knife in 740's hand, and golden light flowed on the blade. Base. A long metal mournful sound echoed in the sky. Gu and Nidhogg crossed each other. Zanpakuto slashed across the dragon's body, but his obsidian-like skin deflected the attack. The giant dragon turned around and looked at Gu. "Can you hurt me with that toy-like knife?" As he spoke, he opened his huge mouth, and countless golden electric currents shot out from the dark clouds in the sky, converging in his mouth. With the sound of crackling explosions, the current jumped and was compressed by a powerful force, forming a ball of lightning, ready to go. "Die to me." Boom. Before Nidhogg finished speaking, the ball lightning exploded in his mouth, and thick smoke covered his entire huge head. "Here, what's going on?" "HMPH, toy knife, is it?" Gu raised the knife in his hand, looked at it carefully, and the knife was also covered with golden electric currents. "Bankai, Huang Yanlingli Palace AFBJ. Tianlei, but I am in charge." There was another deafening explosion, and several thick and long golden lightning bolts suddenly shot down from the clouds. Without exception, the lightning bolts all struck Nidhogg's body. The giant dragon's huge body was instantly covered in the golden lightning net. As expected of Zanpakuto, who can control the weather, your strength is really underestimated by the world. Gu said to the knife in his hand. The giant dragon struggled amidst the lightning, and the dragon's chant was full of anger, echoing in the air for a long time. When the lightning finally subsided, Nidhogg did not fall down, but shook his body and flew into the air again. "A mere lightning, how could it possibly hurt the old man?" The giant dragon roared angrily. "But from your tone of voice, it seems to be quite hard work." Gu joked. Although he said so in his mouth, Gu also clearly saw that the tenacious vitality of the giant dragon was indeed not so easy to be killed. The one in front of you is the god of this world. Nidhogg let out a dragon roar again. He flapped his wings rapidly, and the biting cold wind blew towards Gu from under his wings. With the flapping of the wings, a thick layer of ice quickly formed on the ground under his feet. Those human bones were sealed in the ice coffin in an instant. Looking around, this battlefield has been frozen for thousands of miles. This time, is it freezing air? Gu said softly, and conveniently put Yan Lingwan back into the scabbard around his waist. Die, mortals. The cold winds of the frozen hell will crush your flesh and blood. As he said that, the dragon's wings flapped more rapidly, and even Gu's arms were covered with a layer of ice. HMPH, when Gu clenched his fist, the ice on his body turned into powder and scattered down. He pulled out the Zanpakuto from his waist again and pointed it at the bone dragon's brow. Then, you also come to try my cold air. Quote! Exclamation mark. Gu slashed in the air, only to see the cold air in the air condense into a crescent-shaped ice blade, flying straight towards the dragon. Before the dragon could react, the ice blade had already slashed on his head. When the ice touched him, it instantly covered the dragon's whole body like spreading vines, and even his wings were covered with thick ice. My body. The giant dragon whose mobility was restricted by the ice fell straight down from the air, smashing a huge hole in the ground that was frozen by himself, and the ground shook violently again. Gu looked at the fallen dragon and smiled slightly. Then raise the Zanpakuto in your hand and aim it at the sky. The burial of ice and flowers. I saw a round hole appeared in the dense dark clouds in the sky, as if a hole had been cut open. There is a white cold light in the hollow, and little snowflakes fall from it. The snowflakes hit the dragon's body impartially, and each snowflake fell to the ground, and a huge ice flower bloomed. In just one breath, the dragon's whole body was covered with ice flowers, and it was frozen in the ice coffin. It seems that your ability to manipulate ice is no match for my Zanpakuto, dragon. Gu said to Nidhogg in the ice coffin. At the same time, he also saw cracks on the ice layer of the giant dragon's body. HMPH, only your tenacious vitality makes my eyes shine. However, it is meaningless. There was a constant creaking and cracking sound in the ice coffin. As time passed, the cracks on the ice coffin became bigger and bigger, and the dragon's body began to shake. Roar. Accompanied by the roar of the dragon, Nidhogg broke through the ice flakes on the dragon's body slid down to the ground, and the huge wings once again covered the ground. Boom. Before the dragon could stand up, a huge arm smashed hard on his head. In front of that arm, even Nidhogg's body looked as ordinary as an ordinary person. The black rope scourges the Ming King. Chapter 236, The Army Arrests. Akainu arrives on the battlefield. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. The black cavity opens, and Grimjow and Holly Bell step out of it. Grimjow scratched the back of his head with an unsatisfactory expression on his face. And Holly Bell is often indifferent, eyes closed. You are back. Standing in front of them was Aizen in a white robe. Yes, the two replied respectfully. Thank you for your hard work. The war is over, and you can rest in your respective palaces. When His Majesty returns, you will be rewarded. Aizen's tone was full of fearful kindness. The end, is it over? Grimjow asked. Your Majesty is still fighting that dragon. What, are you questioning His Majesty? Grimjow, are you questioning His Majesty's decision to let you return to Hueco Mundo? Aizen opened his eyes slightly. No, I dare not. Grimjow hurriedly lowered his head and said. There is no need to panic, we just need to obey His Majesty's orders. Aizen said. Besides, no matter who it is, even if it is the creator god of that world, facing His Majesty's battle, it will be over in an instant. Quote, although Grimjow and Holly Bell had their own ideas in their minds, facing Aizen, they had no choice but to obey and return to the palace. Captain Aizen, Ichimaru Jin called out in front of the light curtain as soon as the figures of the two disappeared. I said, don't call me captain again. Aizen said, and walked to the light curtain beside Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin showed a sly smile and ignored it. Captain Aizen, look at your Majesty. What? Aizen also looked at the light curtain. In the light curtain, Gu was using these three Zanpakuto to fight Nidhogg. The magnificence of the scene is undoubtedly revealed in the light curtain. Your Majesty, why did you use three Zanpakuto? I remember he only brought one, right? As he said, Ichimaru Jin zoomed in on the screen on the light curtain and pointed it at Gu's waist. Look, there is only one scabbard. Aizen smiled slightly. You still ask this question at this time. Ichimaru Jin's face was full of puzzlement. Where is the treasure chest where Zanpakuto is stored? Aizen asked. It's in Zai Palace. Ichimaru Jin said here, suddenly realized, so that's how. Aizen also smiled slightly. That's right, the entire Hueco Mundo is part of His Majesty's body. All the spirits in the virtual circle, as well as various powers, are all dispatched by His Majesty at will. Those Zanpakuto and scabbards are also a part of your Majesty's body. It's just a form. The original power contained in it has been fully controlled by His Majesty. Ichimaru Jin also laughed. Speaking of which, that dragon is really pitiful. Although he is the primitive god of that world, with the ability to manipulate natural forces, he is suppressed by His Majesty everywhere. That's exactly what your Majesty wants to see, Yin. That world is too weak, even a god is nothing compared to your Majesty. His Majesty wants to tell that world in this way that the truly omniscient and omnipotent there is only one God, and its name is Lord of Hueco Mundo. At the former site of Zonlong Shrine, Kaido, who turned into an 8-headed snake, looked at Nidhogg in the distance, and the expressions of the 8 heads were equally ferocious and fierce. Behind him, Fujitora had fallen to the ground, blood soaking his purple kimono. This monster, the severed head, grows back again. Fujitora murmured. Hiss. One of Kaido's snake heads sensed Fujitora's voice, and in an instant, all 8 heads turned around at the same time. So you're not dead, human. Is it because of armament hockey? Live, mortal, the snake head echoed. Fujitora didn't make a sound, and didn't have the strength to do it again. Then give you the last blow. I must go back to my father. 0. Asking for flowers. Said. Kaido repeated the old trick. All the snake heads sprayed black lightning energy into the mouth of the snake head in the middle, and a scarlet energy ball aimed at Fujitora and gathered quickly. One hit. It's over. Boom. There was a sound of blasting, and suddenly the flames blazed, and billowing black smoke filled the air. Under the huge impact, Kaido staggered back a few steps. Who is it? A snake head roared. In the thick smoke, Fujitora, who was already blind, sensed the aura of the person behind him earlier than Kaido. 0.0. Sakazuki, how did you come here? Fujitora yelled. What's your tone? If I don't come, you've already been killed. Akainu complained, but his eyes were fixed on Kaido in the smoke, as this monster, Kaido's real appearance. It's really a monster. Now is not the time to talk about that. Sakazuki, where are the Marines? Pyrime. In the black smoke, Kaido spewed out a jet of black lightning, and Akainu also shot a lava fist with quick eyesight. The two forces collided in midair, sparks and lightning exploded instantly. Don't worry, Akainu looked at Fujitora. 2 warships on the nearest island to Wano-kuni, carrying 10,000 Marines, have already landed. I will rush here to rescue you before them. The army will be here in a few minutes, will arrive at the battlefield. BD. Fujitora snapped. Didn't you see what happened on the battlefield? I came here just because I saw it. Akainu looked at Nidhogg in the distance. That giant dragon cannot be defeated with our strength. Only by relying on Marine's firepower can we win. Quote, there is no cure, Sakazuki. Fujitora roared angrily. The 10,000 Marines you brought will only become the nourishment of the dragon. Only. Chapter 237. The Great Dragon Falls. Huo 10 trillion dead burial formation. The huge armored body of the Black Rope Heavenly Scourge King Ming stands between the sky and the earth, confronting the giant dragon. And Gu sat on King Ming's left shoulder with a smile on his face. Boom. A huge fist hit Nidhogg's dragon head, and the dragon let out a painful roar, then opened its huge mouth, and its sharp dragon teeth pierced deeply into the armor. At the same time, several thunderbolts shot down from the sky, striking directly at King Ming's body. Lightning flashed, and black smoke rose from King Ming's body, but there was no trace of scars. In the power of thunder and lightning, I am better than you, dragon. As Gu's voice sounded, a golden lightning bolt fell from the dark clouds and pierced straight into the ground. The lightning flowed with primitive power, but it didn't disappear. 700, maintaining its shape all the time. I saw the black rope Tianju Mingwang stretched out his left hand and pulled out the lightning. The golden thunder light seemed to be a lightning blade in his hand. He held the lightning high, and stabbed the dragon's back with a knife. Roar. Nidhogg let out a cry of pain, and the sky and the ground couldn't help trembling. At the same time, a crack was cut in the obsidian skin on the dragon's back, and the jet black dragon's blood spurted out instantly, sprinkled on Pluton's armor. Pitch black dragon blood. Gu laughed. Your tough dragon skin can't withstand Xiao Huang's heavy blow, right? But it's not enough. Suddenly, a cold wind blew up. The bone-piercing storm rolled up snowflakes, covering the right arm of the Black Rope Heavenly Scourge King Ming. Pluton's right arm was soon covered with a thick layer of ice, and the ice formed a dragon's head on his fist. The mouth of the dragon's head was opened, and a sharp ice blade protruded from it. With a bang, Pluton swung the ice blade, only to hear a howl of the north wind, and one of Nidhogg's wings fell in response. The incision was neat without bleeding a drop of bloodline, and the entire wing was covered with a thick layer of ice the moment it was cut off. It fell to the ground with a click, and fell into ice powder. Roar. The dragon roared in pain again. You, hateful mortal, how dare you give the body of a god too? Ha 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 ha. Gu sat on King Ming's shoulder and laughed maniacally. You still call yourself a god now? It seems that the wings of a god are vulnerable in front of Dagur and Hirenmaru. Then, just let the Zanpakuto after the 3 Bankai kill the gods of this world. Boom and boom, the earth trembled under the feet of the Black Rope Heavenly Scourge King Ming. I saw that the armor on King Ming's body was falling piece by piece, making huge pits on the ground. King Ming, who had taken off his armor, revealed his terrifying flesh. He held 2 Zanpakuto primitive powers, Wangwang Yanling Raigong and Dagur and Hirenmaru, in each hand, aiming at the giant dragon in front of him. Broken armor rope clothes. Babble. Before King Ming, who took off his armor, was even faster, he heard only 2 crisp sounds, 2 flashes of light, 1 blue and 1 yellow, and 2 scars appeared on Nidhogg's body. Blackened smoke billowed from one wound, and ice filled the other. The gigantic King Ming held 2 elemental sharp blades, dancing wildly. Under his sword dance, even the giant dragon has no power to fight back. After a while, Nidhogg fell to the ground with a bang. Hundreds of wounds had been cut on his huge body, either scorched or frozen. No matter how powerful the vitality is, this giant dragon has no power to fight back in front of the Hueco Mundo Lord. As this down, little lizard. Guu laughed. Nidhogg fell to the ground, gasping for breath, as pitch-black dragon blood poured out of his mouth. No matter how angry he was, he no longer had the strength to speak. Whether it's lightning, ice wind, or vitality, I am above you. Nidhogg, the dragon of the world, handed over this world to me. You shouldn't have any objections, right? He. Shout, stupid guy. Guu showed a displeased expression. Ha 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 ha. Nidhogg suddenly laughed excitedly. It seems that this old man deserves to die. A giant dragon. Correspondingly, the people in Marine's crowd erupted into screams. From a distance, blue lights also appeared from the dense marine. Those lights flew towards the dragon's mouth bit by bit as if they were summoned. Then, what is that? A marine said with wide-eyed eyes. The giant dragon fell on the ground, already dying and about to die. But in his dragon pupil, something suddenly appeared, which made him hope again. At this juncture, the 10,000 marines brought by Kainu just arrived on the battlefield. They walked through the gunpowder smoke, and the scene reflected in their eyes instantly made everyone freeze in place in astonishment. With a buzzing sound, the burning fire fell from the sky, swallowing 10,000 marines in an instant. Those marines didn't even have time to scream, and together with the faint blue light flying from their bodies, they were reduced to ashes in the sea of flames. 39. I saw that on a piece of land where there was no life, I don't know when, a group of densely packed human beings stepped on. UBD. Facing the soul that was about to come to his mouth, which was also the only hope for him to stand up again, he was instantly burned to ashes by Guu, and the dragon let out an angry howl again. The roar of the dragon hovered in the sky, and the giant dragon opened its huge mouth, emitting a faint blue light. Life. The giant dragon sucked the soul greedily. Do you want to eat them, stupid dragon? You have always eaten souls, and today I will let you have a taste of being eaten by others. As he said, Guu threw the Ryujin Jaka in his hand to the ground, and the blade plunged into the ground in front of the ear dragon with a bang. Wake up, undead, and fight for me. Bankai. Remnant fire to down Nan Huahuo 10 trillion death burial array. Ryujin Jaka. A chilling expression appeared on Guu's face. Instead of becoming the enemy's nourishment, let me burn you all first. Quote. What was he fighting with? That monstrous-looking giant. Chapter 238 Skeleton Army from the Kingdom of the Dead. Huahuo. A mass funeral of 10 trillion dead. With Ryujin Jaka's Bankai, the flames on the battlefield suddenly seemed to be swallowed up, disappearing without a trace, leaving only the sultry heat as if directly scorched by the sun, remaining in the air. The remnant fire Tadao was inserted into the ground, and the ground that was struck by lightning and then frozen for thousands of miles instantly turned into scorched earth. Billowing black smoke billowed from the ground, and the scorched ground began to shake slightly, as if something was about to break out of the ground. Suddenly, a white bone palm stretched out from the ground. Immediately afterwards, the entire arm, torso, and both feet crawled out of the ground. Looking around, countless skeletons and bones crawled out of the ground one after another, each one wailing in pain, looking for an object of revenge that could help them eliminate their grievances. What is this? Where did the army of the dead come from? Even Nidhogg, the giant dragon in charge of death, couldn't help but utter a fearful voice in the forest. Huo 10 trillion dead burial formation, summon me the ashes of the people killed by Ryujin Jaka, and let them be used by me. Didn't you just want to absorb the souls of those human beings to restore your own 05? I'm sorry, it seems that I am one step ahead of you. Now, the dead obey my orders. As Guu opened his eyes, tens of thousands of scorched black skeletons also made a howling sound, and staggered towards the dragon. Humble reptile. Nidhogg waved his front paw, and countless corpses were smashed to pieces. However, the number of the skeleton army is 10,000. Even if the first wave of offensive was disintegrated, the following skeletons stepped on the bones in front and charged towards the dragon wave after wave. Like ants, the dead climbed onto the dragon's body, tearing the dragon apart with their teeth, hand bones, and any sharp parts they could use. The giant dragon was like a giant elephant covered in ants. Although it was extremely powerful, it wailed repeatedly in the face of such a large number of enemies. No matter how much he shook his body, he couldn't get rid of these ants. Following Nidhogg's roar, there was a crack in the clouds, and a bolt of lightning fell. The lightning hit the dragon's back, and the current quickly spread throughout his body. Looking from a distance, the skeleton army instantly turned into piles of broken bones. And Nidhogg himself let out a long moan, and fell to the ground with a bang. Hum. Sitting on the shoulders of King Mingming with the black rope, Guu looked at everything in front of him, and laughed at the dragon triumphantly and contemptuously. Shinlong, you don't hesitate to use the sky thunder to attack your body, and you also want to ask the skeleton army. But unfortunately, you are the only one injured. It is the ashes of the dead. No matter how much you destroy those skeletons, they will climb up again until they drag my target into the kingdom of the dead. Indeed, as Guu said, those charred bone fragments trembled again in an instant. The invisible force pieced them together again, and the terrifying skeletons climbed up again. Nidhogg looked at everything that happened in front of him, and his huge pupils were filled with disbelief. He struggled with his scarred body, trying to escape to the sky. But because one wing was cut off by Daegyr and Hyrimaru, he had to squirm like a dying sick cat, shrinking back. However, the skeleton legion was not affected at all. They howled from nowhere, and soon, they once again covered the dragon's body. Every inch of Nidhogg's skin, struggling helplessly, was covered by skeletons, gnawing on them. The painful dragon roar resounded through the sky. After a while, the dark dragon's blood and minced meat flowed all over the ground, gathering together like an artificial river. Judging from the cracks in the skeleton army, the dragon's skin has been completely eaten away, almost turning into the same appearance as when it woke up at the bottom of the shrine just now. Soon, his heart shining with blue light will be dug out to be eaten thoroughly by skeletons. Guu watched Nidhogg being bit by bit, with no expression on his stern face. Director, the Dragon of Death, this time, I, the Lord of Hueco Mundo, will let you taste the taste of death. The hillside of the shrine is already in a mess. The ground is covered with broken marks, large and small cavities are scattered everywhere, and scorched flame lava is everywhere. This time, both Fujitora and Akainu fell to the ground. Akainu's injuries seemed to be worse, his clothes were torn from his own lava, and his body was covered with horrific scars. And Kaido stood aside perfectly, the strange-shaped body was wriggling constantly, and the 8 heads were spitting out letters from time to time. A brat playing with fire is vulnerable. Kaido looked at Akainu and said, "Little devil, weak." The snake head on the side echoed. Akainu lay on the ground, gritted his teeth and thought, but his body no longer listened to him. After 870, Kaido looked at Fujitora at the side again, his snake eyes were slightly closed. "You're kind of interesting. Manipulating gravity, huh? Pulling meteorites down from the sky, and at one point making me overweight to the point where my heart couldn't handle it. Gravity, despicable. However, you haven't thought of it, have you? Not only do I have 8 heads, but I also have 8 hearts under my body, which is the strongest in sea, land and air." Head, heart. Fujitora fell to the side. Although he was not injured as badly as Akainu, he had already lost his ability to fight. "Then, let me give you the final blow. Go to your father's kingdom and become eternal slaves." Saying that, Kaido once again gathered pitch-black energy in his mouth. This time, each of the 8 heads produced an energy ball, 4 aimed at Akainu, and the other 4 aimed at Kaido. "Die, slave, roar." Seeing that the energy was about to burst out, Kaido's moves were interrupted by a dragon chant in the distance. Without thinking about it, he immediately turned around and looked at Nidhogg on the distant battlefield behind him, and the 8 pairs of pupils shrank together sharply at the same time. Father. Chapter 239, Desperate Strike. Fujitora fight to the death. Father. Kaido's 8 heads roared at the same time. In the distance, Nidhogg's body was covered with skeletons, his flesh had almost been devoured, and he fell dying in the pitch-black sea of blood. "You bastards, what did you do to father?" "Heh heh heh ha ha ha." Fujitora fell to the ground and smiled. "I didn't expect that you, the master of the virtual circle, have helped us so much." Hiss. Kaido turned his head angrily, and spat out the letter at Fujitora, "Shut up. Man." And Kaido has no time to take into account Fujitora's ridicule, every face of his head is full of anxiety. "Father, father, I must save my father. Don't let father sleep again." The 8 heads scrambled to speak. "It can only be, that's it. Just do it. The only way, the only hope, just do it." Fujitora was on the ground and heard Kaido's words clearly. Just do that. A question mark is drawn in his heart. What is he going to do? At the same time, a gurgling sound reached Fujitora's ears again. The voice was exactly the same as the first time he heard Kon Duo turn into an 8-headed serpent. What kind of tricks is this monster trying to play? I saw 2 wounds split open on Kaido's back suddenly, and black blood sprayed out from the wounds. After the blood was sprayed out, 2 long white bones protruded from the wound. At the same time, Kaido let out a low moan of pain. The 2 white bones protruding from his back suddenly unfolded like a fan, turning into a pair of bone wings. The black pus and blood flowed on the bone wings, quickly solidified into 10 layers of patellar membranes. Fujitora also used observation haki to detect the changes in Kaido's body, wings. Although this guy is a snake, he is indeed a descendant of a dragon. Even wings. Fujitora seemed suddenly thought of something. Could it be that he wants to fly to the giant dragon and repeat the old tricks? Hiss. Kaido uttered another cry, and a pair of wings fluttered immediately, causing dust to fly up. Under the instigation of this pair of wings, his huge, strange-shaped body actually left the ground and began to float. "UBD, do you want to sacrifice your life to the dragon again?" Fujitora couldn't help shouting. One of Kaido's snake heads glanced back at Fujitora. Without making a sound, the whole body flew higher and higher. "How could it be possible for you to succeed?" I saw Fujitora struggling to get up from the ground, and the wounds on his body kept gushing blood. He raised his stick knife and aimed at Kaido's back. Circles of purple light waves shot out from the blade, hitting Kaido's back. I saw that Duo's body floating in the air suddenly fell down. "You want to pull me back to the ground?" Kaido said. "With 8 hearts, I won't be dragged down by your strength." As he spoke, he flapped his wings and flew into the air again. Sweat dripped from Fujitora's forehead, and his facial features were almost twisted into a ball. No, he must never be allowed to resurrect the evil dragon again. Can't let this world fall into chaos again. Even if I risk my life, I will stick to the justice of mankind. Saying that, Fujitora jumped up suddenly. Blood spurted out of his body, but he jumped straight at Kaido as if he didn't feel any pain at all. With a puff, Fujitora's staff knife stabbed into Kaido's back. The pitch-black blood splashed on his face and merged with his bright red blood. Hiss. UBD human. Kaido also let out a painful roar, but his body didn't stop, and he carried Fujitora and flew towards Nidhogg. Akainu fell to the ground and looked at Fujitora, who was lying on Kaido's back and going away. His teeth were almost gnashed. His eyes shone with painful light, and 2 lines of water rarely flowed from his eye sockets. In the air, Kaido's flight speed is getting faster and faster. Fujitora, on the other hand, tightly grasped the blade inserted into Jin Kaido's back, lying on his body. BD, you are not allowed to fly any further, give me, stop. Fujitora held the hilt of the sword in his left hand, and used the finger pistol with his right hand, hitting Kaido on the back. Wow, Kaido roared in pain, and a snake head turned and aimed at Fujitora. Damn mortals, get off me. The ferocious snake head opened its huge mouth, showing sharp teeth, and bit Fujitora's right hand. Is this the hand that played tricks on my back? Hearing a chirping sound, Kaido's teeth pressed hard, and blood flew across the air, drawing an arc in the air, and Fujitora's arm was bitten off. But Fujitora didn't let go, just trembled for a while, enduring the severe pain of his broken arm, still holding on to the handle of the knife. Also, this hand, let me go too. Kaido also turned a head from the other side, locking onto Fujitora's left hand. How can it be possible to let go? Fujitora yelled, monster, don't try to succeed, okay. Take my last attack. Suddenly, a fiery red light fell from the top of his head. Before Kaido could react, a violently burning meteorite hit his body. Boom. Immediately, under the huge impact, sparks and gravel wrapped Kaido's body, and also wrapped Tiger at the same time. A-hole west, that way you'll be burned too. Human, quick, fly to father. Kaido's head was howling and arguing, and his body had turned into a huge fireball, floating in the air. And Fujitora on his back lay quietly, letting the flames engulf his body, but the remaining hand was tightly grasping the hilt of the sword that had been pierced into Kaido's body, without letting go at all. 4. Humanities, Justice. Chapter 240 Kaido's Awakening. Resurrected Nidhogg. Kaido's whole body was burning with flames, and he looked like a fireball from a distance, but he was still flying towards Nidhogg, who had been devoured by the skeleton army. On his back, Fujitora had breathed his last. As the fire engulfed Kaido, it also engulfed him. Unlike Kaido's monster body, Fujitora is just immortal. At this moment, he was quietly lying on Kaido's back, and his body had already started to be reduced to ashes in the flames. Damn, just a little bit. I almost flew to my father. We must let father wake up again. Kaido's 8 heads are all struggling, but despite this, even if he is the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, under such circumstances, he may be about to fall from exhaustion. Can only use that, one of Kaido's people said suddenly. No, it's not time yet. If you do that forcibly, you may die. But in this state, I can't reach my father. If you continue to dawdle, father will return to the kingdom of death. Immediately, Kaido's 8 heads stopped arguing. In the raging fire, they quietly closed their eyes. 400. Bouncing and bouncing, small crackling sounds came from the fireball. At this time, although the eyes of the 8 heads were open, the pupils seemed to be covered with a layer of fog, without brilliance. Cracks appeared one after another on the skull, and those cracks became bigger and bigger, and gradually spread to Kaido's whole body, connecting together to form a net-like thing. Hiss. A roar came from under Kaido's body, and his body exploded instantly. Dark blood splashed all over the sky, and his body was also split into countless pieces. The flames and Fujitora's body fell to the ground along with the debris. And the fresh flesh that drilled out from under those skin fragments stayed in the air, flapped its wings, and continued to fly towards Nidhogg. Hiss. As the peeling successful. No. Looking from afar, we can see that there are only 4 of Kaido's heads left, and the necks of the other 4, which should have had heads, hang there lifelessly. Not only the head, but even his body is incomplete. The skin looked too immature, some parts didn't even cover the skin, and the bones were exposed to the air naked. Sure enough, the time hasn't come. It doesn't matter, half of our lives have already been dedicated to father. As long as half of the head is kept, Shansha can complete it. Kaido's body wobbled, he accelerated, and flew towards Nidhogg. Gyuu sat on the back of King Ming with the black rope, watching the body of the dragon in front of him being bit by bit, and did not move. Ryujin Jaka really put the terrible Zanpakuto. It is worthy of being called the strongest soul society. I don't know if this continues, will the world's oceans be evaporated by it? As he spoke, a smile appeared on the corner of Gyuu's mouth. Ha, but it's okay, the ocean area of this world is a bit too big, it's not a bad idea to add a little land. Besides, this is my world, how I want to deal with it is up to me. Ha, Gyuu smiled, ready to take back the power of the 4 Zanpakuto. But at this moment, a blue light, like a meteor, streaked across the sky, and smashed straight into Nidhogg's remnant body. What it is? Gyuu frowned, feeling that something was wrong. She stood up from Duke Ming's shoulder. Although you are the least progressive among my sons, your tenacious vitality has finally come in handy. You know, you died well, Kaido. Plop. Human, I'm back from the kingdom of the dead. Those little moves of yours are useless to me. This body is my original appearance. Shake. Very good. You are doing well, my son. I'll send you back again. Roar. Guu raised the corners of her mouth and smiled slightly. I saw his wings return to their original shape, and the scars on his body disappeared. Moreover, the dark and hard skin that was originally as dark as obsidian turned into a light blue. No, it should be said that it turned into a transparent color. The blue light was the surging energy in his body, which penetrated his skin and shot out of his body. The light egg shattered suddenly, and huge energy shot out from it. Nidhogg's whole body glowed with blue light, appearing in the egg. With a thunderous dragon roar, Nidhogg's entire body was completely covered in blue light. And those skeletons, under the illumination of this blue light, were all like ashes in the furnace, and even the dross disappeared in an instant. I saw a blue lightning in the air splitting from the clouds, right above the light egg. The light made a huge cracking sound, followed by a burst of faint blue energy fluctuations shot out from the light egg. Like ripples, it swept across the entire battlefield. Guu covered his eyes with one hand. I see, it's that guy Kaido. He has the power to wake up Nidhogg. This time I'm afraid he risked his life to kill his father. Waking up again, Nidhogg's voice came out from the light egg and echoed throughout the sky. The giant blue ball of light rose slowly and flew into the midair. Shaped like a giant glowing egg, it is pregnant with new life. The blue light is like a heart, emitting rhythmically from the dragon's body, and the light is getting stronger and more dazzling. Listening to Nidhogg's speech, Guu didn't show any expression on his face. The dragon rolled its huge, blue eyes and stared at Guu on King Ming's shoulder. I saw that blue light disappeared into the dragon's body. A few seconds later, the dragon's entire body suddenly trembled, and a dazzling blue light flashed out. Chapter 241 Lightning Dragon. A Fatal Blow. P.S. I believe all book lovers have noticed that there is not much to write about in One Piece world now, and the protagonist is too strong. Continuing to write will only make everyone feel that the plot is delayed, so I replanned the outline in the past 2 days, and prepared then enter the fast-paced plot, and everyone can ask any questions. The following is the text. Blue light enveloped the sky, and the resurrected giant dragon Nidhogg descended on this land again in the form of a god. Power, pure power flows in me, the dragon muttered to himself. Lightning rays of lightning continued to shoot down from the clouds, falling to the ground one after another. As far as the surrounding eyes can see, they were all involved in the lightning storm. Dark clouds covered the sky, and scorched earth covered the earth. Under the wrath of the original god of this world, everything is like a baby, without any history of resistance. There was only one person, looking at everything in front of him calmly, even with a smile on the corner of his mouth. It's a big battle, but it's a pity that it's a show. Guu laughed. What did you say? Nidhogg was insulted and roared angrily. He opened his eyes wide, blue sparks burning in his pupils. With the loud sound of air bursting, a huge thunder with a diameter of 100 meters smashed straight down from the top of Guu's head. In that thunder light even the body of the black rope uncondemned king seemed insignificant. But Guu on King Ming's shoulder was not in a hurry, and only gently swiped his arm towards the sky. King Ming and Guu made the same movements in the same tune. Only, King Ming waved his arm towards the sky, holding the elementalized dagger in Hirenmaru. Time seemed to be in this instant, frozen by Hirenmaru's chill. I saw that huge thunder stopped suddenly when it was about to touch King Ming's body. 1/1000th of a second later, the entire sky thunder was actually covered with a thick layer of ice, and then with a click, it turned into countless crystal clear ice chips, which floated to the ground like falling snow. Interesting, Guu looked at Hirenmaru. I didn't expect to be able to freeze even lightning. It is indeed the strongest ice and snow Zanpakuto that manipulates the weather. Saying so, King Ming held Hirenmaru high and aimed at Nidhogg. And Nidhogg didn't show the slightest surprise, but relaxed. Boy, does it make you so excited just to freeze a bolt of lightning? The giant dragon laughed. Ha ha ha. Guu also laughed. I will return these words to you intact. The stupid dragon who was eaten to death by skeletons just now received half of his son's life. Does it make you so excited? If Kaido is alive, he will also sigh for your unprogressive father. Quote, HMPH, stupid human beings, they think they know everything and are smart. Human beings are so stupid no matter what era they are in. Correct a little bit, it's a human being. Guu joked. Nidhogg didn't listen to Guu's words, but continued to say to himself, Kaido's mission is like this. He should be honored to have completed his mission. Oh, mission, Guu said with great interest. During the reincarnation of countless epochs, this old man and hundreds of millions of descendants gnawed at the roots of the world tree. Whenever the world tree dies, I will fall into a deep sleep of suspended animation. And my descendants, because of the loss of the source of nourishment, the world tree, without exception, they will gradually die and disappear in the long river of time. I will not wake up again until the next era, when the world tree takes root again. This is the loop, and the link that connects the loops one after another is Kaido. It seems that Kaido, the strongest creature in the sea, land and air, has a lot of interesting stuff to dig even after death. Guu didn't interrupt Nidhogg and continued to listen quietly. My billions of descendants, for you humans, are all snakes with unimaginable divine power. Kaido is the weakest of my descendants. Although he is weak, he has one advantage, it is unmatched by his other brothers. Life force, Guu said. The blue light of Nidhogg's whole body became brighter and brighter, and the ability almost broke through his skin and rushed out. But Guu still looked at the dragon with indifferent eyes. The black rope scourge King Ming dropped the lightning blade and the frost blade in his hands. Huang Yanling Li Gong and Daegyuan Hirenru disappeared into the air as soon as they were out of Pluton's hand. Saying that, the giant dragon itself turned into a flash of lightning, like a spirit snake, which brought up a huge energy storm, and the spider rushed towards Guu. That's because you didn't meet me, Guu thought to himself. It seems that your container was destroyed in this reincarnation. HMPH, the giant dragon smiled contemptuously. It is a necessary ritual to sacrifice your life to awaken me, and Kaido's death is inevitable. Don't forget, I am the god of this world, the god who promotes reincarnation. When I return to when the world tree gnaws on its roots, my billions of offspring will split from my body again. Kaido will also be reborn at that time. This is the true meaning of reincarnation. Although Kaido is very mediocre as the son of God, as a container, he is the best candidate. Whenever I fall asleep, all other descendants perish, and the only one who survives is Kaido. Therefore, before I fall asleep, will store my power in Kaido's body. That is the divine power that only Kaido with 8 hearts can bear. Although he himself does not have the aptitude to use my divine power, that is the only way to awaken my true power. Remnant fire to Dao Shi Remnant Day prison clothes. Numerous electric currents and deafening roars surrounded Guu, while Guu stood up slowly without hesitation. In his hand, is an inconspicuous Zanpakuto belching fine black smoke. Is that all? If you feel tired, I will send you to the kingdom of the dead to sleep forever. Guu patted her mouth and yawned. In this last blow of mine, be reduced to ashes. 0. Ask for flowers. As he said that, Nidhogg stretched out his pair of wings that shone with blue light, as if showing his strength. 0. That's right, a snake born with 8 heads and 8 hearts can be considered an alien among my descendants. In this world, I haven't found anyone else who can kill him. In the blink of an eye, the lightning dragon had wrapped itself around King Ming's body. The dragon's head opened its mouth wide and aimed at Guu on King Ming's shoulder. Chapter 242 Ashes of Heaven and Earth. Vanishing Wano Kuni. Boom. There was a detonation of flames, even overshadowing the roar of lightning. The huge body of black rope heavenly scourge King Ming was instantly covered with a layer of blazing flames. The flames swayed on King Ming's body, like a piece of flame armor. Nidhogg, incarnate as the lightning dragon, also let go of King Ming's body at the moment the flame burst, and floated in midair beside him, observing King Ming. From the appearance of a western dragon to that of an eastern dragon, Nidhogg, are you good at it? Guu's voice came from the flames, but he couldn't see where he was. Nidhogg didn't listen to Guu's words, but stared at the layer of fire clothes on King Ming's body. The prison clothes of the dying sun, the 15 million degree, 067, flames are wrapped around my body like armor, just like wearing the sun. Be careful, stupid dragon, this is the god attitude. Guu's voice resounded on the battlefield. Even if it's the sun, I'll shoot it down. Nidhogg roared angrily, the sound was more deafening than thunder. Lightning bolts fell from the clouds, and the energy that was sweeping the ground instantly struck the body of the lightning dragon without exception. Absorb the power of nature from the clouds. As the lightning continued to strike, the dragon's body also absorbed the body and continued to expand. In the end, it swelled dozens of times. In front of him, the body of the black rope heavenly scourge King Ming, who was draped in the prison clothes of the dying sun, was as insignificant as an ordinary human being. It's useless. King Ming stretched out his right hand, the flames on his body rolled towards his palm like fluid, gathering tightly together. With a buzzing sound, a flame sword appeared in King Ming's hand. That is the Ryujin Jaka after Bankai, the core of power of the remnant fire to Dao, who was directly manipulated by the black rope Tianjuming Wang like the previous Wangwang Yanling Raigong and Daegyuan Hirenru. Dull. The gigantic lightning dragon was full of power and charged towards King Ming once again. His momentum was like a rainbow, as if he wanted to swallow King Ming in one gulp. But Ming Wang kept pace with Guu, not moving at all, only the remaining fire sword in his hand was trembling slightly. It's over, mortals. Nidhogg roared angrily amidst the thunder and lightning. Remnant fire to Dao North. The world is ashes. 1 inch. Following Guu's indifferent speech, King Ming raised the remnant fire to Dao, and gently swung the blade down at the lightning dragon that was attacking rapidly in the air. In an instant, everything turned into nothingness. The sun fell from the sky again. Dark clouds, lightning, thunder, energy storms, lightning dragons. All of this is like a draft erased from a drawing board, without even the shadows disappearing. On the battlefield, it was as if nothing had happened. Only the black rope heavenly scourge King Ming stood there quietly, the flames were completely extinguished, and all traces of Ryutsu were erased. He was like a stone statue, motionless. In Zai Palace, Ichimaru Jin looked at the light curtain and rubbed his eyes involuntarily. It's me, are you dazzled? Aizen smiled and said nothing. Why, your Majesty's attack just now, the screen just flickered. Why, everything on the battlefield disappeared. There was such a big movement just now, it is impossible to make it happen within a second. Everything subsided. Needless to say, lightning, thunder, and flames, at least there should be traces of temperature or spiritual particles. Could it be that His Majesty's blow just now reversed the flow of time? Ryujin Jaka has that ability. Silver, Aizen made a leisurely voice, zoom the picture farther away. Yin squinted his eyes to do so, but didn't see any clues. Silver, I mean, zoom out to a multiple where you can see all of Wano Kuni. Silver's fingers pressed a few times on the operating table again. How is this possible? Ichimaru Jin widened his eyes that were used to squinting, revealing red pupils. At the same time, huge beads of sweat fell from his face one drop after another. What caught his eyes was a blank space. On the map, the entire territory of Wano-kuni has almost disappeared. A huge scar, as if drawn on a map by hand, covered the narrow and long border of Wano-kuni. Be it mountains, rivers, cities, or forests, starting from the position where Gyuyu swung his slash, everything in Wano-kuni has completely disappeared, leaving only a dark scar. The country, literally wiped off the map, ceased to exist. Blank, everything, became blank. Even if Ryujin Jaka is the strongest Zanpakuto, but this is too exaggerated, to have one blow. Giving a country to Ichimaru Jin hemmed. I don't know what to say. Yamamoto Genryusai's prison clothes claim to have the temperature of the surface of the sun. However, that is Zanpakuto after all. As long as it is Zanpakuto, it has its limit. Extreme is the person who uses Zanpakuto. Ichimaru Jin asked. That's right, Zanpakuto is part of the soul of its user. The power of the sword is the ryutsu of a person. The limit of the sword is the limit of a person. That is to say, the temperature of the sun's surface is only the limit of Yamamoto Genryusai 3.0, but now, the owner of that Ryujin Jaka is His Majesty. Aizen said, that is to say, in His Majesty's hands, Ryujin Jaka is actually just the appearance of His Majesty's power. Is that true? The power it can exert is closely related to His Majesty. That's right, I have to say that even I realized this at the moment His Majesty swung that blow. Heavenly Scourge, Hirinmaru, Yan Lingwan, Ryujin Jaka, in this battle, His Majesty used these four takes Zanpakuto. But in the end, His Majesty's ryutsu alone is far more than the power of 10 suns. With this power, let alone destroy a Wano-kuni, even the whole world, as long as His Majesty wants, will reduce to ashes in an instant. Chapter 243, A World of Lost Interest. When Akainu woke up, the surrounding was so quiet that his faint heartbeat could be heard. Quote exclamation mark quote. He suddenly yelled, but the pain from the wound on his body took away his little strength in an instant. With a plop, his head hit the ground heavily again. The tear stains on his face were filled with tears again, and Akainu's memory went back bit by bit, thinking of the scene where Fujitora was on Kaido's back and died together with Kaido in the fire. The previous tears were for Fujitora's feet, but the tears after waking up were for himself. Akainu regretted why it wasn't him who threw himself on Kaido's back. As an iron-blooded soldier, he would rather die like that, even if it is worthless, it is better than living like this. He no longer knows how to return to Marineford, how to report the result of this battle to Sengoku. Although Kaido is dead, but Fujitora, and the 10,000 Marines brought to the battlefield by him, did not even leave a handful of ashes. Thinking of this, Akainu hurriedly rolled his eyes and looked towards the battlefield. At the end of his memory, he vaguely remembered that Kaido turned into a ball of blue light and rushed into the body of the dragon, and the dragon turned into a bolt of lightning, fighting a giant with flames all over its body. The sky was thundering and the clouds were densely covered, but now it was surprisingly quiet. After an unknown period of time, Akainu's physical strength gradually recovered, and he supported his body again and got up. I remember, I was at the ruins of Zonlong Shrine, halfway up the mountain. But the scene here seems to have changed. Akainu tried to remember, while looking at the cliff to the right of his body. Is there a cliff there? His mind was full of doubts, and he crawled towards the edge of the cliff. The moment Akainu's head poked out of the cliff, his whole body shivered as if he had been electrocuted, and then he remained motionless. The cliff is so deep that even in broad daylight, the bottom cannot be seen clearly. There is no cloud or water flow, only pure darkness, darkness that seems to suck people's souls away. This abyss, what the hell? Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. The black cavity opened, and Gyuyu's figure gradually emerged from the darkness. Aizen got down on one knee with Ichimaru Jin, waiting for Gyuyu's return. Get up. As I said, the general manager doesn't have to do this to me. As he spoke, Gyuyu walked straight to his throne through Yin and Aizen without looking at him. Behind them, Yin and Aizen also stood up, turned around and looked at Gyuyu. His Majesty, hesitating, do you have something to say? Gyuyu's voice was leisurely with a little indifference. Forgive me for making wild guesses. Was your Majesty angered by that dragon? Aizen lowered his head, frowning and said seriously. Why did you say that? Gyuyu couldn't help but smile. Because, Silver. Halfway through Aizen's words, his eyes turned to Ichimaru Jin. Ichimaru Jin understood immediately, and opened a light curtain in front of Gyuyu. Gyuyu didn't rush to look, but slowly sat on his throne, and only after he sat down, slowly moved his gaze to the light curtain. What is reflected on the light curtain is the satellite image of Wano-kuni that Ichimaru Jin saw before. Wow, quote. Gyuyu made a mocking sound. But Aizen's expression became more serious, because he couldn't figure out what Gyuyu meant by that sound. Did I cause so much damage? Shiyu said casually. Humph. Gyuyu said proudly. In short, I don't want to waste any more time on this weak world. 657 quickly wipe out the remnants of the resistance, and officially put it in my pocket. It's not entirely because of this. Gyuyu pondered for a while, however, after this battle, my interest in that world has diminished a lot. Even the strength of the original god is only so small, it really can't interest me now. Ha ha ha, don't worry, that world is already mine, and I can do whatever I want. Aizen, Yin, I'm neither irritated nor angry. On the contrary, I feel very happy about this battle. Gu laughed. For Aizen and Ichimaru Jin, the name Charlotte Linlin is the first time they have heard it. That's right, Nidhogg, that dragon, although his strength is not strong enough to make me serious. However, he can be regarded as the god of that world. I feel very happy to fight against the gods. Both Aizen and Ichimaru Jin looked at Gu in surprise. Hearing what Gu said, Aizen's expression also relaxed. No matter which world it is, it's hard to find an opponent who can make his majesty serious. Or, how about killing the two together? Gu smiled. That's right. 2 of the 4 emperors have been killed, and, red hair, Shanksen. Bigmom, Charlotte Linlin are left. Does your majesty mean to launch the next wave of offensive immediately? Aizen asked. Gu yawned, propped his chin with one hand, and leaned on the throne. In the hall, there was no sound for a long time. Pleasure, Aizen and Yin questioned at the same time. Because your majesty is also a god. Ichimaru Jin said. Is it a woman? Silver asked. That's right, but that's not important anymore. Regardless of whether it's a man or a woman, just get rid of everything that stands in our way. What does your majesty mean? The next target is this, Bigmom. The other 4 emperors, red hair, will be dealt with later. Aizen asked. Do whatever you want, in short, take that world as quickly as possible. Let's launch the next war immediately. Hearing this, the expressions of Aizen and Ichimaru Jin became more tense. But at the same time, they don't know what to say. Chapter 244 Joined forces with 4 emperors. Proposal from the world government. Grand Line, Cake Island. In the pitch-black room, a pair of big eyes shining with greedy light hung in midair. Under the eyes, the sound of Bahibaji was continuously made, and some shining liquid tea fell to the ground. With a creak, the door was opened, and the light coming in from outside the door only illuminated a small piece of the ground. In the illuminated area, a tall, slender man dressed in strange costumes and a circus costume knelt on the ground on one knee. Mom, someone wants to see you. The sound echoed in the hall over and over again. The chirping sound from the shadow stopped, and the liquid no longer flowed down. Oh, Perispello, who is it? A woman's voice came from the shadows. The voice was so strong that it could almost break the eardrums of people. Yes, from the world government. Perispello said in a trembling voice. Silence fell again. Let him in. As the woman's voice fell, a tall figure walked into the room from behind Perispello. He raised his head with 2 horns high and looked at the pair of shimmering eyes in midair. Are you, Bigmom, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors? BD. The woman's voice raised many decibels again. Who gave you permission to call my mother's name directly? Give me a name. CP9, Bluno. Bluno stated his name straightforwardly. Ho ho ho, isn't your CP9 supposed to be a secret agency outside of CP1 to CP8 that is unknown? Although I can't hide it from my old lady, what is your intention in reporting yourself like this? Bigmom joked. To show sincerity. Bluno also answered briefly. Is it to show sincerity, or is the situation so critical that you CP9 don't need to hide anymore? The huge eyes in the sky bent into a pair of crescents. Beads of sweat rolled down from the corner of Bluno's forehead, and his brows couldn't help but knit together. Whitebeard and Kaido were killed, and your world government's proud marine, admiral also lost several members. Even Shichibukai, who signed a contract with you as a lackey. The world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye, Mihawk was defeated. Did the invasion of the Hueco Mundo master finally make the 5 elders gang feel critical? Bigmom laughed. Bluno swallowed involuntarily. He obviously didn't say anything, but Charlotte Linlin has already grasped the information to this extent. The sense of oppression that restricts Bluno is not Conqueror's haki, but pure personality aura. Yes, as you said, in our world, almost all the strongmen of various forces have been defeated by the Lord of Hueco Mundo. If this continues, this world will fall into the power of Hueco Mundo. Raw hands. Bluno's voice began to stammer. Call, what does that have to do with my old lady? What fell into his hands was not my old lady's world, but the world of your world government. As long as my old lady has delicious desserts to eat, she will be satisfied. As he said, the chirp sounded again totally dark room. However, as one of the 4 emperors who ruled over the new world in the second half of the Grand Line like an emperor, you shouldn't be able to ignore such important events like ordinary people. Moreover, the Lord of Hueco Mundo challenged Marine Admiral one after another, challenged Shichibukai, until he challenges the 4 emperors. His war nature has been exposed. As the 4 emperors, do you think you can stay out of it? It is almost certain that the next target of the master of the virtual circle is not red-haired Shanks, but you, Bigmom, Charlotte Linlin. Bluno said word by word. The highest authority of the world government means that I hope you, Charlotte Linlin, one of the 4 emperors, can assist the world government to jointly fight against the invasion of Hueco Mundo. The condition is that the negotiation is over. However, you still owe me one thing. Hee. Bigmom's voice suddenly became dark. HMPH, don't look down on people. My old lady is different from Shichibukai's soft-boned lackeys. I won't accept your charity. Bigmom said angrily. Roaring laughter spurted from Bigmom's mouth, and both Bluno and Perospello beside him couldn't help covering their ears and protecting their eardrums. Okay, I agree to your cooperation request. Yes, the high-level government also understands that with your strength, you can also capture part of the islands of Whitebeard and Kaido. In other words, it will allow you to seize those territories as quickly as possible without hurting a single soldier, and will not be known by the outside world. Me. Bluno raised his head in fear. That's right, the crime of calling my mother by her name. Just use your life to pay for it. The chirping stopped suddenly. It is said that the countries on several of the islands are famous for their desserts in the Grand Line. Bluno added a cross with malicious intent. Bluno and Perospello showed surprised expressions at the same time. Bigmom did not speak for a long time. No, it's not that you are asked to obey the orders of the world government, but I just want you to assist the government in fighting. There is no subordination, it is purely cooperation. In exchange, the territory originally occupied by Whitebeard and Kaido, the world government will all belong to you. Bluno said. Are the 5 elders all idiots? Think the old lady will obey them? Naive. Your name is Bluno, isn't it? It seems that the world government chose you as a lobbyist for no reason, and your mouth is quite capable of speaking. Well, I have already understood everything you said. Next, tell me the real purpose of the world government sending you here. Tell me the original words of the 5 elders. Ha. Then thank you in advance for your cooperation. Bluno couldn't react to the good news that fell from the sky at the moment, and didn't know what to say. Bigmom pondered for a while, and the sound of babbling did not stop for a moment. Chapter 245 Undercurrent Surges. The situation about to be unified. Calling you directly, by your first name, crime. Bluno raised his head, his face was covered with sweat and wet. He trembled, looking at the huge figure in the shadows. Hey, just use your life to repay it. I saw Bigmom's figure gradually coming out of the shadows, and the fat growing on his huge body almost filled the entire room. On the huge face, the eyes were full of greedy brilliance, and the mouth full of food crumbs kept drooling. She stretched out a hand and grabbed towards Bluno. But Bluno's body has already lost control because of excessive fear. Bigmom's giant hand yanked out a mucus-like substance from Bluno's back. The moment the ball of mucus was sucked away, Bluno lost consciousness and fell to the ground with a plop. Just confiscate your 30 years of life. The body of Perospello on the side also trembled slightly. In a few seconds, 2 people dressed in the same weird way walked in outside the door, holding a stretcher and putting Bluno on it. Send him back to the world government intact. Bigmom gave orders to the 2, they nodded, and then carried the unconscious Bluno out of the room. 873 inches. Don't be afraid, Perospello, I just finished eating dessert, and I'm not interested in your soul. Bigmom said lazily. Yes, Perospello swallowed, but, Mom, are we really going to cooperate with the world government? HMPH, that's right. But, it's just using them. They probably think that my mother is just a stupid woman who loves desserts, right? Thinking that a few small islands that produce desserts can tempt me. It's really naive. Then why did you, Mother, agree to the world government's proposal? Although they underestimated me, the old gang of 5 elders are not stupid. Just like what they said just now, the master of the virtual circle is probably after me. Bigmom's voice dropped. Watching us, yes, Whitebeard, Kaido, these powerhouses who were as famous as me were killed one by one. Although I am not afraid of that Afi, master of the virtual circle, and I don't care about fighting him. But I can take advantage of the situation from world government getting benefits there, and at the same time weakening the strength of the world government in Hueco Mundo. Isn't this a pie that fell from the sky? Indeed, that's true, you really deserve to be a mother. Perospello raised his head and looked at Bigmom with wide eyes. Stop flattering me, go and prepare me dessert for the evening. If you make me feel hungry, I'll use your soul as an appetizer. Yes, Grand Line, a winter island. Boss, here are the guests. With the ham in his hand, Lajilu returned from outside the cave, not forgetting to take a bite on the way. Beside the bonfire in the cave, Shanks took a sip of the beer in his hand and turned to look at Lajilu. Behind his fat body was a figure in a gray cloak. Shanks frowned involuntarily. It's you. Before the figure took off the cloak, Shanks recognized the man's identity. Ah, it's me. How are you doing, Gux? Behind the hearty voice, the cloak was taken off, revealing the face of Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Yasop and Ben Beckman beside the campfire all raised their vigilance. Come to catch pirates, Shanks said, frowning. Of course not, Garp replied. Is that for the party? Shanks raised his glass and grinned. The others also smiled and put down their guard. The glasses clinked together, Shanks and Garp both drank the wine in their hands, and everyone else ate and drank relaxedly. You brat, you've improved a lot. You've earned a title like 4 emperors, and you're no longer in the same breath as the intern on Luojia's boat. Garp said with a smile. Where is it? It's you, old man. Since I was in the Luojia pirates, you have spared no effort to hunt him down. After so many years, you have made outstanding achievements in battle, but you are still Vice Admiral. Marine is really stingy. Ha, that's right. Garp laughed and drank another full glass of beer. The 2 ate, drank and greeted for a while, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Okay, old man, tell me, what is your real purpose for coming to me? Shanks' face suddenly darkened. Hearing what he said, Garp also put away his smile and became serious. My grandson, thank you very much. Garp said, looking at Shanks' broken arm. Shanks also touched his broken arm. This is my bet on the future. Luffy, are you here now? According to Mihawk, you asked him to rescue Luffy from Windmill Town. 7 inches. That's right, it's me. It's just that Luffy is not on this island right now. Shanks said, the situation in the world cannot be slack off, and as one of the 4 emperors, the most dangerous place around me is the current situation. So, I have temporarily settled Luffy on a safe island. It seems that you also understand that as the 4 emperors, you are already very dangerous. Both Whitebeard and Kaido have been killed by the master of Hueco Mundo. The next one, I'm afraid. Garp's face darkened. Shanks curled his lips and smiled. So, is that why you came to me? Let's be honest, the world government asked you to come and see me in person, and you have something to tell me. Garp pondered for a while with an ugly face. The world government hopes to unite all the forces on this sea to launch a final counterattack against Hueco Mundo. So, I want to use the forces around me. Shanks, hope you can assist the world government. Chapter 246 Refused to join forces. Future One Piece. I reject. Shanks' tone is relaxed yet firm, and this kind of attitude, which is both tough and soft, is the most difficult to convince. But, even Garp hesitated. Shanks, I haven't explained to you the conditions for the world government to open. I said no, Shanks repeated again. At this time, all the members of the Red Hair Pirates who participated in the party in the cave fell silent involuntarily. Garp said nothing more, waiting for Shanks to continue. Old man, the current situation, whether it is the world government, the Marine, or myself, is very clear. The attack of the Master of the Virtual Circle has swept across the entire sea. After solving Whitebeard and Kaido, the next target is extremely it could be me who is also the 4 emperors, isn't it? Since you understand the truth, why do you? Garp said anxiously. Because, you see, Shanks raised his hand and pointed to the crew behind him. Do you think this is the style that the rumored 4 emperors who rule the Grand Line like emperors should have? How should I put it? I think I might be an outlier among the 4 emperors, the least like the 4 emperors of the 4 emperors, and I can be described as such. The fact is also that I did not wantonly occupy land and islands like the other 3. On the contrary, I prefer to hang out with my friends in such a cave in a low-key manner. Then, the next target of the Lord of Hueco Mundo should be BIOM with a better chance, right? UBD, so you think so. Fortunately, I thought you had learned something from Luogia, but I didn't expect you to be such a fluke-headed turtle. Kapu couldn't help it. Scolded. You can call me a coward, or anything, old man, I hope you can understand, I'm not stupid. If I just keep running away, even if the next target of the Master of the Virtual Circle is BIGMOM, then after she is killed, it'll still be my turn, Shanks said, taking a sip of his drink. What the hell are you thinking, Shanks? Garp couldn't understand what Shanks was thinking. I think the world government also sent people to BIGMOM to lobby. Your purpose is to unite all forces that can be united to fight against Hueco Mundo. However, the so-called confrontation does not just refer to real swords and guns. Fighting. I am also fighting the Lord of Hueco Mundo in my own way. In your own way. Just now you said that I was an intern on the ship of One Piece, Galdi Luogia. So, I naturally learned something from him. Father, what do you think is what it means to be a One Piece? Garp frowned. With fame, wealth, strength. Find the One Piece left by Luogia, conquer this sea. Old man, don't even you understand. Shanks shook his head. Captain Luogia, when he was executed, what he left to this world was not that One Piece. What he left to the world, what he wants the world to look for is the hope of believing in the future. Believe in future. Ah, I'll tell Luffy, his grandpa, is a man as great as One Piece 9. After listening to Shanks' words, Garp was silent for a long time. He drank the beer in the glass in one gulp and stood up. No need. That war needs me. Shanks, if I die, Luffy, please. Garp said with his back to Shanks. Before Luogia died, did he really want the world to find something? Don't stay a little longer. Shanks also stood up, his face relaxed again. Really, thank you for your hospitality, Shanks. Garp put on his cloak again and prepared to leave. A few days ago, I found the Moby DK in South Blue, found the surviving crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, and joined hands with them to protect them. Facing the overwhelming attack of the Master of the Virtual Circle, even me and BIGMOM, or even all members of Marine and World Government, may not be able to win. Perhaps, our world, is really coming to an end. Captain Luogia gave me his straw hat, which made me understand this truth. But I also understand that I am not qualified to be the One Piece. His straw hat is only temporarily kept with me, and I hope I can pass it on to the future One Piece. And I have already handed it over to him. He did not hesitate to sacrifice his own life and surrendered himself to Marine. As his old opponent, you understand the truth. Why is he willing to sacrifice himself for the day that even he himself cannot see? Because he believed in the future, said Shanks. Well, now is not the time to argue about these things. I think it is more important to protect the seeds of the next era than to confront the Lord of Hueco Mundo head-on. This is what I learned from Captain Luogia, said Shanks. Will my grandson who enjoys life in Windmill Town become One Piece? This is simply a fantasy. You mean that kid Luffy? 0. Seeking flowers. How can you give up so easily? I can't bow down to the Hueco Mundo master. Garp roared angrily. Future One Piece. Garp's eyes widened. But, that brat. Garp couldn't believe it. Although I saw a lost future, I didn't admit defeat. I did my best to search for the surviving hope and gather the hope of the future. If our world is completely occupied, the only hope to regain it again is these young people. The strength of the power. Therefore, even if you say that I am timid, I don't care. If I have to participate in this war in order to keep hope, then I will participate without hesitation. On the contrary, if I would rather do that with my tail between my legs and bear the infamy to protect the future. This is what Captain Luogia taught me. It's your grandson, Monkey D. Luffy. Chapter 247 Returning Garp and Awakening Aokiji. 10 days later, Marine Headquarters, Marineford. In front of the port, Sengoku stands with the crane, looking at the sea level in the distance. The sun was shining brightly and the sky was clear. It was a rare good weather. Seagulls land on the bridge from time to time, making people inadvertently think of the peaceful era not long ago. Although the pirates and marine are engaged in endless confrontation, they maintain a delicate peace like a game of cat and mouse. However, because of the appearance of one person, the word, peace, has made people feel farther and farther away. He is called the master of the virtual circle, and no one knows his origin and background. He was like a storm that suddenly appeared, without warning, and issued an execution order to the entire world. Killing, war, all of these are just to satisfy his desire to conquer. He was a born conqueror, ruler of all worlds. This world is impossible to escape, because the Lord of Hueco Mundo has changed all the pirates and marines on this sea. It even made these two incompatible forces join hands for the first time. And Sengoku and Crane appeared at the port just to wait for the good news. The two stood there for an unknown amount of time, without O5 saying a word. In their hearts, there is nothing more important than the news they are waiting for at this moment. And just as they expected, that news appeared on the other side of the horizon. The outline of the boat gradually became bigger, and it sailed towards the port little by little, and finally stopped. The person who stepped off the boat, wearing a cloak and dusty, was none other than Garp. Garp, how is it? Sengoku asked impatiently as soon as Garp stepped off the boat. Although the crane on the side didn't speak, he also looked anxious and expectant. Garp took off his hood, with a solemn expression on his face. He closed his eyes and shook his head. Did he refuse? Compared to Sengoku, Suru's expression was much calmer. Garp nodded helplessly again. Why? Is it because the redhead still can't let go of the prejudice between marine and pirates? It's such a time, why doesn't he know how to consider the overall situation? Sengoku said excitedly. No, Sengoku, Shanks, he just thinks too much about the overall situation. He even thinks farther than us, the 5 elders, the highest authority in the world government. Garp closed his eyes and said calmly. Consider, further. Sengoku didn't quite understand what he meant. Garp turned his back, and turned his head to look at the charming piece above the clear sea. What a peaceful sight, Garp exclaimed. Isn't it time to talk about this? Garp, didn't you say that the red-haired Shanks is the easiest one to be persuaded compared to the other 4 emperors? He is a person who doesn't like war and aggression. You said that he is the adjuster of the balance on this sea, so he should understand our current situation. If you don't cooperate with the world government and fight against the invasion together, let alone the balance, the entire sea may be lost exist. Sengoku said excitedly. Sengoku. Garp turned his face slowly, with a very indifferent expression. Have you ever thought that if, even all the strong pirates and marines in our world, add it all up, you can't beat the master of Hueco Mundo? What should we do? Sengoku and Suru showed surprise expressions at the same time. Indeed, as Marine's top management, they have had extreme confidence in Marine's strength for a long time. After years of accumulation, this confidence has become a blind spot in their hearts. They feel that there is nothing impossible in front of Marine, which can be said to be the largest force in the world. What they have to consider is never whether they are successful or not, but how much they have sacrificed and the impact on their external image. Garp and Sengoku looked anxiously at the side, waiting for the nurse's answer. Of course, the nurses also noticed their 710 expressions. Sengoku wanted to continue asking, but at this moment, the voice of a marine intelligence officer came from behind the 3. Memory has been confused, the 3 cranes asked at the same time. After about 10 minutes, the nurse came out of the ward. The nurse frowned and pondered for a moment. It's possible, but it's best not to exceed 10 minutes. The patient has been in a coma for so long, and his eyes have just adapted to the light. Moreover, his memory may have become confused. Can Garp, but Garp's words woke them up from their dreams. Now, in front of the master of the virtual circle, an unprecedented force. The invincible marine has already taken the underdog's side. What needs to be considered is no longer the price of victory, but to save one's own life. The 3 hurried to Aokiji's ward. Through the window, the 3 of them could clearly see that Aokiji's eyes had been opened. The nurse on the side was examining him and collecting the data on the medical equipment. Then, what's the status of Kuzan now? Crane asked again. The nurse looked at the form in her hand. The situation can't be said to be good. After all, almost the right half of the body was cut off, and the internal organs were injured. However, judging from the current data of the machine, the patient's condition is relatively stable. Yes, however, the possibility of further deterioration of the condition cannot be ruled out. He's been talking incomprehensible nonsense since he was a newcomer. You better ask him yourself. Miss Nurse, Kuzan's condition? He asked politely. The patient woke up this morning. It is a miracle. The doctor said at the beginning that the patient's condition is very critical. Whether he can wake up depends entirely on his own will. In a blink of an eye, more than a month has passed. Everyone thought, I have been in a coma for more than a month, and I probably won't wake up. Unexpectedly, I woke up at this moment. The nurse said word by word. So, can we have a chat with him? Kuzan Admiral Him. Wake up. Marshal Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Staff Officer Crane. The intelligence officer saluted the three of them respectively. What's the matter? You're in a panic, Crane asked in a kind tone. Chapter 248 No Resistance. There is no killing. Sengoku, Garp, Suru, and the three walked into Aokiji's ward. I saw that there were still many lines and catheters connected to the equipment on Aokiji's body. The gauze covered almost his whole body, only his head was exposed. Aokiji turned his head slightly with difficulty, and his eyes turned to the direction where the three of them entered. Marshal, he only had the strength to call out to Sengoku, and to the other two, he just cast his eyes in respect. Kuzan, are you okay? Sengoku asked with concern. Marshal, how is the war going? Aokiji didn't answer Sengoku, but asked him about the situation with difficulty. Ah, you don't have to worry about this, the battle is still under control. Sengoku lied in an exaggerated tone. You don't have to lie to me, Marshal. Even Kaido is dead, right? Although Aokiji's voice was weak, these words were like a bolt from the blue, instantly detonating the nerves of Sengoku, Garp and Crane. Aokiji, how do you know that? Garp asked hastily. You have been in a coma for more than a month. Why do you know about Wano-kuni? Sengoku also asked eagerly. Because, I have seen it all. Even the lips are so pale that they are almost split, and the eyes are staring at the ceiling dully. You have seen it all. Where did you see it? Crane also asked. Marshal, do you know what kind of place Hueco Mundo is? Aokiji answered irrelevantly. It's the kingdom of the dead. Garp also said solemnly. After all, he, along with Akainu, is a human who has actually been to the Hueco Mundo once. Those, who killed our marine soldiers, and those who were killed by us. Shoot, even Espada, we're all human beings. Closing square bracket quote. Didn't we know this a long time ago? Those are the evil spirits after the death of human beings. Garp continued. Wait, an ominous light flashed in his eyes. You mean, you also, went to the virtual circle? Sengoku and Garp once again looked surprised and horrified, while Aokiji was the default expression of helplessness. Originally, I was really damned. Just when I was wandering on the verge of life and death, my soul stepped into the virtual circle. Aokiji's eyes were glazed over, as if looking at something that no one else could see. I don't know if it's a coincidence, or the master of the virtual circle did it on purpose. I entered that world, and I'm still there, seeing what happened in our world. Have you seen what happened in our world? Crane asked in confusion. In the desert of Hueco Mundo, a glowing light curtain suddenly appeared in front of me, and the scene of the war was playing in it non-stop. From the battle between Espada and Drought, Jack, the death of the giant Zou, and then to the battle of Wano-kuni, Kaido, Fujitora, and Nidhogg all appeared in the light curtain in front of my eyes. Originally, everyone was still holding Aokiji because they had hallucinations when they were in a coma, and what they were talking about was all nonsense fantasies. But when they heard about Wano-kuni's battle, everyone believed it. That fight took place after he was unconscious, and it was even less likely that he knew the name Fujitora. Being able to say these names, it can be seen that what Aokiji said is indeed true. Everyone was still in shock. Aokiji continued, in the past month or so, I have seen everything about Hueco Mundo. The endless desert, the moon that will never set, the night that will never go away. And those emptiness, those virtual beings who were originally human beings like us, hunted and preyed on each other like wild beasts. Those virtual groups that invaded our world, those Espadas, are soldiers trained in this cruel environment. Our world is heaven compared to Hueco Mundo. Kuzan, even if what you said is all the truth, even if what you see is the truth, our enemies are such cruel and powerful things. Don't tell me, do you want us to give up resistance? Sengoku said a little excitedly. No, Aokiji said, I have been in Hueco Mundo for more than a month, and there is a voice that keeps ringing in my ears. I don't know if it is the master of the virtual circle or his subordinates. That voice sometimes low, sometimes high. Emotions are so rich that people can't hear the real emotions in them. And those whispers are intermittent, like torn drafts. The above does not follow the context, but I probably understand the meaning of it. Everything they let me see, seeing the strength of our enemy, seeing our defeat in battle, seems to be thinking I convey 3 words. Join me. Quote. Aokiji suddenly opened his eyes wide, as if seeing the scene at that time again. Join me. The 3 were surprised at the same time. Damn Lord of Hueco Mundo. Garp gritted his teeth, not only invaded our world, but also wanted to buy our soldiers. What a shame. Garp, don't be so excited, isn't Kuzan back? Among the 3, he was the calmest. Yes. Garp suddenly realized this. Then, Kuzan, if Yi Qianzhao is as determined as you are, the master of the virtual circle can't do anything to you, is that right? Sengoku asked again. The sadness on Aokiji's face did not dissipate. No, they led me back. Originally, my soul wandered between the two worlds. As creatures of Hueco Mundo, they couldn't bring me back, forcibly imprisoned, but at least it can keep me in that illusory state. In reality, with my body like this, death is a matter of time. However, I came back. I think it is not accidental, but they deliberately for that. And, in my memory, the last whisper I heard, it seems to be imprinted in my brain. Always lingering, the three of Sengoku swallowed together, waiting for Aokiji to say that. Without resistance, there is no killing. Chapter 249. Listen to my orders even after death. Hueco Mundo, Void Night Palace. You captured the soul of Marine Admiral Aokiji. Gyu's voice came from above the throne and resounded throughout the hall. Standing under the main hall are Aizen and Ichimaru Jin. Yes, Your Majesty. At that time, Your Majesty and Zael Aporo were nervously conducting the second stage return to the blade experiment, so I did not report to Your Majesty. Aizen replied respectfully. Even I don't know. Ichimaru Jin said this intriguingly. What's going on? Gyu's expression was obviously a little displeased. Quote, Kuzan's soul was first discovered by Holly Bell. Perhaps it was because his injuries were caused by Holly Bell, and the Ryutsu of Harriet Bell remained on his body and soul. Therefore, Holly Bell's first. For a moment, I felt the same Ryutsu as myself, and applied to locate and capture. As a result, we discovered Kuzan's soul. Aizen said word by word. However, as far as I know, Aokiji did not die. Although he was seriously injured at 340, he should still be in a coma. Gyu said, Yes, Your Majesty. When we discovered his soul was in a dissociative state of nothingness. Although it is reflected in Hueco Mundo and can be affected by some information here, it is still fundamentally it belongs to their world. Therefore, we cannot actually control his soul. In other words, it cannot be captured. Yes, Your Majesty. So I had to keep telling him that Aizen showed cunning. Oh, information about what? The truth about Hueco Mundo, and our victory in battle. HMPH, Gyu also laughed. Is it to deter his soul? Yes, Your Majesty. However, I let go of his soul at last, and even helped him in it. Returned it to his body. Isn't that helping our enemy? Ichimaru Jin said, Isn't it good to let his soul float like that? Although it can't be captured, at least it helps us reduce one opponent. No, Silver, an enemy like Aokiji is easily dealt with by the unreturned Holly Bell. Even if there are 100 more, it will not shake our cause. However, if we send him back, there will be unexpected things the effect. Gyu said for Aizen. Yes, Your Majesty. While I showed him the unstoppable Hueco Mundo Legion, I also conveyed to him Your Majesty's intention. I mean, without resistance, there is no killing. Aizen said quietly. A satisfied smile appeared on Gyu's face. Those who don't understand may think that His Majesty is a warlord who likes to kill. Forgive me for your arrogance, but what Your Majesty actually likes is conquest. Compared with the surrender brought about by killing, the surrender that completely disintegrates the will of the enemy should be its more to His Majesty's appetite. So, I asked Kuzan to take this sentence back and spread this seed of fear and submission to their entire world. Aizen, suddenly, the expression on Gyu's face disappeared without a trace, leaving only an invisible indifference. What makes you think that I like to break the will of the enemy rather than kill? I'm afraid, it's true. At first I was puzzled, but then I thought, perhaps because of His Majesty's will, Hueco Mundo has already been connected with that world. Even after the death of people in that world, the soul will come Hueco Mundo. Remember, Aizen, I like to conquer, and I will conquer all worlds. Whether it's killing, war, or disintegrating the enemy's will, I don't object to any of them, and I like all of them. Aizen raised his sweaty head and looked at Gyu. Gyu, on the other hand, seemed to be thinking about something long ago. Okay, stand up, Aizen. When I say this, I don't mean to blame you, but I just want you not to misunderstand my thoughts. There is nothing wrong with what you did this time. On the contrary, it has also brought me great benefits. Interesting intel. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. If only killing can make people surrender, then killing will bring me supreme satisfaction. It's that simple. Quote. In other words, people from that world will also come to Hueco Mundo after they die. Interesting. Subordinates remember. That's right, Yin. That's what I mean. Conquer the enemy, and even take back the soul of the powerful enemy after death. Our power will be further strengthened. Gyu turned to look at Aizen. Aizen, have you already started working on this matter in advance? It is so, Your Majesty. Aizen stood up slowly, and the corner of Aizen's mouth once again showed the same expression of sure victory. Since the half-dead Aokiji appeared, have the other dead people already come to Hueco Mundo, and are still wandering somewhere in Hueco Mundo? Seeing Gyu's reaction, Aizen opened his eyes, his pupils contracted sharply, and hurriedly knelt Afea on the ground. In just a few seconds, sweat dripped from his head, soaking the ground. Yes, Your Majesty, I have already organized troops to search for the souls of those strong men. Moreover, we have already obtained part of their souls. Yes, Your Majesty, Ichimaru Jin said as if he suddenly thought of something. If even the souls of strong people like Whitebeard come to Hueco Mundo after death, then we can control them. Even if they don't submit, You can also transform their souls, or use methods such as tampering with memory to make those strong people who died in our hands available to us again. You said, Aokiji was in a half-dead state, and a part of his soul entered Hueco Mundo. His Majesty. Interesting information.